I was on the brink of death, hungry, weak, barely crawling under the scorching sun. Then, the system appeared. The Super Exchange System. A single choice changed everything. Now, in this savage, primitive world, I trade knowledge for power. A Coke for survival. Weapons for dominance. The tribes call me weak, unworthy. But I stand at the top, wielding technology they cannot understand. They send warriors? I bring a sniper rifle. They call themselves rulers? I rain down intercontinental missiles. From a starving outcast to the master of civilization, I will build an empire from the Stone Age, and no one can stop me. The sun was scorching, and the air was so hot it seemed to distort everything around me. I watched the rabbit I'd been chasing get farther and farther away, and then I collapsed to the ground. My heart was racing, and I felt dizzy. I knew it was dehydration. 10 days ago, I had been suffering from hemorrhoid bleeding when I suddenly found myself transported back to primitive society, in a tribe called Blackstone. It was the dry season, and the hunting team had been gone for a long time. As a 13 or 14-year-old male, I was no longer eligible to receive food rations, but I was too weak to join the hunting party. So, I had to hunt small creatures near the tribe on my own. I hadn't eaten in 4 days, and with the lack of water, my body felt like it was reaching its limit. I licked my dry lips, knowing I shouldn't stay exposed to the sun. If I couldn't find food, so be it, but if I kept drying out like this, I'd die of thirst right here. I tried to get up, but my legs wouldn't obey me. Trembling, I clawed at the ground with my hands, dragging myself little by little toward the shade of a tree not far away. My body felt hot, but I couldn't sweat. The dehydration was getting worse. Everyone in the tribe was given a little water, but the spoiled water we were allocated only made things worse. My vision blurred. I was just a standard otaku, suddenly thrust into this primitive world, forced to hunt for survival. It was too much for me. But I didn't want to die, not yet. Even as hunger and thirst tormented me, my will to live pushed me to claw faster at the ground. I lowered my head, refusing to accept fate's judgment. This might be my last hunt, and I didn't know if I'd make it back to the tribe's cave. The shade was only a few meters away, but it felt like the distance between life and death. My hands were scratched by tree branches and rocks, and stars began to dance in my vision. Illusions crept in, people dancing around a fountain, cheering. I must have been suffering from heat stroke. Then, a pop-up box appeared in my vision, like an ad on a computer screen. Dazed, I saw a question: activate the Super Redemption System? Below it were 2 options. I shook my head, trying to clear the hallucination. I was sure I was done for this time, thirsty and hallucinating. But I kept crawling forward. Finally, I reached the shade of the tree and collapsed against it, gasping for air. After a while, the coolness under the tree eased my heatstroke symptoms, but the weakness and dizziness from low blood sugar remained. I closed my eyes, but even then, the dialogue box was still there. I rubbed my eyes, but it didn't go away. I thought, am I about to die? These hallucinations won't stop. At least I don't have hemorrhoids in this life. After resting, I felt a bit better, but the dialogue box was still there. Something felt off. If this were just a hallucination, it should have faded by now. My mind raced, why not give it a try? I chose yes. A jolt of electricity surged through my body, and I convulsed before passing out. My last thought was, will I die for trying? Ding, congratulations to the host for activating the Super Exchange System, a mechanical voice announced. I found myself in a dark, endless space, with a vending machine glowing in the center. I clenched my fists and walked over. Next to the machine was an explanation: I could buy anything inside with mission coins. In my mind, I saw the number of coins I had. I quickly scanned the items: Coke, instant noodles, knives, flashlights, and other daily necessities were available. The further back items were grayed out, probably requiring more coins. I used my only coin to buy a Coke. When I came to, I was back under the tree, the cold Coke in my hand. I almost cried from excitement. Since arriving in this prehistoric society, I hadn't eaten decent food or drunk clean water. In just 10 days, I'd nearly died of thirst in the wild. I unscrewed the cap and gulped it down, the cold liquid reviving every cell in my body. It felt like heaven. Later, I found myself standing in the leader's cave, a 2-meter-tall man carrying me and another boy, Monkey, like we were chickens. Monkey trembled with fear, while I tried to stay calm, though I was uneasy about being summoned. The cave was impressive. Animal skins covered the ground, huge skulls adorned the walls, and a heavy stone table stood in the center. A stone basin burned with blue flames, filling the air with a delicate fragrance. I couldn't help but think, the ruling class lives well, no matter the era. In the center of the cave, a wounded man lay surrounded by others. A skinny old man caught my attention. He wore a large necklace with clear gems and, to my shock, a cloth jacket. In this primitive world, where everyone else wore grass, this was astonishing. The old man placed his wrinkled hand on the wounded man's belly, and a white light flashed. The wound began to heal, but the old man stopped after a moment, as if savoring the process. I was stunned. This wasn't just trickery, there was real magic in this world. The leader spoke respectfully to the old man. "White Witch, the blood slave has been brought. Please replenish yourself." My heart sank. Monkey was called forward, and the witch placed a hand on his head. An invisible force seemed to drain Monkey's life. His face twisted in pain, but he didn't scream. After a few minutes, he fainted, and the witch stopped. I couldn't help but feel pity for Monkey, though at least he wasn't drained completely. I didn't want to end up like that. Stepping forward, I said, "Chief, I know a safe way to get water." During the dry season, water was scarce, and collecting it from distant lakes was dangerous. The tribe was desperate for water, and many died of thirst. The leader looked at me and asked, "What method? How do you know this? What's your name?" Relieved that he was willing to listen, I replied, "My name is Xiao Chang. I dreamed of a powerful witch who walks through people's dreams to share knowledge and make humanity stronger." In the early morning of the next day, the water collection team led by fitness coach Shi Yong set out. There are 3 people in the team, Xiao Chang, Shi Yong, and an old uncle. Primitive people have a short lifespan, and they are considered old people in their 30s. Except for Xiao Chang, both of them were carrying stone buckets. The stone buckets were about half a meter in diameter, roughly made, and weighed about 100 kilograms, but the 2 of them carried the air on their backs without even taking a breath, and walked like a tiger. Xiao Chang couldn't help but admire the strength of this primitive man. "Boy, if there is no safe way to get water from the lake, I will skin you and throw you into the lake to feed the basilisk." Shi Yong glanced at Xiao Chang and said. Xiao Chang disagreed and chose to ignore it. As they walked farther and farther, the surrounding scenery became weird and bizarre. Xiao Chang had never been so far away from the tribe. The tall trees blocked out the sky and the sun, and from time to time a few primates ran past them, like monkeys, but much bigger than monkeys. As we get further away from the tribe, there are more plants. Various ferns and vines grow wantonly in patches, some of the fruits are edible and some are poisonous. Xiao Chang didn't know much about these things. He followed Shi Yong carefully to avoid touching some poisonous plants. Walked to a dense patch of low plants. Shi Yong, who was at the front, suddenly put down the stone bucket. He walked to a fern and picked a few fruits, then gave them to Xiao Chang and the others. The fruit is red and shaped like a pear. When you bite it open, red juice flows out, as bright as blood. It tastes sour and not very tasty. But as the juice flows into the stomach, a warm current flows in the stomach, and the limbs and bones are warm, as if a breakthrough in martial arts has opened up the Ren and Du meridians. Xiao Chang's face was full of disbelief that he could pick such exotic flowers and fruits so easily. "This is called red star fruit. Eating this thing can increase the chance of becoming an awakened warrior. Have your parents not gotten it for you to eat?" The uncle walking behind said to Xiao Chang, who looked like he had never seen the world before. Xiao Chang accepted the memory of the child who traveled back in time. In his memory, when he was very young, his parents were eaten by ferocious beasts during a collection. Since then, he has lived on the food rationed by the tribe to orphans. The lack of food also caused his body to become thin, and he was not even qualified to become an awakened warrior. Life is also difficult. "Uncle Chow, we've arrived at the potbelly spider forest," Shi Yong reminded the uncle. Xiao Chang looked up and saw a sparse grove in front of him. The ground was covered with dry leaves. No animals could be seen. It was unusually quiet. White viscous liquid dripped from some trees, and a spider the size of a car could be vaguely seen on it, with a huge belly and long furry legs hooked on the spider web. Xiao Chang's muscles tensed up, and Shi Yang also showed a serious expression. Only Uncle Qiao was still calm. Be careful, don't get too close to the tree with mucus, Shi Yang told Xiao Chang. Shi Yang and Uncle Qiao drew out their stone knives and walked cautiously into the woods. Xiao Chang followed closely. After getting closer, I found that the spiders were all sleeping. They seemed to be nocturnal creatures. After a smooth journey through the woods, the three-person team arrived at the edge of the lake. The blue lake surface is sparkling, and water beasts poke their heads out of the lake from time to time. Many of them are tentatively trying to get closer to drink water. There was a loud noise, and a huge creature burst out of the water. Its neck was 2 meters thick and its head was huge. The giant beast had a long neck and quickly bit a wild boar-like creature and retreated, causing a group of startled beasts to scatter in all directions. Just the part that breaks out of the water is so huge, so you can imagine the size of the entire creature. Xiao Chang swallowed and stood stunned on the spot. Boy, this is the basilisk. Tell me your solution, Shi Yang urged. Xiao Chang came to his senses, and then led the two of them around the lake to search carefully. Then he found a place with moist land behind a slope. It was far away from the lake, but the terrain was very low. This is it. Xiao Chang grabbed a handful of moist soil. Just dig down from here. Don't lie to me, Shi Yang spoke angrily. The two first-level warriors put down the stone buckets and started digging into the soil frantically with stone knives. The two humanoid beasts were extremely efficient. Uncle Qiao was even more powerful than Shi Yang. With just a splash of shit, a large pit more than 1 meter deep appeared. There was no water at first, so Xiao Chang asked them to be calm. As time goes by, water seeps in little by little, rising higher and higher. Shi Yang slapped Xiao Chang on the shoulder with an excited voice. Good job. Uncle Qiao also had a look of disbelief on his face and was amazed. I didn't expect you to actually get the water. It really solved a big problem for the tribe. If this method had been available earlier, De Zhuang wouldn't have been bitten. The Great Witch chose you. Maybe you have the potential to become a witch. Shi Yang started to talk more when he was in a good mood. Artifact 2 of the 4 people chasing after them were patterned warriors, both holding half-meter-long bone clubs, and they looked full of strength. The two parties confronted each other, but neither of them made the first move. A hissing sound came from the big tree. Xiao Chang raised his head, and a huge black shadow loomed. There is a sweet fragrance floating around. Xiao Chang's heartbeat quickened, and he held the bone knife in his hand tighter and tighter. Almost at the same time, Uncle Qiao and the person on the opposite side rushed towards each other, and the stone knives and big sticks collided with each other, making a heavy muffled sound. The noise seemed to disturb something above him. The hissing sound became more frequent. Although there were many people on the other side, Uncle Qiao could still resist them for a while. The two pattern warriors faced off against Uncle Qiao, and the remaining 2 ordinary people surrounded Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang feels like facing a formidable enemy. I didn't know how to deal with it for a while. But at this time, the 3 ordinary people seemed to be suffering from poisonous gas. Their legs and feet were weak and they could not stand steadily. The 3 patterned warriors are still fighting. They all realized something was wrong and wanted to evacuate, but it was too late. The truck-sized big-bellied spider leader moved as fast as lightning, and his long spider legs attacked the 3 of them with a sound of breaking through the air. Due to the poisoning, the 3 people moved slowly. No one escaped the attack. Uncle Qiao was knocked off the tree and slid down, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Chang saw this scene and thought, it's over. Everyone wanted to struggle to get up, but they had no strength and could only let the spiders slaughter them. After a while, everyone was wrapped in sticky spider webs and hung up. Xiao Chang's whole body was weak. He slowly scratched the spider web with his bone knife, but found that it had no effect at all. The bone knife was crudely made and could not cut through the tough spider web at all. He happened to be hanging with Uncle Qiao on a branch of a big tree. He asked, I just said that the shamans of the Salt tribe have no inheritance. What do you mean? You were imparted knowledge by the Great Witch in your dream. You should know something. I don't know how long ago a foreign race ruled this land. Alien, what is that? Xiao Chang asked. Like mountain giants, fishermen, etc., the human race was weak at that time, but then the first witch appeared in an extremely powerful tribe. The situation was different. Xiao continued. Xiao Chang heard this with excitement. Uncle Xiao, please continue. The tribe's name was Xia, and the first witch who appeared was called Zhu Wu. The Zhu Wu led the tribe to defeat the foreign tribes. He unified the language and set some rules, such as not eating people, close relatives not being able to have children, etc. The Zhu Wu stayed there are countless inheritance stones, and witches can read knowledge in them. Those witches who do not have inheritance stones are called wild witches. Their tribes cannot survive forever. Xiao said at the end with a look of disdain. As Uncle Xiao spoke, he kept cutting the cobwebs with a stone knife, but the progress was slow. There was an uproar in Xiao Chang's heart. He couldn't calm down after thinking about Uncle Xiao's words for a long time. The legendary Xia, Shang and Zhou dynasties really existed in history. Did magic really appear in history? There are also those strange people. You must meet them if you have the chance. Now that the human race is stronger, maybe the aliens have become good at singing and dancing. Issuing a mission, rescue people from the spider web, and you will be rewarded with 10 mission coins for saving one person. Xiao Chang regained some strength now, and felt very good when he heard the mission voice in his mind. He had already thought of a way to escape from this cobweb, and was just waiting to regain his strength. He still had 6 mission coins left. In a flash of white light, a pair of scissors appeared in Xiao Chang's hand, and the mission coins turned into one. This pair of scissors looks ordinary, and may be made of stainless steel. Click, click, click. It's very easy to use. When Xiao Chang saw that the big-bellied spider couldn't survive, he started to move his hands. The tough spider web couldn't resist the scissors, so he got out in 3 strokes. Add 10 coins to the rescue mission. The system's voice sounded accurately. Saving yourself can be considered saving others, Xiao Chang thought. Then he quickly went to rescue Uncle Xiao. Uncle Xiao looked shocked as he looked at the scissors in Xiao Chang's hand and opened his mouth. You actually have bronze wares. And the workmanship is so exquisite. I have only heard that the distant Blue Fire tribe can make them. Uncle Xiao said loudly. No, I picked this up. What to do with these people? Xiao Chang pointed to the people of the Salt tribe. Kill them, they are cannibals and have a grudge against our Black Stone tribe. After speaking, Uncle Xiao immediately took action. He was afraid that they would struggle out after a while, and Uncle Xiao would take a stone knife and hit their heads hard. The blood would dye the spider webs red, like red starfruits. The primitive savagery was unreservedly displayed in front of Xiao Chang's eyes, but he would not be so kind as to save them. He wanted to catch himself for meat just now. These people deserved to die. Uncle Xiao will take Xiao Chang away after killing the people. It is not suitable to stay here for a long time. Wait a minute. Xiao Chang seemed to have thought of something. He quickly pulled the body out of the web with scissors. As expected, the system's voice sounded, rescued 4 people, and will be rewarded with 40 mission coins. Sure enough, the system only said to rescue people from the cobwebs, but not to rescue them alive, but to kill them and then rescue them. Well, this is very logical. Including himself, he saved 6 people, and got a total of 61 mission coins, now, making him rich. Fierce Beast. The next day, Shi Yong was arranged by the leader to fetch water again. The entire team consisted of more than 20 people. That he also brought a water bag, which is rare in the tribe. It was made from the stomach of a triangle sheep. The specific craft tribe did not know it, but only a few were traded from the Blue Fire tribe. A water bladder can hold 3 stone buckets of water and is very lightweight. People go early and come back early. When they came back, everyone was in high spirits and grinning widely. All water carrying equipment is full, and there is enough water for the tribe to use for half a month. Everyone was given enough water that day, and Xiao Chang's name was spread. People would say hello when they saw him, and Xiao Chang suddenly became a celebrity in the tribe. Have you heard that the person in our tribe who discovered the safe method of fetching water was a 13-year-old child? We no longer have to worry about water problems during this dry season. When the tourist traders come, we will exchange the water for dried meat. This is simply a waste of money. I also heard my husband say that he received the inheritance of a great witch in his dream. He is so powerful, he must be our future witch. The leader was also happy from ear to ear and said yes again and again. Xiao Chang looked at the excited people and felt very happy in his heart. He had an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. He wanted to bring more advanced technology to this primitive continent and speed up the process of human civilization. Then he would be human. If you are a pioneer, you are a great man. It's exciting just thinking about it, but it's also very dangerous here. Xiao Chang, Wu wants to see you. Shi Yang said to Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang thought to himself, sure enough, I'm here. I don't know if this wizard will accept me, or if he will be jealous and push me away. If they attack me on the spot, they would have to exchange a machete to fight with them. Yesterday, he searched the system carefully and found that 60 mission coins can only be exchanged for weapons of this level. When we arrived at the leader's independent cave, both the leader and the shaman were there. Wu sat on the stone bench holding the gem in his hand. Here comes my child, sit down quickly. Wu said softly. Xiao Chang was not restrained and sat down carelessly. He carefully observed Wu's expression and felt that the situation was not bad. Come, put your hand on this stone. The witch put the gem in his hand on the stone table. Xiao Chang was a little confused, but he still followed the instructions. As soon as he put his hand on it, an extremely powerful energy flow overflowed from the stone and flowed continuously towards Xiao Chang. Basic energy crystal detected, automatically absorbed. The system's voice appeared. Xiao Chang couldn't let go of the stone. Extraordinarily powerful energy filled every acupuncture point of his body. This feeling was dozens of times stronger than eating the red star fruit. He felt that a special organ in his body was turned on. Wu stood up suddenly, his eyes shining brightly, and he looked at Xiao Chang carefully up and down. He murmured to himself, it's true, the Blackstone tribe has a successor. He held the leader's hand and said loudly, there is a successor. The leader helped the witch to sit down. White Wu, don't be excited. It is our Blackstone's blessing that Xiao Chang has inherited the great witch's inheritance. We will unify this grassland. Master Bai Wu, what's wrong with me? Xiao Chang asked. My child, you have been blessed by the ancestral witch. You have the potential to become a witch. Wu said. Xiao Chang didn't quite believe in blessings or anything like that. He then asked, then what is this stone? That's the crystal of a ferocious beast. There is a chance that one of the 100 ferocious beasts will have crystals in it. Generally, leader-level ferocious beasts will have crystals in their heads, and there are even higher-level purple crystals. Wu took a sip of water and continued. Crystals are very useful. To release witchcraft, you need to absorb the energy in the crystals and drive the crystal energy into the body of ordinary people, which can awaken them into patterned warriors. However, this process is very dangerous and may lead to death. Xiao Chang rubbed his head. He had just heard that the system had detected basic energy crystals. These might be spiritual stones or batteries. These things can be condensed in the heads of ferocious beasts. He suddenly thought of something, only in the heads of ferocious beasts? What about people? Wu paused for a moment, then said, crystals will only appear in the heads of ferocious beasts, not in human heads. That's okay, if there were any, the weaker tribes would have been slaughtered. Then what happened to me just now? Xiao Chang asked. That was the beast crystal just now. Most people cannot feel the energy inside. Only those who can become witches can absorb it, and the speed of absorption varies from person to person. Absorbing the beast crystal is the main way for witches to advance. Yours the speed is really unprecedented. I want to accept you as my disciple, are you willing? Wu asked. I actually want to become a pattern warrior. Xiao thought for a while and replied. In this primitive continent full of ferocious beasts, it would be easier for warriors to survive, and they would have their own systems. When the time comes, they can assemble a sniper rifle, and whoever comes will die. It is rare to have the qualifications to become a witch. Think about it carefully. There will be dangers in awakening the pattern warrior. The tribe cannot take this risk. The leader said, Xiao Chang, there has never been a suitable shaman disciple in our tribe. You have to be 16 years old to become a shaman or a pattern warrior. You should learn from the shaman in the past few years. With a dry and insect-free cave, last night was the most peaceful night Xiao Chang had ever slept in. He went out for a walk early the next morning. Primitive people went to bed early and got up to work at dawn. When people saw Xiao Chang, they bowed their heads and saluted him, which made Xiao Chang strangely uncomfortable. When he walked out of the cave, the guarding soldier said to him, Master Xiao Chang, the leader has ordered you not to leave too far from the entrance of the cave. There will be people near the tribe. Be safer. Xiao Chang thought to himself, this leader has thought very carefully. It seems that finding Wu's successor is of great significance to the tribe. There is an open space in front of the cave entrance. There are few plants because it is often trampled. There are several naked children of 5 or 6 years old fighting with each other with wooden sticks. The fight was extremely fierce, with every blow going to the vital parts. The hurt child was filled with anger, and he hit back even more fiercely. You came and I hit him heartily. Xiao Chang squatted in the corner and watched with great interest. At this time, the monkey came out of the cave picking his nose. He was holding a piece of dark food in his left hand and picking his nose in his right hand. He took his fingers out of his nostrils and looked at them, as if hesitating for something. Then he put them in his mouth and tasted the taste. First he was surprised, then he frowned, and finally he seemed to look away and started to chirp. When the monkey saw Xiao Chang, his face showed surprise. He quickly ran a few steps and handed the dark food over and said, Master Xiao Wu, you eat? Xiao Chang's scalp felt numb when he saw it, and he couldn't help vomiting while holding on to the wall. What was this mentally retarded thing doing? Special mission, help monkeys stop eating boogers. The system's voice sounded. Xiao Chang complained crazily in his heart, this is too disgusting, why did he eat boogers, is he mentally retarded? How to stop a mentally retarded person from eating shit? This is really a difficult thing. How about breaking his hand? What are you doing? Xiao Chang was considering whether to break the monkey's hand. I haven't eaten salty food for a long time. I found that boogers are salty. Do you want to taste them? Go away, go away. Xiao Chang ran back to his cave without looking back. The more Xiao Chang thought about it, the more disgusted he became. He really wanted to give the monkey a hard time, but the task still had to be done. He also knew that there was a shortage of salt in the tribe, but he didn't expect that the shortage would lead to him eating boogers. It was really outrageous. You can exchange for salt in the system. 3 mission coins will give you a bag of salt, which is also added with iodine. Monkeys are not worthy of eating it, you can't waste mission coins and keep exchanging this for the tribe. If you conjure things out of thin air, it won't be good if it takes too long to be discovered. First exchange a bag for the monkey to eat, and then finish the task, Xiao Chang thought to himself. He exchanged a bag of salt, kept most of it for himself, and put a little in a small wooden can for the monkey. This made the monkey so grateful that he was about to kowtow, but Xiao Chang stopped him. The sound of the mission being completed was not heard for a long time. Xiao Chang was confused. Is there something wrong with my logic? He ate boogers because he needed to add salt, and then I gave him salt, which didn't complete the task, which means he still ate it. Grass. That mentally retarded person will still eat boogers even if there is salt. Xiao Chang found monkey and blasted him with a hammer. If you eat boogers again, I'll beat you to death. I'll tell you to eat. I'll tell you to eat. Xiao Chang scolded and beat him. Perhaps the violent beating left an indelible shadow on the monkey's young mind, but the mission was actually completed. Then Xiao Chang stopped. Mission completed, strength increased by 1. The host has physical strength of 4 and agility of 3. A normal male has physical strength of 5 and agility of 4. The sound of the system sounded, and an invisible energy appeared in Xiao Chang's mind, and then traveled throughout his body, and his body functions were strengthened in a short period of time. Xiao Chang felt that his arms were thicker and was shocked that it actually directly increased the strength. A normal adult's strength is 5. I added 1 point to reach 4 due to my own weakness. I guess a first-level pattern warrior like Shi Yong has about 10 points of strength. Master Xiao Wu, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Xiao Chang had stopped moving, the monkey asked with concern. I'm fine. Although I beat you, it's for your own good. You have to maintain good hygiene habits. I'll assign you a task. Once you complete it, I'll reward you with a jar of salt. After the task was completed, Xiao felt much better. The monkey glanced at Xiao Chang timidly and felt that Master Xiao Wu was pretty good. Although he beat himself up, he still gave himself a lot of salt. The salt could be exchanged for 10 days of dried meat. The monkey quickly replied, Okay, Master Xiao Wu, I can do whatever you want. Go find the triangle sheep, then secretly observe them, find the soil or stones they usually like to lick, and then bring some back. Xiao Chang ordered. What are those for? Go quickly, that thing can make salt. Really? Monkey's eyes lit up. Xiao Chang remembers that animals need to replenish salt and will lick some salty rocks around them. That's where the salt mines are necessary to extract the salt. The salt tribe is rich precisely because they have a salt mine, and they get a lot of good things from the salt trade. The mountain beasts galloped for about 5 hours before it ended. The soldiers opened the stone door and saw a mess outside. Countless trees were knocked down. Large ferocious beasts were hunted by the mountain giants, and many small ones were trampled to death. All members of the tribe were dispatched, and the corpses of the beasts that were killed but not taken away were all taken advantage of by the tribesmen. Although the migration of mountain giants is dangerous, every tribe has the means to survive. After migration, it is the best time for the entire tribe to hunt. The most dangerous people at this time are not the ferocious beasts, but the people of other tribes. After Xiao Chang's repeated persuasion, the leader agreed to let him go out with the hunting team. However, Uncle Qiao has always been with him and is responsible for safety. Along the way, all kinds of trees and vines were knocked down and crushed. Not far away, everyone encountered a herd of trampled triangle sheep. The scene was horrific, almost like a car accident scene. The intestines and brains of the 3-horned sheep flowed all over the floor, mixed with soil and exuding the smell of blood. Some were not dead, but half of their bodies were crushed and they were lying on the ground neighing. People cheered when they saw this scene, and some people used straw ropes to tie up the triangle sheep with deft hands and feet. The remaining people continued to set off. A small group of people separated from the large army and headed towards the big belly spider forest. Xiao Chang and Uncle Qiao were also among them. The leader of the pot-bellied pig was accidentally discovered last time, and the tribe has been thinking about him. That is the possibility of purple beast crystals appearing. The team rushed to the big belly spider forest and found that it had indeed been trampled and destroyed, with white mucus flowing everywhere. But it seemed to be a step too late. There was a group of people in front. There are far more people than the Blackstone tribe. They gathered around a spider the size of a truck and dismantled the body. It's the Salt tribe. Uncle Qiao whispered, then he pulled Xiao Chang and stood behind everyone. Xiao Chang and the others were also spotted on the other side. They stopped what they were doing and surrounded them. A person on the opposite side suddenly said, It's him. I met him last time. He was the one who killed the leader's son, the older one. The man pointed at Uncle Qiao and said. When the group heard what their companion said, the leader said directly, Kill them and avenge the tribe. There was no nonsense when the two sides met, they just traded blows. The Black Stone tribe people use colored stone knives, and the Salt tribe mostly uses bone knives. The weapon struck with a dull sound. Xiao Chang cannot be alone. A not very strong Salt tribesman faced off against Xiao Chang. Maybe that person felt that Xiao Chang was thin and easy to deal with. The man held the bone stick in his hand, with a fierce expression on his face, and ran towards Xiao Chang with a roar. After getting close, he swung the bone stick in a round shape and hit Xiao Chang's head with a sound of breaking through the air. Xiao Chang stared at the other party. Every cell in his body was highly nervous, carefully observing the other party's movements. The moment the bone stick was swung over, Xiao Chang moved. He lowered his head to dodge, bent down, and also rushed towards the opponent. The man looked proud when he saw Xiao Chang's actions. Xiao Chang didn't have any weapons, so charging at him at close range was simply courting death, but he then swung the bone stick and hit Xiao Chang's back. Xiao Chang felt pain, gritted his teeth and stirred harder with his hand. The man suffered severe pain in his abdomen and his body stagnates. He looked down at the slender machete inserted into his abdomen with a look of disbelief on his face. That was the moment when the two came into contact. The machete Xiao Chang exchanged from the system consumed 40 mission coins, and he had 8 left. Xiao Chang drew out his machete and kicked the opponent down. He breathed heavily, feeling comfortable all over. The blood dyed his grass red and spread all over his body and face. His hand holding the machete trembled slightly, his eyes were blood red, and his face showed excitement. There seemed to be infinite power in his body driving him to fight. The man on the ground was stabbed in the chest. Without the witch's treatment, it seemed that he would not survive. The battle was still going on. Xiao Chang looked around and found that Uncle Qiao was entangled by 2 people. "Uncle Qiao! This way!" Xiao Chang shouted. Uncle Qiao took advantage of the 2 men not paying attention, rolled on the spot, and escaped from the encirclement. Xiao Chang joined them and handed the machete to Uncle Qiao. The moment Uncle Qiao held the knife, his eyes narrowed. He knew very well about weapons and immediately knew that there was something unusual about the weapon in his hand. It is sharp and light, and the blade is slender and perfectly curved. In this battle where stone knives and bone knives are fought, it is simply an artifact. But he didn't love fighting. He led Xiao Chang to fight and retreat at the same time. Retreating to the edge of the battle group, he shouted to Xiao Chang, "Let's go first. There are many people on the other side." Uncle Qiao received an order from the leader to protect Xiao Chang, saying that he was the future of the tribe. So he must take Xiao Chang back. When the people from the Salt tribe saw the 2 trying to escape, they separated into 5 people and chased them. Uncle Qiao and Xiao Chang ran desperately, running farther and farther, and came to a strange place. The pursuers were also thrown out of sight. It is next to the lake but is deserted. There are no animals around, and even the basilisk by the lake has disappeared. What's even more puzzling is that there are no traces of trampling on the vegetation in this area. Even the mountain giants avoided this area. Something's wrong here. Uncle Qiao looked serious. This may be the territory of wild beasts. What is that? Xiao Chang was confused. Beasts are divided into ordinary beasts, ferocious beasts, and wild beasts. Ordinary beasts will occasionally have white crystals, and those at the boss level will definitely produce crystals, even purple crystals. As for ferocious beasts, ordinary beasts will produce crystals, such as the basilisk, which is a ferocious beast. Among them, those at the leader level will even produce black crystals. Like desolate beasts, they will definitely produce black crystals. Uncle Qiao explained. Xiao Qianguan looked around nervously and said, "How powerful is that desolate beast?" An ordinary wild beast is equivalent to a 3rd-level patterned warrior. "When we meet," Xiao said for a moment and then his tone became more serious, "he will definitely die." Xiao Chang's heart skipped a beat. He had entered the boss realm. In the lake not far from the wooden house, a strange woman swam quickly, and the ferocious beasts around her tried to avoid her. Just looking at her upper body, she has a concave and convex shape and an extraordinary temperament, giving people an indescribably aloof feeling, but the lower body is a thick dark green fishtail, swinging forward in the water. The eyes have green vertical pupils, which look strange and evil. Behind him was a young man named Banshan. He was holding a black bone knife and was chasing after the fishman. There are 4 patterns on Banshan's face, and the color of the patterns is red, which is different from the Black Stone tribe. Even in the water, he is very fast, no weaker than the fishman. The fishman has been chased for 3 hours, and her speed has obviously slowed down. From time to time, she turns her head to look at the mountain, her tail swings and shoots a stream of dark green venom from behind, which is dense in the water. Seeing this, Banshan smiled contemptuously, took out a domino and instantly inspired him. Invisible energy enveloped the whole body, and the dark green venom could not get close to him. The speed increased, and the distance between the two became closer and closer. This young man is a member of the top tribe, the swamp tribe, and is out training in this lake area. Young warriors in the top tribes have to go out for training until they are 20 years old. They go out for a year to collect ferocious beast crystals and return to the tribe to offer them to the witches, thereby receiving the blessing of the Great Witch. The Great Witch holds a blessing ceremony every year, and the blessed warriors may improve their level. He has been preparing for this hunt for a long time. This lake is connected to a large river, and the river leads to nowhere. Fishmen often swim upstream to breed in the lake. Moreover, there are many ferocious beasts, and wild beasts occasionally appear, which is very suitable for him to hunt here. This kind of lone murloc poses no threat. What is really difficult is the murloc warriors. Although the fishman does not have the ferocious beast crystals, there is a strange spice in his body that makes people feel calm after smelling it, very popular among nobles. This kind of spice is called yurangsiang, and it can even be sold for 10 black crystals on the black market. It is often expensive but not available, but he doesn't plan to sell it, but to offer it to the witch. Not long after, the young man returned to his wooden house holding the fishman's head in one hand. His pet, Big Eyes, was guarding beside the house listlessly. He was seriously injured. It looked like he had been fighting with the ferocious beast in the lake again. The door of the cabin was slightly open, as if someone had entered. The giants were migrating just now. There must be some giants without eyes who have moved in. No, even the giants' tall figures can't get in. There must be no experts in this wild land. The young man held the black bone knife tightly and walked slowly towards the hut. At this time, Xiao Chang was building a rocket launcher, holding the manual and reading it with great interest. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the wooden door was kicked open. Who are you? Where is my crystal? Banchan saw that the crystal on the table was missing, and he couldn't help but feel angry. Xiao Chang was startled by the sudden sound, and his pupils shrank suddenly when he saw the 4 patterns on the face of the person coming. He was actually a 4th-level warrior, and the leader of the tribe was only a 3rd-level warrior. He is invincible in this grassland, and he looks young. Xiao Chang sat up straight with the rocket launcher on his back and said with a serious face, I am a wandering wizard, my name is the rocket launcher. I passed by your house to rest for a while. I have absorbed your crystal. You can leave. Banchan was so angry that his lungs almost exploded when he saw the boy in front of him who had no witchcraft power at all. Big Eyes was injured and didn't notice, so he let this kid run in and steal the crystal. But it should be on him, even a great witch wouldn't be able to absorb so many crystals in such a short time. Banchan was so angry that he wanted to laugh. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and then said, Do you think I am a fool? Little thief, it seems that I can't keep your whole body. After saying that, Banchan clenched the black bone knife and stepped forward to chop Xiao Chang. Wait! Xiao Chang shouted. At such a close distance and without preparation, the rocket launcher in his hand was just a big iron rod and had no effect at all. The mountain stopped at this shout. Xiao Chang put his hand flat in front of him, and suddenly a flashlight appeared in his hand out of thin air. With a click, the flashlight emits soft white light. Halfway up the mountain, he was very close and could see clearly that the man had nothing in his hand when a luminous thing suddenly appeared. His eyes widened with disbelief on his face. As a 4th-level warrior, he could already vaguely see the flow of witch energy. But he couldn't see through the Great Witch. He couldn't see through the man in front of him, but he had such weird witchcraft. Is it? The child in front of me is a great witch. Xiao Chang watched Banchan's expression change from shock to confusion to respect, and knew that he had guessed correctly. He let out a long breath. You can take this treasure in exchange for your spar. Xiao Chang threw the flashlight over after saying this. Suddenly, the earth shook, and a huge head appeared in the sky. From Xiao Chang's sight, half of the sky was covered. It was a snake-like creature, with a large number of water plants falling from its head along with the lake water. Just the snake's head is above the water, and it extends far to the hut by the lake, showing how huge its body is. Banchan panicked for a moment. It seemed that he had killed too many ferocious beasts in this area and actually attracted a wild beast. Judging from the aura of this basilisk, it should be that of a newly promoted wild beast. But it's not something I can deal with now. There is only one speed domino left, which must be saved for when returning to the tribe in case of accidents. It seemed that I had no choice but to slip away. Banchan thought for a moment and decided to run away. Xiao Chang couldn't help but tremble as he looked at the snake head in the sky. The senior soldier seemed to be trying to run away, but he couldn't escape at his own speed. "Can't we just give the basilisk another flashlight?" Xiao Chang gritted his teeth and exchanged it for an armor-piercing bullet, and fired it at the wild beast. The huge roar made Xiao Chang's ears ring. The shell deflected and hit the basilisk's neck. The rapidly rotating armor-piercing bullet made a bloody hole. The basilisk felt pain and quickly retreated into the lake with a cry of grief. Before he could run away, Banshan looked shocked that he had never seen such witchcraft. He was still a little skeptical at first, but now he firmly believed that the young man in front of him was a great witch. He is a great witch at such a young age, not one of those legendary tribes. The more Banshan thought about it, the more he became afraid. He quickly knelt down on the ground and said respectfully, "Dear rocket launcher witch, I have offended you so much just now." The corner of Xiao Chang's mouth twitched and he said, "Just call me Fire Witch. I was wrong for taking your crystal without telling you. I will give you that treasure and we will settle the matter." "Xia Huowu, which tribe are you the great witch of?" Banshan asked. It seems that he mistakenly thought that I was a great witch. Xiao Chang said, "I come from the Far East, wandering in this grassland, saving people from water and fire." After speaking, he turned his head and left. "I'm afraid that if I talk anymore, my secret will be revealed." After leaving, Xiao Chang checked his exchange system. He just bought an armor-piercing bomb for 100 mission coins, and gave a flashlight for 5 points, leaving 201 points left. All of a sudden, there was so little left to spend. The journey back to the tribe went much faster. Xiao Chang's strength of 15 and agility of 14 are already more than a first-level warrior and close to half of the leader. I just don't know how much stronger it can be after awakening as a pattern warrior. Running wildly in the woods, I clearly feel that my legs are full of strength, and I don't feel tired even after running for a long time. In the end, Xiao Chang returned to the tribe alone, but did not see a single tribesman at the entrance of the cave. Usually there are children playing in the open space outside the cave, and there are soldiers guarding the entrance of the cave. It was eerily quiet at this time, and the ground was in a mess, as if many people were walking past the cave. The smell of blood wafted out of the hole. Xiao Chang's heart was pounding, and he had a premonition that something bad was going to happen. Touching towards the entrance of the cave, I heard the faint sounds of children and women crying inside. The smell of blood became stronger. Looking inside, Xiao Chang gasped. There was a wooden stake standing inside, with a head bleeding black blood stuck on it. I counted 4 or 5 of them, strung together like candied haws on a stick. The top is the leader's head, and the sharp wooden stake has not penetrated the skull. Xiao Chang was secretly stunned. The skull of a third-level soldier was hard. Apparently there were other tribes that made a sneak attack here when most of the Black Mountain tribe's warriors were out. The leaders all died miserably, and I don't know if the witch is dead. A few days after traveling through time, Xiao Chang had no sense of belonging to the tribe. He felt that it was not suitable to stay here for a long time, so he turned around and wanted to escape. However, several big men wearing animal skins rushed out from the grass and restrained Xiao Chang. The leader shouted, "Catch the kid!" Xiao Chang was malnourished for a long time and was treated as a child and thrown into the crowd. They were surrounded by women and children from the Black Mountain tribe. The leader was dead, the shaman was missing, and the warriors who were out were probably cannibalized. Presumably the Montenegro tribe is finished. In the crowd, Xiao Chang found the trembling monkey. He lowered his voice and said, "Monkey, what's going on? Which tribe are they from?" He pointed to the warrior guarding them in the distance. "These people are from the Salt tribe. If we are finished, they will eat us." The monkey's voice was filled with tears. "Fuck." Xiao Chang couldn't help but cursed. There is the Salt tribe again. They are very rich by selling salt and have more and more weapons and crystals. They actually want to annex the Black Mountain tribe. Looking at the soldiers guarding in the distance, Xiao Chang frowned. That night, a large number of Salt tribe warriors came back from outside, carrying broken corpses on their backs. They briefly disposed of the body, then put it into a large stone pot, added their unique light yellow salt, and stewed it in white water. The disgusting aroma of meat filled the cave. Judging from the decorations on the corpses, most of them are from the Black Mountain tribe. The corpse was rolling up and down in the soup. Xiao Chang's scalp was numb when he saw it, and he couldn't help but want to vomit. The former tribesmen have become food for others, and an atmosphere of sadness and depression spreads among the crowd. Suddenly a thin woman screamed, fell to the ground, and shouted, "My child!" She pointed at the broken body that had just been thrown into the big stone pot in the distance. Her desperate cry aroused the dissatisfaction of the guard. A strong man picked up a bone club and knocked the woman on the head. Boom! There was a muffled sound. Blood flowed from her messy hair and ran down her face in a small river. The crowd hurried away from the twitching woman who fell to the ground. Release mission: save the Black Mountain tribe. The system's voice appeared in Xiao Chang's mind. Even if there is no mission, Xiao Chang plans to save the tribe. The White Witch treated him well, but he couldn't bear the demise of his tribe. Besides, even if he escapes, it will be difficult to survive without the protection of his tribe. Xiao Chang stared at the twitching woman on the ground, thinking about ways to save the tribe. Who is Xiao Chang? Come out! A soldier wearing colorful bone ornaments shouted to the crowd. Suddenly the crowd dispersed into a circle and looked at Xiao Chang in the middle. Hee, it's you! The colorful warrior laughed and grabbed Xiao Chang and walked into the cave. Before he could realize what was going on, Xiao Chang was taken to a cave. Seeing the White Witch in the corner, Xiao Chang's pupils shrank suddenly. Bai Wu lay motionless on the ground covered in blood, his legs were cut off at the knees, and the wounds were simply bandaged, obviously not wanting him to die. His hands were folded and a sharp wooden stick penetrated him and stuck in the ground. Both eyes were missing their eyeballs, leaving black holes with bloody flesh. The Salt tribe deposed White Witch, but did not kill him. It was obvious that he wanted to use him to awaken the warriors of his tribe. As a witch disciple, he was also arrested, and his fate could be imagined. Nameless anger was suffocating in his chest, and the blood vessels in his head were pounding. The fishy smell of feces and urine mixed with the greasy aroma of human flesh made Xiao Chang feel dizzy. At this moment, he didn't want to stay in this wild, primitive, and bloody cave at all. It was all the fault of the Salt tribe, and he wanted to kill them all. Sitting in the cave was a thick warrior, the leader of the Salt tribe, named Bal. He held a half-cooked thigh in his hand, biting and chewing it. I heard that you are a witch disciple. Bar asked, wiping his mouth. So what? Xiao Chang replied. How about it? Little baby, cut off your legs, dig out your eyes, pull out your tongue, and pierce your ears. Hee, I will feed you to awaken the pattern warrior. Isn't it great to have food and drink for the rest of your life? You can also choose to join us, forget everything about the Black Mountain tribe, and become a witch disciple of the Salt tribe. However, in order to prevent trouble, we cannot keep slaves. No slaves? What to do with those children and women? Xiao Chang asked. Of course I ate it, Bar said loudly. Eat? Those are all humans, and you all eat them. You are still not humans. It's normal to eat slaves, but let my people starve to death? Nail him to the ground. Bald said calmly. At this time, Zhao's strength of 1.5 and agility of 1.4 were stronger than those of a first-level warrior. How could he be slaughtered by others? There was a flash of white light, and a machete appeared in his hand. His thin arm exploded with great power, and he swung it towards the neck of the man behind him with his backhand. The man didn't react at all. The thin and unarmed child in front of him left him unprepared. Xiao Chang suddenly cut back the main artery in his neck with a knife, causing blood to spurt out. A level 2 pattern warrior died just like that. Fuck! Bar slammed the table and stood up suddenly. In an instant, the White Witch in the corner exploded. He roared angrily and struggled to free himself with both hands, completely ignoring the penetrating wounds on his palms, and blood dripping from the torn wounds. I don't know whether it was because of the pain or because of his physical weakness. His hands were shaking and his face was distorted and dripping with sweat. Run, Xiao Chang, run! Bai Wu used his last strength to tear his hands apart and break free. He raised his hand in a daze, pointed at Bar and recited the spell. As the White Witch burned his life force, the invisible power of the curse rushed towards Ball. Bar saw that the situation was not good and did not dare to confront the crazy White Witch head-on. He took out the defensive domino and activated it instantly, slows down the impact of the curse. Even so, he was still a little weak, so he threw the bone stick he carried with him and hit the White Witch. This time, Xiao Chang was bought time. He didn't run away, he knew he couldn't and didn't need to. He wants Ball to taste the power that scares even wild beasts, even though the cave is small and might bury them all alive. The remaining mission coins were only enough to buy 2 cannonballs, and he decided to give this one to the leader of the Salt tribe. A huge roar appeared instantly, the cave shook, and a large amount of dust and smoke rushed out from the cave where Xiao Chang was stunned. He lay on the ground vomiting blood. He was also seriously injured by the repercussions of the explosion, but the leader of the Salt tribe was shattered to pieces. He struggled to his feet because it wasn't over yet. He took Baal's head and walked out of the smoke step by step. People slowly got a clear look at this thin young man. His eyes were full of shock and confusion, and he didn't understand what happened with the explosion just now, and how Bar died. Xiao Chang said loudly, "I am a shaman disciple of the Black Mountain tribe. Please call me Fire Witch. Your leader has offended the gods and has been killed by the fire gods. If you don't leave here, he will be your fate." The soldiers of the Salt tribe were frightened when they saw the head in Xiao Chang's hand. Their powerful and invincible leader turned out to be dead, and the loud noise just now turned out to be the witch's witchcraft. They were all frightened and rushed out of the cave to escape. Seeing them leaving, Xiao Chang finally fell to the ground helplessly. Decision: save the White Witch quickly. Xiao Chang raised his head tremblingly and faced the tribesmen in front of him. When he was about to fall into coma, he vaguely saw several soldiers rushing in from outside the cave, including Shi Yong and Uncle Qiao. It seemed that there were still soldiers who survived secretly, and Xiao Chang passed out with relief. I don't know how long it took, but Xiao Chang slowly woke up. "Ah, my head hurts. My body hurts too." He felt as if he had been run over by a truck. It was pitch dark all around, with a weak fire burning in the corner. The disgusting smell disappeared, replaced by a refreshing fragrance. Complete the rescue of the Black Mountain tribe, and will be rewarded with 1,000 mission coins. Xiao Chang felt happy. It seemed that the Salt tribe had escaped. They had no leader, but the witch was still alive and should not be underestimated. The Salt tribe's vitality was severely damaged after this battle, and it was feared that it would go into hibernation. Every tribal witch is the core of the tribe. Without witches, there would be no pattern warriors, and the tribe would not have the strength to protect itself. Slowly died. I don't know what happened to the White Witch. I am still too weak. Just the aftermath of the explosion can hurt me like this. If I have the strength of a 3rd-level pattern warrior, I won't be like this. Looking inside the system, I now have 1106 mission coins. It is still not enough to exchange for the Tuoshio pill to improve. The Salt tribe has not been completely wiped out, so these mission coins cannot be easily touched. After this turmoil, 2/3 of the Black Mountain tribe's warrior leaders were dead. They didn't dare to have any trouble, but they were still there, and the surrounding tribes must not be able to withstand the power of the rocket launcher. When Xiao Chang was thinking wildly, a plump woman appeared in front of him. Although she was a primitive person, her proud breasts were almost overwhelming the blocking leaves. Her slender waist was extremely smooth, and her wide grass skirt was also blocking the way. Can't stand the round buttocks. However, the face is a bit dark and the face cannot be seen clearly. The woman walked to Xiao Chang's bed and knelt down and said in a soft voice, "Mr. Xiao Chang, my name is Ji, and the White Witch arranged for me to take care of you." After saying that, she picked up the stone bowl next to her and wanted to feed Xiao Chang soup. "Sir, you have been in a coma for a day and a night. This is the mutton soup. Drink it soon." Xiao Chang, who had just woken up, was a little confused, but he still heard from her words that Bai Wu was fine and he also arranged for someone to take care of him. It's great. Without the witch, he really doesn't know how to lead the Black Mountain tribe. "Put the things out here, I need to rest," Xiao Chang said to Ji. In a cave not far from Xiao Chang, Bai Wu was lying on the bed, his brows sometimes stretched and sometimes frowned. The two big black holes in his eyes looked intimidating. Unknowingly, the purple crystal in his hand turned into powder. The wounds on his hands were still horrific, but they were healed better than before. He ordered the people around him, "Call all the soldiers over. I heard that Xiao Chang is awake, so call him over too." After a while, some people came to the cave, but there were only 20 warriors from a tribe gathered, and half of them were injured. The crowd seemed very depressed. Sure, Yang and Uncle Qiao were not injured, but they still looked listless. After Xiao Chang arrived with Ji's support, Bai Wu heard the voice and a smile appeared on his face, and he waved to Xiao Chang, "Let Xiao Chang sit next to him." From now on, Xiao Chang is the second shaman of the Black Mountain tribe, and his status is the same as mine. Bai Wu announced. "What? Xiao Chang is also a witch?" "What I'm saying is that he killed Ball and turned out to be a witch." There was a commotion in the crowd. The Salt tribe took advantage of a large number of warriors to go out hunting and attacked us. The leader died and I was seriously injured. Black Mountain was in danger. It was Xiao Chang who killed Ball and drove away the Salt tribe. He saved Black Mountain, but for his age. Xiao is not a warrior yet. I want him to be our leader, but he has the potential to become a witch, and is more suitable to become our witch in Montenegro. Kowtow to the powerful witch. Uncle Qiao was the first to take the lead. A number 20 soldier knelt down and saluted Xiao Chang. "Alas, let's call me Fire Witch. Strong witches are weird," Xiao Chang corrected. "This time, most of our tribe suffered casualties, and there are too few warriors. If another tribe invades us, we will not be able to withstand it. So I decided to hold an awakening ceremony in a month." Bai Wu said. "No, White Witch, you need to rest more if you were so seriously injured," Uncle Qiao advised. "1 month is enough. Before the rainy season comes, the Blue Fire tribe will come to trade. Let's save more water during this time and exchange them for more food." After each task was arranged, the crowd dispersed. In this primitive continent, various dangers put people in danger, human and animal, and alien. There are also people to people. The Black Mountain tribe needs to recuperate and grow stronger quickly, otherwise it will be difficult for another crisis to disappear from this land. Xiao Chang thought to himself, the Salt tribe is not only powerful because of its abundance of salt, but Black Mountain can be the same. He found the monkey from the cave, and the monkey was eating another strange thing. Xiao Chang stared at the monkey suspiciously and asked, "Are you eating human flesh?" "No, no. The White Witch has long said that we cannot eat human flesh even if we starve to death," the monkey explained quickly. "Have you found the rock and soil that the triangle sheep likes to lick that I asked you to find before?" Xiao Chang asked. "I found it a long time ago. If it weren't for the invasion of the Salt tribe, I would have told you. I also licked it and it was indeed salty, but very bitter," the monkey said. "Great, let Uncle Qiao and you bring back a pot of that soil tomorrow." "Okay." The next day, a group of people gathered in the open space in front of the Black Mountain tribe, and the crowd was chattering and discussing. "What is the fire wizard doing? I put so much soil in the water, can I eat it? What do you know? The fire wizard must have his reasons. I heard he is making salt." "What? There is salt in the soil, it must be some kind of witchcraft." The person surrounded by the crowd was Xiao Chang. He first put the soil brought by the monkey into a larger stone basin, stirred it to melt, and then poured the water from it into a clean basin. If this happens repeatedly, you should actually filter it, but without filter paper, it's not necessary, the salt you get is almost enough. Then there is the clean water obtained by lighting a fire and boiling it. While stirring the water in the pot, he said, "You all watch carefully and learn my salt-making process, especially the monkeys. As for you, watch it carefully." As the water evaporates, salt crystals begin to appear on the bottom of the stone pot. Xiao Chang put out the fire, dug out some crystals from the bottom of the pot and shouted, "Here, you guys have a taste." The remaining water needs to be dried by the sun to extract all the salt. "Really?" He boldly stepped forward to taste it. "I'll try it too." The crowd rushed forward to taste it. We in Montenegro now have our own salt. We no longer have to exchange meat for salt. The crowd started to get excited. At this time, the White Witch came and said, "The method of making salt is witchcraft and no one is allowed to reveal it to the outside world." Yes, the crowd agreed. In the end, the matter of making salt was handed over to Uncle Chow and Monkey, asking them to make as much salt as possible before the arrival of the Blue Fire tribe. It was still the dry season, so Xiao Chang arranged for Shi Yong to go to the lake and bring back a lot of water. Water resources are an important commodity during the dry season, but now they have no cost to the Black Mountain tribes. In addition to these outbound hunting teams, they also began to be reorganized. The tribe's main source of food is still hunting. When the time comes, Xiao Chang plans to teach the tribe how to plant. After experiencing the last migration of mountain tribes, the Black Mountain tribes received a large amount of dried meat, and then the population dropped sharply, so there was no shortage of food for the time being. After a few peaceful days, the Blue Fire tribe finally arrived. It is said that the Blue Fire tribe is far away from here and has the strength of a large tribe. They will send out a large number of caravans to travel around this continent at the end of the dry season every year. Go to various tribes of different sizes to trade. If you go to a larger tribe, hold a trade fair within the local tribe. If it were a place like Montenegro where there were many small tribes scattered around, they would all gather in one place to hold the trade fair. On this day, the envoys of the Blue Fire tribe came to Montenegro. Their identities were easy to identify. Everyone in the Blue Fire tribe would wear a bronze ring around their necks. Only their tribe can make bronze wares. When they travel, they will sell some bronzes, but the prices are ridiculously high, and only large tribes can afford them. Blue Fire's trading team has arrived. Blue Fire's trading team has arrived. Someone shouted. Have you heard? They held it on the grass next to the Big Belly Spider Forest, and they cleaned up the ferocious beasts in that area. It's better for the Blue Fire tribe not to bully our small tribe. During the transaction, security was completely maintained by the Blue Fire tribe. Under the strong force, no one dared to cause trouble, and no one dared to buy or sell by force. The White Witch put on his linen jacket that had been washed countless times to greet the Blue Fire envoy. Xiao Chang also followed him. Dear Blue Fire messenger, welcome to the Black Mountain tribe. She served dried meat and fruits on a stone plate beside him. For the messengers to enjoy. The person who came was a second-level warrior, and the bronze ring around his neck was very conspicuous. He was riding a battle pet that looked like a cow. The battle pet had a bronze mask on its head, looking majestic. He turned over and said to the White Wizard, "You're welcome. This year it will be held in the east of the grassland, next to the Bluestone tribe. I have other tribes to inform, so I won't stay here any longer. Messenger, go slowly." Bai Wu said with a smile. Wait for the envoy of the Blue Fire tribe to leave. The White Witch asked, "How much salt did Joe produce?" "About 100 cans. Xiao Chang said happily. The tribes did not yet have a unified method of weighing, but they had their own methods. They used to use the skulls of adult chirping beasts to remove the flesh, clean and dry them, and use them as measuring tools for salt. Each adult chirp is about the same size, and the resulting skull looks like a small jar. Every tribe is used to this. Xiao Chang estimated that the can was less than a pound. Nearly 100 kilograms of salt is considered a huge wealth in this grassland. After resting for a day, Xiao Chang set off with Uncle Chiao, Shi Yong, and 5 soldiers. I took 80 cans of salt, a lot of water, some dried meat, and some other messy things. I don't know how many ferocious beast crystals these things can be exchanged for. The journey was not very far, and we arrived at the trading location when it was getting dark. From a distance, it looked like a clearing with cut grass, and a simple fence surrounding the clearing. There are animal skin shop stalls scattered in the middle, and there are Blue Fire tribe warriors with bronze knives roaming around the Blue Fire tribe to maintain law and order. The battle pet of the Blue Fire tribe, Xuan, ate grass from time to time beside the gathering. Some soldiers had already built a bonfire next to their stalls. Xiao Chang and the others arrived neither too early nor too late, and found a place near the center to set up their stall. This gathering was held for 3 days, also at night, and the warriors took turns to rest. When he arrived at the place, Xiao Chang went for a walk. It was an eye-opener to see people from other tribes. There were also many people from the Blue Fire tribe in the crowd who came out to buy things. The most attractive thing was the Blue Fire tribe's stall. There was a circle of people inside, and Xiao Chang couldn't help but squeeze through. The animal skins on the blue fire floor are thicker than others. There are many bronze utensils, pots, small daggers, and small bronze bowls placed in the middle of the large animal skins. Next to the bronze vessel are some dried meat from wild beasts, as well as some exotic flowers and fruits. I heard that eating those can slowly increase a warrior's strength. Kneeling nearby were several thin men and women with flower tattoos on their faces. It's a sold slave. A bronze bowl costs 5 purple crystals, and a bronze pot costs 50 purple crystals. It's really ridiculously expensive. The dagger is cheaper and costs 30 purple crystals. What a money grab. Xiao Chang's eyes lit up. These are mission coins. Slaves are cheap, with 50 white crystals each. Xiao Chang shook his head and left the stall without a single crystal in his hand. Stroll forward. Another crowded place attracted Xiao Chang. It's a water tribe stall. There are many small water bladders on the stall. I don't know what kind of animal skin they are made of. A water tribe warrior shouted loudly, "Try them all, 1 piece of white crystal in 1 bag." "What's in here?" someone asked. "This is the urine of amphibian fish. Don't dislike it. Drinking this stuff will make you dizzy. It's more comfortable than sleeping with your mother-in-law." The water tribe warrior explained. The crowd laughed and wanted to try it. Of course, the salt tribe also participated in the fair, and the salt they brought was sold for 3 white crystals per jar. The salt is mixed with soil and minerals, and its quality is far inferior to that of the Black Mountain tribe. The 2 tribes were extremely jealous when they met. Xiao Chang decided that they would also sell 3 crystals per jar, and the quality was better than theirs, so he suppressed them firmly. Shi Yan's loud hawking soon attracted a large number of people. "Is your white one also salt?" someone asked. "Yes, ours is very pure." Xiao Chang explained. "What is purity?" "I think the salt from the salt tribe is yellow and has a lot of stones." "You think it looks good?" "Theirs is mixed with rocks and soil, but ours only is salt, which is much better than them." Xiao Chang continued. People from the salt tribe also gathered around and shouted, "You liar, what you are selling is not salt at all. How can salt look like this? It must be white soil." "Huh, if you don't believe me, try it." Shi Yang snorted disdainfully. The people of the salt tribe were unwilling to take some and put it in their mouths. They were shocked at first and then showed a sinister expression. He secretly put some inexplicable powder in his mouth. Then he knocked over several salt shakers and shouted, "It's not bitter at all. It's absolutely fake. I suspect what you are selling is poisonous." He pretended to fall to the ground, foaming at the mouth, as if he was really poisoned. "You're looking for death." Shi Yang angrily grabbed the man's neck. The commotion here quickly attracted the steward of the Blue Fire tribe, who rushed over with a bronze knife. "What are you doing?" the Blue Fire warrior in charge shouted. "Sir, the Black Mountain tribe sells fake salt, and my people were poisoned after tasting it." Another warrior from the salt tribe nodded and bowed. "Is this a problem?" Steward Lan Hua asked seriously. "He is just farting. Our salt is much better than theirs. He is slandering people." Shi Yang clenched his fist urgently and wanted to hit someone. "Master Steward, you see they are anxious and want to beat people. Logically speaking, they should be expelled," said the salt tribe warrior who nodded and bowed. "Wait a minute, not only did they taste our salt, but everyone around them also tasted it. He was the only one who had trouble. I saw him secretly smearing other things into his mouth. He just felt that we were stealing their business and wanted to slander us. We are its better salt than them. If you don't believe it, please try it, sir." Xiao Chang stood up. At this time, the caravan captain who saw this scene from a distance came over. He had a bronze sword on his back, a pair of cloth shoes on his feet, and he was wearing linen clothes on his upper body. He had an extraordinary temperament. People call him Lord Qing Yuan. When people saw Qing Yuan, they all moved out of the way to salute him. "I've seen salt like yours in the Tiandu tribe. Where did you get it?" Qing Yuan asked. "Sir, I found it in a salt mine." Xiao Chang replied in a neither humble nor overbearing tone. The purity of the salt in some salt mines is indeed very high. You, a small tribe, are really lucky. We blue fire never bully the small. I gave you a jar of 4 white crystals and collected them all. Xing Yuan replied. Thank you, sir. Xiao Chang's face beamed with joy. After selling all the salt, I got 320 white crystals. Xiao Chang wanted to absorb them all immediately, but these were the assets of the tribe, and he was embarrassed to take them all away. Then he thought that he was a witch and the supreme leader of the tribe. He used the crystals to improve his strength for the sake of the tribe. He really should use them quickly. What if he was robbed by another tribe when he went back? The more he thought about it, the more it made sense, and Xiao Chang immediately absorbed all the crystals. Now his mission coins have reached 7506, making him rich instantly. Then he asked Uncle Qiao for the address of the Salt tribe. The rocket launcher is not omnipotent. In front of high-level soldiers, there is no time to launch it. Witchcraft is weird and unpredictable, and I can't resist it at all now. It is estimated that a third-level warrior would suddenly attack him, and he would be immediately outnumbered, let alone fourth-level warriors. The agility and strength of more than 40% of fourth-level warriors are far away from the scope of normal people. Thinking of this, Xiao Chang exchanged 3 birth control pills without hesitation. At noon on the last day of the rally, he left early after repeatedly persuading Uncle Qiao. Xiao Chang found a big tree and climbed up on the way back to the Salt tribe. The big trees here are much bigger than in the previous life, and people can even lie down and sleep on them. Climbing to the top of the tree branch, the view is extremely wide. The big lake next to it is much larger than imagined. The end of the lake is winding and twisting, and I don't know where it leads. He turned to look at the Black Mountain tribe. It is a very inconspicuous hill with a height of tens of meters, as small as a stone on this land. In the direction of the Black Mountain tribe, there are continuous mountains in the distance, and a pterosaur can be vaguely seen soaring in the sky. Xiao Chang retreated to a stable place in the middle of the big tree and began to use the Tuotutong pill. The pill melts in your mouth, with a slight bitterness mixed with medicinal aroma. A warm current flows from the abdomen to the limbs. Feeling the changes in his body, Xiao Chang frowned. It seems that it is not as strengthened as the first time. Check that your attributes have changed from 14 physical strength and 13 agility to 20 strength and 20 agility. The effect is almost as compared to the first time I used it. Maybe my body is resistant to the medicine. No matter what, it is still useful now. Even if the effect is not good, you can still increase the attributes by relying on quantity. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and used the rest. The attributes are directly added to Strength 28 and Agility 28, which are slightly weaker than the third-level warrior. Feeling the changes in his body, Xiao Chang's eyes flashed with excitement. He was hiding in a big tree, holding a machete in his hand and waiting quietly for the Salt tribe's trading team. Those pieces of garbage are not worthy of him using a rocket launcher. As night fell, there were faint voices in front of me. I could vaguely hear the words that I wanted to destroy the Black Mountain tribe. The Salt tribe's caravan consisted of 5 people, 1 second-level warrior and 4 first-level warriors. This kind of standard equipment for hunting teams can cope with most dangers in the wild. It's a pity that they met Xiao Chang today. Most of the time, humans are much more dangerous than beasts. When they walked under Xiao Chang's tree, Xiao Chang jumped down instantly. The gravity and the strength of a third-level warrior made him reach incredible speed. The second-level warrior of the Salt tribe heard a sound in the tree, and his hunting instinct for many years made him hide to the side. From the corner of his eye, he saw a cold light approaching rapidly. He raised the bone knife slightly to block the cold light. The machete easily cut off the bone knife, followed the force downwards, and easily cut off the left ear and arm of the second-level warrior. Seeing that the attack was successful, Xiao Chang quickly retreated towards the tree. Ah! The scream echoed in the woods. In the absence of witches, his arms were cut off and he bled to death. The second-level warrior is considered useless. Xiao Chang planned to wait a few minutes for the second-level warrior to bleed and faint, and then kill the remaining fish. The remaining 4 people drew their weapons and leaned together nervously. "Who are you? Come out!" Someone shouted. "Come out? Come out and kill you?" After waiting for a while, Xiao Chang jumped down from the tree when the time came. "It turns out it's you, the witch from Montenegro." The people from the Yen tribe were so angry when they saw Xiao Chang. Let's go together and kill him. The four men rushed towards Xiao Chang with great momentum. Xiao Chang stepped on the dead branches and rushed to the right, turning around and missing the opponent's horizontal slash. After gaining agility, those people's movements seemed to him to be in slow motion. His body skills are far superior to his opponent's. At the moment when the two sides alternated, the machete slashed past. The soldier who had been poisoned at the market was cut in half. The upper body was still rushing forward, but the lower body fell to the ground. The intestines leaked out in a messy and sticky mess. His upper body lay on the ground for a while and he was still alive. His eyes were horrified, and he tried to stand up with his hands, but he tried twice without success. Xiao Chang glanced at the remaining people with cold eyes. The three people were so frightened that the bone knives they waved stopped in mid-air. Run quickly, this man is a third-level soldier. The second-level soldier who fell on the ground shouted to his companions. You're the only one who talks too much. Xiao Chang rushed to the man's side and thrust the machete from his face. Feeling the friction between the blade and the skull, Xiao Chang felt much more comfortable. The shouts of the second-level warriors stopped abruptly. The remaining three were frightened by Xiao Chang's cruelty and ran away separately. However, there was a huge gap between the first-level warriors and the third-level warriors. Soon Xiao Chang caught up with him and stabbed each one to death. I checked their luggage and found 45 white crystals, but left out some other random things. Throw it on the ground. Another 900 mission coins were obtained, bringing the total to 2406. Then he exchanged it for a Tutai pill, which increased his strength and agility to 30. He had a hunch that taking it again would have no effect. There are 406 mission coins left. Without awakening, he has the power of a third-level warrior. In this place, he can also be regarded as a leader-level figure. His body shape has not changed much, he is still soft and frail, looking harmless. In the eyes of others, he was still a thin, malnourished child who might starve to death one day. If someone despises him like this, Xiao Chang can punch that person's head in half. Regardless of the scattered corpses on the ground, Xiao Chang rushed towards the Black Mountain tribe. Most of the crystals obtained from this transaction were absorbed by Xiao Chang, and the rest were left to Bai Wu. During the awakening ceremony in 2 days, the White Witch still needs to absorb these to awaken the preparatory warriors. Entering the cave, Xiao Chang found that everyone was waiting for him in the hall. Although Bai Wu was blind, his hearing was better than before. He tremblingly moved forward and said, Xiao Chang, you're back. Where have you been? Why did you take so long? It's nothing, I just went to solve a little trouble. Xiao Chang comforted with a smile. It's good to be back safely. Go and rest. Bai Wu said. Okay, you should go to bed early. Bai Wu is a thin old man who wears his linen clothes that have been washed countless times all day long. Primitive people have a short life. I had been so seriously injured before, and I didn't know how many years I would live. There is a reason why he is so worried about Xiao Chang. The core of a tribe is the witch, and only the witch can awaken more pattern warriors. A tribe cannot give birth to new pattern warriors, and can only slowly move towards destruction. Xiao Chang is the new hope of Montenegro. In the eyes of Bai Wu, he is the future shaman of Montenegro, the most fundamental force that can lead the tribe to become stronger. At this time, Xiao Chang, who was lying in his cave drinking coke, didn't think much at all. He didn't have the potential to become a witch, and those crystals were just absorbed by the system. The next day, Xiao Chang called the monkey and pulled out a few potatoes like magic, which he exchanged from the system for only 5 mission coins. Brother Chang, what is this? Monkey asked blankly. To make the tribe strong, you go to the mountains and find flat land with loose land. When these things sprout, just cut them into pieces and bury them in the soil. Xiao Chang explained to him. What are you doing this for? How will it make the tribe stronger? Monkey looked confused. There's so much nonsense, hurry up and do it. Xiao Chang drove the monkey away impatiently. After driving away the monkey, Xiao Chang told Ji, go and tell Bai Wu that I will also participate in the awakening ceremony in 10 days. In the afternoon, a guest from the water tribe arrived and brought bad news. The water wizard of the water tribe is very good at divination. A few days ago, he felt something in his mind and spent a drop of the tribe's sacred water to divine. Soon, the winged people will come to this area. The winged humans have fleshy wings on their arms and can fly in the sky and move very fast. They were once the natural enemies of mankind and were severely damaged by the Xia tribe many years ago. It has become much more restrained now. They dare not raid large tribes, but will wander around and attack small tribes. But what they were robbing was not food, but children. No one knows what they did with the child. Maybe they ate it, maybe they did something else. The winged people only rob children under 3 years old, not older ones, which is very confusing. There are rumors that they sacrifice children to their gods and perform some evil rituals. The Haishan tribe currently has a population of less than 100 people and only a dozen children. It would be over if they were all snatched away. Now that productivity is low, population is the most important thing. After a few days, the awakening ceremony of the Black Mountain tribe began, and all children of the appropriate age were required to participate. Since the tribe was no longer short of water, everyone washed their bodies, put on animal skins that they were usually reluctant to wear, and painted colorful patterns on their faces. Awakened reservists are not allowed to paint colorful patterns. You also need to see the pattern marks on their faces to judge whether the awakening is successful. They all looked excited, looking forward to the bright future after awakening. There are also some who look sad and worried about their awakening. The monkey was hiding in the corner and eating a piece of red starfruit in his hand. He felt happy. Under normal circumstances, he was not qualified to participate in the awakening, thanks to Xiao Chang, who taught him how to make salt and how to get water for the tribe. The tribe got a lot of crystals from the trade fair, giving everyone a chance to awaken. The monkey came to Xiao Chang's side and said, "Brother Chang, if we have awakened so many warriors, aren't we going to become the first tribe? Thanks to you, if you hadn't saved the tribe, I would be a slave now." The monkey continued. "Stop flattering. What do you think will happen to people who fail to awaken? Xiao Chang is not very clear about awakening. You will die, Brother Chang, didn't you know? Although the probability is very low, you will die if you fail to awaken. Everyone tries their best to improve their physical fitness before awakening. Those with high physical fitness will generally be fine," said the monkey. "Are you okay? I see you are so thin," Xiao Chang said with concern. "Don't worry, I've been eating well lately." Because of Xiao Chang's relationship, the monkey's treatment in the tribe is also unusual. Bai Wu was wearing the linen clothes as usual. He placed his left hand on the prepared spar and stretched his right hand forward to touch the forehead of the children who were waiting in line to awaken. He said solemnly, "Start." Every reservist couldn't help but feel tense. 3 minutes later, the first little warrior awakened successfully, and the crowd cheered. As each one passed by, Bai Wu's body trembled slightly. Finally, it was Xiao Chang's turn. "Child, think about it again, do you really want to become a warrior?" Bai Wu asked. "Don't worry, I believe I'll be fine." Xiao Chang firmly believes that with his current physique, he is not afraid of the danger of awakening. Bai Wu nodded and said nothing. A little bit of crystallized energy was absorbed by him and passed into Xiao Chang's forehead. Xiao Chang felt a comfortable heat flow to his head. "Warning! Warning! Abnormal energy is flowing in. Do you want to open the permissions?" Xiao Chang was stunned. It turned out that this was energy to change physical quality. He silently chanted "Open access." In an instant, all the surrounding ferocious beast crystals shook slightly, and the flames in the middle of the field automatically rotated around Xiao Chang without wind. This abnormality caused exclamations of surprise. A dazzling purple star in the sky became extraordinarily bright, and countless purple energy poured down from the sky like waterfalls, washing Xiao Chang's body. At this time, on the high tower of the Tiandu tribe thousands of miles away, a skinny old man suddenly opened his eyes. He was the ancestral shaman of the tribe. His eyes revealed a golden light and looked to the east, and his hands quickly calculated. After a long time, he said behind him, "Where is Jin Wei?" "Here, what are your orders, sir?" "There is something ominous in the east, go and kill it quickly." "What did your excellency say?" "Human race, age 15, I only counted these, and killed all those who met the conditions." "Yes. Xiao enjoyed the baptism of energy, and all the crystals around him turned into powder and scattered in the wind. As the purple energy slowly dissipated, the awakening was over. He called up the system to check the attributes, and suddenly his face darkened. The system shows that strength is 35 and agility is 35, only 5 points are added. Hup, no, there is another line at the end that says witchcraft level 1. What's this? Xiao Chang felt the changes in his body. A special energy circulated in the acupuncture points of his body. He looked at Bai Wu and found that Bai Wu's hands were glowing with light. He can see the energy of witchcraft. Xiao Chang has become a witch. Child, how do you feel? Bai Wu had never seen such a big movement in his awakening. He vaguely felt that Xiao Chang's future was limitless. It can also be seen in his vision that Xiao Chang has become a witch. It has never happened before that he directly becomes a warrior and a witch in an awakening. The mark of a first-level pattern warrior also appeared on Xiao Chang's face. I feel very good, my strength is much stronger. Xiao Chang said happily. He found that all the tribesmen around him knelt down and knelt in a circle, all impressed by the vision of Xiao Chang's awakening. People thought that a great person was about to emerge from the Black Mountain tribe. The awakening ceremony then continued, culminating in the tragic deaths of 2 reservists. People are not that sad. Most of them are used to the death of their loved ones. After this awakening, Xiao Chang's strength was close to that of a 4th-level warrior. He went to the mountains to try it out and was able to break boulders with 1 punch. He became a witch again, and he could resist the weird and unpredictable witchcraft. The next step is to go to White Witch to learn basic witchcraft and learn more about it. If you want to discover that the tribe's population is the key, it seems like you have to go to the Salt Tribe. The Salt Tribe's trading team has not returned yet, which arouses their concern. Wu Baki. It is common for warrior teams to disappear in the wild. He sent a small team to investigate. Batzi was now using his magic power to ignite a large amount of yarrow, and the green flames crackled and exploded. After a while, the yarrow burned out, and the gray grass ashes showed the word Black Mountain. Batzi's face was solemn, and his twisted face could make water wretched from his eyes. A few days ago, I heard from other tribes that they had conflicts with Montenegro during the trade meeting, and now the divination shows this again. It is estimated that the trading team was killed by people from Montenegro. With thinking of this, Batzi was so angry that he captured a slave, chopped off his arms, and cooked the meat. The Salt Tribe did not suffer much losses in the last battle. Only the leader and a small number of warriors died in the battle, and the entire base was not affected. The trading team was robbed by Montenegro again, and this tone was unbearable. Just when Batzi was about to charge into the Black Mountain tribe and massacre them, a shout came from outside. Master Chi Wu. We caught a kid from the Black Mountain tribe. A soldier came over to report. Damn it, just when I was about to kill them, a man came here to die. Bring him over and roast him. Chi Wu ordered. After a while, 2 soldiers escorted a thin little boy over. The boy was about 14 or 15 years old, with the mark of a Montenegrin first-level warrior on his face, dark skin, and wearing a tattered grass skirt. He lowered his head and stared blankly, seeming to have resigned himself to what would happen next. The boy was pushed to the ground and snapped at him. Say. Why are you sneaking around our Salt Tribe? I don't know, I seem to be lost. The boy stammered. He's not a lunatic, is he? Will eating him affect his IQ? Said a soldier. Just you? You also have an IQ. No matter what you eat, it won't affect your IQ. Another person teased. Chi Wu frowned and stared at the boy and said, Are you a spy from Montenegro? We didn't bother you, but you found this place first. If you don't tell the truth, I'll roast you alive. It's good to roast alive, I like roasting alive. The soldier who was afraid of lowering his IQ whispered. Shut your stinky mouth. Another soldier said. Am I a witch? I have something to give you, The boy said and slowly moved towards Chi Wu. Give me what? Why are you laughing? Chi Wu instinctively felt disgusted with the person in front of him. I'll give you a knife. What? That boy was Xiao Chang. When he saw that he was close enough, the machete instantly appeared in his hand. He was close to a 4th-level warrior and far surpassed everyone present. He rushed forward at great speed, his grass skirt flapping in the wind. Chi Wu was startled by Xiao Chang, and was greatly inspired by the free dominoes around him. The energy of the defensive dominoes formed a circle, covering Chi Wu inside. Xiao didn't panic, and the machete in his hand quickly slashed at the defensive shield. It's like cutting into steel and sparking a lot of sparks. You have dominoes, and so do I. A speed domino was activated by Xiao Chang, and his current speed reached 40 points, instantly possessed the strength of a 4th-level warrior. A 4th-level warrior is a god in this area. Chi Wu had an expression of disbelief on his face and said, "Who are you? Why are you so fast? I'm sending you on your way. Don't be afraid, the pain will stop after a while." Xiao Chang said. "You are too confident. This is our tribe, with dozens of patterned warriors. You can stay here today." Chi Wu said, and then he said to the 2 rushing warriors, "Ball, Bamabi, kill him and roast him alive in a moment. You still think you can control me?" After Xiao Chang finished speaking, he sneered and suddenly muttered something. The witchcraft power circulated throughout his body and finally gathered in his hands. The witchcraft energy turned into a sharp sword and penetrated Chi Wu's defensive shield. "What? You are actually a witch." Chi Wu's expression turned ugly. What is the concept of a high-level warrior whose level cannot be discerned and who is also a witch? He couldn't imagine it. "Come together and kill him," Chi Wu shouted. "Think about it now? It's too late, go to hell." Xiao Chang, who was a level warrior, no longer held back his strength, and stabbed forward with all his strength with the machete in his hand. The defensive shield broke in response. "Ah!" Chi Wu let out a shrill scream. Xiao Chang's machete plunged hard into Chi Wu's abdomen. Chi Wu seemed to have been drained of all his strength and could no longer maintain the witchcraft he had just performed. The soldiers who heard the sound in the distance rushed here one after another, and they happened to see Chi Wu being stabbed in front of them. The soldiers' eyes were split open, and they almost bit their teeth with hatred. "I'll hold him back, you guys hurry up." Chi Wu used his last bit of strength, consuming all his life force to cast a curse on Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang didn't expect that he still had the strength to perform the technique, so he swung the machete upwards. Chi Wu was cut in half from the abdomen, and the blood from his internal organs mixed with his brain spread all over the floor. Despite this, Chi Wu only had half of his head left, his 2 eyes were staring at Xiao Chang, and the 2 halves of his mouth were opening and closing, trying to say something. The witchcraft power in his body gathered at an incredible speed, and the witchcraft power turned into a curse and rushed towards Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang wanted to dodge, but he was too close, and he was made dizzy by the curse. He shook his head, unable to control the witch's curse for the time being. He took the knife and turned to face countless angry warriors with no fear on his face. "Ha ha! Come on, let's all taste the fire wizard's wrath." Xiao Chang took back the machete and took out the rocket launcher. People in the distance only heard bursts of roaring and saw scattered smoke. Uncle Qiao and the others who were hiding around heard the roar of the agreement and rushed out instantly. A group of people shouted murder and rushed into the Salt Tribe. They live in a salt mine cave, similar to Black Mountain, except that the cave is deeper. The crowd became more and more confused as they rushed forward. According to the plan, Xiao Chang sneaked in and held Chi Wu down, and they rushed in again to kill the remaining soldiers inside and outside. However, we rushed in very deep and did not see a single warrior from the Salt Tribe. Where have they gone? There can't be any traps. There were bursts of smoke in the innermost part, making it difficult to see clearly. The screams inside slowly became less and less. "Rush quickly, Xiao Chang is still inside," Uncle Qiao said worriedly. "Uncle Qiao, there seems to be someone in front of you." The monkey also participated in this sneak attack. Slowly the smoke receded, revealing Xiao Chang's figure. He stood among a pile of broken corpses, covered in blood. The ground was covered with stumps and flesh, and messy human organs were everywhere. He looked at Uncle Qiao, who was rushing towards him, and smiled. The women and children of the Salt Tribe who were not affected seemed to have seen the devil from hell. All the warriors of the tribe were slaughtered by this thin child. He was a god of murder. That smile was extremely terrifying in the eyes of the Salt Tribe. All the warriors were torn to pieces, and those who remained became the property of the Montenegrin tribe. including this salt mine, has also become the property of Montenegro. The salt tribe was wiped out in one day, and the remaining women and children became slaves in Montenegro. Not only the salt mine, but also 40 white crystals and 10 purple crystals were found from Chi Wu. Xiao Chang did not expect that the shamans of the dignified tribe were so poor. Among them, the purple crystals were left to Bai Wu, and the rest were converted into mission coins by Xiao Chang. White witches can now absorb purple crystals to slowly increase their witchcraft power. The property panel checked by Xiao Chang, Force 35 Agile 35, which power level 1. These mission coins were a bit of a loss when used to buy the Tuotutong pills. He felt that taking more would only increase his strength and agility by 1 point. Just save it and buy something else. Soon the E-human tribe may come to rob the children, but Xiao Chang doesn't intend to just let him go. There are more people from the Salt tribe than from Montenegro. This time they took away more than 60 women and more than 20 children. The pressure of food suddenly came up. On this day, Xiao Chang slept until he woke up naturally. He yawned and walked out of his little cave. The sun is shining outside, and the temperature is no longer as high as the previous few days. I heard from Bai Wu that the rainy season will arrive soon. In the cave hall, a woman was holding her child and crying. She was sitting on the large hay bunk. They looked unfamiliar, as if they were captured slaves from the Salt tribe. Xiao Chang stepped forward and asked, "What's wrong with you? Why are you crying?" When the woman saw Xiao Chang, she was so frightened that she fell to her knees and cowed out as if she was pounding garlic. He said tremblingly, "Lord Fire Witch, I've disturbed you. I deserve to die." Xiao Chang sighed, stepped forward to support her, and said, "Don't be afraid. When you come to Montenegro, you are from Montenegro. If you have any difficulties, tell me." "Bad guy. Get away, you killed my father. Why are you pretending to be a good guy here?" A 7 or 8-year-old boy shouted angrily next to him. An old woman quickly covered his mouth. The crying woman continued, "I belong to the slave of the warrior Shi Yong. Recently, he has not given me anything to eat. The child is so hungry that he can't stand it." Xiao Chang frowned. He knew that the treatment of slaves was not very good. They were often beaten and scolded, deprived of food, and forced to work. Even if he was beaten to death, no one would say anything. In a cannibalistic tribe, they are just food and not human beings at all. This can't continue like this. Only by increasing the population can the tribe become stronger. As the population increases, the demand for food will also increase. These can be solved with task coins. It is necessary to mobilize the enthusiasm of everyone, and the slavery system needs to be changed. That night, Xiao Chang announced, "From now on, no one in the tribe is allowed to kill or injure slaves. All slaves can only give birth to the children of Montenegrin warriors and be released from their slave status." "What about the child? What about my child? Will the child I give birth to be a Montenegrin? Can my current child become a Montenegrin? He is only 5 years old." A bold slave asked. "All children will be freed from slavery immediately. I also plan to establish a school. All children under the age of 15 must go to school to study. The school will provide lunch every day." "Really?" Someone was so excited that they couldn't believe it. My children can no longer be slaves. I can hope to escape the status of a slave, and I have hope in life. The fire wizard is so kind and gives us hope to escape from slavery. Great, woohoo, I don't have to die. Xiao Chang's prestige is very high, and there is no objection in Montenegro. The emergence of this policy has greatly promoted the growth of the population. Every woman in the Salt tribe will work hard to give birth to children in Montenegro. A few of them have a stubborn temper and have no choice but to continue to be slaves. Soon, the monkey rushed to Xiao Chang with a bunch of potatoes and said incomparably, "Brother Chang, you have planted it. There are many potatoes growing on the mountain. Take me to see it quickly." Xiao Chang said. Monkey is already a first-level warrior and can run very fast, but Xiao Chang still feels slow. Xiao Chang grabbed the monkey's legs, flipped him onto his back, and ran towards the mountain. "Show me the direction." The monkey was used as a guide. After arriving at the place, I saw Ji working on a slightly flat piece of land from a distance. She bent down and kept pulling away the weeds in the field, doing it very seriously, and Xiao Chang's arrival did not attract her attention. Xiao Chang walked to her side, and she raised her head and smiled slightly. Master Fire Witch, you are here. What are these plants called? There are many more growing. Ji wiped the sweat from his head, his chest rose and fell, his posture was weak. Xiao Chang was fascinated by it, and he reacted suddenly, coughed and said, these are called potatoes, they are edible. Really? It's grown a lot. Ji said. This piece of land is about an acre, and it is planted with potatoes, which are growing happily. The green leaves are swaying in the breeze. The land in Montenegro is still very fertile. There was a bumper harvest of potatoes, and all the potatoes except those with seeds were cooked. There was not enough food during this period, so this big pot of potatoes solved the urgent need. Xiao Chang asked for some, and he asked Ji to cut the potatoes into strips, fry them until golden brown, and sprinkle them with Montenegro's special salt. The aroma instantly hits your nostrils. The oil is unicorn oil and has a peculiar aroma. The fried fries are fragrant but not greasy. One bite will make you explode with happiness. The fries were distributed to the children in the tribe. Those malnourished children had never eaten these. The moment they put them in their mouths, they cried with excitement. This is too delicious. I have never eaten anything so delicious. The Black Mountain tribe is so kind to us. What are you talking about? You look like you have never seen the world. I have eaten the barbecue made by our witches before, and it was delicious. The monkey sneaked in and kept boasting. Barbecue? What is that? It's better than this? That's for sure. When I go out hunting in the future, I will do it for you too. The monkey said proudly. The great potato harvest temporarily alleviated the food crisis, and new potatoes were planted, waiting for a new round of harvest. Not only the children, but all the tribesmen who could not go out to hunt climbed up the Black Mountain, reclaimed the land, and planted potatoes. The next round of harvest will not only satisfy the food of one's own tribe, but can also be sold to other tribes in exchange for crystal stones. The population of Montenegro is now more than 200 people, and the hunting team has expanded to 30 people. Hunting alone is not enough. Those who go out to collect are ordinary people who have not awakened and cannot cope with the attacks of ferocious beasts. The mines of the Salt tribe are guarded by Uncle Chiao and a team of soldiers, who are making salt day and night. The supplies have become very abundant, and we will have to find ways to trade with other tribes during the next round of harvest. No one died of thirst during this year's dry season, including slaves. People's happiness has been greatly improved. The biggest hunt before the rainy season is about to begin. The White Witch divined that the rainy season would come in about 10 days. At that time, the sky would be like a river, pouring water down until the land was submerged, and all the tribes would run to their own hills to take shelter. Rainwater. This hunting will involve 3 teams cooperating with each other, with Xiao Chang as the team leader and Uncle Chiao as the deputy team leader. However, Xiao Chang had little hunting experience, so he still listened to Chiao's instructions throughout the process. Xiao Chang asked Uncle Chiao, "What ferocious beast do we plan to hunt this time?" Uncle Chiao was sharpening his bone knife on a big stone. He held the bone knife with one hand and picked up the water next to him with the other hand and sprinkled it carefully. He raised his head after grinding for a few more times and said to Xiao Chang, "Let's go back to the mountainous area to kill the little dragons." Last time De Zhuang went hunting, he saw a group of little dragons wandering into that area. The little dragon is a small herbivorous dinosaur, about the same size as an elephant in its previous life. It has a gentle temperament and will not actively attack humans. Xiao Chang said, "Is the little Yalong easy to kill?" This time all the tribe's second-level warriors are gone, so I can get a lot back. Yes, this is the last hunting before the rainy season. If we don't succeed this time, we will go hungry. Uncle Chiao said. Hungry? Can't we get food during the rainy season? Xiao Chang was puzzled. When the rainy season comes, the river water surges, and we have to leave the cave and live in the mountains. Soldiers cannot go out to hunt, and no one except the water tribe dares to go into the water to catch fish. We can only live on the food we have stored now, and we will be fine if we wait until winter. A little, but the cold is worse than hunger. Uncle Qiao said. Xiao Chang was shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect the weather here to be so extreme. There are endless torrential rains in the rainy season and extreme cold in the winter. He secretly decided that he would put in more effort to get more prey for tomorrow's hunt. Early the next morning, the hunting team gathered in front of the cave. Those who can participate in this hunt are all veterans with rich experience. They are all full of energy and full of confidence. The people set off towards the mountains with spears and bone knives. Only Xiao Chang took nothing with him and went into battle lightly. As a witch, he is mysterious and unpredictable, and no one dares to ask why he doesn't carry a weapon. Walking through the safe zone near the tribe, the surrounding plants began to become dense. Strange plants as tall as a person grew twisted and green, and there were many green fruits. No one picked them from the soldiers passing by, so they were obviously inedible. A rabbit ran through the grass. The soldier aimed and shot with a spear. The rabbit screamed and was stabbed to death on the ground. There are obviously fewer animals around. Before the arrival of the rainy season, most animals have already begun to migrate, and the mountains in the distance are their migration destinations. The soldiers hurried on until noon and began to rest in place. People took out the prepared dried meat and ate quickly to provide energy for the next action. After leaving the tribe, there was no fire, so people could only eat dried meat or raw meat. Occasionally, they could pick wild fruits to satisfy their hunger, but they were definitely not as comfortable as cooked food. Xiao Chang asked a soldier, "How can you eat raw meat with blood on it without feeling fishy?" The warrior's name was Sure Tu. He was holding a piece of rabbit leg and chewing on it. He replied, "Master Fire Witch, there is no fire. There are flints in the tribe that can make fire. The fire pit in the cave is always burning. Everyone can go and get it at any time. Fire, it won't work if it comes out, so I can only eat it." Xiao Chang had heard that the flint stone could be used to start a fire. It was very precious and would only be kept in the tribe to prevent the fire pond from extinguishing and rekindle the fire. Without flint, the warriors who went out would have to eat raw hair and drink blood. Over time, they would become malnourished, and food rich in parasites would make people sick. Xiao Chang asked no more questions and shouted to everyone, "Do you want to make a fire and barbecue?" Everyone's eyes lit up. "Fire Witch, you took the flint. Of course I want to eat barbecue. If the barbecue is sprinkled with the salt of our tribe, it will taste so good. The fire wizard is amazing." Xiao Chang continued, "I didn't take the flint. It's expensive and I'm afraid of losing it." The stone was closest to Xiao Chang, and he could hear clearly that the fire wizard did not take the flint stone. There was a look of disappointment on his face and he said, "Fire wizard, you are kidding us. How can we make a fire without flint? Even on this sunny day, there will definitely be no thunder from the sky, which will not cause fire." Xiao Chang said, "Even if there is no flint, I can still make a fire." There was a commotion in the crowd. Xiao Chang had brought them too many surprises. Most people believed Xiao Chang's words, but a small number of people still didn't believe it. "How can you make a fire without flint? I've never heard of it. What do you know? The fire wizard's witchcraft might be enough." Seeing the expectant looks in everyone's eyes, Xiao Chang stopped inking and pretended to take something from the animal hide, but actually took out a box of matches from the storage space. Matches are very cheap, and 1 mission coin can be exchanged for a bunch of them. He held a match, took one out, and struck it lightly. A slightly pungent smell wafted out, and the flames jumped on the small wooden stick. "See?" someone gasped. "God! What kind of witchcraft is this? The fire wizard can actually make fire. He can use fire to drive away ferocious beasts at night." A warrior with quick thinking thought. The envious and adoring eyes of the crowd made Xiao Chang feel a little elated. Primitive tribes were short of supplies, and just eating cooked food could make people happy. This place is full of dangers, bad weather, ferocious beasts, and all kinds of alien races. People are living in this land. At this moment, Xiao Chang feels that his appearance may be to make human beings stronger and let the light of civilization shine into the blood. In the darkness. Woo! A long cry broke Xiao Chang's fantasy. The grass in the forest ahead shook, and green eyes appeared one after another. It's the swift dragon. Get ready to fight. Uncle Chow reminded everyone loudly. An adult swift dragon is as tall as a person and runs very fast. It is not considered a ferocious beast. Everyone drew their weapons and were on guard. What was puzzling was that the swift dragon in front moved forward in a turbulent manner and did not rush up to attack. Uncle Chow turned around to look, his pupils shrank suddenly, and a group of swift dragons were unknowingly surrounding him. One of them was twice the size of the ordinary ones. He was obviously the leader and was already at the level of a ferocious beast. There is a problem. Xiao Chang and his group of 20 people were surrounded by the swift dragon. Following the roar of the leader's swift dragon, about 30 swift dragons charged towards the people. Kill! Team 1 and Team 2 deal with the ones in the woods, and the fire wizard and I deal with the leader. Uncle Chow made emergency arrangements. Xiao Chang's machete instantly appeared in his hand, and then he mobilized the power in his body. He took out the power domino and quickly activated it. Xiao Chang rushed into the herd of beasts, slashing left and right. The swift dragon was cunning and insidious, attacking bit by bit. The sharp teeth tried to bite Xiao Chang's vital parts. There were 4 swift dragons pestering Xiao Chang. As soon as he chased one, the others surrounded him. Xiao Chang relied on his strong strength and agility to not be hurt at all, and the battle became a stalemate. The other warriors were not so comfortable. A small number of them were injured, and there was a gash when the swift dragon's claws touched them. It was very difficult for Uncle Chow to face the leader's swift dragon alone. He relied on his rich experience to dodge, and gradually became unable to cope with it. Ah! Uncle Chow screamed. Xiao Chang subconsciously turned his head and saw that Uncle Chow had been scratched on the face. The 2 wounds were very deep, the flesh was turned out, and blood was flowing down. Fuck, you stupid beast! Xiao Chang cursed secretly and rushed over with a machete in hand. Perhaps he was so angry that he accidentally got a wound on his back. The burning pain made him furious. It wasn't difficult to exterminate the Salt tribe, but now they were in such a mess by a group of wild beasts. Xiao Chang exploded with all his speed. Like a whirlwind, he quickly appeared as a ghost and cut off the head of the leader of the swift dragon with a knife. The soldiers who saw it widened their eyes and couldn't believe what they were seeing. Shirtu said blankly, "Isn't the fire wizard a first-level warrior? When did he become so powerful?" After killing the leader, the beasts dispersed. In this battle, 7 or 8 soldiers were injured, and one was even seriously injured. The chest was cut open, exposing the internal organs inside. Xiao Chang didn't know how to treat it with witchcraft. This person could basically be declared dead. Uncle Chiao was also seriously injured. The 2 wounds were deep enough to show the bones. If they were not treated properly, they would become infected. Xiao Chang let out a long sigh. This place is so unreasonable. Human beings are still too weak. Any group of wild beasts can rush out and eat you. The experienced warriors began to look for medicinal herbs and simply treated the wounds. The fire could not be started. The smell of blood here would attract other ferocious beasts. Finding 3 ferocious beast crystals from the swift dragon's body was finally something to be happy about. The crystals were all in the beast's head. The soldiers smashed the swift dragon's head open and inserted their hands into the hot brains to stir. If they could feel a hard walnut-sized object, it meant there were crystals. Issue a mission, save the dying tribesmen. A systematic voice appeared in Xiao Chang's mind. According to normal circumstances, if the injury is like this, 3 warriors will be left to carry it back to the tribe quickly. If they can persist in going back for treatment, they will be lucky out. If you can't hold on and die in the middle, you will die. This warrior's name was Tsang. At this time, he lost too much blood and his face turned pale. The deep wound on his chest was simply tied with a straw rope to prevent his internal organs from flowing out. It seemed that it would be difficult for him to insist on returning to the tribe. Regardless of whether he can go back or not, there will definitely be soldiers to take him back, even if he brings back a corpse. At this moment, the warrior who was familiar with Tsang stood beside him and said goodbye to him. Song, you must hold on and tie more straw ropes. I know. I know my situation in my heart. Please take care of my children and wife for me, ahem. Song said weakly. Don't say that, you will be fine. We witches have established a school, and your child will not go hungry. Don't worry. As he talked, the familiar soldiers around him had bloodshot eyes and were about to shed tears in sadness. Everyone felt that the warehouse was over and all he could go back to were corpses. A trace of despair flashed in Uncle Chow's eyes, and he said to the soldiers in the moving warehouse, "Let's go quickly, and pay attention to safety on the road." Wait! Xiao Chang shouted. Everyone looked at Xiao Chang in confusion. He can still be saved, let me try. Xiao Chang said in a deep voice. Has the fire wizard learned witchcraft yet? Fire witch, how are you going to save him? Uncle Chow said, you haven't learned witchcraft yet, so it's best for Tsong how to return to the tribe as soon as possible. Obviously Uncle Chow doesn't think Xiao Chang has the ability to save the situation. Xiao Chang didn't want to explain anymore. He exchanged hemostatic medicine, bandages, alcohol and needles and threads in the system, spending 10 mission coins. Stone, make a fire in the next life and boil some river water. Xiao Chang ordered, and then threw the match to Stone. Fire witch, I don't know how to do witchcraft. Why did you give me this? Sure Tu asked doubtfully. That's not witchcraft. It's called a match. Anyone can use it. Get it quickly. Left the barn flat, clean up the weeds around it, and get a wooden stick for the barn to bite on. We could have gotten some anesthetics, but these pattern warriors were in good physical condition, so they must still be able to bear the pain. Another point is that Xiao Chang doesn't know how to use the medicine, and it would be funny if he accidentally takes the medicine. Although this group of soldiers didn't understand what Xiao Chang was doing, they still obeyed. They acted quickly and were ready in a short time. Xiao Chang looked at Song and chuckled, "Don't worry, I will snatch you back from death today." In fact, Xiao Chang didn't know any medical skills at all, so he just tried the treatment methods he remembered. These pattern warriors had such good physiques that if ordinary people were injured like this, they would have passed out long ago. While thinking about first aid measures, the hot water from the stone was boiling. Wait for it to cool down, clean the dirt from the wound with water, clean and disinfect the wound with alcohol after cleaning, sprinkle with hemostatic medicine, and suture the wound with needle and thread. Xiao Chang was not very good at it either. One injection was larger and the other was smaller. The pain was so painful that he grimaced. Be patient, you look good, you probably won't die, Xiao Chang said. Thank you, Fire Witch. Song still had the strength to speak. Finally, a bandage was put on Song, so that his belly was wrapped like a rice dumpling. Xiao Chang clapped his hands and said happily, "It's done, the bleeding has stopped, and the wound has been sutured. I should be able to return to the tribe." He knew that his first aid was successful, and the system's reward voice had appeared, mission completed, rewarded 1 point of strength and 1 point of agility. Now his attributes are, Force 36 Agile 36 which power level 1 task coin 1190. Look, Song's stomach is sewn up and he's not bleeding anymore, someone said. How do you feel? Uncle Chow asked Song. I feel better. I don't feel like I'm bleeding anymore. Song said weakly. There was excitement on people's faces, and the accompanying team included witches who knew how to heal, which meant that they could all be saved from death. Can greatly improve the chance of survival. Fire Witch, you were so kind. You used unprecedented witchcraft to save Song. Sure Tu said. Yes, Fire Witch, you were so kind. You are truly lucky to Montenegro. The Fire Witch is our great witch in Montenegro, the Fire Witch. Uncle Chow took the lead in shouting. At this moment, Xiao Chang's reputation reached its peak. The crowd shouted excitedly, Fire Witch! Fire Witch! Fire Witch! That's right. No matter who of you is injured in the future, he will not be abandoned by the tribe. Every soldier is a hero of Montenegro. Xiao Chang shouted. Okay, don't rush to send him back to the warehouse. Rest here for 2 days and wait for his wound to heal before sending him back. Xiao Chang continued. People built a temporary shelter on a big tree and left 2 soldiers to guard Song, as well as food and water. After 2 days, Sang could go back after his wounds healed. Before leaving, Xiao Chang was worried and exchanged some anti-infective drugs for the warehouse to ensure that he would not get wound infection. Xiao Chang has 1150 mission coins left. People took away the edible parts of the velociraptor and used them as food on the road. The group then headed towards their destination in the distance. There were no more ferocious beasts on the road, and by about night, we were close to our destination. The accompanying soldiers began to light a fire and cook. They were very curious when they got the matches. Everyone gathered around and watched the stones being manipulated. Sure was careful, as if what he was holding was not a match, but an extremely precious gem. He took out a matchstick and rubbed it with the minimum of effort. There was a sting and flames jumped out. The surrounding soldiers' eyes were still bright when they saw it for the second time. He shouted excitedly, "It's on! It's on!" As the flames rose, the soldiers used local materials, stuck the captured small prey with wooden sticks, and began to barbecue. Xiao Chang didn't join. He was tired of eating barbecue every day recently, so he took out the French fries he prepared and started eating. Report to the fire witch, there is a cave near here, it is bottomless, and a cool breeze blows out. A soldier reported. Take me to see it. Xiao Chang said. There are many caves nearby, but underground caves are still rare. This area is close to the mountainous area, and may be connected to underground caves. I just don't know if there is any or. It's very convenient to exchange a bunch of machetes for everyone in the system, but it's a waste of mission coins, and some of them are inexplicable. It's okay to create things out of thin air, but it spits out a lot of equipment, which is really hard to explain. Xiao Chang didn't understand the original smelting technology very well, so he had a rough impression. The earliest ones to appear were bronze wares, which required mineral processing, primary refining, and refining. In order to improve the hardness and toughness of bronze, tin needed to be added. Copper tin alloy was the bronze ware. Finding cuprite first was the key. Standing in front of the cave entrance, there was a breeze blowing from the cave, and the cool breeze was mixed with some fishy smell. This might just be connected to an underground river. Xiao Chang shook his head and planned to leave. A long tentacle instantly sprang out of the cave, rolled up Xiao Chang and took him down. Fire witch! The accompanying soldiers shouted, and then ran back to ask Uncle Xiao for help. I don't know how long it took, but Xiao Chang woke up in a daze, surrounded by a pitch-black cave. Water dripped from the top of the cave, and green fluorescence emanated from the surrounding stone walls. He was wrapped in a jar made of mud, with only his head exposed, and his posture was extremely weird. Thinking of the scene at the entrance of the cave, Xiao Chang's face became extremely ugly. As a 3.5 level warrior, he had no power to fight back against the tentacles. There were far more dangerous things in this world than he imagined. He is still too weak. In this world, he is precarious, and he may not know when a monster will appear and eat him. Thinking of this, Xiao Chang secretly decided to improve his level quickly. Xiao Chang was not the only one around, but some people from unknown tribes were also caught here. Xiao Chang held the jar with both hands and tried to break it, but it was useless to use all his strength. This jar made of clay is incredibly strong. It seemed that an intelligent race had captured him. Whoever it was obvious that they were not here to treat him to a meal. While Xiao Chang was thinking wildly, heavy footsteps came from the darkness ahead. A strange man slowly appeared in front of him. He was short and stout, with eyes as big as copper bells. He carried a bone stick in his right hand, and his body was wrapped in a smelly animal skin. He is obviously a pattern warrior, but there are no patterns on his face. He dragged a chunk of black, rotting roots and threw a piece at each pot he came to, like feeding them food. Xiao Chang followed the example of others, then reluctantly squeezed his hand from his neck, caught the rhizome and looked at it carefully. It was black and red, with juice flowing out, and it didn't look very tasty. When the weirdo walked away, he threw away the food in his hand in disgust. "Young man, eat something," an aging voice next to him advised. Xiao Chang turned his head and looked with a stern look on his face. The old man seemed to have been in the jar for a long time, and the mouth of the jar was smooth and black from being worn down by his neck. Judging from his face, he is a 3rd-level pattern warrior. A dignified leader-level figure has been trapped here for who knows how long. Who was that person who came over just now? Xiao Chang asked him. That's an Earth ghost. I have been captured for more than 10 years. I live like this every day. I will die of old age soon, huh? I think I was also the leader of the tribe back then, ghost? What is that? I haven't heard of this tribe before. Why is he arresting our tribesmen? Xiao Chang asked. I don't know. Anyway, they put us in jars and let us drink a special liquid every month. Until we die, we don't know where the bodies were taken, and it seems to be underground. I heard the elders of the tribe say it before, Earth ghosts live underground. What? They are underground now. It seems that they are a tribe living underground. I don't know why they catch the tribesmen on the ground, and they don't seem to want to eat them. What are they used for? Xiao Chang was confused. I don't know, living in this dark jar, it's better to die early. Maybe just die, huh, you can come out of the jar if you die. The old man was a little crazy. Xiao Chang felt something strange underneath him. He groped around and found a round hole at the bottom, which might be used for excretion. Feeling the old man's mental state, Xiao Chang asked no more questions. He faced the other slightly younger people and asked, which tribe are you from? How come you were captured? Through inquiries, we found that most of them were captured by surrounding tribes, and occasionally there were tribes whose names I had never heard of. This clay jar is as tough as metal and feels like plastic. The technology of this ghost clan is not backward at all, and they can actually create such a thing. How to escape from here was a puzzle for Xiao Chang for a while. When he thought about being trapped here until he died, his face turned pale. Check your own properties. Force 36 Agile 36 which power level 1 task Quan 1150. Xiao Chang immersed himself in the system, looking for suitable tools. Seeing the items in the system, Xiao Chang felt relieved a lot. What I'm thinking about now is how to get out of the underground cave. About a day later, the weirdo came again. He brought a basin of black viscous liquid and asked everyone to drink some. Why are we allowed to drink this? Xiao Chang asked. Drink or you will die. The weirdo raised his bone club, pretending to beat Xiao Chang to death. Xiao Chang's eyes narrowed slightly, with a bad look on his face. You are so lucky. Our ancestral witches are going into seclusion and will sacrifice you tomorrow. You don't have to suffer slowly here, hee hee. The weirdo said sarcastically. In the end, Xiao Chang pretended to drink the black liquid. The weirdo left here satisfied. After the weirdo walked out, Xiao Chang spit out the strange and unpleasant liquid in his mouth and made a plan in his mind. They will be taken away from here tomorrow, so that may be an opportunity. They must escape before their ancestral witch ritual. The current strength is not enough to face existences of that level. On the second day, many short ghost warriors came, carrying jars and walking towards unknown places. At the same time, the ancestral shaman of the Earth Ghost clan was sitting cross-legged in a cave, with a bead placed in front of him. Blood-red beads floated in the air, emitting a strange brilliance. Those were the soul beads that he had refined and condensed from countless living beings. There was only one final wave of sacrifice left before he was done. The day they swallow this soul bead is the day their entire clan regains their territory. Bring all living people to the abyss of the earth, said the ancestral witch. Yes. Lord Zuwu. Xiao Chang huddled in the jar and looked around to observe the situation. He secretly held a rechargeable electric saw in his hand, taking advantage of the noise around him and sawing bit by bit. He found an acquaintance among the other jar people, Banshan. Hey, Banshan, you were caught anyway. Xiao Chang said. Banshan was being carried by a slightly thinner ghost man. It was very difficult for the man to carry the mountain. Banshan was much heavier than Xiao Chang. Lord Fire Witch, how come you? Banshan looked at Xiao Chang and couldn't help but wonder, the powerful witch was also captured. The strength of this ghost is really unfathomable. He continued, we are probably going to be taken to the abyss. After speaking, his eyes were worried and his brows were furrowed. He looked at the surrounding ghost warriors with great fear and said nothing. Obviously the abyss is not a good place. Judging from the appearance of the mountain, it is estimated that even a 4th-level warrior will not be able to see enough here. Xiao Chang felt even more anxious and wanted to escape as soon as possible. Everyone walked through a long passage, which looked like it was man-made. After exiting the passage, there is a huge underground space with the sound of streams surrounding it. Looking around, there are countless passages connecting here, like ant caves. Earth Ghost Warriors came out of the passage one after another, each carrying a jar. The person in the jar looked sluggish, as if he had resigned to his fate. In the center of this huge space, there is a large hole, about several hundred meters in diameter. The shallow stream on the ground flows into the cave, and there is no sound of falling at all. The cave is obviously very deep. The dark cave entrance is breathtaking, and there is a faint special energy floating out of the cave. It is the abyss of the Earth Ghost clan. At the edge of the abyss, the Earth Ghost ancestral witch stood next to the altar, and from time to time he performed obscure witchcraft. Huge witchcraft energy rushed towards the abyss, and the witchcraft was like a tangible object, making bursts of sharp piercing sounds. The concentration of witchcraft power was as high as substance. The witchcraft power in the ancestral witch's body was like the sea, with strong winds and huge waves. In the middle of the bottom of the abyss, there is a circular stone platform floating. The soul beads are floating on the stone platform half a meter high. The stone platform is carved with strange and rhythmic patterns, and the raging energy around it flows through the patterns like a stream. Flow to the soul pearl. Further down is the dark river water, which is bottomless, with undercurrents surging, and it is unknown where it flows. The Earth Ghost ancestral witch looked at Yuan and was moved in his heart. Their clan originally came from the earth. In the war between the top tribes 500 years ago, they were defeated by the Tiandu tribe and were on the verge of being exterminated. Finally, they fled the northern region and fled to the south. Then the Yuan was discovered, and all the clan members were hiding underground. This abyss is also magical. People who drink the liquid in the abyss will be killed and thrown into the abyss, and their souls will be extracted and purified, turning into clean witchcraft. Moreover, the higher the level of the warrior, the more liquid he drinks. The more, the better the effect. Using secret techniques, the scattered magical power can be condensed and finally refined into soul beads. In the outside world, these magical powers can only be found in ferocious beast crystals, but here they can be transformed with human lives. For the entire Earth Ghost clan, the Earth Abyss is a rare treasure that eliminates the danger of hunting high-level wild beasts. If other tribes want to awaken warriors and improve their witchcraft power, they can only absorb the crystals of vicious beasts. A large amount of manpower and material resources go out to hunt, which is time-consuming and labor-intensive, and can easily lead to loss of manpower. The Earth Ghost clan owns the Earth Abyss, which is equivalent to owning a factory that makes ferocious beast crystals, but they are made with human lives. The awakened warriors also use the energy of the Earth's Abyss. They are stronger than ordinary warriors, but their lifespans are shorter. They can only live to 30 years old, and they have become more adapted to underground life. The strangers were moved to the side of the abyss one by one. The short and stocky Earth Ghost warrior took a bone knife and slashed the stranger's neck like a chicken. In order to ensure that every living person was killed, they cut deeply and almost cut off the head. After waiting for the blood to drain away, the ghost warriors moved the body away and either ate it or threw it away. Xiao Chang lined up at the back of the mountain, as if he could live a little longer. He quietly cut the jars with a chainsaw. Soon it was Banshan's turn. His hair was very long. The ghost warrior grabbed his hair and stretched his neck to make it easier to cut. He raised the bone knife high and dropped it instantly. The scene of blood spurting did not happen. At that moment, he rolled halfway up the mountain to avoid the bone knife. The crisis of life and death forced him to activate the tribe's secret technique, which doubled his strength. The huge force caused him to break open the jar from the inside. The moment he came out, he punched the Earth Ghost warrior in the face. The ghost warrior looked stunned. He was startled by the mountain. He didn't expect anyone to escape the shackles of the jar. He was knocked to the ground in a blink of an eye. Seeing this abnormality, Xiao Chang no longer lay dormant. He broke away from the jar and jumped up instantly, slashing the ghost warrior beside him with the machete in his hand. After the ghost warrior's head was beheaded, he threw the machete forward and shouted, "Catch the knife halfway up the mountain." Banshan's eyes lit up as he took the machete. He had seen bronzes from the Blue Fire tribe, but they were far less light and sharp than the one in his hand. Banshan rushed into the crowd and slashed wildly. Taking advantage of the chaos, Xiao Chang took out a rocket launcher, loaded it with powerful armor-piercing bullets that could be exchanged for up to mission coins, and pointed it directly at the ghost ancestor witch. "Old man, you look the most awesome, give me a shot." A trace of disdain flashed in Di Guizuo's eyes. The moment the armor-piercing bullet was about to hit him, he raised his hand lightly and waved. The armor-piercing bullet seemed to have hit the steel, barely advancing a few centimeters, and stopped in front of the Earth Ghost Zuwu. Xiao Chang's pupils shrank sharply. This powerful armor-piercing bullet could explode even a tank, but it was so vulnerable in front of this man. "I have encountered a hard stubble. Run halfway up the mountain. That man is so powerful." Xiao Chang shouted to the halfway up the mountain and ran towards the passage behind him. The Earth Ghost Ancestral Witch snorted coldly. "Where did the tribesmen come from? They have something, go to hell." The Earth Ghost Ancestral Witch performs the Ancestral Witch level witchcraft, soul-eating in wind. Wushu rushed towards Xiao Chang and Banshan with a strong wind. The witchcraft was so powerful that it could be seen with the naked eye. The surrounding space became distorted, and a strong wind rushed towards the two of them. "Warning! Warning! The host is on the verge of death and has started to repair automatically. There is not enough mission coins. Insufficient mission coins." Xiao Chang was rushed away by the witchcraft. He flew past the ghost warriors and fell into the depths of the abyss. His internal organs were smashed to pieces, his eyes, mouth, and ears were bleeding outwards. The severe pain made him almost faint. As he was falling rapidly, he saw a red bead and unconsciously reached out to grab it. Abyss in the air where Xiao Chang was falling downward, a sound like the sounds of nature sounded. Absorb the energy of special items, reward 10,000 mission coins, and increase the host's witchcraft power to level 2. Automatic body repair begins. 321 repair completed, cost 10,000 mission coins. The fall continued, and no one knew how long it had passed before there was a loud pop and Xiao Chang fell into the deep water as black as ink. At the top of the abyss, the Earth Ghost Ancestral Witch noticed something unusual and rushed towards the soul bead, but he discovered that the soul pearl he had been refining day and night for decades was missing. In an instant, a strong wind blew up, and the Ancestor Witch's long hair moved without any wind, and the cloth he was wearing made a sound in the strong wind. The anger almost made him lose his mind, and countless uncontrolled witchcraft crackled around him. "Shameless thief!" Zuwu rushed to the bottom of the abyss at high speed. At the same time, Xiao Chang, who had recovered from the treatment, suddenly came to his senses. The red beads he had just absorbed must not be ordinary things, and he suddenly brought mission coins. But as soon as I got it, I spent all the money to repair my body. I didn't expect that the system has such an invincible function. I must always keep mission coins in the future. This is simply a resurrection coin, not it's so important, after all, you only have one life. He felt the monstrous energy fluctuations above his head, and it must be the witch who came looking for him. Xiao Chang did not dare to delay, exchanged a set of diving equipment, and dived deeper. He also found half of the mountain half dead in the water, and he dragged half of the mountain to dive deeper. The Earth Ghost Ancestral Witch flew to the surface of the water at the bottom of the abyss and hung there with a fearful look on his face. The little thief caught my witchcraft. He must be close to death. He dares to dive deeper. I don't dare to stay here any longer. He's looking for death. It's a waste of my soul beads. The Earth Ghost Ancestral Witch stayed on the water for a day, but still could not see any movement on the water. That's it, that's it. The coercion at the bottom of the abyss made me tremble with fear. That little thief must be dead. After saying this, the Ghost Ancestor Witch flew back without even looking back. The Earth Ghost Ancestral Witch said angrily to the guard, "Guard the top of the abyss and kill the man on the spot if you find him." Xiao Chang exchanged the diving equipment and didn't have any worries in the water. He bought another bottle when the oxygen ran out. He found a hiding place under the water and hid there temporarily until the Earth Ghost Zuwu left. But Banshan, who was seriously injured, could no longer hold on and died. Before he died, he gave Xiao Chang a piece of jade. He didn't say anything, but he really couldn't say anything in the water. Xiao Chang thought about how to leave. It was impossible to get out from above. Not to mention the depth of the abyss, it would be difficult for him to climb up. Even if he went up, he would definitely be besieged by countless ghost warriors. Judging from the angry look on the witch's face, the beads he absorbed must not be mortal. I can only continue to dive down and see where this leads. The water was pitch black, which didn't bother Xiao Chang. He took out his underwater flashlight and shined it far away. The surrounding rock walls are extremely smooth and covered with green water plants. If you look closely, the smooth rock walls do not look like they were formed naturally, but rather they look like they were excavated manually. The amount of work required to excavate such a large hole manually is simply unimaginable. Whether it was dug manually or not has nothing to do with Xiao Chang. He just wants to escape from here now. Slowly feeling the water flowing around him, Xiao Chang found that they were all converging in the same direction. He swam forward with the current, downward and forward at the same time. After swimming diagonally for a long time, a large dark hole appeared in front of me. It seemed that the water flowed in here, but I didn't know where it led. Xiao Chang floated hesitantly at the entrance of the cave, and a sound came from the abyss where the bottom could not be seen beneath his feet. Come! The sound was like a ghostly demonic sound, reverberating and oscillating all around. Xiao Chang's heart suddenly trembled, and his pupils tightened. What a sound! The moment he heard it, his blood surged and his heart pounded. He couldn't control his body and swam downwards. He swam twice and woke up. Feeling frightened, he swam towards the entrance of the cave where the water flow converged without looking back. As soon as he touched the hole, there was another sound. Come quickly! The moment the sound appeared, Xiao Chang began to shake from head to toe as if he was electrocuted, and his body sank rapidly. No! No! Xiao Chang shouted in his heart, but his body simply refused to obey his orders. He was falling at an incredible speed. After about 10 minutes, the speed of his fall slowed down. Huge water pressure came from all directions. Xiao Chang felt very uncomfortable. Breathing became difficult and his consciousness began to blur. Vaguely, he saw a huge creature in front of him. The creature's physical strength was unimaginable, and he couldn't even see the end of the opponent's body. Suddenly 2 huge eyes appeared in front of Xiao Chang. The eyes emitted a golden light, and the pupils were like vertical pupils of a cat, about 5 or 6 meters in diameter. Just looking at Xiao Chang in this endless darkness, it could open its bloody mouth at any time and swallow Xiao Chang in one bite. Interesting, a soul from another world. What? It saw through my true identity at once. Xiao Chang's heart was filled with huge waves. What exactly is the creature in front of me? Come, let me see your memory. The giant creature said. Instantly, Xiao Chang's head began to hurt violently, as if his brain had been shattered. Other consciousness has invaded. Start the erasure process. Erasure is completed. The system's voice appeared. The pain subsided like a tide. What? There is actually a divine existence. The huge creature's pupils widened instantly, and its entire body shrank toward the rock wall of the abyss. The escape of the huge creature caused chaos in the surrounding water flow. Xiao Chang also woke up from the chaos. The system seemed to have wiped out the intrusion of the creature's consciousness. It was so dangerous just now, and it was almost wiped out of consciousness, and it also saw through the identity of my time travel. Kill it if you have the chance. Xiao Chang quickly swam to the original entrance of the cave, and after swimming for a long time, he reached the entrance of the cave. He lowered his head and took a deep look at the darkness under his feet, then gritted his teeth and rushed into the black hole. Entering the black hole, the surrounding water flow becomes faster. He couldn't swim, so he could only let his body rush forward along with the current. Fortunately, the oxygen tank still had enough oxygen. Another half-day passed, and a space without water appeared on the top of the cave. This seems to be an underground river. A little further along, a shoal appeared next to the river. Xiao Chang swam to the shallows, took off his oxygen mask and breathed a sigh of relief. I used a flashlight to illuminate the surroundings. The shoal was very small, only about 10 square meters, and there was no hole to go out. I don't know where I drifted to here. After diving for so long, I got a huge fright. Xiao Chang felt exhausted physically and mentally. He lay on the ground, exchanged a bucket of instant noodles and ate them quickly. He lay on the edge of the rock wall far away from the water and exchanged for another pair of quilts. Cover yourself with quilt and fall into a deep sleep. There is no light in the dark hole. There was no sound except the sound of rushing water. Xiao Chang didn't know how long he slept. When he woke up, he was in a trance and felt that the air was a little stuffy. Check your status. Force 36 Agile 36 which power level 2 there are actually 250 mission coins left, which is a really stupid number. I exchanged a special effect armor piercing bomb before, and bought many oxygen bottles and some other random things, which cost a lot. Oxygen bottles cost 50 per bottle, which means there are still 5 bottles available. I just don't know how long it will take to get out if I swim forward. My witchcraft power has reached level 2, which seems to be the level of a great witch. Among the tribes around the Black Mountain tribe, I have never heard of a great witch. Presumably only medium-sized tribes will have great witches. The promotion of a witch requires a large amount of ferocious beast crystals, which small tribes simply cannot afford. But I still don't know how to do witchcraft. What? The witchcraft column appeared in the system's vending machine, and I was so sleepy that I handed over a pillow. Xiao Chang's face showed excitement, and he rubbed his hands to see if there was any witchcraft he could learn. The moment I saw it, I was dumbfounded. The simplest healing spell requires 3,000 quest coins, and the curse spell also costs 3,000 quest coins. Divination is even more expensive, costing 5,000 mission coins. Looking further up, we reach the point where the Great Witch can learn. For example, the art of controlling objects requires 10,000 mission coins. There are other fireball spells, ice spikes, and the like that are more expensive. Then look through other categories, find the teleportation array in the array, carve a teleportation array in the tribe, and you can teleport back anytime and anywhere. If I had known if I had set up a teleportation array, I wouldn't have been trapped here. We're too poor now and can't afford to buy anything. We'd better figure out how to escape from here first. Xiao Chang put the quilt into the storage space and took a look at the rushing river. It's okay to wait any longer, let's go as soon as possible. He put on his diving equipment, checked his oxygen tank, and dove into the water. The water was still cold and pitch black, and the flashlight could only illuminate a short section ahead. Fortunately, after resting for a long time, Xiao Chang was full of energy and could swim very quickly. Another day or so has passed, and the oxygen bottle has its last bottle left. Feeling anxious, he vaguely saw a light ahead. There was excitement on his face and he sped up. With a crash, he rushed out. Flying in mid-air. The water rushed out from a cliff and was 30 meters high. Fortunately, the pool below was very deep. Xiao Chang was flying in mid-air, the sun was shining so hard that he couldn't open his eyes, and the wind was blowing, which made him feel much warmer. In the sky, a pterosaur flew by, and I even saw a person sitting on it. In the distance, a large area of human architecture is revealed. Xiao Chang fell into a deep pool and swam to the shore quickly. Who knows what monsters there might be in the water. I don't know how far away from Montenegro there is, but there is a tribe nearby. Go there first and have a look. Entering the woods, surrounded by overgrown weeds, Xiao Chang took out the machete again. Cut a way out. The machete fell into the water and he picked it up. As they approached the tribe, there was a noise in front of them. Kill these 2 slaves. That is, kill them. If you dare to steal something, you really risk your life. Put them in a cage and throw them into a pond. Xiao Chang secretly clicked his tongue when he heard this, and returned to the pond. He knew he was stealing something, but he didn't know he thought he was stealing a woman. Xiao Chang moved towards the lively crowd. There was a group of people in the open space, including men, women, old and young, all wearing animal skins, surrounded by 2 teenagers, a man and a woman. There are some simple wooden houses and a few stone houses around. It looks like a village, but not like a tribe. The crowd found Xiao Chang and became quiet. An old man looked at Xiao Chang and stepped forward and said, "Warrior, which tribe are you from?" "I'm from the Black Mountain tribe. Are you from the Blue Fire tribe?" Xiao Chang replied. "We are an affiliated tribe of the Blue Fire tribe, and the Blue Fire is further ahead. You are here to trade, too. We can provide food and accommodation here, and 1 white crystal per night. It is not safe around here." "Trading? Are there many people coming here to trade?" Xiao Chang asked. "You don't know?" The old man looked at Xiao Chang doubtfully. This young man is only a first-level warrior. He looks thin, alone, and from the Black Mountain tribe that he has never heard of. How weird. The old man continued, "Many small tribes come to our Blue Fire for weapons, which are bronze swords. You may not have heard of bronze. It is a special material, harder than stone and not easy to break. But I will buy it depending on your appearance." "Sorry." "Ah, so powerful." Xiao Chang squinted at the machete. "Hey, what you are holding in your hand looks like a bronze knife." The old man's eyes lit up when he saw that the texture of the machete was similar to bronze, with a snow-white body and a cold light. The edge of the knife looks extremely sharp, and it looks like a treasure at first glance. A trace of greed flashed in the old man's eyes. Xiao Chang didn't want to answer the question about the knife, so he pointed at the 2 children on the ground. "What's going on with these 2 kids?" Xiao Chang asked. "They are slaves who have eaten the meat of their masters' ferocious beasts and are about to kill them," said a smiling person. "There is usually nothing going on in the tribe, and people are very bored. It turns out that a group of people gathered around to watch killing people. It's all about killing anyway, I just don't know how to make it interesting." Someone sighed. "I know the killing method, which is to tie the head and limbs with a rope, tie it to the battle pet, and then pull the battle pet in different directions. This is called dismemberment by 5 battle pets." "Ah, you don't have a battle pet, so you can let the pattern warrior pull it, but then let the 5 of you dismember it." Everyone's eyes lit up and they all thought this method was novel and interesting. The 2 children on the ground hugged each other in fright, trembling uncontrollably. They look quite similar. They both have flower tattoos on their faces. They should be brother and sister. "Please let my sister go. She will die if she doesn't eat the meat of ferocious beasts when she gets sick. Please, even if she dies, cut my body into 5 pieces so that my sister can die easily. I beg you." The boy summoned up the courage to cry out bloody tears. "Release mission, rescue 2 children." The system's voice appeared. Xiao Chang's eyes narrowed, and the mission appeared again. "I have experienced many tasks, the most common of which is rescuing people. There seems to be some pattern in this." Moreover, the mission did not appear at first. It only appeared after I said that it would be interesting to kill 5 people. Maybe the system wants me to be a kind person, which means that I have to do more bad things in the future so that I can have more tasks. It makes sense, it makes sense. I want these 2 slaves." Xiao Chang said. "You want it? Young man, do you have money?" "A 20 white crystal." A middle-aged man came over and said. "I don't have a beast crystal." "What do you mean? Do you want to rob me?" The middle-aged man looked at Xiao Chang up and down with unkind eyes. "Of course it's not a robbery, I'll trade it with this." After saying that, Xiao Chang pretended to take out some fine salt from his arms. "There are 10 jars of fine salt, enough to exchange for 2 slaves. This is the salt I bought from the Tiandu tribe. Have you seen enough?" Xiao Chang said. The middle-aged man grabbed a handful with his rough hands and put it in his mouth. His expression froze and he said excitedly, "It's true, it's not bitter at all." He quickly said, change it, take it away." The crowd, unable to see the killing, suddenly felt bored and dispersed. The system's voice sounds 1,000 task coins will be awarded for completing the task. Xiao Chang's face lit up with joy and he was in a good mood. The properties now are, Force 36 Agile 36 which power level 2 in the backpack, diving equipment, quilt, discarded cylinders, cordless chainsaw, rocket launcher, machete. It takes 1 mission coins to upgrade the space to 4 cubic meters. I can't pretend anymore. Wait until you have money to advance, and first ask about the situation of these two little guys. Get up, which tribe are you two from? How did you become slaves? I will not keep you two followers. Only after the two stood up did they see clearly they were all about 6 or 7 years old. The boy had dry hair, thin arms and legs, and a somewhat pale complexion. The girl has long hair and is well behaved. She looks timidly towards the ground. Observe carefully, you can see that the other person's hands and feet are delicate and have no calluses, unlike those from a small place. We are from the Lengya tribe. The beasts destroyed our cave and the survivors fled here. We were sold by our father to the Tinder tribe. The boy answered. This tribe affiliated with Blue Fire was originally called Tinder. We don't have enough to eat. I know how to make stone knives. My father taught me how to make stone knives. My sister also doesn't have enough to eat. She knows how to cook. We are your slaves. Please take us in. Have you two been to the Blue Fire tribe? Xiao Chang asked. Been there, the previous owner took us there. The boy said quickly. Lead the way. By the way, what are your names? The boy said excitedly, Okay master, my name is Liming, and my sister's name is Ruoshue. Don't you want to spend the night here before leaving? It's not safe in the wild at night. The boy asked. It's a strange place. It's not good to kill too many people. Xiao Chan looked into the distance. The old man was looking here just now. When Liming heard this, she was stunned on the spot and didn't know what to say for a moment. Let's go, lead the way. Xiao Chang urged. After passing through the Tinder tribe, a path appeared ahead. It is crooked and crooked, only big enough for one person to pass, and there are a lot of weeds around it. It was such a road that gave Xiao Chang mixed feelings. After coming here for so long, he finally saw a road, even though it was a dirt road. In the evening, there were no carnivorous animals around, so the area was quite safe. Let's take a break. Here, let's have some for each of us. Xiao Chang stopped and took out some dried meat. There was a rustling sound behind him, and the old man jumped out of the grass with the two of them. The old man is an ordinary person, and the two of them are a second-level warrior and a first-level warrior. Boss, come with the second brother, kill him quickly, maybe we can go back before dark. The old man said. Dad, looking at his skinny appearance, he is probably not yet an adult. I can handle him by myself, the eldest son said. Don't be careless, the sword in his hand is not ordinary. Maybe it is a treasured sword from the Blue Fire tribe. The old man said. You're just going to accept me like this? Xiao Chang said calmly. A mere first-level soldier dares to act wild in front of me. Just choose a way to die. The boss said. That's right, brother, let's kill him quickly. Give me those two slaves. I don't have a wife yet. The second child said. You're so young, you can't have a baby. You want whatever you want. The eldest son said. You are still chatting here, how dare you rob me? After saying that, Xiao Chang rushed towards the old man as fast as he could. The eldest and second eldest brothers stood in front, holding a bone knife. Staring at Xiao Chang, waiting for him to come over and give him a full blow. When he rushed in front of the two of them, he quickly bypassed them before even waiting for the opponent's knife to fall. The boss's heart skipped a beat, and he felt bad. This speed was too fast, not the speed of a first-level warrior at all. Ah! A scream came from behind. The eldest and second eldest brother turned around and looked at each other, their eyes about to burst. Father! Their father was beheaded by Xiao Chang, and Lao Gao was sprayed with blood. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. The boss's eyes were bloodshot and he struck at Xiao Chang viciously. Xiao Chang's eyes showed sarcasm, and he thrust the bone knife towards the opponent. Without any suspense, the bone knife was cut off, and the upward machete sliced diagonally into the opponent's face. The knife cut under the nose and the upper part of the mouth was missing. Blood and brain matter spurted from the wound. The second child was stunned by this bloody scene and could not react for a while. Don't be stunned, it's your turn. Xiao Chang's heart beat rapidly. The second child screamed and rushed towards the grass. Want to run? No way. In the blink of an eye, the machete pierced through Lao Er's chest. The dick, half of his face missing, was lying on the ground twitching, his legs kicking around like a chicken with its neck cut and bleeding. Xiao Chang wiped off the blood on the machete with leaves and took back the storage space. You two come here and search out their things. The eyes of the two children were full of fear, and they were even more afraid of Xiao Chang. They searched the body quickly. With average luck, I only found 10 white crystals in total. After a fight, the sky began to darken. Find a thick tree, climb to a high place, use the branches to simply build a nest, and spend the night here. In the middle of the night, Xiao Chang, holding the knife, opened his eyes fiercely. A python vomiting blood slowly crawled towards the two children. Perhaps it was too close, so Li Ming woke up, waving the stick and shouting, "Master, please save me." Xiao Chang squinted his eyes and remained motionless. Ruoxue also woke up. She was so frightened by the giant python that she almost cried and quickly covered her mouth. "Master, if you don't help us, we will die." Li Ming spoke with a tearful tone. Seeing that the giant snake was about to attack, he pulled his sister and tried to jump off the tree. "If you jump from this height, you won't die or break your leg." Xiao Chang remained unmoved, as if he wanted them both to die. Dawn gritted her teeth, pulled off one of her fingers, and threw it at the giant snake. The finger expanded and twisted in the air, and finally turned into a sharp thorn, which penetrated into the giant snake's head at a very fast speed. Xiao Chang couldn't sit still. He pulled out his machete and pointed it at Li Ming. "Who are you? This is not like the means ordinary people have." Dawn grew weaker and paler. Ruoxue supported him and barely managed to avoid falling from the tree. "Brother, are you okay?" Ruoxue supported Li Ming distressfully, and then looked at Xiao Chang. "We are actually from the Yu tribe. We are flesh and blood of the tribe. If people know our identities, they will take us away to make weapons." "Really? Do you have the ability like your brother?" "Correct. Sells matches use this to stop bleeding." Xiao Chang took out the exchanged hemostatic bandage. "Tell me, what's going on with you?" Xiao Chang asked. "There are some people in our Yu tribe who are born unusual. They can cut off parts of their bodies and use them as weapons. After their death, their bodies can also be refined into weapons. So, many tribes would capture us and make them into weapons. After we were captured, we escaped and ended up living here." Xiao Chang thought, "So that's it, just follow me. I'm not interested in your broken weapons. If you lie to me again, you'll die." No other wild beast appeared at night, and they spent the night safely in the big tree. After walking for some time, all kinds of people appeared on the road. After asking about it, I always wanted to go to the Blue Fire Market. Most of them were wrapped in animal skins, maybe they were selling things. A big man in a grass skirt observed Xiao Chang and came forward. "This little brother, I think you are very talented and you have 2 slaves with you. You must be the son of some tribe. I have the best here. Do you want some of the ferocious beast meat jerky?" Xiao Chang looked at the other party suspiciously. He was so good at saying that the business here was developed, but it was different. "I'm hungry, let's have some. Why are so many people coming to the Blue Fire tribe today?" Xiao Chang said. "Okay, 1 white crystal and a handful of dried meat." The man in the grass skirt put down the package and grabbed a handful of dried meat. "Today is a big gathering, so there are many people. Whenever the moon is full, it is a big gathering. I didn't expect that Lan Huo would take the transaction to this point. Over time, I don't know how much wealth I have accumulated. This endless stream of people should be from the surrounding tribes. Moreover, Lan Huo's caravan has also been to Montenegro. Their caravan extends in all directions and should not be underestimated. Maybe we can follow their caravan back to Montenegro." After tasting it, the ferocious beast jerky tastes pretty good. It must have been pickled with salt and has a salty aroma. Following the crowd, a large number of houses slowly appeared in front of them, most of which were stone houses, with a few wooden or thatched houses. This is the outermost free market of the Blue Fire tribe. Further inside is the tribe's headquarters, and there are also some Blue Fire's own shops. At the gate of the market, there was a wooden frame with a dead body hanging on it. It had been a while, and flies were flying around. I heard that he was executed by the Blue Fire tribe for violating the order. It's really freeing. The market was bustling with people, selling everything: stone and bone weapons, dried meat. There were also many war pet cubs, tied to the ground, running around and pulling around. The stench was so irritating to the eyes. The place where slaves are sold is much better, not so smelly. The seller of animal skin clothing was surrounded by many ladies haggling over the price. Some even bought some clothes that they liked and changed into them on the spot. Xiao Chang was so frightened that he quickly covered Liming and Ruoshue's eyes. Children can't watch. You won't sell us. I don't want to die, and I don't want my sister to die either. Liming's eyes fell. Don't worry, I'm not short of money, Xiao Chang said. Xiao Chang found the market management staff and learned about it. The stone house can be rented to people who come to sell things, but it is a bit expensive. It costs 5 white crystals a day. The stone stalls on the ground crystallized white every day. Xiao Chang rented a room without hesitation. The Blue Fire tribe is so dark, they made money without doing anything. Thinking of the Black Mountain tribe risking their lives to hunt ferocious beasts in order to collect ferocious beast crystals one by one, I have mixed feelings. Wage earners are miserable. There are 2 rooms in the house. The inner room has a wooden bed covered with hay, and the outer room is like an ordinary shop with the door open. Outside the house, there is a stove, but there is nothing inside. If you need to light a fire, you can borrow fire from Blue Fire, 1 white crystal at a time. Of course, those who are rich enough to have their own flint do not need to borrow tinder. You 2 stay here, I'll go get some goods. Xiao Chang found a deserted place and exchanged 20 boxes of matches, spending only 2 mission coins in total. When I returned to the house, I found that they had not run away. But yes, 2 7 or 8-year-old kids are so smart that they want to kill them when they see it. Going out and running around is simply courting death. You 2 go to the door and ask me for a drink. Once you're done, you can have some sweets in the evening. Sugar? What is that? Ruoshue said timidly. That's good stuff, it's delicious. Liming and Ruoshue stood in front of the stone house, like doormen. Come and see, it's a fire starter that's better than flint. It only requires 10 white crystals. There is a lot of traffic here, and it attracts many onlookers. They all thought it was strange. Can this little box ignite fire? I don't believe it. You order one to try. This is called a match. When the small wooden stick inside is struck on the black paper, fire will come out. Xiao Chang said and demonstrated again. There was a burst of exclamation around. Really, it's really on fire. Come on everyone, this little stick can catch fire. You don't have many sticks. They'll be gone after you use them. They're still not as useful as flint. Some people think there are shortcomings. How expensive is flint? Small pieces cost 20 white crystals. This is also a good deal. Liming explained. Hey, this material seems to be paper. I heard that only the nobles of the Tiandu tribe can use paper. I want a box of these matches. I want a box too. The crowd gathered around, everyone wanted to buy it. 7 or 8 boxes were sold within a short time. The rest can only look at it, and most cannot afford it. This was equivalent to 1,600 mission coins when converted, and Xiao Chang was so happy that he couldn't open his mouth from ear to ear. You 2 are selling matches here, and I'll go out for a walk. Xiao Chang threw out another pile of matches and threw them on the stall. There is no fear of being robbed here. There are always soldiers from the Blue Fire tribe to maintain order. It would be okay for the brother and sister to stay in the house. Xiao Chang went to a place that sold animal skins and bought 2 animal skins. When sleeping at night, it would be much more comfortable to spread them underneath. Of course he didn't buy it for himself. He had his own quilt. He found a dried meat seller and bought a lot of them and stored them in the system space. Finally, we came to the stall selling war pets. There are all kinds of things here, including small dinosaurs, small snakes, bears, strange bugs, and even fish swimming in the stone basin. Next to the closed wall, there was a pile of eggs of different sizes. "Boss, do you have any flying pets?" Xiao Chang asked. As soon as the boss heard this, he knew that a layman had arrived. He said disdainfully, "Flying war pets are controlled items. There are no such things at all. Besides, the sky is not as good as the earth. Unless the top tribal flying legions are traveling together, otherwise, they will be caught by the pterosaurs. Go eat." So this is Xiao Chang also plans to build a bird cavalry and fly back to the Black Mountain tribe. It will definitely be very handsome. Looking at other strange little pets, I lost interest. Back at the stone house, Xiao Chang took out a pile of salt and toilet paper and threw them to the brother and sister. "Sell me hard. By the way, come and have some candies, one for each person. I put the dried meat in the house and get it yourself if you're hungry." Xiao Chang took out the white rabbit toffee. Ruoshue's eyes lit up after eating it, her face blossomed into a smile, and she shook her head. "Master, this is too delicious." Mirror in the evening, the weather starts to get cooler. There was a strong wind in the sky, and it seemed that the rainy season was coming soon. Later, salt was priced at 5 white crystals per jar, and toilet paper was priced at 20 white crystals per roll. This paper is a good thing, and I guess no one can make it yet. After one day of selling, a total of 125 white crystals were earned. All converted into mission coins is 2,500 coins. His current attributes are Force 36, Agile 36, which power level 2. The distance of Yuan is still some distance, but he is not in a hurry. He plans to stay a little longer. This is the best place to spend money. With the system in hand, you can make a lot of money just by selling some junk. At night, sporadic light rain began to fall from the sky. Xiao Chang was lying on the wooden bed wrapped in a quilt, and the two brothers and sisters were lying on the animal skins. I felt warm and comfortable in the morning, and had a good meal of dried meat in the evening. He also had candy, which he had never eaten before. It felt so great. The sleeping area in this house is also comfortable, not damp at all, and there are few bugs. 5 white crystals a day is really a sky-high price, and the owner can afford it. The owner always brings out some strange things for sale. I feel that he is very mysterious and does not look like a member of a small tribe. This free rally is open every day, and after the big rally, there are fewer people. Early the next morning, the flow of people at the door was obviously much less than yesterday. It was windy last night, but it's sunny today. After instructing the brother and sister to continue selling things, Xiao Chang walked deeper into the shop of the Blue Fire tribe. After passing through the chaotic neighborhood, a level appears in front of you. 2 blue fire warriors, wearing animal skins and carrying bronze swords at their waists, stood majestically on both sides. "Stop, you need 5 white crystals to enter." Xiao Chang touched the animal skin pocket and found that all the crystals had been used to exchange for mission coins, and not a single one was left. "You look like a poor guy, get out of here," a soldier said impatiently. "Those who come here to spend money are distinguished guests, so don't offend them." "Damn it, dogs look down on people. If this were in the wild, these 2 cubs would be chopped up on the spot. 30 years in Hadong, 30 years in Hishi, don't bully me into being poor today, and I will kill you with money tomorrow." Xiao Chang was indignant. "Just you? A first-level warrior, and you still use money to kill me? You can really brag. If you don't leave, I'll kill you," a soldier threatened. "What are you doing? Isn't this the match seller? Let him in." A voice came from inside. The person who came was dressed in civilian clothes, and judging by the pattern, he was a 4th-level warrior. "Lord Qing Yuan." The 2 warriors said respectfully. "I seem to have seen you before." Qing Yuan said. "I have indeed seen it. I am from the Black Mountain tribe. I sold you a lot of salt at that time." Xiao Chang replied. At that time, Qing Yuan led a caravan to hold a trade fair near Montenegro, and they had a chance encounter. That's a coincidence. After traveling so far, you come to our Blue Fire to sell something. The matches you sell are very small and good. I'm just here to find you. Our miscellaneous landlord wants to see you. Come with me. Qing Yuan continued. Xiao Chang is confused. Why are you meeting me? Am I familiar with you? Blue Fire focuses on manufacturing and has developed commerce. It has many workshops of its own. Different classifications are divided by buildings. Each floor represents an industry, such as the bronze building, pottery building, cloth building, etc. What I don't know how to classify is miscellaneous. Xiao Chang was shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect that this place had developed to this extent. So detailed. He followed Qing Yuan through many stone houses and came to a 3-story building. It turned out that there were only 3 floors. The building was made of wood and the structure was very simple. I had seen all kinds of high-rise buildings in my previous life, and I felt that the small building in front of me was a lot shabby. There is a plaque in front of the building with 3 hieroglyphs written on it. Xiao Chang didn't know anyone. Entering the building, I saw a little old man, hunched over, wearing commoners, with messy hair mixed with sawdust. He was lying on the wooden table, studying a box of matches. You are the match seller, come on, come on. Tell me how this small thing can catch fire. 5th floor master, then I will retreat. Qing Yuan said. Ah, let's go. After the 5th floor owner said this, he stepped forward and pulled Xiao Chang, as if he had discovered some treasure. I studied it carefully and found that there is nothing strange about the stick. The main thing is the red bump on the head. What is that thing? The 5th floor owner looked at Xiao Chang and his eyes lit up. Xiao Chang was a little embarrassed for a moment. He thought for a while and said, that's mud. Wrap it with a small wooden stick and it will catch fire if you rub it. I don't know where the mud came from. These were given by a wandering wizard in the East, mine. You didn't make it. Hey, this thing looks simple. The mud is the key. If you don't have it, you definitely can't make it. The 5th floor owner felt a pity. Let's go. The old man waved his hand to chase people away. It would be too unkind to drive people away so quickly. This old man likes these gadgets so much that it seems inappropriate not to blackmail him. Xiao Chang took out his animal skin coat and took out a small mirror like the one from the dollar store. The 5th floor owner's eyes widened when he saw what Xiao Chang was holding. He snatched it up and studied it carefully. Smooth plastic, clear mirror. It completely reflected the other person's old face. What is this? The 5th floor owner's voice trembled. Xiao Chang chuckled, then coughed and said seriously, this is called the 7 treasure glazed mirror, which can reflect everything in the world. Look at the small sticker on the back. It is a creature named Ultraman, who is sealed on it for blessing. The precious mirror is not broken. Be careful not to crush it. The 5th floor owner was stunned for a moment, but he had never seen such a thing in his life. It is a magical tool to capture the appearance of objects so clearly. The owner of the 5th floor said sarcastically, well, can you sell this treasure to me? No, this treasure is rare in the world, and I got it by chance. Xiao Chang said firmly. Otherwise, I'll give you a landlord's order, and the holder will get a % discount on shopping at Blue Fire. I'll give you some ferocious beast crystals, and you can decide on a price. How about 500 white crystals? Xiao Chang asked tentatively. Make a deal. Damn it, say less. The 5th floor owner secretly rejoiced and pretended to be very heartbroken. You can buy this kind of treasure with just this crystallization. It's so profitable. Coming out of the miscellaneous building, Xiao Chang smiled from ear to ear. That's 500 white crystals. A full mission coins. Not knowing where to go for a moment, I saw a building in the distance surrounded by many people. He came up and said, brother, what are you doing? Blue Fire has issued a level 3 mission to hunt down the leader of the wild beast spirit ape. Take his head back and be rewarded with 100 white crystals. I heard that a great shaman named Lanhua has a serious illness and needs the brains of a spiritual ape for treatment.
Are you talking about the spiritual ape on the Ape Mountain? It's not easy to kill, let alone the leader.
After hearing this, Xiao Chang was not very interested.
Killing monkeys would make money quickly?
He carried 500 white crystals in his animal skin and made a clattering sound as he walked.
Passing by the gatekeeper, Xiao Chang put down the animal skin and wiped his forehead. It's so heavy. A bag of crystals, do you think it could kill you? Return to the rental house and throw 10 white crystals to Dawn.
Rent the house next to it, set up a stall there, and give me the crystal stones you earn. After taking away the brother and sister, Xiao exchanged the crystal for mission coins. Looking at the mission coins in the system, Xiao Chang was in trouble. At this time, his attributes were power, 36 agility, 36 witch power, level 2 mission coins, 13,500 coin skills, none. He is also a great witch now, and his witchcraft power is surging all over his body.
What's embarrassing is that one skill doesn't exist. Call up the skills that can be learned in the system. Elementary witchcraft, healing, curses, elementary divination.
Intermediate witchcraft, object control, fireball, ice thorn, intermediate divination, intermediate healing, etc. 100,000 mission coins can be used to repair the body when dying. It's equivalent to buying a life. But he was not strong enough, so no matter how he tried to save his life, it was still gone. He didn't know if the winged people had invaded Black Mountain. We need to go back quickly. Montenegro is too weak, and it might be destroyed at some point. After much thought, I finally decided to learn the art of controlling objects. It costs, crystal stones. System, learn the art of controlling objects. A burst of white light flashed, and a bunch of obscure symbols appeared in Xiao Chang's mind. The special way of energy operation appeared in his mind, and at the same time, he felt that he had been practicing this kind of witchcraft every day for decades, and the feeling of insight into everything appeared instantly. Not only did he learn the art of controlling objects, but he also became proficient in it. The skill column says, Object Control, Full Level.
Try to control the stones on the ground.
The stones slowly rise and fly around in the air.
Xiao Chang smiled and said, "It's done. You is everything." His eyes lit up when he looked at the flying sword in the system.
The flying sword belongs to the category of spiritual weapons, and it is marked on it, low-level monk supplies, practical and corrosion-resistant, with average speed and reasonable price.
Requires 15,000 mission coins. Xiao Chang's face darkened when he saw the price. This kind of spiritual weapon was not cheap.
It's okay if you don't want this flying sword. That night, Xiao Chang ran to the woods, cut off a branch, stepped on it, and flew up crookedly. He was not flying very high, and he was afraid of falling and dying. An hour later, Xiao Chang, bruised and swollen from the fall, returned to the stone house and fell asleep.
I spent the next few days at the market.
Every day, Xiao Chang provides the brother and sister with daily necessities and some odds and ends. Let them sell it and slowly become famous. Xiao Chang gave the store a name, Brother Chang's Grocery Store. The rest of the time, I just go for a walk on the street, look at the ladies buying animal skin clothes and teasing the war pets in the pet market. On this day, Xiao Chang waved his hand, and a stone in the distance rubbed the ground and flew over. I sat down and looked at the animal skin clothing store in front of me with relish. There are a lot more people on the street today, and those girls seem to be from the Leaf Tribe. I heard that they live in trees and look like elves. Each of them wrapped their chests with leaves. The leaves were not durable and were always broken. The weather was not very cold yet, and they were all wearing grass skirts, exposing their slender thighs.
Maybe the rainy season is coming and there are many people buying animal skin clothes.
Blue Fire's animal skin clothing is different from other tribes in that it is well made, the clothes are comfortable and fit well, and many women come to buy them. While Xiao Chang was enjoying himself, the sky turned dark.
Hiss! A bird chirped in the air. It's the Blue Fire Dragon Knight. A Dragon Knight is back.
I heard that the winged humans came to our area and fought with the Dragon Knights, causing casualties on both sides. No, that Birdman is here to snatch the child again, damn it. The knight riding the pterosaur flew over the free market and landed at the Blue Fire Tribe station. The winged human race is indeed here.
Xiao Chang finished visiting girls today and went home early.
After counting the ferocious beast crystals stored in the system space, I sold 800 white crystals in 10 days, which is not bad. After redeeming it, I got exactly 4,500 mission coins. I bought the flying sword and have mission coins left. Arriving at the entrance of Lanhua Commercial District again, the two gatekeepers looked at the landlord's order and nodded and bowed.
The little one has eyes but cannot see the mountain. Damn it, please come in. I found Xing Yuan in his shop and asked him, have there been any caravans going near the Black Mountain tribe recently?
Xing Yuan looked at the unattractive Xiao Chang and felt that this man was very strange. He always got some strange gadgets to sell, and the Changgo grocery store he opened was also very prosperous.
There have been no caravans going out recently. In the rainy season, caravans will no longer go out? You want to go back to Montenegro? Exactly. To be honest, I don't know the way back very well. You can just give me the general direction.
Xiao Chang replied.
Well, we'll climb over 5 mountains in the south and go around a river. We'll probably be there. The caravan will need to walk for 20 days. I don't recommend you go back by yourself. It's okay, I just know the direction. By the way, I'll give you this dagger.
I hope you can take more care of my 2 slaves. Xing Yuan took the dagger and his expression instantly became serious. Touching the stainless steel material, I felt excited.
Where did this come from? What kind of material is this? Maybe it's a kind of bone. I bought it from a tribe in the east. What's the name of that tribe? Xing Yuan asked urgently.
Call it Qin State. Xiao Chang said nonsense.
Country? What is that? It's a very big tribe. You'll know it when you see it.
Don't worry, I will help you take care of your slave.
Xing Yuan thought a lot.
The Qin state had the level of making such weapons, and its strength was unimaginable. This thing was much stronger than the bronze of his own tribe. Your own tribe should be more careful. Xiao Chang is not afraid of what will happen if he gives away the weapon. Now that he has a flying sword, he is not afraid of his little dagger.
Return to the stone house and leave 50 crystals for Dawn. Save these for expenses. Buy more food and stuff. It should be safe here during the rainy season and won't be flooded. Don't worry, you too. Also, take this token and you'll get discounts on everything you buy. Master, are you leaving?
Ruoshue said carefully.
This is too much. I'm afraid I'll be robbed. Li Ming said. It's okay, do you want to become an awakening warrior? You may die in the process.
Xiao Chang plans to awaken the dawn. Of course I think that if I can awaken, I won't be slaughtered by others. It's a pity that there is no witch to help a slave awaken.
At the end of the sentence, Dawn's eyes faded. If I have the chance, I would be willing to die. A determined look came over his face. Good job.
After saying this, Xiao Chang activated his witchcraft, activated his object controlling technique, and crackling energy burst out from his hands.
Rise!
Li Ming and Ruoshue flew into the air, scaring them so much that they screamed.
The art of controlling objects means controlling people.
But that day, Uncle Qiao led a hunting team and lost Xiao Chang and the entire team fell into great confusion. Uncle Qiao planned to go down to rescue people, but gave up after the tentacles captured 2 more people.
The little dragon's hunting was successful and he killed a lot.
Back at the tribe, people cheered when they saw a large number of prey. But he found that the soldiers were all depressed.
Uncle Qiao ran to Bai Wu, knelt down and said sadly, Bai Wu, Xiao Chang has been taken away.
What?
Bai Wu felt dizzy. Bai Wu is old. He was seriously injured before and may die at any time. If Bai Wu dies, Xiao Chang can only take over. A tribe cannot be without witches.
Without witches, the tribe will slowly decline. Quickly, go to the water tribe and ask them to divine the whereabouts of Xiao Chang.
Bring 20 white crystals and these 2 purple ones. When asking for help, your attitude must be kind.
Bai Wu said quickly. I'll go, I'm about to be promoted to level 3 warrior.
Shi Yong actively requested. Go back quickly and take these 2 dominoes with you. Bai Wu took out a speed domino and a defense domino. The team going to the water tribe set off early in the morning. There was a tense atmosphere in the cave of the Black Mountain tribe, and no one dared to speak loudly. The White Witch sat in his cave, silent. No one knew what he was thinking. 5 days later, Shi Yong returned to the tribe with a tired face. I encountered an accident on the road and lost a member of my clan. I met a flying bird man. The good news is that the water wizard said that Xiao Chang is not dead, but he doesn't know where he is specifically. Shi Yong took a sip of water and continued. Furthermore, the water witch said that what's strange is that even ordinary people can divine the result after he spent a drop of divine water, but Xiao Chang only has very vague information, unless his witchcraft is stronger than the water witch. That's it. It's good that you're not dead. The winged humans are finally here, seal the entrance of the cave, and from today on, no one is allowed to go out. Bai Wu made a decision. Bai Wu, there's not enough food. There are still potatoes growing on the mountain. Uncle Qiao said. Seal it first, and then send soldiers out to take a look after a while, Bai Wu said. The next day, news came that the winged people had robbed the Qingshi tribe, and not a single child was left. They were all robbed. A few days later, the Water tribe came to ask for help and asked the Black Mountain tribe to join them in resisting foreign enemies. He also told the Snake tribe that they were unwilling to hand over their children and the whole tribe was massacred. To go or not to go, it was difficult for the White Witch to make a decision. There are too few Black Mountain warriors, only more than 30. They went to help the Water tribe. What should I do? If he hadn't helped, it might have been his turn next. The big stone at the entrance of the cave cannot stop the winged people. The next morning, Bai Wu got dressed early and washed his hair with plant ash. She helped him walk out of the cave, and the soldiers gathered around him. White Witch, if the child is gone, we can regenerate it. Let's surrender, someone said. That's right. The Snake tribe has been wiped out. The Fire Witch has issued a decree that female slaves are no longer slaves if they give birth to children. Many of them are pregnant. We will have children. We can't all go and die. Even if I die, I will never give my child away. A woman stood up. It's just a bunch of cowards who have the ability to compete with the winged humans. Shut up! Uncle Qiao shouted. White Witch, what do you think we should do? Everyone go to the Water tribe. They have an underwater cave. Maybe you can hide for a while. Hide? Don't even think about hiding anywhere. I found you. The boulder was pushed away, revealing a face with a sharp mouth and ears. The face was so terrifying that it looked like a devil in people's eyes. Ah! The crowd burst into commotion. The winged humans are here. The winged men have fleshy wings on their arms, and are usually over 2 meters tall. An ordinary winged man has the strength of a first-level warrior. They rushed into the cave with spears in hand and fanned the wind. The soldiers rushed forward with weapons, but how could they be their opponents? The wingmen took spears and shot them from the air to the ground, killing several soldiers on the spot. The Montenegrin warriors simply couldn't reach each other. Seeing the tragic death of the soldiers, people were dumbfounded, and the women who clamored to die together also shut up. They couldn't defeat each other at all, and fighting to the death would result in death. Stop it all, we surrender. Bai Wu's voice trembled, as if he had exhausted all his strength when he finished speaking. That's right. Hand over the child quickly. Our captain has spoken. As long as you hand over the child, you will be spared. A tall winged man said. Children under the age of 3 were taken out and put into prepared bamboo baskets. The tall winged man's sharp eyes caught sight of the pregnant woman in the crowd. Catch the pregnant ones too. What are you doing? Why do you want a pregnant woman if we didn't agree that we only want children? Shouted the bloody warrior. Of course I want a child. Cut open their stomachs and they will have children, hee hee. What about my lord? Of course I'm going to eat, what else can I do? The tall winged man sneered. Sure looked at his pregnant wife, imagining the scene of her having her belly ripped open, killing her and eating her meat, and his head was buzzing. I fought with you. He held the weapon and rushed towards the tall winged man number 30. Come back! Uncle Chiao shouted. The stone couldn't hear anything, and its anger turned into strength. It held the stone knife and wanted to kill all the winged people in the air. Damn it, any bitch dares to kill me. Go ahead. Kill them all, the tall winged man frowned. At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared behind the tall winged man. Oh, what kind of dog dares to come to Montenegro to act recklessly? The sound appeared in mid-air, and the tall winged man thought it was one of his own tribe. He turned his head suspiciously. There was a flash of cold light and a flying sword passed by. The tall winged man's body fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Quiet. Deathly quiet. People couldn't see clearly that person's face against the sunlight, but they just felt a little familiar. When the wingers saw this strange scene, they were frightened and began to run away. The flying swords flew through each other quickly, and within a few breaths, all the winged men were wiped out. The crowd's eyes widened, and they knelt down one after another and worshipped in front. I don't know who shouted, "That's not the fire witch, Xiao Chang." Ah, it seems so. That's him, the fire wizard. The fire wizard is here to save us. Many women cried with excitement, and those who were pregnant hugged their husbands and cried non-stop. Not only did the fire witch not die, he could fly. He flew back and saved the Black Mountain tribe at the critical moment. People were so excited that they couldn't believe their eyes. Xiao Chang used the flying sword as a weapon, and he could only stand on a controlled wooden stick. He was a little unsteady on his feet, and suddenly his feet slipped and he fell to one side. Everyone, look, the fire wizard is about to fall. Ouch, my butt! Xiao Chang shouted in pain. Rush, fire witch. Come on, put out the fire witch ass. If you rush, I will rush too. At the critical moment, Xiao Chang finally came back. He flew hundreds of miles with his sword, and the road was very dangerous. It consumes 1 meal per kilometers of fuel, which is also quite environmentally friendly. Fortunately, he is a great witch and has abundant witchcraft power, and he had a flying sword that was not available in the world, so he could come back so quickly. This speed is faster than the high-speed rail. People have never seen anyone who can fly, and they have never seen any great witch. Those are all distant existences that have never been heard of. Xiao Chang's appearance was like a miracle, and now people completely worship him. Even the White Witch felt that he was the son of God sent from heaven. After the battle, people buried their dead tribesmen in the cemetery on the hill. People hated the winged people so much that they wanted to hang their corpses at the door of the tribe to vent their anger. Xiao Chang felt something was wrong. The Iran tribe went out to plunder a large team. The Blue Fire tribe far away has been affected. Who knows how many of them there are? The people who come to Montenegro must be the lowest level of pawns. Such a remote small tribe also robs, which shows the huge people group. You burn all Iran's bodies and dispose of them cleanly. Xiao Chang ordered. Everyone hurried to do it. Now Xiao Chang's words were an imperial edict, which was more effective than Bai Wu's orders. Shirtu followed the fire wizard's order and hurried to burn the body. He first piled firewood into a tower shape and spread it underneath. The winged man was too big to be placed on top, so they chopped it into pieces with knives. The scene was full of blood and internal organs, and it was like a slaughterhouse. The corpse was burned from day to night before it was burned to ashes, and there was an unpleasant smell all around. Even though it tastes good, it can't stop people's enthusiasm. That night, in order to celebrate the return of the fire wizard, the Black Mountain tribe held a grand banquet. The soldiers went out to capture 5 triangle sheep and slaughtered them on the spot. 3 are roasted and eaten, and 2 are stewed. The sheep are simply slaughtered and put on sticks on the bonfire. Xiao Chang took out a bag of marinated meat ingredients from his arms and handed it to the monkey. Rub it on the meat and sprinkle more salt. Monkey was a little afraid of Xiao Chang now, so he took the bag cautiously and nodded in agreement. What are you doing? Why don't you call me Brother Chang? Come here and call me Brother Chang from now on. Xiao Chang pulled the monkey over. The monkey was flattered and smiled broadly. Fire Witch, you are a god now. How dare I call you Brother Chang? Even if you give me 10 courages, I would not dare. I'd better call you Fire Witch. No, just call me Brother Chang. I'm not a god. That's witchcraft. I'm just a little stronger than the White Witch. Xiao Chang said with a smile. Okay, Brother Chang, I'm going to rub the ingredients. The monkey ran to barbecue. The crowd gathered around the bonfire, with a large stone pot on top of it, in which the whole sheep was boiling, and the aroma filled the air. A greedy child keeps drooling. Boil the sheep in water and just add a little salt. The taste is incredibly delicious. Bai Wu sat next to Xiao Chang and vaguely began to take him as the leader. Xiao Chang sat in the middle. Bai Wu leaned his body towards Xiao Chang, and the two black holes without eyes faced Xiao Chang. Our Montenegro hasn't been so lively for a long time. Bai Wu lamented. We were poor before, but now we are better. There is enough food. We will not be hungry in the future, Xiao Chang said. Yes, it's all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, Black Mountain would have been exterminated several times. Now, the tribe has never had a leader. How about you become the leader? Xiao Chang was stunned for a moment and then reacted that he quickly waved his hand and said, Chief, let's forget it. I don't have the energy. I think Shi Yang is good. I'll just be my fire wizard. After visiting the Blue Fire tribe, Xiao Chang knew that the Black Mountain tribe was a remote and backward countryside, barren and impoverished. If you want to develop better, you still have to go out and make a living. This world is too dangerous, with the weird ghost clan and the terrifying existence deep in the abyss. The winged people are also constantly plundering, and no one can survive alone. Only by being strong can you protect yourself and your tribe. In the woods not far from the Black Mountain tribe, a second-level warrior from the Water tribe came here sneakily. His name is Xu Weisheng. He is very clever, and he was sent to inquire about the situation in Montenegro. Logically speaking, since the rescue message has been sent out for so long and there is no reply from Heishan, they may be in danger now. The winged humans have strong maneuverability and can fly around in the sky. Even if the Black Mountain tribe surrenders and hands over their children, news should get out. Normally, if the children are handed over, the winged human race will not kill them all. After all, everyone has been killed. Who will they rob next time? Could it be that Heishan had already been killed because he refused to obey? I couldn't help but shudder at the thought of this. It's better to go there quickly and take a look. As we approached Montenegro, we saw flames reaching into the sky from a distance. Xu Weisheng's expression changed suddenly, and he secretly thought something bad. At this time, if you are still lighting a fire outside, you can't be holding a bonfire party. It must be a ruthless job. Montenegro is finished. The winged humans are probably roasting human flesh to eat. It smells so good. Why do I smell the smell of mutton soup? Some people say that humans are like two-legged sheep. Isn't this the smell? Xu Weisheng muttered. Xu Weisheng was hesitant to go back immediately. It would be hard to go back and do business without seeing it with his own eyes. Finally, he decided to climb a tree to take a sneak peek and immediately ran back. The aquatic man who climbed up the tree was almost shocked. In the distance, in the open space in front of the cave, a circle of people sang and danced around a bonfire, and a huge stone pot cooked three-cornered sheep. There were even children drinking mutton soup from stone bowls. The soldiers tore the roasted mutton with their hands and ate it. Some people are so happy that they dragged their women back to the cave to do business. A picture of extravagance and lewdness appeared, and Xu Weisheng was so shocked that he couldn't believe his eyes. Are they going to die after having fun for the last time? No, hurry over and have a look. The soldiers taking turns guarding heard a noise in front. Who? Come out. It's me, don't get excited, I'm from the Water tribe. When the soldier heard the sound, he slowly put down the weapon in his hand and shouted to the front, it's just the right time, come here, you can still have a mouthful of broth to drink. After a while, Xu Weisheng was brought to Xiao Chang and Bai Wu. Why are you still doing this here when it's so dangerous? Do you want to join the Water tribe in resisting the winged people? Shu Weixing asked. We are happy, why can't we go out to eat and drink?
Xiao Chang said calmly. Shu Weixing had never met Xiao Chang and felt that he, a first-level warrior, had no right to speak.
We are facing a powerful enemy.
If you don't want to resist the winged people, just eat, drink and have fun here, then you won't be afraid that they will come and kill you all. Those winged men were killed by me.
Xiao Chang replied. Are you worthy? Stop bragging here.
You, a first-level warrior, are talking shamelessly.
If it weren't for the sake of the fire wizard, I wouldn't even bother to talk to you.
Shu Weixing said disdainfully.
Everyone in the Black Mountain tribe was shocked. Don't talk nonsense. Shut up. You can't be disrespectful to the fire wizard.
Xiao Chang waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. He slowly flew off the ground, his clothes fluttering in the air. The crackling magic power makes a chaotic sound. A flying sword flashing with cold light flew out instantly, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air.
In an instant, it was against Shu Weixing's neck. Tell me, am I worthy now? Shu Weixing reacted quickly and knelt down immediately. Please save the water tribe. I'm so young that I can't see the mountains. How can I apologize to you?
Shu Weixing lowered his head, not daring to look directly at Xiao Chang. Their water witches have strong magic power and are expected to be promoted to great witches. He had heard that great witches could control objects and fly. Unexpectedly, the young man in front of him turned out to be a great witch. Was he sent by other large tribes to protect the human race, or a member of the Black Mountain tribe? He thought a lot for a while. Xiao Chang actually didn't intend to do anything to him, he just wanted to scare him, so he withdrew the flying sword on the spot.
Go back and tell you witches that if you want to ask me to take action, you must submit to me. Of course, I will not let you be slaves.
Xiao Chang said.
You actually want to annex the water tribe, Wu will not agree.
Shu Weixing said firmly.
Whether you agree or not, get out of here.
Xiao Chang waved his hand and fanned Shu Weixing away.
There are still not enough people from the Black Mountain tribe. If we want to build a safer group, we need more people.
After Shu Weixing's troubles, he instantly lost interest in the banquet. Xiao Chang gnawed on the leg of lamb and returned to his house. Now my self-power, 36 agility, 36 witch power, level 2 mission coins, 3,400 coin skill, object control, full level. She followed in wearing cool clothes. According to the age of people in the tribe, Xiao Chang should also get married and have children.
The White Witch always brings them together intentionally or unintentionally. I want to use this relationship to keep Xiao Chang.
Her young breasts were exposed, and she looked at Xiao Chang with charming eyes. Lord Fire Witch, I will serve you. Xiao Chang took a hard look at the two balls, sighed and said, get out. A trace of disappointment flashed in Ji's eyes. It wasn't that Xiao Chang couldn't bear it, it was that he simply couldn't imagine his child being born here. He is not ready yet, it is too unsafe here. When will he build a powerful and invincible tribe?
Think about having children again.
Perhaps, instead of establishing a tribe, directly establish a country. The next day, I heard that the winged men attacked the water tribe and took away all the children. In the end, they did not agree to the proposal to merge the tribes. The winged people also felt the danger on the Black Mountain side and did not take action against the Black Mountain. The Shuibu tribe survived at the cost of dozens of dead and wounded warriors and the loss of all children under the age of 3. Winged humans are like locusts. After eating this land, it flew to other areas. After the winged man left, the rainy season arrived. It was as if a switch had been turned on in the sky, and it kept raining. People also began to build stone houses on the top of the mountain. Rivers began to appear in places that were originally dry, and the rivers converged into a pool of water. The water level has overflowed the cave entrance of the Black Mountain tribe, making the cave uninhabitable. Everyone migrated to the mountains. At this time, each hill is like an island, and people live on it. Many stone houses were built one after another on the mountain. The walls are stone, with hay trees on top to keep out the rain. 5 or 6 slaves were crowded into a room, and their life was very hard. Xiao Chang exchanged a large rainproof canvas and asked Uncle Qiao and the others to build a larger house.
He covered it with canvas and put many hay branches on it to keep it warm. Such a rainproof and windproof house is built. I found a wooden board and wrote the two characters school on it with charcoal. Inlaid on the door of the stone house. People had nothing to do, so they came to watch in the rain. Fire Witch, are you building yourself a house? What's written on it? This house is really big, the Fire Wizard's house is just different. Xiao Chang stood in the room and said, "Go back quickly, don't catch a cold. I didn't build this for myself. This is a place for learning. The name is school." School? What is that? Who will study? Xiao Chang looked at everyone and said, "Let your children come here first. Anyone over 5 years old must come to study. As I said before, you will have lunch." The crowd cheered and went to catch their cubs. Xiao Chang had this plan before, but never implemented it. When the rainy season comes, people are free. Just in time to get started. That day, a group of children who had never learned to read were made dizzy. Monkey was also among them, but I didn't expect that he was quite talented. I reluctantly gave him the title of class representative. Today we are learning the word tribe. After that, Xiao Chang wrote tribe on the wooden board. On this land there are not only our Black Mountain tribe, but also many other tribes. Some tribes have invented writing, but there is no unification. What I want to do now is to unify the writing. You will be the first to learn this writing. Fire Witch, what is this kind of writing called? Xiao Chang's eyes suddenly became profound. The emergence of writing represents the entry of human beings into the era of civilization. Now the original text has appeared, but unfortunately it cannot be unified. That being the case, then let Chinese characters shine in this continent. The characters you are learning are called Chinese characters. Remember them all for me. Xiao Chang said solemnly. Fire Witch, I don't want to study, I want to sleep, I want to be a warrior. Give me some energy, I must study. Xiao Chang knocked on the wooden board. If you just said you don't want to study, go home and copy your homework 100 times, and the monkey will supervise you. When they do their homework now, they write on the sand, which can be reused. The child was instantly frightened and promised that he would study hard in the future. The monkey learned it very seriously. He felt that the fire wizard was mysterious and what he taught must be useful. At night, Xiao Chang ran to Bai Wu's stone house. White Witch, please teach me how to make dominoes. With your current level, it should be much easier to make dominoes. First, you need the skull of a ferocious beast. The higher the level, the better the effect. Bai Wu shakily took out a few bone fragments from under the bed. The bone fragments were white and had some cracks on them, as if they had been left there for a long time. Then activate the witch power to carve unique lines. The White Witch said, pressing his fingers on the bone fragments. The power of witchcraft was printed on the bone fragments through Bai Wu's fingers. The bone fragments seemed to have melted, and grooves appeared. Xiao Chang could clearly see that the witchcraft power in Bai Wu was being depleted. In the end, the White Witch seemed to collapse. The witchcraft power in his body was exhausted. Is this a kind of writing? Xiao Chang pointed to the lines on the bone fragments. No, this is what the ancestors figured out through their exploration. Bai Wu stroked the dominoes and continued slowly, I heard that some of the current texts are only used by the top tribes. This statement coincides with what Xiao Chang has seen. He has seen several words in Lanhua. It seems like the text is just showing up now. It has not become popular, and there is no convenient recording tool. Most of them are still carved on stone and bone. It's time to give children some homework books and let them experience the advancement of technology. Gynecologist in the early morning, it still rained non-stop. The drops fell on the canvas, creating a rhythmic sound. The sky was always gloomy, and huge birds flew past in the distance. As the river grows longer, there are more and more aquatic dinosaurs, and people stay away from the water. It's suitable for sleeping in on rainy days. Xiao Chang was lying in bed unwilling to get up. He felt inside his animal skin coat and took out a carton of milk. Feeling not full, he took out another sausage from underneath. After several days of teaching, Xiao Chang handed over the task to Monkey. Just give them a copy of Children's Literacy Enlightenment and forget about it. Let him ask again if he doesn't know.
He also asked for some bone fragments from the White Witch.
Try making dominoes around the house. Broken it again.
Xiao Chang was so angry that he threw the bone fragment to the ground.
After a while, he collected the bone fragments on the ground little by little and breathed a sigh of relief. Looking back carefully, the reason for the failure was that either the magic power output was too high or too low. It seems like this thing needs more practice.
Continuous rainy days have caused the potatoes in the fields to not grow very well.
There was only one harvest.
Despite this, the Black Mountain tribe did not starve to death for a long time. Even slaves have food to eat. Especially pregnant female slaves, their treatment is comparable to that of a family with a patterned warrior. They all live in special houses and are looked after by special personnel. Canvas was used on the top of the house, and stone bricks were laid on the ground. There was no moisture inside.
Pattern warriors have the highest status in the tribe.
They participate in hunting, hand over part of the prey they bring back, and keep the other part for themselves.
Ordinary people who couldn't become warriors could only do menial jobs in exchange for food. Making weapons and various tools is their main task. The more dangerous thing is to join the collection team.
Some time ago, there was an addition growing potatoes. Dahua comes from the Salt tribe, and she is very afraid of the Fire Witch. That day she saw the Fire Witch kill all the Salt tribe warriors with her own eyes.
When she arrived in Montenegro and became a slave, she was heartbroken.
I feel that my future is gloomy and I may die from being beaten and scolded at any time. Miraculously, her standard of living changed for the better. I haven't been hungry for so long, and I haven't heard of anyone dying of hunger, thirst, or being punished by his master.
And she married Shirtu, a warrior from the Montenegro tribe. Also pregnant with a child.
As long as the child is born, one can get rid of the slave status and live a promising life. That day, when Shirtu rushed towards the winged people for him, she was so moved that she cried. At that time, I felt that even if I died, this life would still be worth it. Until the fire wizard appeared, like a god descending to earth, and saved everyone.
She still feels magical.
It is a special blessing to be able to live in a dry house during the rainy season without having to worry about food. She suddenly felt pain in her stomach, as if she was about to give birth. The caregiver noticed something strange and quickly called the midwife. Dahua was taken to a special delivery room. She knelt on the ground with her upper body on the wall and her butt facing behind.
There were two midwives, one in front and one behind.
The one in front held Dahua's waist to prevent her from falling. Dahua, just hold on, you'll be fine in a while, the midwife comforted her. The midwife in the back spread a pile of hay on the ground to prevent the baby from falling to the ground. She also took a sharp bone knife and used it to cut the umbilical cord. Dahua's face was pale, and cold sweat flowed out like water.
The midwife lay down below and waited anxiously.
Dahua, work harder, work harder.
Giving birth soon. Quick.
Work harder. Another 5 minutes passed, and Dahua felt that a lifetime had passed. The child still can't come out.
There's bleeding, there's no amniotic fluid, and the birth canal is full of blood.
The midwife's face changed drastically. She raised her head and looked at Dahua, panicking and not knowing what to do.
Go and ask a witch quickly, said a midwife.
No, giving birth to a child is unclean and we cannot let witches help.
Another person said. Then what can we do? Quickly go and inform Shirtu that Dahua is having difficulty giving birth. I can't save it.
Ask him to come over and see Dahua again. The medical level at this time was quite low, and they didn't even know how to boil some hot water for cleaning.
The mortality rate during childbirth is very high.
Once difficult labor occurs, most people choose to cut open the belly and take out the baby. As for the mother, her status is low, so she will die if she dies. What's more, when food is scarce, corpses are eaten. After Shirtu learned of the situation, he dropped the bone knife he was polishing and rushed to the delivery room without caring about anything. There was no one in the delivery room, only Shir and two midwives.
No one pays attention here. Many people die every year due to dystocia, and everyone is used to it. Shirtu grabbed Dawa's hand and didn't know what to do. The only way was to cut open the belly and take out the child. Let the big flower bleed to death. He didn't dare to seek treatment from witches. Only pattern warriors who were injured during hunting were eligible for treatment. He hit his head uncomfortably with his hands, making a loud banging sound. Kneeling on the ground and wailing, there was nothing I could do. The other side. Xiao Chang held a black umbrella and walked in the rain. In his hand, he held a roasted leg of lamb, sprinkled with cumin and sizzling with oil. He nodded and walked. There is a vast ocean in front of you, with a wide field of vision. Only the tops of the leaves are above the water, swaying in the wind. The air is filled with the fragrance of earth. Ha! Someone is howling in front of you. The voice sounds so familiar. Xiao Chang walked into the delivery room. He saw Shirshir holding a bone knife and preparing to cut his wife's belly. Fire witch, why are you here? This place is unclean, please get out quickly, said the midwife. What are you doing, cesarean section? Xiao Chang was confused. Seeing Dahua's pale face, he frowned. Why is it unclean? The mother who gives birth is great. Dahua is dying, it's difficult to give birth, and there's a lot of bleeding, so we have to cut open her belly to save the baby. Shirtu said sadly. I improved the treatment of pregnant women just to increase the population. What are you doing here, killing people to get children? If you have any problems, call a witch. What is unclean? Fu Yanjie. Call the white witch, I will save Dahua today. It's decided. Xiao Chang was extremely angry. By the way, boil some hot water. After Xiao Chang finished speaking, he was a little confused. The ancient method of giving birth was to boil hot water, and I really didn't know what to do after that. Shouting cheers from the side? Did you shout come on? Xiao Chang said seriously. What? Dahua is having difficulty giving birth. The midwife was confused. Oh, no more oil. Xiao Chang redeemed it from the system, surgical tools, alcohol, hemostatic gauze, a mess. Let the white witch use healing techniques to keep her alive while he becomes an obstetrician and gynecologist again. After working for more than an hour, Xiao Chang came out of the delivery room covered in stains. He stood in the rain and let the rain wash away the blood from his body. Hey, the family members over there, come here. Xiao Chang waved to Shirtu. Shirtu felt uneasy, and Xiao stood by and wanted to ask but didn't dare. Seeing the stone like that, Xiao Chang felt funny and chuckled, go quickly, mother and son are safe. Dahua gave birth to a big fat boy, but the newly born baby was too ugly, with many wrinkles on his face. Many children were born during this rainy season, more than 20. In the future, they will all be warriors of the tribe. Things in the school are also going well. Under the pressure of the fire wizard, no one dares not to study hard. Teach the monkey pinyin well and give him a Xinhua dictionary. The future is promising. On this day, the water creature from the water tribe came to Black Mountain sitting on a huge crocodile. The crowd was attracted and looked at the giant crocodile in the water with curiosity. The crocodile is 10 meters long, and its mouth is wide open. It is estimated that it can swallow a velociraptor. The giant crocodile opened its mouth and prepared to charge towards the crowd. Everyone was so frightened that they turned around and ran towards the mountain. Aquatic patted the crocodile on the head. The giant crocodile stopped and looked very spiritual. Xiao Chang met Xu Weixing in school. Dear Lord Fire Witch, I'm here to buy salt. Xu Weixing got straight to the point. The salt cave is flooded, and we don't have much. Xiao Chang showed a troubled expression. Please sell us some, there is really no salt in the tribe. Xu Weixing said. You are so pitiful, it's not that I can't sell it to you. Otherwise, I will give you 10 cans of salt and lend me the crocodile. Xiao Chang thought of the way of commerce. Around the Black Mountain tribe, except for the Salt tribe and the Snake tribe, which were wiped out. There are several more, such as the Water Tribe, the Bluestone Tribe, the Bird Tribe, and the Cliff Tribe. Except for the Cliff Tribe, which is far away and most of them live in caves on the cliff, the other three are quite close. If you have nothing to do during the rainy season, you can sell supplies to them. No, Ancestor Crocodile is the sacred beast of our Water Tribe, how can it be loaned out? Shu Weisheng said firmly. I won't eat him, I just let him drive our people around to sell things. Xiao Chang said. Besides, why don't you just sit there and run around? What's wrong with us? We'll give you a % discount on the things we sell to you. Xiao Chang followed suit. Shu Weisheng hesitated. The tribe had been greatly weakened in the previous period and the hunting team had not caught much food. Not enough mud bugs were caught either. All kinds of supplies are urgent. If we don't trade with Montenegro, I'm afraid it will be dangerous. Shu Weisheng's face was filled with uncertainty. Finally he said, this matter is too big, I want to discuss it with Wu Can. Then I will go back and discuss with Ancestor Crocodile now. Shu Weisheng turned around and was about to leave. Wait a minute, I'll take you back. With a sword cry, Xiao Chang grabbed Shu Weisheng and flew away into the sky. The Water Tribe lives in a swamp, where there is a kind of bug called mudworm. The quantity is huge. Therefore, few people in the Water Tribe starve to death, and their population is also the largest among the surrounding tribes. There are more than 400 people. The Black Mountain Tribe now only has about 200 people. When the rainy season arrives, they also migrate to nearby hills. There are many small crocodiles by the water, swimming around and playing. Even members of the Water Tribe can safely appear near the water. They took some strange paste and fed it to the crocodiles that climbed ashore. There are fewer stones on the mountain, and many wooden houses have been built in a row. The scale is much larger than that of Montenegro. Who? You, how can you fly? The guarding soldiers were so frightened that they sat down on the ground when they saw Xiao Chang. The shadow brought by the winged human race on them is too heavy. Go and inform the Water Witch and the leader that the Fire Witch from Black Mountain is here. Shu Weisheng, who had just landed, was still in shock. When the Water Witch and leader Qiangdi heard the news, their expressions suddenly changed. That Fire Witch should have the strength of a great witch. The Great Witch is also a heavyweight in the top tribes. In some mid-level tribes, the strongest one is the Great Witch. A great shaman appears in a small black mountain. The future of their tribe is limitless. The water wizard felt bitter in his heart. He took great pains to collect the divine water and absorbed the high-level ferocious beast crystals. It's just that I can barely touch the shadow of the Great Witch. The opponent, a young boy, was promoted to a Great Witch. What a fate! Don't think too much about the Water Witch. Even if he is a Great Witch, we are not afraid of him. Chang Di comforted him. You don't know something. When I was young, I went to the Marsh tribe and was lucky enough to see a Great Witch. He could fly in the sky and escape from the earth and could do anything. He was not something a small tribe like me could afford to offend. Do you know why you never made a breakthrough after being promoted to a third-level warrior? Water Witch continued. I'm also surprised that from the first level to the third level, soldiers go through life and death, practice little by little, strengthen their physical fitness, and have an epiphany in the crisis of life and death. They rose up naturally, and those with poor talents were unable to make progress for many years. But after reaching level 3, I felt that no matter how much I exercised to stimulate my potential, it was useless. Chang Di frowned and said, I heard from the big tribe that the third level requires the blessing of the Great Witch. I don't know if it's true or not. You haven't been promoted in so many years. I think it might be true. The Water Witch said with emotion. Then you didn't tell me earlier? Changdi was speechless. Shui glared at him and stopped talking. The Water Witch and Changdi put on the common clothes that they were reluctant to wear. Go out to meet. Xiao Chang wore a green shirt, stepped on the flying sword, and flew a few centimeters away from the ground towards the depths of the Water Tribe, extremely arrogant. The surrounding residents all looked panicked. I don't know where the god came from. Looking at the shape, it is obviously not the winged man from before. Slowly the crowd of onlookers grew. Xiao Chang floated in front of the water which as if on a skateboard. "Hello everyone, I am the fire wizard from Montenegro." Xiao Chang waved and greeted everyone. The water witch bent down and saluted Xiao Chang, and Changdi followed suit. "What do you want to do with us?" the water witch said respectfully. "I want to use your ancestor crocodile," Xiao Chang said. Changdi's color changed instantly and he frowned. "What do you mean by fire witch? Why are you so nervous, you big guy?" "I'm borrowing it. I want my people to ride on the crocodile and sell supplies to the surrounding tribes. As for the cost, I'll sell your stuff at a% discount. This needs to be discussed." "How about we go into the house and discuss it," said the water wizard. "Forget it, just say it here." Xiao Chang carefully observed the people around him to avoid anyone sneaking up on him. The water witch thought for a while and said, "Then we will send 2 soldiers to follow to guide and appease the crocodile. Also, we must have the right of first refusal to take back the crocodile at the end of the rainy season." "That's right. Our people don't know how to drive a crocodile." "Of course the bus must have a driver. There are 2 people, 1 driver and 1 conductor." TSK, perfect. "I can sell it to you first, but we have the final say on what to sell," Xiao Chang said. The water wizard couldn't understand what Xiao Chang said, but he probably knew what he meant. "Then it's settled," the water witch replied. "Goodbye, everyone." Xiao Chang soared into the sky. He flew to an uninhabited island and sat on the ground, gasping for air. "Damn, I've been pretending for too long, my magic power has been exhausted, and Grandpa is exhausted." Transits the border. Opening up trade routes plays a vital role. The first thing to start is selling salt to the Water Tribe, Bluestone Tribe, and Bird Tribe. They didn't buy much salt at the Blue Fire Fair. The Salt Tribe has also been wiped out, and now it can only be purchased from the Black Mountain Tribe. The rainy season has blocked traffic, so I am worried about having nowhere to buy. A group of people appeared sitting on a crocodile. The salt sells for 6 white crystals per jar, which is more expensive than usual. Others think it's nothing. In this bad weather, it's not a bad thing to buy. Besides salt, potatoes are the most exported product. No one has ever seen this kind of crop. It has high starch content, is satiating, and is cheap. Much more cost-effective than buying meat. Also sold a lot. Relying on potatoes, not many people in the surrounding tribes starved to death. Most of the rainy season has passed, and Montenegro has made hundreds of white crystals, making it very rich. Xiao Chang absorbed 200 white crystals. His current attributes are power, 36 agility, 36 witch power, level 2 mission coins, 5,000 coin skill, object control, full level. This day. "Fire witch, it's bad, there are a lot of fishmen at the foot of the mountain," the guarding soldier shouted. Xiao Chang frowned, picked up the flying sword, and rushed down the mountain. Only when we arrived did we realize that there was more than just a fishman around. There is a fishman guarding every few meters around the hill. Their upper bodies are human, their lower bodies are like snakes, and their tails are waving back and forth on the ground. They all wore armor made of white bones and held bone forks in their hands, not like ordinary fishmen. Xiao Chang looked and looked, but couldn't find the mermaid. Show a disappointed expression. They are all male. The person who came here is not a good person. Xiao Chang's face looked ugly. The strange thing is that the fishmen only surrounded Black Mountain and did not attack. Xiao Chang stepped forward. A captain-level murloc pointed at Xiao Chang with a cross. "Those who come near water will die." "How arrogant!" Xiao Chang raised his sword and stabbed forward. The fishman dodged and blocked with the bone fork. Feeling the strength in his hands, Xiao Chang's face turned extremely ugly. The opponent's strength is slightly stronger than that of a 4th-level warrior. This is just a guard. It seemed like witchcraft was going to be used, so Xiao Chang activated his witchcraft power to drive the flying sword. The fishman captain realized something was wrong and quickly said, "The great witch of mankind?" "What? You're afraid. what are you doing by surrounding our tribe? Xiao Chang asked. We won't do anything to you. It's just that the dragons are passing through and blocking the surrounding islands. As long as you don't go into the water, we won't do anything to you. The fisherman captain said. I hope you will keep your word. Xiao Chang withdrew his flying sword and returned to the mountain. Here comes a tough fight. The soldiers who are opening the way are all level warriors. I don't dare think about the level of the leader. It's better not to mess with them. The fisherman captain went back, and the soldier came up and asked, Head? Why did you let him go back? He hasn't tasted human flesh for a long time. That's the great witch of mankind. Don't touch the people on this island. The captain said. It's really strange that there is a big witch in this place where birds don't poop. Have you heard that the dragon team is escorting something to the Tiandu tribe? It's so grand and the surrounding area has to be sealed off. Then what are you escorting? Head, do you know? Shut your stinky mouth, that's what you can discuss. The captain went up and slapped him. Xiao Bing covered his face, a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes. Talk about this side. Xiao Chang returned to the mountain and called by Wu, Uncle Xiao, and Shi Yong. Shi Yong has been appointed as the leader by the White Witch. Explained to them the situation at the foot of the mountain. When they learned that the guards were all level 4 warriors, they were all shocked. Finally, Xiao Chang announced that everyone should stay at home and not go out. Until the fishman leaves. We have also arranged manpower to monitor the fishmen at the foot of the mountain 24 hours a day. All soldiers are on standby and will attack immediately if there is any abnormality. The Murloc blockade lasted 3 days. The last day. Xiao Chang, who was staying in the house, suddenly opened his eyes and ran outside to look at the water in the distance. Powerful witchcraft fluctuations come from the depths of the water. The feeling given to him was no weaker than that of the ancestral witches of the Ghost Clan at that time. Deep in the water, a 10-man fishman team led by Wu escorted an exquisite wooden box. The wooden box was held by the fishman, but it was beating uncontrollably. The Dragon Clan team was all 8th level warriors. They carefully observed their surroundings, fearing that bad guys would rush out and rob them. The fishman incident passed quickly. It was only blocked for a period of time, and everyone was already active in the mountains. I don't normally go into the water, let alone this time. Another half-month passed. The heavy rain finally ended. Winter is coming to an end as the rainy season ends, and an unprecedented cold wave is about to come. When I woke up that day, snowflakes were falling outside and the ground turned white. It's so cold. Fortunately, I have a down jacket. Xiao Chang said with emotion when he came out of the stone house. As soon as I came out, I saw a monkey chasing a child with a wooden stick. He shouted as he ran. You want to go home even if you don't finish your homework. You want to die. It seems that I slept very late again, and the monkey school has started teaching. Not only did he teach, but he had a nervous breakdown and began to run away. Stop running away, how are you studying now? Xiao Chang called the monkey over. Brother Chang, you are here. I have learned well and can recognize 5 characters. Those 10 words, tell me and listen. I, shit, ta, shark, diao. He must be mentally ill, he has learned some messy things. Why learn those things? Learn some commonly used ones, such as saving lives, hunting prey in the distance, etc. Whether it is hunting or fighting, you can use it. Xiao Chang taught patiently. In winter, everything dies and hunting is impossible, people are hiding in their houses and not going out. Reduce physical energy consumption and save food. Montenegro stores large quantities of dried meat. Most people eat boiled dried meat for lunch and lie still covered with animal skins during the rest of the time. Or do some child-making exercises. After Shi Yong found Xiao Chang, he called him to Bai Wu. After everyone arrived, Bai Wu said, I am the oldest in the tribe and have experienced many cold winters. Winter is divided into big winter and little winter. Little winter is generally very short, while big winter is particularly long. 5 years of light winter and 1 year of severe winter. And this year, it is the turn of winter. So, make arrangements, plan your meals, reduce all outings, and make sure you have enough food. The White Witch told many more stories from before. For example, one winter was extremely cold, and half of the tribe's population froze to death. There are also times when useless old people need to be driven away and left to fend for themselves in the ice and snow. This is actually letting them die to reduce food consumption. Everyone over 35 years old is kicked out. The slaves were all driven out. They will not eat people, even if they starve to death, they will not eat people. The Black Mountain Tribe is a tribe that possesses the Stone of Inheritance. The ancestral shaman of the Xia tribe warned the human race that eating people will be cursed. The gods will bring punishment and destroy the entire clan. After hearing this, Xiao Chang felt that the ancestral shamans of the Xia tribe were really wise. Eating people would infect one virus and cause more people to die. This statement was left in order to ensure the continuation of the human race. In fact, many mythical claims have some scientific basis. It's just that humans at that time didn't understand the underlying reasons. They just discovered the rules and put a layer of mythology on them to advise people not to do that. This winter is much colder than previous years. The strong wind howled and penetrated through the cracks in the stone house, taking away the heat inside. People were wrapped in animal skins and couldn't keep themselves warm, and some of the weak had already begun to suffer from frostbite. When Xiao Chang got up in the morning, he brushed his teeth and washed his face. Jizeo had already boiled hot water for him. Then a steaming bowl of mutton soup was served. The mutton was stewed in a stone pot, with radish and salt added. Fragrant but not greasy, the meat is mushy. After breakfast, it was time to learn dominoes from the White Witch. After these 2 months of practice, Xiao Chang's success rate has improved a lot, and he can occasionally make one. It was just such a waste of bone fragments that he made a lot of damage. After leaving the house, I met many tribesmen on the road. Seeing Xiao Chang, they all stopped and saluted. Lord Fire Witch. Where are you going and bringing so many things with you? Xiao Chang asked. Sir, the leader has ordered that the people in the small houses gather in the big house. The more people there are, the less cold it will be. Xiao Chang nodded. This Shi Yong still has some brains. When I arrived at Bai Wu's place, I found that he was already ready. Sitting on the edge of the bed, his legs were covered with animal skins, and there were more and more wrinkles on his face. He touched the inheritance stone in his hand and didn't know what he was thinking. Feeling Xiao Chang's arrival, Bai Wu showed a smile on his face. Here you come, sit down quickly. Did you succeed in doing what you went back to yesterday? Bai Wu talked more than before. It's done. I still don't understand one thing. The power type dominoes seem to be deeper than the speed type. Xiao Chang replied. That's not the case, they have different focuses, Bai Wu explained patiently. While Xiao Chang and Bai Wu were communicating, Shi Yong pushed in the door. It's been too cold this year. The soldiers are okay, and the women also have a lot of fat and can still withstand it. Even the children and the elderly can't stand it and have some frostbite. One newborn child froze to death, Shi Yong said. What? It's already frozen to death. Xiao Chang narrowed his eyes slightly and his face turned ugly. I've asked them to gather together as much as possible and surround the children and the elderly. It should be better, Shi Yong said. What about food? How much food is left? Bai Wu asked. According to the normal winter, it is enough, but I don't know how long it will be. Shi Yong said. Normally, it takes 1.5 months for the minor winter to get colder, while the major winter takes 3 months. 3 months of food reserves have filled an entire room. People were lying still and eating less than usual. Reduce the supply for the elderly and let them persist. Bai Wu said. No, there won't be enough food, trust me. Didn't people gather together and let the older people teach in the room and teach about their life experiences? For example, if you are a warrior, you will talk about how to hunt, the weaknesses and habits of different animals. Ordinary people, stone masons and bone masons, taught the craft of making. Those who are good at collecting tell about the characteristics of fruits of different plants.
Let the children who are learning to write it down. Also, everyone started learning Chinese characters. I'll solve the cold problem. The more Bai Wu listened, the brighter his eyes became. In the end, he even wanted to cry. Unfortunately, he had no eyes. He said tremblingly, "My child, are you really the son of God? How do you know so many things, and what you say is of great use?" Shi Yong was confused when he heard this. Why was Bai Wu so excited? What big effect could it have to make more food appear? "Hey, the wandering wizard in the dream told me," Xiao Chang said. Ju'er is a stonemason from the Black Mountain tribe. He was named this because he was born with large ears. He is older, 36 years old this year. Those over 35 years old will be abandoned by the tribe when they are short of food and clothing in winter. This was something he had become accustomed to, and he felt that he had lived long enough, and it would be nothing even if he died. The skill of polishing stone tools by myself has not been passed down yet. The boy in my family has been clamoring to be a warrior and has no interest in polishing stone tools. Also, only by becoming a warrior can you have enough food. The craft that I have been pondering my whole life is about to be lost. But today he heard something magical. The fire wizard asked their older and ordinary people to give lectures to everyone, passing on his craft and experience. How can this be? As a stonemason, his status in the tribe is very low. No one looked at them seriously, thinking that they only survived by relying on the pattern warriors, and their status was only slightly higher than that of slaves. It is this kind of people, and the fire which actually allows them to be lecturers who teach and teach. That's something only a witch can do. In a large stone room, Ju'er stood in the middle, surrounded by more than 30 people, looking at him blankly. In this deep winter, he began to sweat on his forehead. The arm he struck couldn't help but tremble. This, stone tool, polishing, the first step is to choose the right stone. Different stones are suitable for different tools, Ju'er spoke nervously. He was still very excited inside. He had never spoken in front of so many people before, and he still taught others things as a teacher. "Grandpa Big Ears, please speak slowly," the child recording next to him said in a sweet voice. "If you don't know a word, you have to go to the monkey to ask. If the monkey doesn't know the word, he will ask Xiao Chang." This time, their literacy level has also been greatly improved. Written records break the shortcomings of oral transmission. Only when the knowledge of our predecessors can be accumulated from generation to generation can civilization develop rapidly. Now there is a lecturer in every big room. People take turns giving lectures and the discussions are lively. Some even started to quarrel. If the room was not small, they would have to fight. The tribe became more lively. After arranging them, Xiao Chang was thinking about another thing. "Bai Wu, it's cold in the house, why don't you light a fire?" Xiao Chang said. Hee, there is something you don't know about the fire wizard. If the clan members light a fire, people will faint and even die after a long time. It is very dangerous. Shi Yong rushed to say. It turns out that the house is airtight and warm, and there is insufficient oxygen to start a fire, which can easily cause carbon monoxide poisoning. I remember that we used to use briquettes at home. In the winter, just get an iron chimney. There is no iron chimney here, so using stones will also work well. Just do it, Xiao Chang called a few soldiers. A fireplace-like thing was built in a stone house, and the chimney was covered with mud to prevent smoke from escaping. By the way, putting mud on the walls of all stone houses can also be a good insulation. They used hay to line the gaps to keep out the wind. If you use mud during the rainy season, it will be washed away by the rain. It seems it's not too late to be confused now. I assigned this job to Uncle Qiao. He took people everywhere to apply mud to the house. It was good at first and it did play a role in preventing wind. When the mud dried, I found that the mud flowed down like sand. It can't last for a few days at all. The soil of the Black Mountain tribe is not suitable for building houses. It's snowing now, and there's frozen water under the mountain, so it's impossible to go out and look for it. Regarding the house, Xiao Chang first thought of cement. The earliest cement was made by calcining and grinding limestone and clay in a certain proportion. Now there is no limestone or clay, so we can only exchange it in the system.
20 mission coins per bag is really expensive.
Xiao Chang directly exchanged 10 bags for 200 mission coins. There happens to be a lot of sand on the mountain, so it can be mixed and used. Even if the weather is too cold, it may affect the solidification of cement. It's not for the purpose of building fortifications, it's no problem to protect against the wind. I found Uncle Qiao in a stone house, arguing with an old warrior about the weakness of the pot-bellied spider. They both felt they were right and almost started fighting.
Xiao Chang went to call Uncle Qiao.
Fire Witch, wait a minute, I have to kill this gangster today, he's making me so angry.
Uncle Qiao's eyes widened in anger.
When the old soldier saw Xiao Chang, he became cautious and did not dare to say anything more. With Xiao Chang's coercion, Uncle Qiao won the argument for the time being. Xiao Chang took Uncle Qiao to the warehouse and pointed at the cement on the ground.
You mix this cement with sand, mix it with water, and paste it on the gaps in the stone house.
This mud looks so delicate.
Where did you get it? Uncle Qiao asked. Don't worry about it. It's called cement. Just by relying on this thing, we can build a great city and become the top tribe.
Xiao Chang said longingly.
Cement, city, what is that? Just this mud can make us strong? Uncle Qiao couldn't understand what Xiao Chang was talking about. It doesn't matter if you don't know it now. You will know it when the time comes.
When this thing solidifies, it can be like stone and very strong, but now it is like soil.
And it can't be mass-produced now.
When winter is over, we have to look for something called limestone and clay. After listening to Xiao Chang's words, Uncle Qiao vaguely felt that this thing was crucial and something extraordinary.
But he still can't figure out how to use it.
I heard from the fire wizard that if you apply it on the wall, it will solidify and prevent wind.
It is better than the mud on the mountain.
This is quite good. Uncle Qiao called a few more carpenters, and a plastering team was temporarily established. Each of them took a wooden board, scraped the cement, and pasted it into the gaps between the stones.
I was very unskilled at first and couldn't control the proportion of water and cement well. After many experiments, we finally found the right ratio.
The walls are finished, and the fireplace and chimney are finished. After a few days of drying and solidification, there was no more wind blowing into the house. And every house has a fireplace and firewood. The flames continued to provide heat to the room. Many people were crowded together, and some people took off their animal skin clothes due to the heat. Shirtu hugged his wife, who held the child. Dahua held the baby in her arms and breastfed her, and started crying while feeding her. After experiencing so many winters, there is no time like this.
The house is too warm.
The fire which saved her life and brought them warmth. It is estimated that no one will freeze to death this winter. Shirtu, our child hasn't picked a name yet, why don't we let the fire wizard pick one for us?
Dahua said softly. Okay, I have a stupid mouth and a bad brain. The name given by the fire wizard must be nice.
Shirtu pulled Dahua over and let her lean more comfortably on his own. They found Xiao and forced him to give him a name, and of course they asked the child to recognize him as his father.
Xiao Chang quickly refused. It was okay to choose a name, but to be the child's father? Like to be a father? Think about it. Called limestone? No, it's too ugly. Let's call it Shurgandang.
I have an impression of this word, but not much, and I don't know what it means, but it sounds pretty cool. Let's call your child Shurgandang. Xiao Chang said.
What a good name.
Fire Witch is indeed a fire witch.
Doesn't it mean that my child will take the lead and move forward bravely? Just say it is.
Xiao Chang was embarrassed to hear this. With Stone taking the lead, other parents in the tribe also asked the fire witch to name him. Xiao Chang took the trouble to do it. Finally, I passed the matter to the monkey and asked him to look it up in the dictionary. When I find something, a bunch of weird names appear. Like Sanchi, Kayabiliuo, Stonebuns, Pangasius, and so on.
Xiao Chang covered his head after hearing this. I quickly corrected them and gave them some serious names.
3 months have passed and the temperature has not warmed up, but has become colder. Fortunately, there were many trees on the mountain and there was endless wood to burn, so no one in the Black Mountain tribe froze to death. However, there was not much food. Bai Wu was very worried and kept asking Xiao Chang what he could do. "Don't worry, let's go catch fish at the bottom of the mountain," Xiao Chang said.
"Catching fish? There is frozen ice on the water. The ice is broken. The water below is very cold. How can we catch fish? But there are really no ferocious aquatic creatures now," Shi Yang said. "We will know when the time comes. All the soldiers will set off together," Xiao Chang said.
Shi Yang was confused in his heart, but he still arranged it. The fire which brought too many miracles. Even if the fire wizard Gogoyu comes out, he will believe it. Not to mention that he is really good at it, after all, he knows how to control objects. A group of people wearing thick animal skin clothing rushed down the mountain.
The ice is very thick and safe to step on.
You, and you, go to these locations and use a knife to make holes.
Pay attention to safety," Xiao Chang ordered.
"Fire Witch, what are we doing here?"
Shi Yang asked. "Catch fish with a net, look." Xiao Chang took out a big net.
Xiao Chang also wants to be the fish leader for a big fishing trip.
He has little experience, but there are a lot of fish in the water and no one has ever been able to catch them.
The holes were opened one by one, the net inlet and outlet were determined, some branches were cut as poles, and thrown into the fishing net.
The pattern warrior pulled the walking pole like a thread through a needle, pulling it out hard. Fortunately, the soldiers are very strong. A bunch of pattern warriors are like human tractors. Out!
There are fish, someone shouted. The soldiers pulled harder.
Everyone pull out hard and pull him out in one go, Xiao Chang shouted.
After a busy day, a fish mountain was pushed at the foot of the mountain. The soldiers looked at Yushan with tears in their eyes.
Shirtu said to a soldier, "Slap me and see if I am dreaming." "Let's slap each other, I feel like I'm dreaming too."
The two men stood next to Yushan and started slapping each other.
No one ever thought that food could be found in the cold winter.
This directly refreshed their knowledge. With these fish, they won't be hungry even for another 3 months. The ordinary people left on the mountain were worried.
Food was already running out. What would happen if all the soldiers went out? No one has ever been able to find food in the winter, and there is total silence on the ice below. Are they going to be pushed out to starve to death in the end?
It was not until dark that the shouts of the soldiers were heard.
They were talking and laughing as they pushed up the hill.
"What are you doing, bringing up such a big stone?" someone asked.
"This is not a stone, this is all meat." The soldier laughed. "What? You didn't catch a big dragon, did you? How could there be a big dragon in this world of ice and snow? Look." Shirtu volunteered to uncover the leaves covering the outside. "This hill is actually full of fish." People opened their mouths wide enough to put an egg in. The crowd cheered excitedly, not having to worry about being abandoned. This is true for Montenegro, but other tribes are not so lucky. The bird tribe is good at catching birds and lives in the woods. They usually live in tree holes and are forced to migrate to nearby mountains in winter. Their mountains are small and their resources are limited. The cold and lack of food made life increasingly difficult. The shaman from the bird tribe, named Pu Luo, was sitting in the room with a sad look on his face. There is not much food left, winter has not passed yet, and many people have died this winter. It seemed that the only option was to go out and ask for help, and see if they could buy food from Montenegro. They were selling food during the rainy season, so they should have stored a lot. People over 35 years old have already been kicked out, and those over 30 years old will be kicked out soon. What if winter doesn't pass, and those in their 20s will also be kicked out? I am afraid that my family will be exterminated. Have the soldiers who went to Montenegro come back? Pu Luo asked. Not yet, do you want to go look for it? The leader asked. No, it's hard to find someone in the ice and snow, Puluo said. Organize the soldiers to take a look at the surrounding mountains, try to get some food, and try your luck. It is better than waiting to die. In the stone house of the White Witch of the Black Mountain tribe. The Bird tribe, the Water tribe, and the Cliff tribe all have people here. I heard that they had no food and had already begun to worship the winter god. If this continues, people will probably be cannibalized. Should we sell them food? Sure, Yang said. How about taking the opportunity to kill them hard? Uncle Chiao said. I guess they also know that we have a lot of food. We can't push them all into a hurry. We can sell them a little at a high price. Bai Wu looked at Xiao Chang questioningly. No selling, not selling at all. Organize the soldiers to bring delicious food, wear the down jackets I provided them, and go around various tribes. Once they find any tribesmen who have been abandoned by them, bring them back immediately. Xiao Chang looked at it. Everyone continued. So what if you're in a hurry, kill them if you dare. I'm patrolling between several tribes. If anything happens, notify me immediately. The envoys from several tribes were arranged in a broken stone house. Uncle Chow received them and said with a sad face, this year's cold wave is colder than previous years and lasts longer. We also have no food. To be honest with you, the White Witch also plans to start worshipping the winter god. I haven't seen anyone from your tribe. Where have they gone? Said the Cliff tribe messenger. Where are your potatoes? You sold me a lot of them during the rainy season. Do you still have them now? Said the Bird tribe messenger. Many of us have frozen to death, and we really have no food. We have already finished the potatoes. Uncle Chow responded. Shuishing from the Water tribe pulled Uncle Chow aside and whispered, Uncle Chow, just sell us some food. I am willing to pay 3 times the price. The fire wizard has great powers, how can he not get food? Uncle Chow frowned, paused, and said, even if the fire wizard has great magical powers, where can he get food in this winter? There is really no food. Okay, you go back. These dried meats are given to you by the White Witch. You can eat them on the way back. Uncle Chow gave each of them a small pack of dried meats. After sending a few people away, Uncle Chow returned to Bai Wu's stone house. He said in a deep voice, they have all gone back, so they shouldn't doubt that we have food. Whether they have any suspicion or not, the soldiers can move out, Xiao Chang said. In fact, there is no need for any strategy in the face of absolute force, but Xiao Renren is not willing to rob openly. From now on, we must treat them as clan members and not make things too ugly. Montenegro needs people, and they all outnumber the Montenegrin tribesmen. The warriors were divided into 3 teams, with 5 people in each team, guarding the gates of the 3 tribes' homes. If it's too cold on the ice, go to a nearby hill. It's fine during the day, but it's a bit difficult at night without the stone house. Xiao Chang exchanged 3 more tents and gave them to them. The 5 warriors took turns patrolling various tribes, and each of them could endure it for a few hours. The wind was biting outside and the silence was dead. Xiao Chang stepped on the flying sword and patrolled the 3 tribes. When he patrolled the Bird tribe, he happened to meet the monkey. The monkey was shivering in his down jacket. He had been a first-level warrior for a long time, but he still couldn't stand the cold. He was rubbing his hands when a gust of wind approached behind him. Brother Chang, why are you here? They didn't chase anyone out today. The monkey said happily. There's no rush. I think this winter won't last for a while. If you can't stand it, go back and everyone will take turns. Xiao Chang said. In the tent, a pot of broth was boiling over a fire, the resting warriors gathered in a circle to warm themselves by the fire. We fire wizards are really gods. The clothes they gave us in this cloth house are something I have never heard of. No, maybe he brought it from the top tribe. I don't think so. The top tribes don't necessarily have such a thing. I just think the fire wizard is the son of God. Whether we are the son of God or not, what are we doing here? Why should we accept people abandoned by other tribes? They are all old, weak, sick, and disabled, so of no use. Hey, don't talk nonsense. The fire wizard must have his reasons. Suddenly, Xiao Chang opened the curtain and entered the tent. Everyone's expressions changed and they quickly stood up. You are here. Accepting people from other tribes is to save them. Everyone is valuable. They will thank Montenegro and give back to Montenegro. Just like the old stonemasons of Montenegro, their lifetime experience is very valuable. Xiao Chang paused. Dun continued. The human race is weak, and different tribes attack each other and cannot unite. What I want to do is to unify them, resist powerful enemies, and let more people live a happy life. Xiao Chang made an impassioned speech. The fire wizard is so great. After Xiao Chang left, he felt that this guy was pretending to be a little too big. His idea was very simple, which was to make the tribe stronger. Otherwise, whatever happens, they will be wiped out. Just to live well. Within the bird tribe, Dora was selected into the abandonment team. Old women like her were the first to be abandoned. But he had many children, and they were willing to support him. Finally Wu gave the order and she had to leave. The bird tribe calls this kind of thing a sacrifice to the winter god. The idea is to let them leave the tribe and walk on the ice to find the winter god, and then serve the winter god to appease him and let the winter god leave. Maybe there really is a winter god. Dora consoled herself. Mom, take these dried meats. You must find the god of winter. The younger son was reluctant to let his mother leave. Good boy, it's so cold outside. Go back quickly and take the meat back to eat. Mom is not hungry. Dora patted her son's head with a caring look. Well, you found the winter god, you must come back soon. The younger son turned around and left. As soon as her youngest son left, Dora burst into tears. She knew this was the last time she would see her son. Let's go, it's time for you to hit the road. The leader urged from behind. A group of ordinary people were pushed to a dead end in this way. The ice was slippery and they had a hard time walking. The animal skins were crudely made and could not withstand the cold. Slowly someone fell down. Some people started to feel hot and wanted to take off their clothes. After taking them off, they were still hot and wanted to peel off their skin and press their hot flesh and blood on the ice. That's a sign of freezing to death. Dora couldn't hold on, and she was about to fall before she left the tribe very far. As she lay on the ice, 5 figures appeared in front of her. The figure was wearing snow-white clothes that had never been seen before. Could this be the god of winter? Dora is actually not that old, only 28 years old. She started giving birth to children in her teens. She was lucky enough not to die in infancy. She woke up and found herself in a room with a fire cooking in the middle and a thick animal skin covering her body. There are a few of his own clansmen around, too. Drink some hot soup when you wake up. We will set off soon. There are stops along the way where you can also have hot meals. You ordinary people are so lucky. The monkey ate the hot white meat from a stone bowl. Are you the god of winter? Dora was a little unsure of where she was. God of winter, I am from the Black Mountain tribe. Our fire witches have shown great mercy and asked me to save you, said the monkey. When you wake up, get up and eat quickly, and then hit the road after eating, a soldier shouted. Dora was confused when she heard this. She saw that the other party looked like a tribesman, but he was wearing strange clothes. Could it be that the Black Mountain tribe really came to save them? Anyway, it's not cold now, and there's still a bowl of broth with a lot of meat in it. I just can't tell what kind of meat it is. But this soup was too delicious. She had never tasted such delicious soup. I've never eaten meat before, so it couldn't be human flesh. Even if it's human flesh, he's too hungry. The Black Mountain tribe took us back, and I don't know why. Will they eat us? Hey, just eat, live for a while. Dora thought to herself. The few people who were rescued actually knew in their hearts that there was no such thing as a winter god. If there is a god of winter, then why don't we sacrifice it to the god of winter when there is plenty of food? Why don't the leader and the witch's wife throw it out to worship the god of east? they all knew they had been abandoned. Along the way, Xiao Chang arranged several more stops, put a tent on the ice and cooked fish soup. Arrange a soldier to guard it. The broth they eat is fish soup. There was no ability to fish before, and no one in this area had ever eaten fish. The water's edge meant danger, and no one dared to go there. So no one ever eats fish. Now it tastes fresh, and the taste is much better than the bitter dinosaur meat. Each site is appropriately spaced. Ordinary people can still walk there, but the weather is cold and it is difficult for anyone except pattern warriors to survive here. The establishment of the station ensures that ordinary people will not die on the road. Xiao Chang found Uncle Qiao and said to him, "Arrange a few masons to build several large houses, use cement and install fireplaces." "Is it for the captured tribesmen to live in?" Uncle Qiao asked. Xiao Chang nodded. "Aren't they slaves? Why give them such good treatment?" Uncle Qiao felt that it would be enough if the slaves did not starve them to death. "They are not slaves. They are all Montenegrins who came here. Foreigners who voluntarily join Montenegro in the future cannot be regarded as slaves. Those taken from the war will be counted separately. The combined population of other tribes is much larger than that of the Black Mountain tribe. If they are all treated as slaves, big problems will arise. The people who come will raise them until the end of winter, and they will have to rely on their hands to earn food." Xiao Chang waved his hand and asked Uncle Qiao to leave. The other side. Dora and several tribesmen walked silently on the ice. They put on the animal skins provided by Montenegro. Not freezing to death. No one knows what the fate will be next, and they will be reduced to slaves and work day and night. They were still used as food, disemboweled and hung on trees to dry in the sun. It seems like the Montenegro tribe doesn't seem to be short of food, so maybe they don't have to die. Ordinary people walked slowly, and it took them 2 days to reach the Black Mountain tribe. Fortunately, no one died on the road. Climbing up the hill, they saw a group of stone houses of different sizes. The walls of the stone houses were covered with strange things, which looked like mud, but were flatter than mud. There are holes outside several stone houses, and smoke is coming out. Xiao Chang stood outside to greet the first group of foreigners who arrived. "Welcome to the Black Mountain tribe. I am the fire wizard of this tribe. The god of fire sent down an oracle a few days ago and gave us a lot of food. The great cold wave caused too many casualties to the human race. Let us save other tribes. That's why we sent you brought it back," Xiao Chang said in a nonsensical way. "Thank you Fire Witch for saving us. We are willing to be slaves of Montenegro." He quickly knelt down quickly. "It doesn't have to be like this, get up quickly." Xiao Chang helped him up and continued, "Despite what the god of fire has said, you are still free. You can choose to join the Black Mountain tribe, or have a good meal and return to your own tribe." "Can joining the Black Mountain tribe means becoming your slave, right?" someone asked. "They are not slaves. Anyone who voluntarily joins the Black Mountain tribe will be a Montenegrin from now on and does not need to be a slave," Xiao Chang said loudly. "What? Become a tribesman directly?" People were shocked. They are all abandoned useless people, and it is incredible that Montenegro still accepts them. It seems that he is choosing whether to go back or join Montenegro, but in fact he has no choice at all. You can still distinguish between a full meal and a full meal. Dora was the first to stand up. Since she had been sacrificed to the god of winter, to the bird tribe, it was equivalent to her death. She didn't want to go back to her original tribe, and was only a little worried about his son. Her son, only 8 or 9 years old, might also be thrown away. "I am willing to join Montenegro, even if I am made a slave." With the leader taking the lead, others expressed their willingness to join. After all, no one wants to die. The first group of people were placed in warm houses. They felt and looked around and felt that they had come to the right place. The walls were strong and warm, and there was a fire burning in the house. According to people from Montenegro, this is called a fireplace. If the house is burned, people will not die inexplicably. The ground was spread with hay, and everyone had animal skins to cover themselves with. Dora sat on the hay, not knowing what to do for a moment. She thought to herself, it would be great if his children could come. As the cold winter continues, other tribes also begin to worship the winter god. The soldiers gradually brought about 150 people from outside, with the majority from the cliff tribe and the least from the water tribe. All personnel were placed in renovated rooms. The new houses have also begun to be renovated due to the large number of people coming. Xiao Chang promulgated a new system. Newcomers must start working before they are given food. There is not enough room to live in. At dawn every day, the masons would lead a group of people to build a house. After starting to work, the newcomers feel more at ease, and they always feel uneasy when they get free food. I'm afraid I'll be kicked out again. Now that they have something to do, they can be considered useful. Effective people will not be abandoned, this is something they all understand. As the bitter cold continues, every tribe faces a problem there's no one to chase away. Old people, women, children, and ordinary people can be driven away. Previously, the winged humans robbed children under the age of 3, but now there was really no food, and they also drove away those under the age of 5. Montenegro brought back a large number of children, and all of them were handed over to the monkeys, responsible for teaching them Chinese characters. He is now the kindergarten principal. Winter has lasted for more than 4 months. Except for the Black Mountain tribe, other tribes have reached the point where they are running out of ammunition and food. Slowly, news spread among every tribe. Those who worshipped the god of winter were all taken away by the Black Mountain tribe. They say they take care of food and housing and live a happy life there. This is exactly what Xiao Chang deliberately spread. He asked the soldiers stationed on the ground to tell them when they had the opportunity, the Black Mountain tribe has food and drink and accepts their people unconditionally. The situation in the Ye tribe was extremely bad. The people were listless and hungry. Tuli from the Ye tribe is a first-level warrior. He has a boy and a girl, so he has both children. He went out with the team to look for food, but found nothing all day long. Returned to the stone house exhausted. The youngest daughter, 5 or 6 years old, was lying motionless on the hay. When I saw my father coming back, I tried to get up but failed. Abba, I'm so hungry that I feel dizzy. I want to eat. Tuli ignored her, walked to the back room and took out a stone knife. Then he sat next to his little daughter and looked at her carefully. Abba, look at what I'm doing, I'm scared. Tuli looked at his son who was already fainting from hunger again, and the more he looked at him, the more fierce his eyes became. He stood up suddenly and took a deep breath. He raised the knife and slashed the little daughter's neck. The knife was not sharp, and the wounds were bloody. The little daughter was twitching, her mouth was bleeding, and her big eyes were staring at her father. Why, the daughter-in-law next to her was so frightened that she covered her mouth and did not dare to move. What are you looking at? Hurry up and cook it. It's unlucky. You will be the next one to eat it. Tuli looked at his wife fiercely. His wife was so frightened that she instinctively found a big pot, borrowed fire, and threw her daughter's body into it. The internal organs and heads were not thrown away, they were all put in and stewed in one pot. The aroma of meat slowly wafted out. The hungry tribesmen around him rushed into his house like crazy, lying on the stone pot, picking up the meat and eating it. Whether it's intestines, heart, or eyeballs, stuff them all into your mouth. Get away! Get away, everyone! This is my family's meat, my raw meat. Tuli's eyes were red, and he rushed forward and chopped with a stone knife. The tribesmen were so enraged that they pressed Tuli's head together and pushed his face into the boiling soup. After a while, his face became familiar. People grabbed his face and tore him to pieces. The pattern warriors had the highest status in the tribe. They began to eat people, and ordinary people had already died. The leader of the Ye tribe rushed into Chi Wu's room anxiously. There is no food in the tribe, and some people are starting to eat people. Chi Wu's face was gloomy. He raised his head to look at the leader, and said in a deep voice, I heard that the soldiers from Montenegro were guarding near our tribe, and some people were captured by them when they left. Is this true? It's true. They also claimed that they accepted the people we abandoned and took them back as clan members. I think they just ate them. The leader said angrily. Chiwu angrily knocked over the broth on the table. It's simply ridiculous, their Black Mountain tribe are not gods. Take away all the old, weak, sick, and disabled and offer them as ancestors? Fart. The cold winter lasted for 4 months and no one could get food. Anyone who goes there will definitely be eaten. There was also news that people were tricked into committing suicide. Blatant cannibalism, damn it. Chiwu calmed down for a while, then a fierce look appeared on his face, and then said, all the soldiers went out together to capture the soldiers from the Black Mountain. They have offended the winter god by eating our people and should be punished. Then are we going to declare war on them? The leader asked. The time has come. If we don't do something, we will have to wait for death. That's all. Stationed near the Ya tribe is Uncle Chow, who has already brought back dozens of people for the tribe. Today, as usual, he got up and drank a bowl of fish soup before getting ready to go out. Oh no, someone from the Cliff tribe is here. A teammate came back and shouted. Isn't it a good thing for people to come? The fire wizard said, come as many as you want. Uncle Chow said. The teammates who ran back were holding on to the tent, breathing heavily, with nervousness in their eyes. Obviously, he came back as quickly as possible to report the news. They came with a group of pattern warriors. Uncle Chow frowned and his face turned ugly. How could the winter god throw away all the patterned warriors? If they were thrown away, the tribe would have no choice but to die. The visitor is not good. Retreat, quickly, retreat quickly. Uncle Chow said quickly. I'm afraid it's too late. They have already reached the bottom of the mountain. The soldier said. Damn, how many people did they come? Uncle Chow asked. About 5 to 60 people. Everyone is ready to fight. Go and light the smoke. Uncle Chow's heart skipped a beat. Xiao Chang taught them how to light the wolf smoke. There were matches stored in each tent, and there was a station not far along the road. It fully meets the conditions of lighting up beacon smoke to convey a message. Xiao Chang had already expected the attack. No one wants to starve to death. Rabbits bite people when they are in a hurry, let alone a group of patterned warriors. It is impossible to sit and wait for death, and then rob others when you have nothing to eat. If others don't have anything to eat, just eat others, in order to survive. There is a saying that goes well, if you lose your humanity, you will lose a lot, if you lose your animality, you will lose everything. At this moment, the animalistic nature of the Cliff Tribe warriors completely burst out. Anyone who eats people will be punished, and the punishment is to keep them alive. Everyone is already dead, what a punishment! Uncle Chow looked at the dark group of people at the foot of the mountain, and felt half cold. Fortunately, the smoke behind him had already been lit, which made him feel a little reassured. Why are you here to seek refuge with our Black Mountain tribe? Uncle Chow asked in a neither humble nor condescending tone. You Black Mountain tribe have committed a heinous crime. You deceived our tribesmen and captured them and ate them. Today your punishment has come. The leader shouted. Hearing this, some soldiers looked excited and their eyes were bloodshot. Some of their relatives were sacrificed to the winter god. If they were all captured and eaten by the Black Mountain tribe, Montenegro would be damned. It's nothing at all. It's because our fire witches are kind-hearted and don't want to see them starve to death and freeze to death, so we rescued them. We have brought them all back and resettled them, Uncle Chow defended. Fart, winter has lasted for so long, you can't even take care of yourself, and you have to feed the people of other tribes, how is that possible? The leader waved his bone knife forward and shouted. Come on, brothers. Wait a minute. Uncle Chow began to sweat on his forehead. The smoke had already been lit and he had to wait until the fire wizard arrived. If you don't believe it, you can send someone to the Black Mountain tribe to check. We have really resettled them. They have houses to live in, meat to eat, and they are treated as tribesmen. They are not slaves. Uncle Chow said quickly. The soldiers on the opposite side began to hesitate.
They saw the soldiers of the Black Mountain tribe, who were fat and strong and wearing strange clothes. They didn't look like they were out of food. "Don't listen to their nonsense, brothers, charge," the leader said. 5 number 60 soldiers rushed forward in darkness. The battle went without any suspense, and Uncle Chow and his gang were pushed to the ground. "Kill them! Kill them," the surrounding soldiers shouted. "Break the leader's legs and kill the others," the leader said. The soldiers held bone knives and cut off their heads one by one. The down jacket was also taken off, and everyone thought it was a good piece of clothing. "You are finished, the fire wizard will not let you go." Uncle Chow gritted his teeth in hatred. Does the leader want to cut out his tongue? No, the witch still wants to ask him questions. "Come on, break the legs and drag them away. Take the other corpses back as well. They have offended the winter god and should be punished." The warriors of the Ya tribe were busy. A figure appeared in the sky. 37 The great ruler Wan Shao Chang's face turned pale when he saw the scene below. He landed instantly and stood next to Uncle Chow, who had broken his leg. He was extremely angry but calmed down. He squinted his eyes and looked at the leader of the Cliff tribe. "Are you from the Cliff tribe? Who are you? Are you the shaman of the Black Mountain tribe?" Seeing the way Shao Chang appeared, the leader felt uneasy. "Killing our people, you are so powerful." "I am saving your people, but you come to kill us, how powerful you are," Shao said sarcastically. "Stop talking nonsense here. I don't believe you took them back and rescued them. It was you who ate my people first and then we took action." The leader of the Ya tribe wanted to start reasoning. "You have a hard life. You encountered a severe cold wave and your lives were devastated. I am a kind-hearted person who cannot bear to see you suffer, and I really want to save them," Shao Chang said. When the leader of the Ya tribe heard this, he was a little shaken. The man in front of him came from the sky and was unfathomable. Those words sounded like he was a really kind person, maybe he really came to deliver food. It's better to stabilize him first. The leader of the Ya tribe straightened his expression and said solemnly, "I thought you were eating people. This is not allowed by God. Since you really saved my tribe, we misunderstood you and killed your people. I will compensate you with 20 white crystals, and this matter will be over. I also asked the fire wizard to sell me some food." When Shao heard what he said, he laughed so hard that he couldn't breathe. After a while, he calmed down and said with a smile, "I have a kind heart and cannot bear to see these sufferings, so I can only send you on your way." "What?" The face of the leader of the Ya tribe changed drastically. "This kid is too arrogant. Even where we have more than 60 patterned warriors, and we can drown him with spitting foam." He held the bone knife tightly. "Go ahead, kill him. There are many warriors in the Cliff tribe, and except for the leader, most of them are first and second level warriors. This level can't help Shao Chang." Looking at the crowd rushing over, Shao Chang snorted coldly. The flying sword in his hand buzzed and turned into a stream of light, cutting off the heads of the people in front of him. The rest of the people were so frightened that their calves trembled. They had never seen anything like this before. "I have never heard of flying swords to kill people. Don't be afraid. His witchcraft power is limited. Let's rush over. If we fight him in close combat, he will die." The leader analyzed the situation at hand. Shao Chang sneered silently, controlled the flying sword, and took away their lives like mowing grass. The people of the Ya tribe are also considered brave. When they heard the leader's order, they rushed forward regardless of the cost. The flying sword flew across, blood spurted out, and every life was harvested. At the cost of killing half of the people, the leader of the Ya tribe rushed to Shao Chang's side. His eyes were bloodshot, and the bone knife in his hand was about to break. When he was still 1 meter away, he suddenly jumped up and struck down hard with the bone knife. With the huge inertia and the strength of a third-level warrior, an ordinary witch would definitely die. When witches are approached by rampaging warriors, most of them are in trouble. The release of witchcraft takes time. Close combatants will not give the opponent a chance to release. Shao Chang looked at the Ya tribe leader jumping in the air with a sarcastic expression.
In close combat, I'm afraid you will die faster. He recalled the flying sword and bent down. The sharp sword blade passed under the leader's body, disemboweling him completely. A pile of intestines, heart, liver, spleen and stomach flowed out to the ground. In this cold winter, it is still steaming. The leader was seriously injured and fell to the ground. He was not dead for a while. The physical fitness of the third-level warrior was different from ordinary people. Who are you, and what is the strength of a fourth-level warrior? The leader watched Xiao Chang's body tremble. I am a kind-hearted Black Mountain Fire Witch. I will help you out immediately. Xiao Chang smiled and inserted the flying sword into his head, stirring it up. The remaining people were frightened, and when they saw the leader rushing forward, they thought that the other party was going to be killed instantly. Who would have known that the leader would be killed in a blink of an eye? The most powerful leader is gone, what else can they do? Some people chickened out, and the rest began to hesitate. Xiao Chang didn't give them a chance to hesitate, and rushed towards the remaining 20 or so people with his flying sword in hand. At this moment, Xiao Chang became a murderer, and his down jacket was dyed red with blood. The last few people cowed out and begged for mercy, but still did not give them a chance. He raised the knife and killed him cleanly. When the last person fell, the world became quiet. There was only the sound of the wind and corpses on the ground. Anyone who dares to touch the people of the Black Mountain tribe must die. At this special time, some powerful means are needed to scare other tribes. Tell them that robbing Montenegro when they are hungry is a dead end. In the end, Uncle Chiao was picked up by the soldiers who arrived. Chi Wu from the Ya tribe lost his legs and hands and captured Heishan. All the rest became slaves. Let them all build houses. The current population of Montenegro is around 450, making it the largest tribe in the surrounding area. The corpses of more than 60 warriors from the Cliff tribe were not wasted, they were all thrown under the mountains of the Bird tribe and Water tribe. And they sent someone to tell them that this was the result of robbing Montenegro. No one will become a slave if they voluntarily join the Black Mountain tribe. They are all regarded as members of the Black Mountain tribe, and their status as leader and shaman remains the same, and they are treated accordingly. The water wizards of the Water tribe have seen Xiao Chang's strength. At the end of the cold winter, he had already thought about surrendering. He knew very well what it meant to be a great witch. That not only makes one's own strength stronger, but also allows higher-level warriors to appear in one's tribe. Warriors are physically strong and powerful. A fifth-level warrior, it is said that witchcraft power will appear in the body and the internal organs will be strengthened. Witchcraft can be attached to their weapons, and their combat power is much higher than that of fourth-level warriors. The strength of the Great Witch is equivalent to that of a fifth-level warrior. The Water Witch had been to the Numa tribe when he was young, and was well informed. He was very clear about the current situation. That fire wizard is very ambitious. Taking in people abandoned by other clans, those whose families were taken away by Montenegro, have already changed their minds. His own tribe abandoned his family, but the Black Mountain tribe rescued him. This made those people resent their own tribe. In the end, they can only stay in their own tribe and wait to die slowly, which no one wants. Some people have already begun to secretly flee to the Black Mountain tribe. If only before, without the fire wizard, we could have robbed them. Now, it would be nice if I don't get robbed. Either starve to death or surrender, there is no choice. Thank God Montenegro doesn't treat them as slaves. In the end, the Water Witch expressed his willingness to surrender, hoping that Montenegro could save them. After the depletion of the cold winter, the Water tribe's population has been reduced to more than 300 people. Moving them all to Montenegro was too much to bear at once. Xiao Chang asked them to send their children and women over and resettle them in Montenegro. Others stayed put and brought them food to survive the cold. When the Bird tribe heard the news about the Water tribe, they couldn't sit still. There are only 800 people from the Black Mountain tribe left in this area, and our 200-strong Bird tribe. And they were starving. There was no choice but to surrender. Xiao Chang asked them to send the women and children over like the Water tribe. The population has increased dramatically, and Montenegro is now a large tribe of 1,000 people. 2 more fishing trips were organized and food was plentiful again. In the school of the Black Mountain Tribe, Xiao Chang organized a meeting. The Water Witch of the Water Tribe is led by Qiangdi, and the Pu Wu of the Bird Tribe is led by Ba Qi. There are also Bai Wu and Shi Yong from the Black Mountain Tribe. The room was very warm, the fireplace was crackling, the floor was paved with stone tiles, and it was clean and tidy. The cement on the walls is flat, an ordinary cement room, showing the strength of the Black Mountain Tribe. The Water Witch sat calmly on the stone bench, his eyes deep. Pu Wu seemed calm, but there was a trace of anxiety in his eyes. Everyone sat down, and Xiao Chang signaled Shi Yong to start. Shi Yong took a look at everyone and started to say, after statistics, about 275 people from the 4 tribes died in this climax. Most of them died of starvation. Most of the rest were from the Ya tribe. The Black Mountain Tribe was cleared by the Fire Witches. Xiao Chang coughed. Let's not mention this anymore, go on. Shi Yong nodded and continued. More than 30 people froze to death in the tribe, and more than 40 people were driven out of the tribe to die on the ice. The Black Mountain Tribe rescued about 300 people who were sacrificed to the winter god. Xiao Chang took over. In other words, if we don't rescue people, 300 more people will die this winter. And if I don't accept you, you will all starve to death. Don't feel that you are being forced here. The Water Witch spoke, you are a great witch and you are the strongest in the nearby area. Even if we are unified by force, we have nothing to say. I support your leadership. The leader of the Water Tribe, Qiangdi, was a pagoda-shaped strong man. He said loudly, I also support it. I heard the Water Witch said that to reach the 3rd level warrior, you need the blessing of the Great Witch. My biggest goal is to become a 4th level warrior. I also support you. The leader. When Ba Qi of the Bird Tribe heard this, his eyes lit up and he looked at Qiangdi. Are you telling the truth? It is absolutely true that a tribe without a Great Witch would not be able to produce a 4th level warrior. Qiangdi affirmed. I also support your commander, Ba Chuan will fight to the death. He looked excited. And you, Pu Wu from the Bird Tribe. Xiao Chang looked at Pu Luo calmly. As long as you don't treat my people as slaves, I support it, Pu Luo said. Don't worry, I will slowly abolish the slavery system. As long as those who surrender will be treated equally, they will all be counted as Montenegrin people. After Xiao Chang finished speaking, he stood up, looked around, paused, and said, in that case, I announce the establishment of 3 hunting teams, with the captains Shi Yong, Qiangdi, and Ba Qi, with equal status. Establish a wizarding academy where all witchcraft is shared. Children over 5 years old are tested for witchcraft affinity. Those with qualified qualifications enter the wizarding academy, where they are taught uniformly and learn writing at the same time. And you 3 shamans, hurry up and learn Chinese characters. By the way, Bai Wu doesn't have to, he has bad eyesight. Xiao is in charge of construction and sets up a construction team to build the city. There is also agriculture, which the White Witch is responsible for. Chang, what is that? Pu Wu asked. This is our future home. Is it to build a bigger tribe? Someone asked. It can be understood that it will be an unprecedented tribe. Then where will we build our home? Someone else asked. Beishan, between the continuous mountains, there is a valley with a large area and flat terrain. The overall terrain there is very high and will not be flooded during the rainy season. There is also a lake next to it for easy access to water. Then why are we still called the Black Mountain Tribe? Shi Yang asked. Call the Tribal Alliance. Xiao Chang said. A few days ago, Xiao Chang stepped on the flying sword and patrolled a long circle before he found this place. In the past few days, there were tents and down jackets, and there were his current attributes are, power, 36 agility, 36 witch power, level 2 mission coins, 3,500 coin skill, object control, full level, the treasuries of 3 tribes were confiscated, and there were as many as 600 white crystals, 67 purple crystals, and 6 black crystals. Xiao Chang took away all the white crystals and left the colored ones for the witches to absorb. After becoming a witch, only by absorbing white or above crystals can one improve one's witchcraft power and level up. Therefore, the ferocious beast crystals circulating on the market are all white, and no high-level witches are willing to use them. The purple and black crystals that Xiao Chang converted into mission coins were not much more than the white ones. Therefore, it is not worthwhile to absorb high-level ones. He absorbed all 600 white crystal coins. The mission coins reached 15,000. He immediately learned the fireball technique that only a great wizard could learn, and it cost him mission coins. His current attributes are Power, 36 Agility, 36 Witch Power, Level 2 Mission Coins, 5,000 Coin Skills, Object Control, Full Level, Fireball, Full Level. Another month passed, and the ice at the foot of the mountain began to melt, the river water receded, and the dry season came. Uncle Qiao's construction team cooperated with 3 teams of soldiers, the team led by Ba Qi, to go to the destination. As an advance team, they began to cut down trees and lay the foundation. There is no large equipment, only the saw given by Xiao Chang. The strength of the pattern warrior is astonishing, and with the right tools, progress can be made quickly. There is a herd of wild boars in this forest. No, people led by Ba Qi killed all the wild boars and accidentally discovered a nest of small wild boars. Xiao Chang was patrolling on a flying sword and happened to find it. "Don't kill the little pig, keep it for me," Xiao Chang said. When Ba Qi saw Xiao Chang, he smiled naively and said, "Why are you here, Fire Witch? The little pork is tender. I'll have it roasted for you later." Xiao Chang waved his hand and said, "Don't kill this litter of piglets. Find a place to build a pig pen and raise them well. If you dare to die, I will trouble you." Ba Qi is a young man in his 20s. He is a third-level fighter at a young age and has great talent. He scratched his head in confusion. Why keep them? It's better to eat them now than to raise them. It's not enough for the trouble and money. If we don't have any more, we can catch them in the woods. Xiao Chang thought a lot when he saw the little pig. Wild boars in the virgin forest can grow to the size of an elephant, and one can eat them for a long time. If you build a large-scale breeding farm, grow some corn as feed. It can greatly ease the tribe's meal problems. They still don't understand the benefits of breeding, mainly because they haven't developed agriculture yet. When large tracts of farmland begin to be planted, perhaps no one will starve to death again. Keep them well first, then you will know what they are useful for, so just feed these pigs with the leftovers. Xiao Chang explained to Ba Qi. The vanguard troops here began to cut down the woods. At home, life goes on, and the hunting and gathering teams frequently go out to stock up on food. At the same time, Xiao Chang released the first alliance mission, looking for limestone, which is characterized by gray-white, gray-black rocks. The monkey was given a bottle of hydrochloric acid, and the stone he brought back reacted violently with the hydrochloric acid. Whoever finds it will be rewarded with 50 white crystals. Under the temptation of rewards, many pattern warriors began to search for limestone. There is a lot of clay in the hills of the water tribe, and if you find limestone, you can produce cement in large quantities. Kill me? Blue Fire Tribe, Free Market. This market is like the rural market in the previous life. The moon happened to be at its fullest last night, so today is the big market. People come and go so lively. At a stall selling broth. The young man was dressed in white, with a long sword at his waist, and he was sitting carelessly on a wooden bench. He felt around in his arms, took out a bottle of erguotu, and drank 2 gulps. He slapped the stone table and shouted, "Boss, let me have a bowl of broth. I want the most expensive one." The person coming was none other than Xiao Chang. The tribal alliance was fine for the time being, and he thought of his 2 little slaves. Living alone in this market, I have a lot of money. I don't know if he was killed or not. The other side. Liming and Ruoxue hid in the stone house with the wooden door closed. After Xiao Chang left, the first 2 days were fine. No one came to bully them, and occasionally people came to buy things. Soon after, the concerned people discovered that their master was missing. 2 children aged 6 or 7 had countless crystals in their hands. Stealing them is not a piece of cake. Just when they were about to take action, Xing Yuan appeared. One person was killed on the spot and hung at the gate of the market. Those who were so frightened and wanted to have evil thoughts hid themselves. After the winter, Master Qing Yuan didn't appear for a long time, and the gang started to commotion again. In the stone house, Liming grabbed Ruoshue's hand and said solemnly, Lord Qing Yuan hasn't been here for a long time. The raccoon dogs and the gang were sneaky yesterday. I feel they will take action sooner or later. Brother, what should we do? You are now a first-level warrior. Can you defeat them? Ruoshue said softly with a soft voice. Dawn shook her head and frowned. There are 3 second-level warriors in that group, and I don't know how many others there are. It's no use being a warrior even though he's still a child. That is, with the identity of Ruli, there is a slight chance. He raised his left hand. One of the 3 severed fingers had grown out, and the remaining one was half-length. If it really doesn't work, we can only fight for them. I heard the shamans in the clan say before, the more important the sacrificed body is, the greater the power. Liming touched Ruoshue's head, hugged her again, and said, if they come, I will use the forbidden technique to fight them. You take the crystal and run to the Lanhua shop and say it's Qing Yuan your lord's slave. Ruoshue cried as she listened. He said with a trembling voice, Brother, please don't be like this. Maybe if you keep insisting, Master Xiao Chang will come. How about we escape into the Blue Fire tribe together? The goal for 2 people is too big. Let's take a look tomorrow and let's try walking together. Liming said. The raccoon dog is a second-rate man in the market, specializing in deception, abduction, and robbery. He relies on his second brother to be the manager of the market. I have been doing evil for a long time. The second brother said that he would not be allowed to touch the 2 cubs. Bah, 2 brats dare to sell things here. It's God's fault not to rob them. The civet dog squatted on the ground and stared at Li Ming's stone house. Qing Yuan was mentally ill and insisted on protecting these 2 children, even beating one of his brothers to death. He will definitely avenge this. After winter passed, I heard that the Fishmen tribe was attacked by the Ghost tribe nearby, and the Tiandu tribe asked Blue Fire to send troops. Qing Yuan, as a 4th-level warrior, should have been recruited as well. The hanging man must have died on the battlefield. The battles in which the fishmen and dragons participated were not counted as cannon fodder for Qing Yuan's 4th-level warrior. The raccoon dogs and a bunch of brothers eat and get cards in this market, and they are very well informed. Dasha, go watch the market guards, and the others will come with me. The raccoon dog spat and stood up. Okay, big brother. Everyone responded. A group of people gathered around him excitedly. The stone house was kicked open. Ah! Ruoshue screamed. Li Ming quickly stood up and protected Ruoshue from behind. He secretly put the machete given by Xiao Chang behind him. What are you doing? You want to buy something and go out to queue. Li Ming's legs began to tremble. A child of 6 or 7 years old, surrounded by a group of strong men, was instinctively afraid. Brother, this little baby, why did you call us all to come? Someone said disdainfully. These 2 slaves are covered by Qing Yuan, be careful if someone comes to help. The raccoon dog looked around and found no one else, so he felt relieved. Boy, take out the crystal and spare your life. Ruoshue was timid and whispered in Li Ming's ear, how about we give them the money before they get beaten to death? Liming said to her, no, even if I give it, they won't let us go. Yu Chao said to Tanuki, aren't you afraid that my master will come back? If you rob this place, he won't let you go. Your master? That first-class boy, if it weren't for Qing Yuan's protection, he would have been killed long ago. The raccoon dog said viciously. One of the followers smiled obscenely and said, brother, I think that girl is pretty good. Let me play with her before I kill her. You dare. If you come forward again, I will fight with you. Li Ming pulled out the machete and waved it wildly. Stop talking nonsense to him, I'll kill them both, and you start looking for crystals. Tanuki said impatiently. Seeing the other party move, Li Ming became nervous. He was breathing heavily and his eyes were beating rapidly. The machete in his hand was raised high, as if he was making a decision. Ah! You all die! Li Ming shouted, swinging the machete at his left arm with all his strength. Ding, the sound of sword blocking sounded. A flying sword picked out the weapon in Li Ming's hand. I heard that you want to kill me? Xiao Chang's voice sounded from behind Civet Dog. Everyone turned around and saw Xiao Chang, dressed in white, standing with his hands behind his back, looking like a master. You're back. So what if you're back? A first-level warrior dares to show off here. Brothers, kill him first. Tanuki said. A group of miscellaneous fish rushed forward with weapons in hand. The flying sword spun for a few breaths, and the legs of the people in front were broken by the hilt of the sword. Urga's pupils shrank sharply, his face turned pale with fright, and he knelt on the ground and kowtowed as if pounding garlic. Master Wu, I'm so young that I can't see Mount Tai. Please spare me. How do you know I am a great witch? Xiao Chang asked. Being able to control objects and fly, what else can he be but a great witch? Please spare me this time. The raccoon dog's head was smashed. Xiao Chang secretly thought, the miscellaneous fish in the top tribe are quite knowledgeable. Master! Dawn shouted excitedly. What's going on? Xiao Chang asked Li Ming. Li Ming told them exactly what they were going to do to rob and kill. Xiao Chang's pupils narrowed slightly, looking at the civet dog as if he were looking at a dead person. Those who dare to touch me will become impatient. The flying sword made a sword sound and shot at the raccoon dog. Damn it, I'll fight you. The raccoon dog knew that the other party would not let him go, and planned to fight to the death. As a result, there was no accident, and the raccoon dog's legs were also broken. Master, they want to rape and kill Ruoshua, why don't you kill them? Li Ming wished he could kill the raccoon dog right now. The blood is everywhere. It's too bloody and unlucky. How can we do business? Doing business is not about killing. Dig a hole in the yard and bury it. Xiao Chang said lightly. Li Ming's expression was stern. After not seeing him for several months, his master's murderous intent became even stronger. You can't kill me. My second brother is the market guard. Brother, call someone quickly. Help! Killed. If you dare to kill us in public, the guards will not let you go. Dawn dug a big pit and threw all those people into it. The screams of the raccoons and dogs attracted many passers-by. Passers-by pointed at it and found it very satisfying. There were many raccoons and dogs doing mischief nearby. After a while, a group of guards came over with bronze swords. Stop! What are you doing? The guard captain was a third-level warrior who looked powerful. Second brother, save me! Tanuki shouted when he saw the guard captain. Xiao Chang sat on the stone bench, slowly raised his head to look at the guard captain, and said to him. Buried alive, can't you see? Kill people in the market, kill them according to the law, go ahead. The captain yelled. Wait a minute, these bastards are robbing my shop and planning to kill my people. What should be done according to the market rules? Xiao Chang said calmly. Those who rob shops should be killed in public. Do you have any evidence? The captain said. My words are evidence. I saw them breaking into my shop and trying to kill people and rob me. You see, it can't be used as evidence. There are people around who can testify. The captain said and looked around with unkind eyes. When passers-by saw him, they all backed away and did not dare to step forward, lest they get into trouble. That is to say, there is no evidence. He injured several people and buried them alive in public. The circumstances were abominable. They were hanged to death on the gate of the market, the captain said. The passers-by sighed. The young man in front of him had offended someone he shouldn't have offended. He was probably going to die today. Xiao Chang picked up an object and threw it at the captain's feet. Do you know this order? The follower picked it up, looked at it carefully, looked shocked, leaned close and whispered, It's the original poster's order, miscellaneous poster. The guard captain looked grim. He gave Xiao a forced salute and said, It turned out to be the guest of the miscellaneous landlord. According to the rules, crimes in the market must be handled by the guards. They bumped into the distinguished guests. Please hand them over to us. Xiao Chang smiled and said, "Just now you said I had no evidence, but now it is changed. What if I don't hand it over? This, even if you have the landlord's order, you can't kill people in the market." The guard leader said solemnly. "Then what if this is the case?" Xiao Chang said, flying into the air, releasing powerful witchcraft power, making the people around him unsteady. The crowd was shocked. They all knelt on the ground and shivered, not daring to speak. The guard captain's face changed drastically, and it was extremely difficult to see. He bent down and saluted, and said respectfully, "Master Wu, these people have done many evil things and should be killed according to the law. It is entirely up to you to deal with them." When Xiao Chang heard this, he put away the smile on his face and said seriously. "Buried." Dawn was saved and began to fill the pit with soil. "Second brother, save me quickly, I don't dare to do it anymore. Master Wu, please let me go. It was all done by the raccoon dog." "You deserve to die, raccoon dog, for leading us into provoking a great witch. Even if you become a ghost, I won't let you go." The buried people shouted miserably. The guard captain's face was ashen and he watched his brother being buried motionless without saying a word. As the soil was buried deeper and deeper, the soil penetrated along the civet dog's mouth, ears, and nose. He felt like he couldn't breathe through his nose and wanted to open his mouth to breathe, but a big mouthful of dirt came in. He swallowed uncontrollably, then inhaled, taking another mouthful of dirt. A stone followed, slicing his throat and intestines. "My stomach is full of dirt." The screams, curses, and resentful voices disappeared. When the guard captain saw the end, he looked at Xiao Chang and said word by word, "The villain has been eliminated, please retreat." He said so hard that he wanted to break his teeth. Anyone can see the hatred on his face. Xiao Chang smiled and said, "Captain really enforces the law impartially and kills relatives just for justice. I admire you." The captain's hands were trembling and his face was ashen, and he left the scene without looking back. Xiao Chang returned to the house and looked at Li Ming and said, "How has business been in the past few months?" At the beginning of winter, the market was closed. After that, we sold it for a few more days. After excluding food, drink and rent, there were still. After finishing speaking, Li Ming dug up some ground in the house and took out an animal skin package, which was full of crystals. The performance was good. I took away 300 coins and kept the rest as flowers. Xiao Chang said. As a top tribe, Blue Fire can earn 341 ferocious beast crystals from just one shop, which is richer than the entire tribe in Montenegro. It's really a big city. It's just that these two children are too weak. The common man is not guilty, but he is guilty of harboring the treasure. This time I was saved by myself, but it may not be the case next time. Call some people from the tribal alliance when you get a chance. Can't beat the shaker. Brothers Liming and Ruoshue were not yet 10 years old and were sent to receive compulsory education to learn Chinese characters. Now let's improve Dawn's strength. With both of them here, sooner or later someone will come to make trouble. The guard captain seemed to hate me and looked for an opportunity to deal with it for him. I exchanged 300 crystals for mission coins, and bought a birth control pill from the system and threw it to Li Ming. After absorbing it, he has the strength of a second-level warrior. I bought a bunch of groceries and put them in the store. Xiao Chang checks his attributes: power, 36 agility, 36 witch power, level 2 mission coins, 8,500 coin skills, object control, full level, fireball, full level. That night, Xiao Chang, dressed in black, quickly drifted towards a house. It was a somewhat grand stone house, with a lot of dried meat hanging at the door. There was a conversation inside. "Damn it, that man killed the raccoon dog in front of me." The guard captain threw the stone bowl in his hand angrily. "Over the years, the raccoon dog has given me many ferocious beast crystals. That person will kill him as soon as he wants. He deserves to die." Another person advised, "That man is a great witch. Don't act recklessly. There has been an undercurrent in the market recently. Many people from other tribes have come, including a great witch. Let's just take it easy." "Are you saying it's really because of that incident that so many people came?" the guard captain asked. "That's not true. The tribe sent many high-level warriors to escort the treasure to the Tiandu tribe, but who knew it was intercepted by the Digui tribe? From the rainy season to now, the fish people have been staying in Baigui Lake. Don't dare to move. Then what are our tribe going to do? The guard captain asked. Another person looked outside and whispered, they said they were going to protect the murlocs, but actually they were going to grab a treasure. I heard that the treasure was a mythical beast war pet that had not been seen in 100 years. The murlocs wanted to make good friends with the Tiandu tribe, so they wanted to dedicate it to the Tiandu tribe. King of the capital. The battle pet that King Tiandu wants. What could it be? The guard captain asked. Then I don't know. Now the fishmen are trapped in the White Turtle Lake. The Earth Ghost tribe is robbing them. Other unidentified people are also rushing there. The Tiandu tribe has sent people, and we have also sent people. I heard that the Numa tribe, the inheritors, also secretly went away. Even the younger generation, the most promising inheritor who outperforms the rest, is also there? Exactly. You guys know so much. Xiao Chang said quietly. Who? The guard captain was shocked. The one who took your dog's life. The next day, 2 charred bodies were discovered by guards. The guard captain was killed, and the superiors were furious, but they didn't care much, they were busy with another thing. It was not until noon that Xiao Chang woke up from his sleep. Winter has just passed, the sun is shining brightly outside, but the temperature is not very high, and the house is still cold. Ling Ming, go buy some triangle mutton and have hot pot for lunch today. Xiao Chang said. After what happened yesterday, everyone knows that the owner of Brother Chang's shop is a ruthless person. Not only is he a great witch, he is also very cruel. The person who offended him had been buried alive in the yard. Xiao Chang killed those few people in such a high-profile manner to scare people with evil intentions. There is only 1,000 days to be a thief. How can there be 1,000 days to prevent a thief? If we don't kill those thieves with thunder, there will be endless thieves to harass us in the future. How to do business then? A large stone pot was set up in the yard, right on top of the people who were buried alive yesterday. Ruoxue and Liming were busy. The fire was burning brightly, and the water in the pot was boiling and rolling. Is the meat cut up? Bring it up quickly. Xiao Chang shouted into the room. The meat is fresh lamb bought in the morning, and let Dawn cut it into thin slices. Ruoxue is washing vegetables in the yard. They are wild vegetables that the Blue Fire tribe often eats. I don't know what it's called, but it tastes like baby cabbage. After a while, the dishes were ready. Xiao Chang took out hot pot ingredients, fish balls and sesame sauce from his pocket. Throw in the hot pot ingredients and the pot of water will instantly turn bright red, and the red butter will make you appetite. I tasted it and it was a bit bland, so I added some salt. What are you still doing? Come here and eat. Xiao Chang looked at the brother and sister. Master, you eat, how can I eat with you? Ruoxue said timidly. Why are you breaking the rules? I order you two to come and eat quickly. Xiao Chang said impatiently. Okay. Liming happily went to move the small bench. As the meat and vegetables are cooked, the aroma spreads all around. Passers-by stopped to watch. Xiao Chang gave each of them a pair of chopsticks and taught them how to use them. The 2 children found it very novel and tried it clumsily. In the end, I had no choice but to hold the chopsticks like a fist and reluctantly use them in the wrong way. Ruoxue carefully picked up a fish ball, dipped it in sesame sauce, and put it in her mouth. For a moment, her eyes lit up. Not afraid of the heat, I chewed it twice and swallowed it. Master, what is this? It's so delicious. Ruoxue smiled broadly. These are called fish balls. They are all about technology and hard work. Children, please eat less. Xiao Chang patted her head. A passerby wandering in the market, wearing a purple cloth. There is a string of bone ornaments on the wrist. He was wearing a bronze sword at his waist and no bronze ring around his neck. He was obviously not from the Blue Fire tribe. He smelled the smell and came to Xiao Chang's yard. What did the little brother do? The aroma spreads for several streets. The man waved his hand, and a large stone flew from the wall. He sat down calmly. Xiao Chang's eyes widened and he looked at him carefully. He was in his early 20s and looked affluent. And the other party is a great witch. A great witch in his early 20s. This is called hot pot. After Xiao Chang finished speaking, he flew over with a pair of chopsticks. Ha! What are you using? These two wooden sticks are so small and interesting. The man in purple was a self-taught man and learned how to use chopsticks in a moment or two. These are called chopsticks, something from our tribe. Xiao Chang replied. Looking at your extraordinary temperament, which tribe does your little brother come from? The man in purple said that the magic power flowed to his eyes, and the qi gazing technique was working. As usual, different colors of qi will appear behind different people. Most people are white, those with better luck are gray, those with better luck are purple, and the ones above are the legendary gold. Golden luck brings dragon and phoenix among people. The man in purple saw nothing, and there was a blank space behind Xiao Chang. It's impossible to tell what his luck is. I'm from the Tribal Alliance. You probably haven't heard of me, but you will in the future. What kind of witchcraft did you use just now? It's not very polite. Xiao Chang showed a hint of displeasure on his face. I'm being rude, mainly because I feel that my little brother has an extraordinary temperament, so I used the aura technique to take a look. What is that? Why haven't I heard of qi watching technique? Xiao Chang said. The man in purple picked up a chopstick of mutton and said while eating, that's a witchcraft unique to our tribe. It can be used to observe people's luck. My little brother is very powerful, I really can't see through it. I'm planning to go to White Turtle Lake to join in the fun. My little brother is willing to go with me. What are you doing there? Are there any high-level ferocious beasts? Xiao Chang pretended not to know. Don't you know? The fishman's mythical beast battle pet was robbed by the ghost tribe. Now it is hiding in the White Turtle Lake. All tribes are sending people to get a share of the pie. The man in purple said. Xiao Chang also heard the news from the guard captain last night. During the rainy season, there were fishmen passing near the Black Mountain tribe. It couldn't be those people. A battle pet dedicated to King Tiandu. Presumably people from all walks of life are lurking there, everyone wants a piece of the pie. How could he participate in a fight of this level? The fourth-level warriors were cannon fodder in the past, but if they left alone, they would not be at the mercy of others. Can not go. I appreciate the kindness. I won't wade into muddy waters at that level of competition, Xiao Chang said. White Turtle Lake must be very interesting. It would be a pity not to go. Your hot pot is really interesting. I have never had it before. See you again. After that, the man in purple took a bite of the mutton and stood up to leave. Looking at the man's back, Xiao Chang frowned. There were probably many people coming to the small free market at this time. You definitely can't go to Baigui Lake. I don't know how many pairs of eyes are staring there. How safe it would be to collect the crystals by yourself. When you have enough mission coins, you can buy nothing. An entire interstellar battleship and planet exploded for him. Release a special mission, go to Baigui Lake to snatch the mythical beast, and distribute mission items in advance. Teleportation stone, concealment necklace. The teleport stone can be teleported to a designated location. Concealment necklace changes the appearance and breath of the host. If the mission fails, the mission items will be confiscated. Fuck! Xiao Chang stood up in shock. The system actually released a task, and it was a special task that had never been done before. This mythical beast may be extraordinary, and the system asked me to snatch it. Those two mission items were simply tools for escaping, and they were deducted if the mission failed. I have to go through this muddy water myself. 2 mission items were rewarded in advance, both of which were life-saving artifacts. The system must have been afraid that he would die. Ling Ming, I have something to go out for a few days. You can look after the house at home. You are now a level warrior. It should be fine. Don't open the door to sell things these days. There are a lot of random people coming to the market. Buy more food and close the door.
Xiao Chang explained to Li Ming.
Master, where are you going? Is it dangerous? Ruo Xue asked. Don't worry, no one can do anything to me. This stone is buried under the house. Don't move it.
Xiao Chang said. There are a pair of teleportation stones.
Holding one can teleport to the location of the other.
Lake. For the first time 50 miles north of the Blue Fire tribe, there is a lake where a large number of white giant turtles live.
People call it White Turtle Lake. On the way to White Turtle Lake,
Xiao Chang put on the concealment necklace, and for a while he transformed into a sturdy man wearing rough animal skin clothes, and the circulating witchcraft power was also hidden. For patterns appeared on his face, indicating that he was a 4th level warrior. This equipment is really good, no one can recognize him as Xiao Chang now. There are various forces on the road, and it is not easy to fly in the air.
It is too conspicuous.
After climbing over a hill, a group of people appeared in front of them. The crowd was riding earth dragons, each of which was at the level of a ferocious beast. The warriors above are at least level 3 warriors. They are uniformly equipped with bronze swords and wear bronze rings around their necks. It turned out to be Blue Fire's team. The leading man wore a bronze mask with evil ghost patterns painted on it. Has the fishman replied to the message? The captain asked his subordinates.
Sir, not yet, they don't want to come out. Speed up and move forward, the captain said.
The fishmen were surrounded by the ghost tribe in White Turtle Lake, and no one believed it now.
The advancing Blue Fire warrior was suddenly pierced by a spear.
The spear passed through his chest and penetrated into the soil, making a trembling buzzing sound from its tail.
It can be seen that the power is great.
All defense, the captain yelled.
Whoosh!
Several more spears came.
Several people were unable to dodge and were shot to death. Dozens of short ghosts rushed out from the grass.
They were all 4th level warriors at the lowest, and there were even 5th level warriors. The 5th level warrior held a black bone knife and moved the dominoes as he charged forward.
In an instant his speed doubled.
Before he touched the Blue Fire warrior, his bone knife faintly glowed with witchcraft power and glowed red.
Captain Blue Fire saw his pupils shrink. The opponent has an enchanted weapon.
Patterned warriors of level 4 and above can activate enchanted weapons and unleash witchcraft-like abilities. A 5th level warrior with enchanted weapons is as powerful as half a great witch, which is quite terrifying. The 5th level warrior of Earth Ghost rushed into the crowd, and the wounds of the warriors injured by his weapons quickly rotted away.
Ah! My arm!
A Blue Fire warrior's arm was scratched, and the flesh rotted away quickly, revealing the white bones inside. Fear spread among the crowd, and many soldiers began to retreat when they saw this scene.
A level 5 enchanted warrior is too terrifying. It's a big killer on the battlefield.
Captain Blue Fire looked ugly. He was also a 5th level warrior. Unfortunately, he was holding an ordinary bronze sword and there was no enchanted weapon.
There are too many people on the other side. He shouted, "Retreat!"
The Blue Fire warriors formed a circle and retreated in an orderly manner. The Ghost warriors who wanted to attack were blocked outside. Several Earth Dragon mounts were hacked to death on the way back. There were also injured soldiers who were not dead but were also captured by the Ghost warriors.
The outcome is predictable.
Seeing the Blue Fire warrior leave, the Earth Ghost warrior did not chase him, but looked at him from afar and turned around to leave. Dragging the bodies of the still living Blue Fire warrior and Earth Dragon, they disappeared into the cave in the distance. When the Blue Fire warrior retreated far enough, the Blue Fire captain stopped.
Unexpectedly, there were so many Ghost warriors ambushing them on the road. What on earth did they want to do?
They mobilized so many troops for the sake of a pet.
No matter what, still have to complete the task.
The superiors told the team to rush to the White Turtle Lake to station, and several teams had already arrived at their destination. Their team must pass no matter what. Xiao Chang, who was standing in the distance, watched with great interest. The 5th level demon warrior just now was so powerful that he would be difficult to deal with.
Brother, are you here to watch the fun too? Who? Xiao Chan was shocked. He didn't feel anyone around him at all. The sudden sound was very close. If that person wanted to sneak attack, he would be in danger. Xiao Chang turned his head and looked. Yes, who are you? Unexpectedly, the person who arrived turned out to be a man in purple. Li Jiang is from a small tribe. We are all here to take a chance. Why not go together in a group? Li Jiang said. Not interested. Xiao Chang turned around and left. A great shaman in his 20s comes from a small tribe and is a liar. Brother, don't leave. I feel like you are a lucky person, so let's go together. Li Jiang chased after him. I told you, don't follow me. Xiao Chang's tone was cold. How about this, I tell you the specific location of the fishman, and we try our luck together. Li Jiang continued. Xiao Chang stopped and looked at Li Jiang doubtfully. Do you know where the fishman is? Of course I know. I am very good at divination. If you are willing to join me, I will tell you. Li Jiang said. Please. Xiao Chang made a gesture of invitation. The two of them walked towards the lake one after the other. There were scattered ghost warriors in the middle, but they were all eliminated by Li Jiang. When they got to the place, they hid in a big tree and observed the situation by the lake from a distance. Did you see it? Over there are the soldiers of the Blue Fire tribe stationed there. Looking to the east, they are the soldiers of the Tiandu tribe. Li Jiang explained. In the Tiandu tribe in the distance, the lowest level is 4th level warriors, and there are even 5th and 6th level warriors. All the warriors wore black cloth. The low-level warriors used bronze swords, while the high-level warriors used bone knives and stone knives. There were also 1 or 2 lightly dressed witches, whose level was unknown. Those people look very powerful. Xiao Chang said. The Tiandu tribe, the overlord of the Northern Territory, heard that the king of Tiandu has surpassed the 9th level warrior, and his strength is unfathomable. Li Jiang said quietly. Then he still wants this little battle pet? Xiao Chang said. That's no small battle pet. The fishmen mainly live in the sea, but they can also live on land. The princess of the fishmen married into the Tiandu tribe, and the two tribes have a deep alliance. I heard that a cub of a real dragon that had not been seen in the deep sea for 100 years was caught by a fishman. It was a real dragon cub. The fishmen didn't dare to be kept in the sea at all. If they were discovered by a mature dragon, they wouldn't be able to destroy the fishmen, so they planned to send them to the Tiandu tribe. I don't know who leaked the news. Now many tribes want to rob it. This is not the territory of their Tiandu tribe. I see that you have an extraordinary status and know a lot. Why do you always want to team up with me? Xiao Chang asked. It's a secret. In fact, Li Jiang is the inheritor of the Numa tribe, and he is not here to snatch the sacred beast. Before arriving, the ancestral shaman of the marsh tribe suddenly felt something and ordered Li Jiang to go here and find a person who could not see any luck. And try to make friends with that person. If there is a big crisis in the tribe in the future, that person can play a role in turning things around. Li Jiang was also confused as to who was the person who had the strength to save their top tribe. After meeting Xiao Chang, he became even more confused. A great witch could change his appearance so much that he couldn't tell. The strong man in front of him couldn't tell that he was lucky. He was obviously Xiao Chang from the free market. Still so young and mysterious. Two handsome soldiers from the Blue Fire and Tiandu tribes were stationed by the lake, and the Earth Ghost tribe didn't know where they were lurking. At this time, a group of soldiers lit a fire and roasted a huge white turtle, preparing to eat. The White Turtle Lake is the territory of the fishmen, and no one dares to fight them in the water. The Ghost tribe didn't dare to rush in either. But they always have to go out, and it will take a long time for the rainy season to arrive. There is no suitable river leading directly to the Tiandu tribe. They had to get out of the lake. Unless they wait until the rainy season, that's what they originally planned. But the Tiandu tribe came and sent a Yuan shaman, an 8th level warrior and many low-level warriors. The strength is also quite strong, and ordinary mid-level tribes can be wiped out. Yuan Wu of the Tiandu tribe was sitting in a temporary stone house, and next to him stood a fishman. The fishman has a human upper body and a snake-like lower body, with its thick tail twisting around on the ground. "Lord Yuan Wu, we plan to set off tomorrow," the fishman said. "Has the route been planned?" Yuan Wu asked. "Cross the Qinghuan Mountains, enter the Luaha River, walk along a waterway, and then pass through the redwood forest, and you will arrive at the Tiandu tribe," the fishman said. "I know that all the soldiers will accompany us tomorrow, and the soldiers from the Blue Fire tribe will also go together. The ghosts will not dare to stop them," Yuan Wu said confidently. That night, Xiao Chang and Li Jiang found a place where 5 people were staying and made a fire to roast the white turtle meat. The white turtle meat is firm and has a unique fragrance. The large fat and lean meat skewers are roasted over a high fire and sprinkled with the barbecue ingredients brought by Xiao Chang. The aroma is fragrant. "Little brother, your cooking skills are really amazing. I have never had such delicious barbecue in the tribe for 20 years. Even the cooks who cook for the leader don't have your skills." Li Jiang ate the meat. "String. They definitely can't learn from me. No one can copy my seasoning," Xiao Chang said with a smile. "Come and try this." Xiao Chang threw over a bottle of erguotu. Li Jiang frowned after taking a sip. The taste was spicy and sweet aftertaste. "What is this? It's so strange. The bottle is crystal clear, and it's also a treasure." Li Jiang sighed. "This is called baijiu. Drink a few more sips and you'll feel it," Xiao Chang replied. Li Jiang felt novel and couldn't help but drink a few more sips. The more he drank, the more he felt. He ate meat and drank wine slowly, and gradually he felt like he was in a state of ecstasy. "Brotherly, there's a huge amount. Here's another bottle." Xiao Chang threw another bottle over. "Good wine, come again, let's drink together." Unknowingly, Li Jiang drank too much. "Brotherly, let me put some water in," Xiao Chang said. "You, quickly, go and come back." Li Jiang was already a little overwhelmed. Xiao Chang disappeared as soon as he left. "I always feel that that person has some intention in approaching me. He seems to be the successor from the top tribe. Why is this kind of proud man always following me around? He must be plotting against me. Do you think I'm too handsome?" Xiao Chang touched his cheek and frowned deeper and deeper. "I just think I'm too handsome. He is gay." That night, Xiao Chang found a big tree and climbed to the top. He used his flying sword to carve a groove into a branch a few meters thick, which he could just fit into. "Lay a tarp over it and you have a perfect bed." Li Jiang waited for Xiao Chang to leave for a long time. A 5th-level soldier appeared next to him. The soldier shook Li Jiang and said, Master, that man is missing." "Ah, drink, keep drinking." A basin of cold water was poured on Li Jiang, and he shook his head to wake up. "Shake his head. It's such a powerful drug, I actually fell into it, but it's really delicious." Then Li Jiang looked at the soldier and said, "Spare half of your troops to protect him, and the rest will follow me." Li Jiang led a group of people and sneaked into the Tiandu tribe's headquarters. They changed into black clothes and moved forward silently. A guard spotted them. Li Jiang raised his hand and shot an ice arrow into the man's head. The warriors held bronze swords in their hands, and their bodies were like lightning, wiping out lives one by one. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the front. "There are enemies!" Suddenly there was a commotion in the Tiandu tribe station, and the sleeping warriors suddenly woke up from their sleep. He rushed out holding the weapon beside him. The men in black and the Tiandu soldiers fought in chaos. Yuan Wu also went out to check. Li Jiang had already sneaked into the opponent's stone house. He used his witchcraft power and a golden light appeared in his eyes. "Where is it?" The Yuan Wu of the Tiandu tribe usually brings a top-grade pure crystal with them when they go out. Li Jiang rummaged around the house carefully. There was nothing around, just a table and a bed. He looked in the box in the corner and saw there wasn't one, nor on the table. He couldn't have carried it with him, so tonight's work would have been in vain. Yuan Wu just arrived at the scene and found that the other party fled quickly. He took action and left a few corpses behind, and the battle was over. Something's wrong, they don't seem to be aiming to kill people. When he returned, he found that the house had been turned into a mess. Damn it, you stole something from me. Yuan Wu, who was used to being pampered, was furious. A gust of wind flew out. Li Jiang saw a figure appearing far behind him and smiled sarcastically, seemingly irritating him. Ha, after running so far away, they are not afraid of ghosts attacking their base. Stop, little thief! Yuan Wu shouted. Why, the dignified Yuan Wu is chasing an unknown person like me. Li Jiang said faintly. Hand over the pure crystal, and I will spare your life. Yuan Wu unleashed his aura, distorting the surrounding air. Let's see if you can catch up with me. After Li Jiang finished speaking, he shot a curse at Tiandu Yuanwu. Suddenly, the Tiandu Yuanwu frowned. The opponent turned out to be half a Yuanwu. Such a young master is not from a small tribe. Suddenly, there was another shout of killing from the station behind him. No, I was fooled. In fact, Li Jiang's purpose was to steal pure crystals, and to lure out the other party's Yuanwu. The Ghost Clan had already discussed with him to attack their base tonight. The Earth Ghost Soul Bead is also a good thing. The Earth Ghost Ancestral which wants to give one to their Numa tribe in order to form an alliance. The next morning, Xiao Chang woke up from his sleep. You're awake. Li Jiang said, sitting on a branch not far away. Fuck, you're still here. Xiao Chan was shocked. The other party was clearly convinced by him, but now he appeared in front of him again. You, how did you find me? Xiao Chang asked. That's not easy. I told you that I'm very good at divination. Get up quickly. The fishman is leaving today. We can go over and join in the fun. Li Jiang said while biting a piece of hay. You must be the young master of that tribe who came here to practice. I can see that you are approaching me because I am handsome. Xiao Chang said seriously. What? Li Jiang's jaw dropped in shock. That night, the Tiandu tribe and Blue Fire tribe's camps were severely damaged, and many soldiers were missing. Still, the plan remains as usual. The Fishman tribe's Yuan shaman named Luo Ning is currently exploring the surrounding situation. The dragon team stood guard around the wooden box, and low-level fishmen warriors were dispatched. There are soldiers inspecting the situation every few dozen meters ahead. On the surrounding hills, people from many different tribes appeared. Some acted alone, some in groups, and there were no warriors lower than level 4. Everyone thought that the Ghost Clan would take action at this time. The fishmen had been dormant here all winter, and finally came out of the water. There are countless pairs of eyes staring at the entire Baigui Lake. Some intermediate tribes also sent people. They all thought that when the other party was in a melee, they could steal the sacred beast and pet. Strangely enough, what the fishmen escorted was a secret within the clan, and I don't know who made it public. Everyone knows about it. The fishmen's team set out from the White Turtle Lake, guarded by 100 high-level warriors. There was a huge queue. In addition to the Murloc team, some individuals and people from unknown sources were hanging far behind. Without the help of the ghosts, they would never dare to take action. The Earth Ghost Clan also spread the news that they are bound to get the true dragon war pet. Xiao Chang and Li Jiang also blended into the following crowd. Brother, why are you, a third-level warrior, following along? Xiao Chang asked a passerby who was accompanying him. Hey, you didn't know this. Their top tribes are fighting in chaos and they will definitely not care about us. The bronze knives left on the battlefield are all treasures. If you can pick up one or two, you will make a fortune. How do you know that the Ghost Clan will take action? Xiao Chang asked. People say that's a real dragon cub. Who doesn't want it? Stop talking. If you don't follow, you won't be able to see anyone. Xiao Chang frowned and asked Xiang Li Jiang, Li Xiong, something feels wrong. People seem to be brought in deliberately. I think so too, let's check out the situation. Li Jiang replied. Not to mention that the team is still moving forward. It has been several hours since they came out, but the corresponding battle has not appeared. After leaving Baigui Lake, we passed through a small forest and there was a canyon in front of us. The walls on both sides of the canyon are steep and there is no way up the mountain. From the top, the terrain looks like a bottle lying down. The team entered through the mouth of the bottle, fearing that they would be locked inside. Little brother, the place in front is inaccessible. Let's go around from the side. Li Jiang said. Why can't I get in? I think it's okay. In this kind of terrain, Xiao Chang also saw some clues. There was only one way forward and backward. If there is a traffic jam on the road, you will catch a turtle in a jar. But he is not afraid. With the teleportation stone in hand, he dares to break in anywhere. This place is really inaccessible. The Earth Ghost Clan has set up a large formation, and no one can get in or get out. Li Jiang persuaded. How do you know? You seem to know everything. Xiao Chang looked at Li Jiang in confusion. I told you, I'm very good at divination. I have to go in anyway. If you are afraid, just go around. Xiao Chang is bound to win the real dragon pet. The mission has been issued, so he can't give up in vain. He doesn't believe that the formation can affect the teleportation stone. Li Jiang persuaded him for a while, but Xiao Chang still didn't let go. He had no choice but to sigh and say, take this top-grade pure crystal of mine. This thing is extracted from black crystals. Artificially inserted into this crystal, the witchcraft power provided is equivalent to that of golden crystals. Witches of all levels need to absorb crystals to replenish their witchcraft power after consuming it. They also need to absorb crystals during daily practice. The higher the level of crystal, the more witchcraft power is stored, and the easier it is to absorb. The crystals are divided into white, purple, black and gold. The further up are those dropped by mythical beasts, which have special effects. Golden crystals can only be dropped by the leader of wild beasts. The levels of witches are Witch, Great Witch, Yuan Witch, and Ancestral Witch. Only the top tribes have the strength to support ancestral witches. Most of the ordinary mid-level tribes are headed by great witches. Only the top mid-level tribes will have Yuan witches. Brother Li, thank you so much. If you need anything in the future, I will do my best. I am Xiao Chang from the Tribal Alliance. They are all used to calling me Fire Witch. Xiao Chang said solemnly. I advise you not to go. I know some inside stories and it's very dangerous. Li Jiang still refused to give up. Don't worry, no one can kill me. Xiao Chang said and walked towards the entrance of the canyon. This canyon is the only way to get to the Tiandu tribe. If you take a long detour, you will waste more time. Yuan Wuluwaning of the fish people had no choice but to choose this path. Luoning arranged for his men to pass quickly and not to stop here at all. Their ghost tribe is not their opponent in a head-on fight. As the team moved forward, everyone else following them also entered the canyon. After entering, the view of the sky becomes narrow and the queue is stretched into a long line. Boom! A loud noise suddenly appeared. A strange formation began to move. When the crowd heard such a noise, they began to stir. The people who came to pick up the bargains were not very worried. After all, the opponents of the ghost tribe were fishmen. Everyone knows that the ghost clan is about to take action. Luoning shouted to the team, go forward quickly, the blue fire tribe will deal with the enemies in front, and the Tiandu tribe will deal with the enemies behind. He activated his magic power and wanted to fly into the air to take a look, but a feeling of obstruction appeared and the magic power could not flow quickly. And it can't fly. Oops. Luoning's expression suddenly changed, and he rushed in front of everyone and said loudly, a large formation has been set up here, and the witchcraft power has been restricted. Everyone was shocked. Yuan Wu had the highest combat effectiveness among them. Without this main force, the overall combat effectiveness would be greatly reduced. Some of the people who came to pick up the bargain began to retreat, especially those teams involving witches, and turned around and fled. But countless ghost warriors appeared behind them unknowingly. The group of ghost warriors were like evil ghosts from hell, holding bone knives in their hands and rushing towards the chaotic crowd. Most of the people had their legs cut off and were taken to surrounding caves. Countless holes have been dug here. The target of the Ghost Clan is not the fishmen at all, but those who come to pick up the slack. We must capture them all into the abyss and sacrifice them to the soul beads. The chaotic crowd could not organize resistance at all. Xiao Chang had already sneaked away from the crowd and hid in a big tree. The concealment necklace hid his aura to the lowest level, so no one noticed him for the time being. The massacre in the back had already begun, but the one in front seemed very quiet. This unusual quietness made people even more uneasy. The three parties of the Fishman, Blue Fire, and Tiandu all moved forward quickly, trying to break through the trap of the Earth Ghost. However, what awaited them was an even more brutal attack. As people moved forward, a black creature appeared in front of them, flowing forward like a tide. Someone with sharp eyes yelled, "It's a swarm of insects." What? It can't be a wave of insects from the Chang tribe, right? The Chang tribe is a top tribe in the southern region and is good at controlling insects. Most of the people in their tribe have insect pets. That damn Earth Ghost tribe actually hooked up with the Chang tribe. Luo Ning's expression turned extremely ugly. Form a circle and defend everyone. The advancing team stopped, all drew their weapons, and stared at the incoming swarm of insects. The Fishman's warriors are even paler. They are naturally afraid of insects. Xiao Chang's heartbeat also accelerated when he saw it. The impact of the countless insects was too great. He hid in the tree and no one noticed him. After just a few breaths, the swarm of insects and the warriors came into contact. The sword was waved, green juice flew everywhere, and an insect that looked like a beetle but was as big as an earth dragon had its head chopped off. One soldier was unable to dodge and was pierced into the stomach by the tail of a huge scorpion. Venom spurted out, and the man instantly fell to the ground bleeding from his orifices. The dead and maimed bodies were dragged into the surrounding burrows by the insects. High up in the canyon in the distance, several great witches in colorful clothes were constantly releasing witchcraft. The insect king in the insect tide was affected by the witchcraft and made a sharp cry. The insect wave was shaken, became more restless, and attacked the surrounding humans crazily. I don't know how much time passed, but the insect corpses piled up like mountains on the ground. All the murlocs except the dragon team died in the battle. Lan Huo and Tendu's warriors below level 5 also died. When Xiao Chang saw that the battle was about to end, he transformed himself into a level 5 warrior of the Fishman tribe. He observed the man for a long time. His appearance became exactly the same as his. The other person he saw just now was dragged away by a wild beast-level insect. Xiao Chang has no legs and walks awkwardly with his tail. He walked over awkwardly. At this tense moment, no one noticed him. The fishman who can appear here must be one of our own. The momentum of the insect tide has declined, and there are not enough wild beast insects to help more advanced warriors. When everyone saw the insect retreating, their eyes showed joy. Suddenly, a person flew down from the sky. The man was dressed in 3-color cloth and had a silver headdress on his head, and his movements showed supreme power. The ancestral wizard of the Chang tribe. Luo Ning stared at the man Luo. He could feel the other party's surging witchcraft power. "Ha, you guys hand over the real dragon quickly," the Chang ancestor witch said loudly. The soldiers clenched their fists tightly and dared not move. The dignified ancestral shaman of the Chang tribe also came to steal things, and he was shameless. Luo Ning said sternly, "Little baby, don't talk nonsense. When their Tiandu tribe slaughters our people, will you lose face? Hand over the real dragon and the people of the Tiandu tribe, and you will be spared." Hearing this, everyone looked at the Tiandu tribe warriors and moved away from them unknowingly. The leader of the Blue Fire tribe is a 6th-level warrior. He holds an enchanted bone knife and has amazing combat power, but he is at the end of his strength at this moment. Many of his own people died. They originally responded to the Tiandu tribe's request for help and came to help. Who knew so many people would die? The opponent's ancestral witches are already here, and there is no point in resisting any longer. He retreated from the crowd and said, "We, Blue Fire, are withdrawing." Tiandu's Yuan Wu's face turned ugly, and he shouted, "Don't listen to his nonsense. The Chang people have colluded with the Earth Ghosts. How can they let you go? As long as you are alive, you will be captured by the Earth Ghosts." Those who wanted to surrender began to hesitate again. Seeing the changes in everyone, Tiandu Yuanwu continued, "And our strength is not weak. We Yuanwu and the Fishmen Dragon Warriors are not afraid of an ancestral witch." Except for the people from the Blue Fire tribe who retreated far away, others hesitated. "Forget it, it's you who are looking for death." The ancestral shaman of the Chang people chanted a few spells in a low voice, and the surrounding area became shaken, and a huge strange insect burst out of the ground. The insect had a ring of saw teeth on its head, which kept spinning and chopping up everything it encountered. The body of the insect is like a centipede, with its body squirming forward segment by segment. It has no legs, and all its attacks come from the serrations on its head. The insect rushed towards the crowd, and 2 fishmen warriors were bitten by the insect's head. The 2 of them seemed to have fallen into a meat grinder. After a while, they were swallowed into the belly of a strange insect. Insects at the level of wild beast leaders. The crowd was shocked. Xiao Chang was also frightened. In a battle of this level, he would really die if he got close to him. He saw from a distance that Qing Yuan was here, but he had already followed the leader away from the scene. Xiao Chang stared at the fishman holding the wooden box. In the box was the real dragon cub that he was fighting for. "Touch over. As soon as you get the wooden box, leave immediately. The real fire that destroys the world." Tiandu tribe shouted. A hot flame spurted out, and he was like a human-shaped flamethrower, shooting the huge tongue of flame at the strange insect. "Z!" The strange insect screamed. Then it became extremely crazy, its huge body twisted wildly, and anyone it touched was thrown far away. "Oh my God!" Xiao shouted and rushed towards Luo Ning. "Ha! You, a 5th-level warrior, are still alive. Get behind you," Luo Ning said with concern. The ancestral shaman of the Chang tribe was heartbroken when he saw that his war pet was in pain. He flew into the sky, his beard dancing in the wind. The surrounding witchcraft revolved crazily with him as the center, and with lightning speed, dark clouds appeared in the sky that covered the sky. There was faint thunder flickering above. "Thunder descends from the sky," shouted a loud voice. Several lightning bolts several meters thick poured down, like water shooting towards the people below. "Fuck you!" Xiao Chang held the teleportation stone and was about to fly away, even if he didn't do this task. Luoning's expression changed drastically when he saw the situation in the sky. He took out a huge turtle shell and flew it into the air, holding it firmly to his head. "Everyone hide under me." Seeing that there was a turning point, Xiao Chang hurriedly hid next to Luo Ning. After the burst of lightning, the Tiandu tribe was decimated, with only Yuan Wu and a few high-level warriors surviving. Luoning's turtle shell also became shattered and scrapped. "Ancestral witches of the Chang tribe, we surrender," Luo Ning shouted. Then he turned to look at the fishman warrior holding the wooden box. "There is no need to resist anymore. The Chang ancestor witch has personally ended, and the balance has been broken. You can't do this. Even if you surrender, they won't let you go." Tiandu tribe Yuan Wu said loudly. "I already feel that the formation is starting to loosen. If I hold on for a while longer, I can fly in the air. Even if he is an ancestral witch, he can't kill us instantly." Luo Ning sighed and said, "What about my people? We still have a 5th-level warrior alive, but they can't fly." "That's wrong. Even if I die in battle, I will not surrender to the Chang people. I will use my blood to protect the treasure," Xiao Chang said, walking to the fishman warrior holding the treasure, and answered in the eyes of everyone's doubts. "Pass wooden box. Goodbye, I'll take it back and keep it well." Xiao Chang bowed to everyone and disappeared. As Xiao Chang left, everyone was dumbfounded that the real dragon cub suddenly disappeared. People who were far away only saw a fishman taking the wooden box and then suddenly disappeared. The ancestral shaman of the Chang tribe was even more furious, Where did the cub go? Enraged, he rolled up countless thunderbolts in the canyon. In the distant sky, Li Jiang looked at the huge movement in the canyon and shook his head, sighed and turned around to leave. The ancestral shaman of the Chang tribe personally took action to snatch the treasures of the Tiandu tribe, which caused a huge reaction. People were talking about it. Is there going to be a war? There is news that the true dragon war pet was taken away by the Chang people, and there is also news that a fishman finally took away the war pet. There is also news that the ghost tribe stole the treasure. There are different opinions, and no one knows who took the real dragon cub. King Tiandu was furious when he heard the news, and spread the news that he wanted to bloodbath the Chang tribe. The ancestral shaman of the Chang tribe said that the other party was extremely shameless and was clearly taken away by the fishman, so he falsely accused him of taking it himself. Scolding the Tiandu tribe, come over if you have the ability. None of this has anything to do with Xiao Chang. He appeared in the stone house in the market in the form of a fishman, scaring Liming and Ruoxue to quickly grab their weapons. It's me. Xiao suddenly changed and revealed his original appearance. Hurry up and pack your things, I'll take you away. That night, Xiao Chang took the two of them and slipped out of the market under the cover of darkness. In a cave far away from the Blue Fire tribe, Xiao Chang and his two children barbecued meat around a campfire. The mission has been completed long ago, and the reward is a pair of teleportation stones and a concealment necklace. Another 5 points of strength and 5 points of agility were awarded. His current attributes are Power, 41 Agility, 41 Witch Power, Level 2 Mission Coins, 8,500 Coin Skills, Object Control, Full Level, Fireball, Full Level. The strength and agility are already a little higher than those of a 4th level warrior. If you go up further, you can receive the Great Witch's Blessing, and then go through battles to break through the limits. I am a Great Witch to begin with, so I don't need any blessings. The next step is to practice more. You also need to save more mission coins and save enough resurrection coins. The battles between top characters are really terrifying. The aftermath of the battle can destroy him. There is also the top-grade pure crystal that Li Jiang gave to him. He will store it in the space first and use it later. He took out the wooden box from his arms and saw the war pet that all the forces were fighting for, the legendary True Dragon. What was so powerful about it? The wooden box was slowly opened, and a white egg appeared in front of him. It's actually an egg. Master, what is this? Is it an egg? No, this is much bigger than an egg. Can it be eaten? Ruoxue whispered. Go and eat barbecue, this is inedible. Xiao Chang took the dragon egg and walked into the cave. Signing a contract with a war pet requires a special ceremony. With the help of a witch, warriors need to use blood to draw secret patterns on the head of the war pet to communicate with the witch power in the body and connect with the war pet. Generally, the smaller the pet, the easier it is to form a contract. For someone like this who has not yet been born, the first person she sees will probably be thought of as a mother, which makes it even easier. The problem now is how to hatch him. Keep it warm in your arms, just do it. Xiao Chang put the egg in his clothes and kept it close to him. One night passed, and the egg did not change at all. In the early morning, I walked to the entrance of the cave. The view here is very wide, with large woods in the distance and fresh air. Several large dragons passed by here, their long necks reaching into the sky. The roar of an unknown beast caused many birds to fly up in the woods. By Guihu and his party, Li Jiang seems to know his identity and cannot return to the tribe for the time being. In the end, he also snatched the real dragon as a fishman, so he should not be suspicious of himself. Let's hatch the little dragon first. Xiao Chang found a huge boulder from the mountain. He reluctantly lifted it and hit it against the dragon egg. There was a rumble, and a cloud of dust rose up. Looking carefully, the boulder was broken into pieces, but the dragon egg had no scratches at all. A black line flashed across Xiao Chang's face. During lunch, a wooden shelf is set up over the fire and the dragon eggs are placed on it. The flames licked the dragon egg without any reaction. The meat is cooked, but I don't know if the eggs are cooked yet. Remember that hatching eggs requires constant temperature to keep them warm. The temperature of fire roasting is too unstable, rising and falling. Finally, the dragon eggs were put into the pot and boiled in boiling water. You two keep an eye on the fire, lick the water when there is no water, and lick the firewood when there is no firewood. Xiao Chang told him to go into the cave. Don't worry about the dragon eggs for now, they won't hatch for a while. He was holding a metal ball in his hand. There were hollows on the ball and something like jade inside. A trace of witchcraft power flowed out from inside. This was the top pure crystal that Li Jiang gave him. He absorbed the pure crystal, and huge witchcraft power flowed out of it. It flows into his body along his acupuncture points. In the future, the Great Witch will need more than purple beast crystals to be effective. This thing is stronger than black crystal. The days were so ordinary. Xiao Chang was absorbing the crystal every day. At dawn, they cooked dragon eggs, and when they ran out of food, they went out to catch some prey. Half a month later, Dawn came back from the woods. He is now a second-level warrior, his combat effectiveness is not very high, and he is more than enough to deal with the prey in the forest. Carrying half of a wild boar, he walked leisurely on the road. His favorite food was the pork-stewed vermicelli made by his master. He had never seen vermicelli before, and his master could always take out strange things from his arms. He felt that all great witches should be so mysterious. The great shamans in his tribe are all dragons that are invisible to the eye, and he has only seen them from a distance once. He just walked in the woods, but he didn't know how many people were following him. "Brother, are you sure that boy is holding a bronze sword?" someone in the grass asked. "It's absolutely true. I went hunting in the mountains and saw this kid several times. His weapon was extraordinary and sharp. And it seemed like he was the only one living here." The leader pointed at Li Ming as he spoke. "Did you see the tattoo on his head? That is the symbol of a slave. I think he is a slave who escaped and stole the master's bronze knife. Big brother wise. Brother has a clever plan, you can see it all, he is indeed the eldest brother." The remaining two people praised him vigorously. "Go, follow up." The inexperienced Li Ming didn't notice the people behind him at all. Just after he entered the cave, those people rushed out and blocked the entrance of the cave, fearing that they would escape at dawn. "Boy, you ran away slave, now I will kill you for your master." "Brother, he is also a second-level warrior. What are you afraid of? What's scary about a 7 or 8-year-old second-level warrior? Come on." Several people rushed forward with weapons in hand. Whoosh came a sound that broke through the air. A flying sword flew out of the cave and instantly wiped out the heads of the two followers. The headless corpse was stunned for a moment and fell to the ground hard. Blood spurted out from its neck. No one noticed that a lot of blood flowed into the pot where the dragon eggs were boiled. The gangster who was called Big Brother instantly turned pale with fright and his legs trembled with fear. "I thought I had picked up a fat sheep, but I didn't expect it to be kicked onto a steel plate. They all call you Big Brother, so you are the boss?" Xiao Chang floated out of the cave. Don't dare, please forgive me, Great Witch," said the eldest brother, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing. "Who sent you here?" Xiao Chang pointed his sword at his neck. "No one sent me, I just wanted to snatch that kid's bronze knife. Please spare me, I won't dare to do it again. Children robbed everything, what a waste." Xiao Chang said and chopped him with a knife. "Search to see if there is anything good, and bury the body," Xiao Chang ordered. When he was about to return to the cave, he suddenly discovered something strange about the dragon egg. The blood of the person just now was seeping into it, and the dragon egg was shaking happily from side to side. Xiao Chang noticed something unusual and poured all the blood of the three people into the pot. The dragon egg happily absorbed it. After the blood was absorbed, it fell silent again. Absorbing human blood may be the way to hatch dragon eggs. I just don't know how much blood is needed, these don't seem to be enough. Xiao Chang rushed out of the cave and brought back a small green dragon with green skin. He grabbed his neck and cut it hard, and the blood flowed into the pot. But dragon egg didn't react at all. "You're really a picky eater, you only drink human blood, right?" Xiao Chang felt a little unhappy. Early the next morning, Xiao Chang walked out of the cave and put the dragon egg in his arms. "You guys wait here while I go find food for the little thing." After Xiao Chang finished speaking, he stepped on the flying sword and rushed into the sky. A pterosaur spotted him in the distance and flew towards him. Xiao Chang disagreed, changed direction and left. After flying for about 2 hours, I saw a stone house in the distance. The stone house is roughly made and surrounds a cave. A woman was drying dried meat in front of the stone house. This should be a small tribe, living in the mountains and forests, and I don't know what their strength is. Judging from the number of stone houses, the population should not be large. Xiao Chang transformed into Qing Yuan and flew straight over. There are enemies. Enemy attack. The guarding soldiers found Xiao Chang and rushed over with weapons and shouts. I don't want to kill you, call your witch. The flying sword arrived in an instant, only 1 centimeter away from the guarding warrior's forehead. If he dares to take another step forward, he will be stabbed to death by a flying sword. The soldier had never seen such magical magic before, and he was immediately frightened and ran back. After a while, a skinny old man wearing animal skins came out. He wore a bunch of strange bone ornaments and looked poor. Excuse me, what is the purpose of the warrior coming to our native tribe? Wu asked tentatively. I want to borrow some human blood from you? Xiao Chang said. What a big tone. You alone want to make enemies of our native tribe? A second-level soldier rushed up. The man looked like the leader. Xiao Chang didn't say much. He flew into the air on his flying sword, put his finger in front of him, and a fireball as big as a human head appeared. He threw it forward and the fireball flew towards a small tree. With a bang, the small tree was blown to pieces. Are you a great witch? The native tribe witch turned pale with fear. He bowed tremblingly to Xiao Chang. We are just a small tribe living in this forest. I don't know how I have offended you, so please show mercy. The leader was also shocked, holding his weapon and staring at Xiao Chang. How many people are there in your tribe? Xiao Chang asked. The native tribe shaman was stunned and didn't know what the question meant. After thinking for a while, he replied, there are a total of 78 people in this tribe, including a dozen warriors, and the others are ordinary people and children. It's okay, I'm not going to kill you, I'm just lending you some blood. Use a syringe to draw it out, and you will be considered as voluntary blood donors. In return, 1 bag of blood will be exchanged for a bag of salt. After Xiao Chang finished speaking, he threw a bag of blood sold in the supermarket. Of table salt. The people in the native tribe couldn't quite understand what was being said, but the salt was indeed genuine. There are no other tribes near their tribe. If they are lucky enough to encounter Blue Fire's caravan, they can buy salt. So salt is extremely precious to them. Will you die if you draw blood? Wu asked. No, just rest and rest. And if you want to sell your blood, you can sell it. You must sell it if you don't want to. A fireball appeared in Xiao Chang's hand again. Okay, we agree, as long as we don't kill my people. Just like that, the blood selling began. I found a stone house and exchanged blood drawing equipment, needles, and blood bags. He imitated the nurse and drew blood for them one by one. At first, when the native tribesmen saw their own blood flowing out, they were so frightened that they wanted to run away, but under the threat of the fireball, they could only endure it. Gradually, people discovered that there was nothing wrong with bleeding out a bag of blood, and they could exchange it for a bag of salt. One by one, they were eager to sell their blood. The most active ones are the pattern warriors. They often bleed when hunting and know that it will not be serious. After taking away the small bag, the blood loss was not as much as usual during fighting. Xiao Chang fed the blood to the dragon egg and found that it only ate 5 bags a day and would not eat more. In this way, Xiao Chang flew to the 2 tribe every day to buy 5 bags of blood, and then flew back to feed the dragon eggs. Slowly, blood streaks began to appear on the dragon eggs, and a strange aura emitted every night. I don't know if this method is right. Even if it is wrong, there is nothing I can do. Only in this way can the dragon egg react. As the days went on, the native tribesmen discovered that there was no harm in selling blood, and they could also get valuable salt. Every day, I look forward to Xiao Chang coming to buy salt, and even want him to buy more. After this incident, their tribe will not be short of salt for several years. Suddenly one day, Xiao Chang stopped coming. People were disappointed and the days of just lying around and making money were over. On the other side, the dragon egg broke out of its shell. That night, Xiao Chang and Liming were eating boiled meat slices when the dragon egg in the corner suddenly broke. A little purple thing came out of it. The little dragon was only the size of a palm. It was chubby, with 2 dragon horns on its head, and its cute big eyes flickered, looking around curiously. Its short tail swayed, shaking its head and running towards Xiao Chang. During this period of time, Xiao Chang was feeding him, and Xiaolong instinctively got close to Xiao Chang. "It's so cute." "Master, is this a dragon?" Ruoxiu asked. "Master has obtained this god-level war pet, which makes him even more powerful," Li Ming complimented. "Come." Xiao Chang put his hand on the ground and asked Xiaolong to climb up. "Ah, bite me." Xiaolong bit Xiao Chang's hand, causing blood to flow. Xiaolong's eyes turned red and he rushed to drink blood. "What a broken habit. You drink blood after you are born. Let's see what I do to you." After Xiao Chang finished speaking, he took the little dragon and walked into the cave. He didn't know much about the contract-making ceremony, but there was a witchcraft in the system that was specifically used to make contracts between witches and war pets. This witchcraft is different from ordinary ones. It requires your soul to be bound to your battle pet. In this way, you can have a spiritual connection with your battle pet, and you can communicate with each other no matter how far away you are. This combination of battle pets has higher potential and will not be affected by the master's strength. But there are also some disadvantages, that is, after the death of the war pet, the owner will suffer backlash. Learning does not mean not learning. Xiao Chang, who was pacing back and forth, gritted his teeth and decided to use this. Wealth and wealth are found in danger. This little dragon is not a rubbish battle pet, it is worth taking the risk. Later, Xiao Chang spent 5,000 mission coins to exchange for a special contract spell. He asked Dawn to guard the entrance of the cave. He performed the spell inside, holding the innocent-looking little dragon in the palm of his hand. He forced out a few drops of his heart's blood, and then took out a drop of the dragon's blood while the dragon screamed. The 2 kinds of blood merged, and his hands were dipped in the blood to carve on Xiaolong's body. As the ceremony progressed, sweat dripped from Xiao Chang's forehead. Slowly, Xiaolong stopped moving and his eyes became dull. Xiao Chang had a strange feeling. His soul had traveled through Xiaolong's body and he could control it to jump automatically. Withdrawing the control, Xiaolong became active again. It seemed that he could feel Xiao Chang's thoughts. Xiao Chang asked Xiaolong to do a backflip. Xiaolong jumped up and tried to do a backflip. Unfortunately it failed and it snorted angrily, sitting on the ground. Xiao Chang is in a good mood, he knows that the contract is completed. Alliance, the host contracts a god-level battle pet and automatically unlocks the battle pet space. Xiao Chang was overjoyed, and quickly opened the system to check, and found that a large space appeared. It was full of grass, with clear streams flowing through the middle, and the flowers, plants, and trees were all moving and magical. There were little squirrels climbing up the trees and butterflies flying around the flowers. I want to live in this place. As soon as I thought about it, the little dragon appeared in this space. It ran around happily, chased the butterfly, pounced on it, bit it into pieces, and swallowed it. When Xiao Chang went up, he was in a big position. Eat randomly, you are seeking death. The purpose of living in this cave for several months was to hatch the little dragon. Now that it was born, it was time to go back. During this period, he completely absorbed the pure crystals, and his witchcraft power also improved a lot. He felt that the witchcraft power in his body was surging, but he was still far from being upgraded. After absorbing the pure crystals, only the hollow metal shell remains, and the jade inside turns into powder. Xiao Chang decided to leave now. He called the brother and sister and said, "Little dragon is born. Let's set off and go home." "Master, what is the name of your tribe?" "Call the tribal alliance. When we go back, we will release you 2 from your status as slaves and remove that tattoo." "Master, you won't want us anymore, right?" Ruoxiu said. Suddenly, there was a roar in the distance. Xiao Chang looked at the sky in the distance without saying a word. There were several pterosaurs circling over there, and there were people on the pterosaurs. The pterosaur hovered in the sky for a while and then fell. That area is where the native tribes live. Why would people from the top tribe go to the earth tribe? No matter what, it has nothing to do with me. The blood that feeds the little dragon is bought by himself, and the relationship with them is a transaction. Pack your things and leave quickly, Xiao Chang said to the brother and sister. Lining and Ruoxue were not light, so it was too difficult to hold them and fly. I can only walk back. Xiao Chang was the first to walk into the woods with his sword in hand, and his vision suddenly dimmed. A bulky triceratops was grazing not far away. The alert creature immediately spotted Xiao Chang and the others, and instinctively lowered its head to attack. Xiao Chang took action with his flying sword and split open the triceratops from above, its internal organs flowing all over the floor. Go and cut some meat. The meat tastes good, Xiao Chang said to Liming. The meat of triceratops is similar to wild boar and has a unique aroma. Hurry up and get started. There's still a long way to go. After walking for about 4 hours, we passed by the Tube tribe and heard shrill cries passing through the woods and reaching Xiao Chang's ears. What on earth were those pterosaur knights doing in the Tube tribe, to kill someone? You two go and hide in the tree, and I'll go check on the situation, Xiao Chang said to the brother and sister. Walking through the lush grass, I saw a group of native tribesmen gathered in the open space in front of the cave. Several women were crying loudly, and the soldiers clenched their fists until their fingers turned bloodless. I'm going to fight them, someone suddenly said loudly. Why didn't you say anything just now? Everyone has left. It's useless for you to say anything else. Hey! The man sighed and threw the weapon to the ground. What's wrong with you? Xiao Chang asked. When everyone heard the sound, they looked back and found that Xiao Chang, whom they had not seen for many days, was back. Xiao Chang could vaguely see several young corpses lying on the ground through the dispersed crowd. The native tribe which stepped forward and said, Sir, a group of senior warriors riding pterosaurs just killed all the 15-year-old children in our tribe. Xiao Chang's eyes narrowed. How many children did the pterodactyl knight come over to kill? And they only kill 15-year-olds. What are they trying to do? Pterodactyl knights are not something that a small tribe can raise. Those who can possess the pterosaur army are definitely the top tribes. Since it is a top tribe, why do you care about the people of small and remote tribes? Why don't you kill them all? Forget it, this has nothing to do with me. You are really pitiful. If you encounter a sudden misfortune and have trouble getting through life, you can go south, about 200 miles away, to find a place called the Tribal Alliance and report my name. After Xiao Chang finished speaking, he left without looking back. Speaking of which, I am also a little over 15 years old. When I meet that group of people, I wonder if there will be conflicts. Don't think about it so much, just go back to where you were. Found Li Ming and Ruoxue hiding obscenely on the top of the tree. Come down, let's go. The two slid down quickly. Master, I'm hungry. Ruoxue's voice sounded like the buzz of a mosquito. There is really no other way. Let's go to the Tube tribe to have a meal before leaving. A group of them had a barbecue at Tutu. Xiao Chang then exchanged 2 safety ropes from the system and tied the 2 together. He controlled the flying sword, pulled the 2 of them, and floated into the air. You 2 have been eating really well these days. That night, Xiao Chang took the 2 of them and flew to the new headquarters of the Tribal Alliance. Looking from a distance in the sky, a green forest suddenly lost a large piece and turned into the original color of the land. The entire station was lit with bonfires at regular intervals, illuminating the entire land. Busy soldiers were trimming the ground with tools, and some were carrying square stones. In the middle of the large construction site, a large stone pot was cooking continuously, and the people who took care of it kept adding meat to it. The people who were working were getting hungry quickly, and they had to eat an extra meal in the evening. Uncle Qiao stood at the stone house and shouted, "These stones are not good, and the house will not be stable anymore." He thought to himself that the cement provided by the fire wizard had been used up, and it would not be easy to build these stone houses. The fire wizard has been gone for several months and I don't know what's going on. People found the water witch and asked him to divine the whereabouts of the fire witch. The news they received was that everything was fine. Everyone is relieved. The entire tribal alliance is connected by Xiao Chang alone. Without him, it would definitely be impossible to unite as one. The visibility was not good at night and people were startled when they saw strange flying objects in the sky. There is an object on top, and a big ball is pulled down below, which is strange. The guarding warriors had already grasped their spears and were ready to fight. Someone with sharp eyes shouted, "It's the fire witch is back." The news spread instantly. The welcoming crowd rushed over. Uncle Qiao, the captain of the 3rd hunting team who stayed at the new station, Ba Qi, came up to greet them. "Fire witch, you are finally back," Uncle Qiao said. Ba Qi stood aside and said nothing. "Now that we have returned to our new station, let's live in a new house. I built a special house with the remaining cement," Uncle Qiao said and led Xiaochang forward. Passing through a group of simple stone houses, a luxurious house appeared in front of you. The house has 2 floors, with cement and stone as the main raw materials. There is a fireplace inside, the floor is paved with stone tiles, a stone table has been repaired in the living room, and several wooden stools are placed. Further inside, there is a wooden bed in the bedroom, covered with soft animal skins. "Master, your house is so magical. I have never seen a house like this before. It's so beautiful." Li Ming sighed after being put down. "That's right, even we witches can't live in such a house," Ruoxue said. "Let's go, we'll stay here today." Xiao Chang pulled the 2 of them inside. The house is well built and has everything it needs. When cement is built, everyone will be able to live in a house like this. Xiao Chang asked the brother and sister to find a room on the 2nd floor, and he lived on the 1st floor. Now the entire new station has just begun, and there is still a lot that needs to be built. I heard that limestone has been found in a cave. The amount is so large that it will not be used up for decades. In the early morning of the next day, except for those who went hunting, all the senior officials gathered at Xiao Chang's place. The water witch, the poo witch of the bird tribe, and the white witch. I have been away for a few months, and the prototype of the new station has emerged. The next step is to build the city wall. Xiao Chang said to everyone. "City wall? How to build a city wall?" Bai Wu asked. "Put stones together, then use cement to make them hard, and form a circle to surround the station to ensure the safety inside." Xiao's cement has run out, and a soldier found limestone. "Is that used to make cement?" the water wizard asked. "Exactly, how are you learning Chinese characters?" Xiao Chang asked. "It's not bad, I can understand some simple sentences," the water wizard said solemnly. "I almost didn't mean it," Pu Wu said sheepishly. The white witch didn't speak. He was blind and couldn't learn to read. "This is easy to handle." Xiao Chang took out a book from his arms after saying that. The cement production series was thrown on the table. The water witch picked it up and looked at it. He looked at it and glared at the boss. The contents inside were obscure and difficult to understand. He could vaguely see how precious this thing was. It explains in detail the raw materials and fuels for cement production. Is it really possible to make cement according to what this book says? Of course. Water witch, you will be responsible for researching the method of making cement. The city wall has begun to be built, and we need to start building a wizard academy and get all the children here, Xiao Chang said. The task was arranged and everyone left. The water wizard couldn't wait to verify the method in the book. Xiao Chang was left in the house again. Li Ming and Ruoxue upstairs were cautiously staying in the house, not daring to come out. Calling in his heart, the little dragon appeared in his hand. It opened its eyes in a daze and stared at Xiao Chang, as if venting its dissatisfaction at being disturbed from sleeping. Grow up quickly, you will be the guardian beast of our tribe from now on. Mythical beast, I am mythical beast. Xiaolon's voice appeared in Xiao Chang's mind. This is the magic of the special contract, which can communicate with the battle pet in the heart. Xiaona brought a lot of ferocious beast meat from outside and threw it into the battle pet space. Now Xiaolong can't show up and let others find out. This place will be destroyed by several top tribes. The study of cement lasted for more than 10 days, the proportion of clay and limestone, the temperature of burning, and the amount of charcoal needed. Everything is made clear. Xiao Chang followed him throughout the whole process. If he didn't understand something in the book, he would explain it to him. The making of cement began, and large quantities of limestone were piled in the open fields, along with clay. The cement-making furnace is burning with fire, and cement is being made non-stop. Common men and masons were called to the new station. Xiao Chang said to everyone, "We are going to build an unprecedented house, called a building. It is made of cement, steel bars, and bricks. The cement has been successfully developed, and the rest is bricks." "What are steel bars?" someone asked. "You don't have to worry about this, I'll figure it out." Xiao Chang replied. "Does the fire wizard want us to make bricks?" someone asked. "Yes, I want you to start getting familiar with it by making bricks. Once the bricks are successfully made, you can start building buildings." Xiao Chang took out another book, Red Brick Firing Explanation, and started giving instructions according to the content above. You take clay and add water to make it into mud, and then make it into long pieces like this. Xiao Chang personally demonstrated by surrounding a box with wooden boards, filling it with mud, and pressing it firmly. Then turn it over and fall on the ground, and a square brick embryo is ready. Did you see that? Just like this, brick embryos are made and then placed in the sun to dry. Xiao Chang said. In one day, the masons produced countless brick embryos. Xiao Chang called Uncle Qiao over and handed the matter over to him. After the brick embryo is made, the next step is to fire it. A brick kiln was needed, which was not difficult. The workers built several large brick kilns with clay and stones. A lot of charcoal has been made when burning cement. The firing of bricks begins. The brick embryos are put into the brick kiln and laid out, with charcoal added in between. Xiao Chang threw a fireball in, and the raging fire began to burn. Seeing that nothing happened, Xiao Chang went home to eat hot pot. He placed a large iron pot on the fireplace in the house, and white smoke was rising out of the chimney. Fire Witch, I brought you the best little sub-dragon meat. Ba Chi walked in carrying a long piece of meat. Sit down, come and eat together. Liming quickly went to bring a chair. Try this. Xiao Chang threw over a bottle of erguotu. It's so spicy. Ba Chi said after taking a sip. Ha, tell me, why do you come to see me? Xiao Chang asked. Well, I have been a third-level warrior for a long time. I heard the Water Witch said that it is necessary to go up further. The Great Witch will bless you. When will you hold the ceremony? Ba Chi asked. It will happen when the time comes. Now do your own thing first. Xiao Chang replied. Okay, I hope Fire Witch can give us a chance. Ba Chi said. Don't worry, as long as we are dedicated to the alliance, you will be indispensable. After dealing with Ba Chi, the heat has turned dark. But the alliance's headquarters was ablaze, bonfires were lit one by one. The soldiers of the hunting team began to bring back prey from outside, and the brick masons were busy making brick embryos. Uncle Qiao suddenly rushed over happily and shouted, Fire Witch, the bricks are burned and the hardness is good. Xiao Chang dropped what he was holding, rushed out of the house, and flew to the vicinity of the brick kiln. The bricks were placed neatly one by one. The brick matter has also been resolved. All that's left is the steel bars, and there's nothing we can do about it for a while. There are quite a few blue fire bronzes, but the tribal alliance has not yet been able to reproduce them. To smelt bronze, you first need to find bronze ore. This will take a long time. But soon a replacement was found, a special kind of wood. Hardwood trees grow in abundance in the woods and the mountains. The wood of this tree is very hard, like metal. Can easily replace steel bars. We have made a lot of bricks and have cement. What should we do first? Uncle Qiao asked Xiao Chang. Build the wizard building first, and then all qualified children will be sent here to learn Chinese characters, learn witchcraft, and absorb crystals to improve their level. Also, the construction of the city wall is about to begin, and this must be stepped up. Everyone started to migrate here, and the people who migrated started to build houses as family units and plan residential areas. One after another, women and children were all moved to the new station. The house is simply not big enough to live in, but it is the dry season and you won't get cold if you live outside. There are soldiers around the station, so safety can be guaranteed. Construction of the tribe's walls began. The tribal alliance began to implement a new policy, and participating workers were given crystals according to their strength. Except for slaves who were forced to work, others worked voluntarily, although they had to work because of the shortage of food. All the food was brought by the hunting team, part of it was handed over to the tribe according to taxes, and the rest was kept for themselves. Ordinary people who cannot go out to hunt can only survive through labor. The city wall starts from the south and is built very thickly to withstand the impact of ferocious beasts. Xiao Chang strolled around the alliance station. Fire Witch, can the house we build ourselves be the same as the one you live in? A first-level soldier suddenly asked. Of course you can. As long as you build it in a planned residential area, there will be no problem. It's best to learn from a master to prevent it from collapsing. The cement production base is next to the brick production base, and workers are always working. Those who want cement and bricks need to buy them, those who want to make money need to work, produce bricks or cement, and build city walls. Fire Witch, if I make bricks, I can earn 1 white crystal in 10 days. If I build the city wall, I can earn 1 white crystal in 5 days. What should I do if they keep misremembering the number of days I work? Someone complained. Xiao Chang was stunned for a moment. He didn't take such small details into consideration. Adults did not learn Chinese characters, nor did they learn mathematics. It is normal to make mistakes in recording. It is unrealistic to ask them to learn Chinese characters and mathematics in a short time. The value of a ferocious beast crystal is too high and is not suitable for daily use. A new currency can be issued whose material cannot be copied and can be mass-produced. Check it out in the system. After searching around, I found a plastic piece, which is the game currency of the amusement park. It is cheap in large quantities. 1 mission coin can buy hundreds of them. Just him. Immediately when he arranged for all the work to be paid, he settled with this game currency. The game coins are yellow and people jokingly call them gold coins. In order to give the game currency a qualitative value, Xiao Chang asked Uncle Chow to quickly build a bank in the center of the residence. Arrange staff to be stationed, and anyone can exchange 10 gold coins for a white crystal. Shirtu and Dahua moved to the tribal alliance early, and their family built a simple stone house in a corner of the residential area. Shirtu joins a hunting team and has no time to work to earn gold coins. The crystals are not stored normally, and for a while, cement and bricks really won't be available. Stone, look at their masons' houses. They have built cement houses. You should think of a solution quickly. Dahua said while sharpening his tools with a stone. Their child Shirgandang was not at home and was playing in the mud at the door. When Shirgandang is 3 or 4 years old, he can be sent to Wizard College to study. The Fire Wizard said that all children who have the potential to become witches should come to the Wizard Academy to learn witchcraft and Chinese characters. Those who have no potential should learn Chinese characters and physical skills. She didn't understand what physical skills were, but she heard they were used to improve combat effectiveness. Shi Yong had just returned from a hunting party. He was lying on the hay and munching on dried meat leisurely. That makes sense. I'm going to work in the cement factory. Shirtu stood up abruptly. Hey, no need, you are a ferocious beast warrior, how can you be like their stonemason? Dahua praised. A smile filled his stone face, and he said proudly, that's right, how can I be like them? After saying that, he put down his smile, then how can I make money? In the open space to the south, there are many people selling things there at night. We can sell the excess beast meat. Makes sense. Now the entire alliance station is like a big construction site. At night, Xiao Chang transformed into Qing Yuan and patrolled the station. Unknowingly, he was attracted by the noise in front of him. As I got closer, I saw many small bonfires lit in this area. People spread animal skins on the ground and put things out for sale. The dried meat of the ferocious beast is worth a gold coin. Come and grab it. A bone knife made from the bones of a vicious beast, 10 gold coins each. Stone pot and bucket, 5 gold coins each. A stall was surrounded by a bonfire. Under the light of the fire, there was no quietness at all at night. In the tribe before, night basically meant rest. No one wants to be active at night, let alone go out, that means danger. Sometimes living in a cave, a group of people sleep on daytime view. There is no freedom or privacy at all. The Tribal Alliance's headquarters is large enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people. Now the surrounding area is also guarded by soldiers, so we are not afraid to come out at night. People are very excited. I have never seen such excitement before. While walking, Xiaoqiang was attracted by a small stall. There were several small crocodiles and several small velociraptors on the stall. Are you selling war pets? Xiaoqiang asked. 20 gold coins for the water tribe crocodile and 5 gold coins for the small swift dragon. The stall owner responded. Why is the same war pet crocodile so expensive? Xiaoqiang asked. 20 gold coins are equivalent to 2 white crystals. Originally, aquatic war pets are expensive. The water tribe's crocodiles are close to people, easy to make contracts, and have great growth potential. If they can be raised to the level of wild beasts, they will make a lot of money. War pets are divided into ordinary beasts and leaders, the ferocious beast, the leader of the ferocious beast. Desolate beast, the leader of desolate beast. As for the mythical beast, no one has ever seen it. The little dragon is a mythical beast, but it is too small now to have any supernatural powers. Does the battle pet eat a lot? Xiaoqiang asked. A lot, equivalent to a child. Grass is a good animal battle pet, but its attack power is too low. Generally, herbivorous battle pets are used to carry things. The other party explained. Xiaoqiang nodded. He had seen many of them when building city walls. Triceratops were carrying bricks. They were the pets of the soldiers. I left this bazaar where people spontaneously formed and returned to my house. The monkey was called over, and he was now helping Uncle Qiao. After not seeing each other for a few months, I discovered that he had become a second-level warrior. Okay, we've made a lot of progress. Xiaoqiang patted him on the shoulder. Build a long row of stone houses, facing each other, and delineate an area to serve as a special market. Ask the White Witch for the money. Xiaoqiang gave many of the plastic gold coins he exchanged to buy Wu for safekeeping. I received many crystallizations from him. Part of the crystallization of tribal tax revenue was taken away by Xiaoqiang. I exchanged a lot of mission coins. His current attributes are Power, 41 Agility, 41 Witch Power, Level 2 Mission Coins, 55,000 coin skills, Object Control, Full Level, Fireball, Full Level. Xiaoqiang doesn't plan to touch these mission coins. Once he saves enough, he can buy an opportunity to automatically repair his body. He can also repair it when encountering fatal danger. Beast again. Xiaoqiang, who was walking around the station, found that many people were urinating everywhere. When there are more people, it becomes smelly. Some people pulled him right in front of their own homes. At the market, someone was pulling near the stall. Some people stepped on feces while walking and stood there cursing. He called Uncle Qiao over, hurry up and build some public toilets. By the way, we must also start building drainage in the alliance. Those young people who are learning calligraphy, get some and start studying these. Xiaoqiang threw out several books on urban drainage. There are too many things that need to be built. When there are more people, the power becomes stronger and there are more problems. Public toilets are connected to the city's drainage system, which is convenient for draining away filth. Fortunately, our terrain is high, so we can dig some ground to connect outside the station. Xiaoqiang held his head and thought carefully about the issues that needed attention. There is a hill to the north of the Tribal Alliance. Potatoes grown on the hill have been harvested for several seasons and stored in covered warehouses in case of emergencies. Buzz! A rapid horn sounded. It was blown by the guarding warriors to notify everyone when the tribe was attacked. Xiao Chang flew away without saying a word, and in an instant, he came to the edge of the station. There were several huge mountain beasts roaring and trying to rush in. Each giant mountain beast is as tall as a 6-story building, and its huge head makes people feel terrified. The spear in the warrior's hand is like a toothpick used to pick the teeth of a giant beast. The guards were all first-level warriors, and the spears could not bring them a sense of security. Xiao Chang flew around and found no sign of the mountain giant. A giant beast was injured, with a wound several meters long, revealing the flesh and blood inside. That huge gap can fit a person inside. Several giant beasts only roared at the door and did not break in. The city walls in this area have not yet been built and cannot withstand the impact of the giant beasts. Xiao Chang used the fireball technique, and once the opponent impacted, he would immediately launch it. But he had no confidence in his fireball technique. A small fireball might not be able to break the skin of a giant mountain beast. Xiao Chang shook his head and took out the rocket launcher. Armor-piercing bullets were very useful against such big guys. Suddenly, the injured giant beast seemed frightened and rushed towards the surrounding warriors. Beast seeking death. Xiao Chang fired the rocket launcher. The armor-piercing bullet spun and shot toward the beast's head. Show mercy! A shout came from afar. But the armor-piercing bullet had already penetrated the giant beast's head, and it screamed and fell to the ground instantly. A giant more than 4 meters tall rushed over, running all the way. The giant has a convex forehead and broad cheekbones. It looks a little more original. Seeing the giant beast fall to the ground, the giant shouted angrily, "Why did you kill my pet?" Xiao Chang's eyes narrowed slightly, and the flying sword flew away, pointing at the opponent in the air. "Your war pets are going to attack my people." He was just frightened. "Why did you kill him?" "Why?" The giant became more and more excited as he spoke, and he couldn't help crying. Seeing the other party crying, Xiao Chang didn't know what to do for a moment. He thought that the other party was going to fight with him, and a bloody battle was about to happen. But since the other party was crying, it was hard for him to take action again. "Why did you appear near our tribe? These giant beasts rushed towards us and almost killed my tribe. I killed them as well." You're right. We shouldn't kill your people. The witches of our clan have said we can't fight with your human clan. We encountered a beast tide in the south. All kinds of ferocious beasts and wild beasts were running away desperately. Many of our people were killed. His eyes darkened as he said this. Tide of beasts? Why are those various ferocious beasts running away? Xiao Chang asked. I don't know. They seem to be running for their lives. Now that I have found these giant beasts, I have to leave. The giant quickly climbed onto the giant beast and drove the remaining giant beasts away. Xiao Chang looked at the other party's figure, and his heart also cast a shadow. The beast tide caused damage to the giant mountain beasts. If they rushed to the tribal alliance, they would not be able to bear it. Everything we are doing now will be wiped out. Xiao Chang called a few people in charge. Just now, the giant beasts that were mountain giants attacked our territory. This is not the point. They brought news, the south suffered from a beast tide, and many of their tribesmen died. What? Is there a tide of beasts? Water which was the first to stand up. I have seen it once before. Countless ferocious beasts and desolate beasts rushed past, and everything they encountered would be torn into pieces. Even the intermediate tribe could be destroyed. That time I hid in an underground cave and escaped. Life. Puwu took over the words. I saw the description of the beast tide in the Stone of Heritage. There is a mythical beast named Taiyin Yuing in the south. He drives all beasts to flee, killing everything on the way. Yuing comes to absorb the dead souls. It sounds like a myth. No matter what the reason is, the construction of the city wall must be stepped up, and it must be taller and wider. For the city wall, another fund will be allocated to improve the workers' wages. Xiao Chang said. I agree. I also agree that without a city wall,
guarding the station would be a waste of manpower. Bai Wu said. A few days later, the number of people building the city wall increased significantly. Under the temptation of money, more and more people invested in the construction. Several toilets have also been built in the city. Under the command of Xiao Chang, flushing toilets were built. There is a long sloping ditch in the toilet. A wooden water tank is placed on the roof and connected to the bottom with a plastic pipe. Special personnel add water to it every day. The lower end is blocked with a wooden plug. Open it and flush it every once in a while. The water flows out into the pit built with cement. At first, people were not used to going to the toilet, and they all found it novel. Going to the toilet is still in a cement house, which is too luxurious. The toilet didn't stink at all and was always flushed with water. People find it novel, but they always forget the past. Xiao Chang saw that people always forgot to go to the toilet, and then announced that whoever urinates and defecates casually in the Alliance station will be fined 1 gold coin. This random situation was stopped instantly. The potato fields in Beishan are continuous, but there are still a lot of open spaces that have not been reclaimed. The task of planting is mainly given to Bai Wu. He has bad eyesight and Ji has been supporting him. Xiao Chang found Bai Wu and handed over a large bag of corn seeds. This thing is called corn. If it is grown well, people won't have to go out to hunt. Really? Bai Wu touched the corn seeds with trembling hands. It's not like things haven't been planted in Montenegro before. Those plants didn't grow well, and when the rainy season came, everything was submerged. Bai Wu lamented. We won't be flooded in the future. The terrain where we are stationed is very high, so these corns will definitely grow well. These are good genetically modified seeds that are resistant to lodging and have high yields. By the way, there are also sweet potatoes. Xiao Chang took out a few more bags of sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes are the same as potatoes. They have a large yield. If we hire more people to plant them, there will be no problems in agriculture. In the toilet at the station, people put their feces in wooden buckets and pour it on the plants, so that they can grow better. Bai Wu frowned and didn't understand why he did this. Academy. The weather is getting hotter and hotter, the sun is scorching the earth, and the rolling heat waves are making the air distorted. Liming lived on the second floor, and the temperature was too high, so she used a fan to fan herself from time to time. The tattoos on his face had been shaved off, leaving a large scar. When he came to the tribal alliance, he got rid of his slave status. No one here treats him as a slave, and people even respect him because of his relationship with Xiao Chang. He no longer wanted to go back to his original tribe. Everything here was different. The main roads were paved with stone bricks, people pooped in the houses, and there was no smell. The thick city walls had never been seen before. Once he asked Xiao Chang, "What is our place called?" The main city of the alliance will have more cities in the future, and even a country will be established. Such an amazing place, and there will be more to come. He thought this was a good thing. No one in the main city would beat slaves, and no one could kill or beat others. The patrolling soldiers will stop it. I heard that female slaves who are pregnant and have children can escape from slavery. People are free and happy. When he got up in the morning, he and his sister went to the Wizarding Academy together. There is a large area surrounded by wooden fences. The cafeteria and simple school hall have been built, and the central college building is under construction. He had never seen anything like a building before. He heard that the Tiandu tribe had a tall tower, but he felt that the building in front of him was more impressive. It hasn't been built yet, but the frame has been successfully built. The huge and shocking frame is simply a miracle. Like a giant beast lying in the academy. Humans can actually build such a thing. Passing through the college gate at dawn, workers were busy. "Uncle Chi, you're still here to work today." Liming started to say hello when he saw familiar people. "Yeah, I'm not a pattern warrior. I have to work to have food." Uncle Chi was a stonemason and was among the first to start building houses. He had rich experience, so he was called to build the building. This job pays well. He used to live in the water tribe, and his life was very difficult. Everything depends on the eyes of the soldiers.
Lives can be lost at any time. In winter, he was sacrificed to the winter god. He was destined to die, but was rescued by the Black Mountain tribe. Then we arrived at the main city of the Alliance. Participate in work every day, earn gold coins, and then go to the market to buy food and daily necessities. In the market, there is an official potato shop that sells potatoes. That stuff is cheap and delicious. If you eat 2 pieces, you won't be hungry all morning. I can now eat enough for every meal. He looked at Li Ming with envious eyes. That little guy was already a pattern warrior at a young age and would have a bright future. When the college building is completed, you must study hard and strive to become a witch. Uncle Chi said. I wish I had that talent. Li Ming pulled Ruoxue into the school. There are older children here as teachers, and the children study on their own. Monkeys often come here to inspect their studies. Water Witch is in the school every day. He always looks through the dictionary and thinks about the writing of each word. He even discovered a few children with witch potential. He focused on training those children and taught them writing very seriously. When Xue Wu saw Ruoxue entering the classroom, a happy smile appeared on his face. This little girl's witchcraft potential is very high, and she can absorb crystals much faster than ordinary disciples. Come, sit here. Water Witch said. Okay, thank you, Lord Water Witch. Ruoxue said obediently. Awakening requires the consumption of crystals, and some small tribes will select children with potential to awaken to save crystals. Those who really have no hope of becoming warriors will not be allowed to participate in the awakening. It is said that those who are born unable to perceive the power of witchcraft are those who cannot awaken. Those who are born with the ability to absorb the crystals of vicious beasts have the potential to become witches. Many children come to study every day. In each classroom, the children imitate the words written on the board with charcoal and write them on the sand. Everyone has a small wooden board with wood chips stuck around it. Put a layer of sand in the middle. This is the tool they use to write. After they are written, they are flattened by hand and can be reused. The morning passed by in a hurry, and the bell rang for the end of get out of class. That was an iron bell sent by Xiao Chang. The cook rings the bell to signal that dinner is ready. A sundial was placed at the door of the college building to tell the time. Xiao Chang originally planned to make one himself, but after a day of work, he couldn't make it, so he simply bought it directly in the system. I made a cement block to serve as the base. The sundial is placed on it. What is this for? Someone asked. This is called a sundial. It is used to tell the time. The day is divided into zi, shou, yin, mao, and other hours. You can tell the time according to the place where the shadow shines. When the sun is shining, it can be used to determine the time for get out of class to end. As the bell rang, a group of children ran towards the college cafeteria. The green-skinned dinosaur meat stewed with potatoes that I made today is not a lot of meat, only a few pieces here and there, and potatoes account for the majority. Each child had a wooden bowl, and the crowd filled the area with water. Every child stretched out his arms, trying to get the rice first. Weak children can only stand in the back and wait for others to hit them first. Fortunately, there was enough food so no one would go hungry. These meals are free, and everyone who comes to learn Chinese characters can have such a meal at noon. Next to it was a large pot of food, stewed triangular mutton soup. The large pieces of mutton are fragrant and mixed with many wild vegetables. This pot is not free, it requires 1 gold coin per bowl. There are significantly fewer children gathering around here to get food. Most of them are families with pattern warriors. As the main source of food for the tribe, the hunting team holds the most wealth. They were given endless amounts of ferocious beast meat to eat, which could be sold for a huge price in the market. Families with good conditions will buy some to improve their children's physical fitness. Eating the flesh and blood of ordinary beasts can only fill your stomach, but the meat of ferocious beasts or the meat of the leader of ferocious beasts. It can slowly improve physical fitness, and children who eat these for a long time will have a much higher probability of awakening. In addition to ferocious beast meat, there are also some special fruits and flowers, such as red star fruit, ice fruit, windflower, etc., which can also improve physical fitness. These things are rarely seen in the market. Pattern warriors who have the ability to obtain these will basically not sell them and leave them to their own boys. So these things are sold at sky-high prices. There was no one to care about Liming and Ruoshua, and they were too embarrassed to ask Xiaochang for money. The two of them just queued up and beat potatoes to eat. The potatoes are stewed softly, with just the right amount of sweetness and saltiness, and there are always 1 or 2 pieces of meat in each bowl. Children who can eat these are very satisfied. A few months ago, they were living in damp caves, often hungry and full. No one will complain that potatoes are not delicious. Being alive is the greatest happiness. The adults who work in the college are paid uniformly by the Alliance. They are ordinary people, cooking and building houses here. The construction of the city wall still takes a lot of time, and the main city of the Alliance is too wide. Watchtowers were built at intervals, and the unconnected parts were surrounded by wooden fences. There are soldiers stationed on the watchtower. Xu Weixing is a member of the second hunting team, and it is his turn to be on duty today. He brought a piece of boiled potato for his morning meal. At dawn in the morning, he headed to the watchtower where he was to stand guard. When the soldier who had been on duty overnight was replaced, the soldier who had not worked the night shift was so sleepy that he yawned all day long. With blurred eyes, he saw Xu Weixing coming over, and he suddenly woke up and could finally go home and rest. Xu Weixing climbed up the stairs to the observation tower, which was dozens of meters tall, and his view suddenly became wider. He sat on a stool, gnawing potatoes and looking at the scenery outside. The woods next to the main city have been cut down a lot, leaving a wasteland with many logs that have not been moved away. Looking further into the distance is Beishan, where many tribesmen are farming, and potatoes are grown there. He looked away and gnawed on the boiled potatoes. He heard that corn seedlings had also grown. If the yield could be as large as potatoes, people in the Alliance would not starve to death. Xu Weixing observed the situation outside as usual. Several pterosaurs appeared in the distant sky. This kind of thing was very common, and Xu Weixing didn't take it seriously. Slowly, the pterosaur got closer and closer. Xu Weixing suddenly stood up. He squinted his eyes and saw that those pterosaurs all had people riding on them. What tribe could actually use a pterosaur as a battle pet? As the pterosaur approaches, you can see that the pterosaur is wearing gray armor, and the knight above is also fully armored, holding a long spear in his hand, and the whole body exudes a metallic luster. Xu Weixing had only seen Lan Hua's caravan possess this kind of thing, and it was called bronze. He was unsure whether the person coming was an enemy or a friend, so he immediately blew the horn. Not only him, but several adjacent watchtowers also blew their horns at the same time. The pterosaur came very quickly, its huge wings spread out to cover the sky and the sun. A shadow crossed the aquatic watchtower, and apparently a pterosaur flew over it. 5 or 6 dragon knights circled in the sky over the Alliance's main city and landed on the square in the center of the station. The leader's name was Gu Chen. He held a red bone knife in his hand. He waved it lightly, and a sharp energy streaked across it. Several people watching from a distance were cut off at the waist. The sharp cuts made them feel a slight pain in their abdomens, and then their upper bodies fell down. "Call your stewards to come over," Gu Chen said contemptuously. Xiaochang, who had just gotten up and rushed over, saw the scene and his anger rushed to Tianlingai. He controlled the flying sword and shot at the perpetrator. Gu Chen raised his black knife and blocked it. There was a huge sound of metal meeting, which made people's ears ring. He looked at Xiaochang, who was flying over, was slightly startled, and then said, "It turns out he is a great witch. Are you the one in charge of this tribe? Which tribe are you from? Kill people when you come up. Just stay here today." Xiaochang narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the other party. What a big tone. "I am the Dragon Knight of the Tiandu tribe and the captain of the third team. I received the order from our ancestral witch to kill all the 15-year-old children in this barbaric area." "You little thing, you look like only about 15 years old." Several people around heard it and laughed. "Yes, chief. The leader of their small tribe is probably only 15 years old. If he is killed, they will lose their witches. Why are you talking so much nonsense to them? Just kill them. If you want me to see them, just kill them all." Gu Chen raised his hand to stop them. The human race is weak. It is said above that we cannot kill indiscriminately. We can only kill those who are 15 years old. The crowd nodded yes. They really treat us like soft persimmons. Xiao Chang was furious when he heard the other party's conversation. So what about the Tiandu tribe? After so many days of accumulation, his mission coins have reached 20. If pressed, even their king can be killed. I will make you regret coming to our alliance's main city today. The leader of the opponent has an enchanted weapon and a long-range attack, so it should not be underestimated. Xiao Chang raised his hand, and the fireball shot out instantly. The few people who were still talking and laughing reacted quickly and took out their weapons to block. Do you want all your people to be buried here? Gu Chen was angered. He rode the pterosaur into the air and rushed towards Xiao Chang in the air. The weapon in his hand kept chopping, and the crescent-shaped energy shot out crazily. Xiao Chang took advantage of the situation to dodge, but his strong energy could not do anything to him. After struggling for a while, the two rushed towards each other at the same time. Die! Xiao Chang gritted his teeth and slashed hard with the flying sword in his hand. The black bone knife held the flying sword hard, and Xiao Chang was thrown away by the backlash. His tiger's mouth was bleeding from the force just now. It's a 5th-level warrior. Xiao Chang shot countless fireballs away without saying a word. Gu Chen did not dodge. The fireball hit his armor and dissipated instantly. Countless witch powers were absorbed by the special material, and there was something wrong with the clothes he was wearing. The fireball hit it without causing any damage. It's such a pity that a small barbarian tribe can produce a great witch. Don't waste your efforts. Gu Chen patted the pterosaur beneath him and rushed towards Xiao Chang. Other dragon knights also surrounded them. Xiao Chang's flying sword was very fast, and the pterosaur's speed was not slow either. They rushed out of the main city of the Alliance while chasing each other. Arriving among the mountains, the pterosaur's physical strength was far stronger than his own witchcraft power. It would be dangerous to consume it any longer. Xiao Chang thought of this and showed an anxious expression. He suddenly hovered and turned around. A rocket launcher appeared in his hand and fired at the opponent. The moment the cannonball came into contact with the opponent, it exploded, caused a commotion. However, the armored pterosaur was fine and continued to pursue him. Xiao Chang gritted his teeth and took out the teleportation stone. He disappeared instantly and appeared in a house in the Alliance's main city. He had already buried one of the teleportation stones under the ground of the house where he lived. Returning to the house was not about escaping. He immersed himself in the items sold by the system and searched carefully. After a few breaths, a smile appeared on his face. A weapon that was all black and had a blue light at the front appeared in Xiao Chang's hand. It was the legendary Gauss sniper rifle. 100,000 mission coins were spent. Xiao Chang rushed out of the house and transformed into a child with green skin, without showing any trace of his witchcraft power. He flew close to the ground and soon saw several menacing pterosaurs flying from the sky. He squatted on a big tree, hidden among the leaves, clenched the Gauss sniper rifle in his hand, and held his breath. When the other party got closer, he suddenly pulled the trigger. There was no sound, and a bullet with huge kinetic energy was shot into the temple of the opponent. The other party couldn't react at all. The bullet penetrated the skull, and the head was torn apart like a crushed watermelon. White and red splattered on the pterosaur beneath him. The owner died and the pterosaur was also severely injured, falling down with a mournful cry. Seeing this, Xiao Chang took back his sniper rifle and fled in another direction. Are destroyed? Who is it? Gu Chen shouted angrily. When they saw Xiao Chang disappear, they thought he had escaped using a special secret method and planned to destroy their tribe. On the way back, a teammate was suddenly hit by something and his head exploded. They haven't found out who did it yet. Gu Chen carefully inspected the surrounding woods, but found no one. Suddenly, another teammate screamed. Everyone turned around and saw a big hole in his chest. Captain! I don't want to die. After saying that, he fell off the pterodactyl. Who is it? Everyone raises the level. Gu Chen shouted.
As he shouted, the remaining two teammates and Gu Chen rode the pterosaur and rushed into the sky. At this time, Xiao Chang was hiding behind a rock, and his body turned into the color of the rock. Looking at the people in the sky, Xiao Chang summoned his flying sword and flew away into the sky without saying a word. Gu Chen had been paying close attention to the situation on the ground. Someone flew up and he noticed it immediately. Over there, charge together and kill him quickly. Gu Chen pointed at Xiao Chang who was flying up. Xiao Chang saw the other party rushing toward him and sneered. He held a sniper rifle and stared directly at the opponent. When the distance is sufficient, pull the trigger decisively. Bullets that exceed the speed of sound cannot react at all. Blood spurted out, and another dragon knight died. The remaining two people quickly stopped, and Gu Chen stared at Xiao Chang. "Captain, let's run. I think his witchcraft seems to have a distance limit." Gu Chen gritted his teeth, exhaled heavily, and squeezed out a word from his mouth. "Withdraw." After saying that, they both flew higher. Xiao Chang unhurriedly loaded the bullets for his sniper rifle. The opponent was a dragon knight from the Tiandu tribe. If he let the opponent escape, there would definitely be fierce revenge. The current tribal alliance cannot resist, so both of them must die. After changing the bullets, Xiao Chang urged him without any money and rushed towards the opponent like a sharp sword. "Captain, he's coming," the team members shouted in horror. "Shut up, I can see it." Gu Chen clenched the black knife, controlled his breathing, and adjusted his condition to the best. "You will attract his attention for a while, and I will take the opportunity to rush over. The other party is a powerful witch, and I only have a chance if I can get close." Okay, his teammates' nervous voices trembled. He clenched the golden spear in his hand and swooped down. Gu Chen circled around from the flank and rushed towards Xiao Chang diagonally. Xiao Chang took out the crystal and began to absorb it. At the same time, he turned around and fell down, quickly distanced himself. He escaped, let's chase him together. Gu Chen's eyes were filled with joy. No matter how powerful the opponent's witchcraft is, he is only a big witch, and his witchcraft power must be limited. He has never seen that kind of magic that kills with one blow, and it must be incredibly consuming. Seeing that the opponent has begun to absorb the crystals, he must have exhausted his witchcraft power. This is a good opportunity to attack. It would be dangerous if you wait for the opponent to recover. Gu Chen showed a determined expression. He kept urging the battle pet under him to speed up. Xiao Chang here directly lowered his height to the lowest level and rushed into the dense jungle below. Gu Chen and the two had bad intentions. The woods were not suitable for pterosaurs to fly, so how could they catch each other? "Just stay when you come down." Xiao Chang hid in the woods, and his sniper rifle was already aimed at the two people who came down. Bang! One of them's head shattered like a watermelon. Gu Chen's face turned pale and he immediately flew into the sky. The bullet from Xiao Chang's second shot hit the pterosaur under him in an instant. The pterosaur is only at the ferocious beast level and cannot be resisted at all. Its wings softened and fell from the sky. Also falling at the same time was Gu Chen. An ordinary person at such a height would definitely fall to his death. As a fifth-level warrior, he was not seriously injured. Gu Chen rolled over after landing and stood up from the ground. "Come out, be sneaky, and challenge me head-on if you can. I am from the Tiandu tribe. If you dare to kill our people, our ancestral witches will not let you go. Death is imminent and you are still so stubborn. Tell me why you came to our tribe to kill people?" Xiao Chang walked out from behind a tree. "Why? To kill you ants, you still need to explain why. Just kill them if you want. Go to hell." Gu Chen held the black ancient sword and rushed toward Xiao Chang crazily. Before the person arrived, several Qi Jin had already been shot over. "Damn it, if you don't tell me, go to hell." Xiao Chang took out his Gauss sniper rifle and shot Gu Chen. The huge kinetic energy drove Gu Chen to fly far away. Xiao Chang was also hit by a burst of energy, and his chest was cut open. Gu Chen, a fifth-level warrior, had a big hole in his chest. He was still alive for a while.
He sat on the ground, leaning against a big tree, and his blood was smeared on the ground. The gun is fast from 7 steps away, and the gun is fast and accurate within 7 steps. Do you think you have a chance if you get close? Bah! Xiao Chang grinned in pain from the wound on his chest. The Tiandu tribe will not let you go. The ancestral witch said that he will kill all the 15-year-old children here. I think they should all be killed. Just wait for the anger of the Tiandu tribe. Gu Chen's eyes, mouth, and nose all pointed towards bleeding outside. The whole person turned into a blood man. Xiao Chang watched from a distance, was silent for a while, and then shot the flying sword at the opponent, ending Gu Chen's life. Master, I want to eat him. Xiao Chang was slightly startled when he heard this voice in his heart, and instantly understood that it was Xiaolong's voice. He replied, Do you want to eat that dead man? Yes, that's him. Xiaolong wants to eat it, and there are a few others. Why eat them? Are you hungry? No, you can become stronger by eating them. When Xiao Chang heard this, he thought carefully. When the little dragon was hatched, human blood was used, but now it wants to eat people, and it is said that eating people can make it stronger. I don't know if it has anything to do with hatching with human blood. But as long as it can become stronger, it doesn't matter if it eats people. Just eat, there are a lot of cannibalism in this world, he is a beast, cannibalism is normal. Xiao Chang released Xiaolong. Go eat. As soon as it came out, the little dragon twisted its tail and jumped up and down happily. After playing for a while, it ran towards Gu Chen's body. The chest of the corpse was shattered, and a flying sword was inserted into the head. The death was miserable. The little dragon looked like he had discovered a treasure. He opened his small mouth and bit Gu Chen's face open. Is it okay to eat it raw? Do you want to heat it up? Xiao Chang asked with concern. No, it tastes better raw. Xiaolong bit the flesh on Gu Chen's face, pulled hard, and tore off a piece, revealing the teeth and bones inside. After a while, Gu Chen's face was covered in blood and flesh. Xiaolong used his claws to pull the bones on his face. With his little claws, he flexibly pulled to both sides, and Gu Chen's face was opened. The 5th level warrior's skull was actually pulled open by the newborn, which shows how powerful it is. After Xiaolong ripped open the bones on his face, he dived into Gu Chen's brain and swallowed it in big mouthfuls. Seeing that Xiaolong was enjoying his meal, Xiao Chang couldn't bear to disturb him and pulled over all the other dead bodies. After carefully looking at their faces, they were all level 4 warriors. Maybe if the level warriors are higher, it will be useful if the little dragon eats it. Xiao Chang collected all the armor and weapons they wore. These were all good equipment, left by the special captain, which could offset the impact of witchcraft. After doing this, there was a faint roaring sound in the woods, which sounded like hundreds of people rushing on their way. Fire Witch, are you in front? Someone shouted. It turned out that a team of soldiers came to support them. The White Witch and the Water Witch were at the front. Ba Qi also came, and he was usually the one who was stationed. Shi Yang and Chang Di spent a long time hunting. Go back, I have killed the intruder. Xiao Chang said calmly. The crowd cheered, the powerful enemy was killed by Xiao Chang alone, and the tribe passed through another crisis. The Water Witch saw the blood on Xiao Chang's chest and asked with concern, Are you injured? Small injuries are fine. I didn't take warning in advance. The Water Witch blamed himself. It's okay, divination is not omnipotent. Xiao Chang said. Bring all this equipment back, and burn the bodies on the ground clean on the spot, leaving no traces. Everyone looked at the ground in confusion. The corpses were all badly damaged, as if they had been partially eaten by wild beasts. However, the battle had just ended. Where did the wild beasts come from? When everyone saw that the enemy was dead and Xiao Chang was not seriously injured, they felt relieved. A group of people quickly returned to the main city of the Alliance. In Xiao Chang's room, he was lying motionless on the bed, seemingly sleeping, but in fact he was in the system's battle pet space. It's been 10 days since I came back. Xiaolong has been sleeping and it's time to wake up. Xiaolong's body has doubled in size in the past 10 days, from the size of a palm to the size of 2 palms.
Those dragon knights don't know if there is any infectious disease, so I hope the little dragon won't get it bad.
Xiao Chang slapped Xiaolong twice when he was idle. He had no reaction before. Today was different from usual. Xiaolong actually made a grunting sound.
Maybe he was about to wake up, and when he saw some movement, Xiao Chang got excited. He rolled up his sleeves, slapped Xiaolong on him.
Fanning, Xiaolong woke up. Master, my face hurts so much, don't be afraid, I'm having a nightmare. Xiao Chang quickly picked up Xiaolong. How do you feel? Are there any skills you can evolve from this wave? I feel weird in my stomach. Xiaolong said, sneezed, and then sneezed again.
Beating and beating, a stream of flames burst out of its mouth. Xiao Chang was so close that the eyebrows on his face were burned off.
You did it on purpose.
Xiao Chang hit Xiaolong on the head twice.
Xiaolong shrank his head and looked at Xiao Chang secretly.
Seeing that there was no slap, he said, I want to go out, and I also want to eat.
Still want to eat people? Is it useful for third-level warriors to eat them? Can witches eat them? Can ferocious beasts and wild beasts eat them?
Xiao Chang asked in series. I don't know, I just feel that those people are very tempting to me. Xiao Chang frowned and thought. The 5th level and 4th level warrior Xiaolong ate it and awakened the skill of breathing fire. Although it can only be used as a lighter now, it is still a skill. It may be effective for low-level warriors, but where can I catch people to eat?
I definitely can't eat people from the tribal alliance. We can only go to other tribes to capture people to eat. This is a long process and we can't rush it. You can no longer lie flat in the tribal alliance.
Your own improvement requires high-level ferocious beast crystals. In the main city of the alliance, there are not many powerful ferocious beasts, and everyone's level is average. Even if wild beasts appear, they cannot be defeated. Looks like I'm still going out. Xiaolong, your father, I will take you to see the world. After a few days, Xiao Chang called all the 3rd-level soldiers in Wu. All 3rd-level warriors, come to me tomorrow to receive the Great Witch's blessing. When Changdi heard this, his eyes lit up and he said excitedly, Thank you, Fire Witch. I have been at the 3rd level for a long time. Ba Qi and Shi Yong were equally excited. There were also 3 warriors whom Xiao Chang didn't know very well. They must have been newly promoted. We need to plant a large amount of corn in Beishan. Find a herbivorous ferocious beast and find a way to get the cubs to feed them. Use corn to feed them to ensure that every child can eat ferocious beast meat. In the future, all tribesmen will participate in the awakening, except those with real physical disabilities. I think earth dragons are very suitable for feeding. This ferocious beast has a docile temperament and a large body. It probably eats a lot. I don't know if the corn is enough. Bai Wu said. I'll leave this matter to you. Women must also be allowed to participate in the awakening ceremony. Children with the potential to become witches must be trained with emphasis and their diet and treatment improved. The salt we produce can be circulated outside, just like the Blue Fire tribe. They organize caravans before the rainy season to trade with some small tribes. From now on, any crystals that are white or above obtained from hunting will be distributed to the Water Witch, the Poo Witch and the Water Witch to absorb. The 3 of you will strive to be promoted to the Great Witch. Xiao Chang said a lot in a row, stopped and took a sip of water. White Witch noticed something was wrong and said, Fire Witch, are you planning to leave? Yes, I plan to leave. I can barely kill the dragon knights who appeared some time ago. There is also a tide of beasts in the south. The crisis has always existed. We have too few resources in this area. I plan to go out and take a look. My strength has not improved, it will be finished sooner or later. Fire Witch, all the crystals obtained by our tribe will be used by you. It's better not to leave. Someone advised. I have already decided, no need to say anymore. Plant more corn, potatoes and sweet potatoes before the rainy season. Remember to save more. The meeting is over. The last words were addressed to Bai Wu. The White Witch usually manages the planting and the distribution of gold coins.
That night, Xiao Chang found Bai Wu and called Shi Yong and Uncle Qiao. Xiao Chang gave Shi Yong the enchanted black knife seized from the Dragon Knight. He also gave him all the armor and weapons he had captured. Xiao Chang exchanged 2 more birth control pills and gave them to them. Protect the White Witch, keep these weapons well, and give them to trustworthy people to use. There are also these 2 pills, one for each of you, which can increase your strength. Hopefully, this place won't fall apart before I come back. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Shi Yong said. Child, are you really sure you want to leave? Bai Wu said, touching Xiao Chang's hand. Sure, you can only know how big this world is by wandering outside. Don't worry, I can come back anytime I want. Xiao Chang's last words were true. He had buried the teleportation stone underground at home, and he could come back no matter how far he ran. After returning home, Xiao Chang said to Liming and Ruoxue, you 2 live here, take these gold coins to eat more good food, and protect your sister. At dawn the next day, Xiao Chang had transformed into an ordinary person. He left the main city of the Alliance with the gathering team. He took away all the white crystals accumulated by the tribal alliance. After leaving the main city of the Alliance, Xiao Chang headed north. He heard that the Tiandu tribe was in the north, where there were rich resources and a large population. After flying for about 5 days, we arrived at a strange place. The woods became sparse, and the green ground became less and less green. The surrounding reddish-brown rocks reach into the sky, and a few twisted and dry pine trees grow sporadically in the cracks between the rocks. Everything seemed bleak and dull. Xiao Chang flew to a stone hill. The hill was made entirely of stones. It was only a few square meters in size. The mountain walls were as sharp as a knife, going straight up and down. There were rubbles cracking, as if they were about to collapse. Xiao Chang sat on a reddish-brown stone and took a rest. He took out a hamburger and a glass of Coke from his arms and started eating and drinking. Am I lost? This doesn't look like a prosperous place. Xiao Chang looked at the sun to determine the position of the north. Up north, down south, left, west, right, east, yes, that's the north over there. After resting for a while, we set off. After flying for a few more days, there were fewer and fewer creatures around, and a mountain peak appeared in the distance. Gray-white clouds and mist hung halfway up the mountainside, making it difficult to see how high it was. The entire mountain peak changes from gray-brown to snow-white from bottom to top. The top is covered with snow all year round because of the high altitude, and suddenly a lightning flashes through the clouds and mist. In the blink of an eye, a huge creature was vaguely seen. The creature was astonishingly large. It twisted its body and stirred up the clouds as if they were boiling. Buzz, a terrifying coercion surged down from the mountain peak like a giant wave. The giant creature fell silent. The pressure visible to the naked eye formed into a huge gust of wind, and the flying sand and rocks rushed over. Xiao Chang's expression suddenly changed and he hid behind a rock, not daring to move. The coercion and raging energy made Xiao Chang feel dazed, his head seemed to have been hit hard, and his eyes became blurred. Lying on the ground, unable to move at all. After a while, he reluctantly sat up. He summoned the flying sword, twisted around and ran away. What the hell is this? I can't bear it even if the other party yells. He flew around this big mountain for 2 days, and it seemed that he had flown across this area, and the surrounding green began to become more green. On this day, Xiao Chang's figure suddenly stopped in the sky and slowly descended from the sky. Not far ahead, there were many people busy, knocking on the rocks on the ground. Most of the tools in his hands are stone hammers, and occasionally bronze hammers. People were naked at the top and wearing grass skirts at the bottom. Most of them were dark-skinned and strong, with muscles all over their bodies. After knocking on it, someone's eyes suddenly lit up, as if they had discovered a treasure, and they picked up a blue stone. People around him cast envious looks. Xiao Chang stepped forward. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at the outsider carefully. Did you come from the forbidden area of the snow mountain? Someone asked. I don't know where that is. Xiao Chang pointed in the direction behind him. There is no tribe over there. You must be lost. Someone said. Yes, I'm just lost. Do you know how to get to the Tiandu tribe? Xiao Chang asked. We are all considered to be members of the Tiandu tribe, an affiliated tribe far away from Tiandu city.
You can ask our clan leader. After Xiao Chang entered here, he felt strange. There were stones everywhere and green was rarely seen. Most people are digging rocks, which don't look like ores, and they don't know what they are used for.
And there are no witches in this tribe. A high-level warrior is called the Patriarch. Stranger, are you here to buy origin stones?
Tiandu City has increased taxes this year, and we have no origin stones to sell, the clan leader said.
Xiao Chang was confused. What is the origin stone? Does it have anything to do with the beast crystal? I come from a faraway place, and I would like to ask the clan leader to explain what the origin stone is? Xiao Chang asked. So that's it.
He's a country boy from a small place. Xiao Chang thought to himself, you are only from the country, and your whole family is from the country. Origin stone is a stone with ferocious beast crystals wrapped inside. In ancient times, the beast clan was strong. After the death of various powerful alien beasts, the crystals in their brains grew over time and were wrapped in the origin stone skin, forming the origin stone. Our tribe relies on mining source stones for a living. Every year, most of them are handed over to the Tiandu tribe, and the rest are sold to the stone gambling shop in Tiandu City.
By the way, you're not here to buy the origin stone. What are you here for? You can't be a spy for bandits.
At the end of the sentence, the clan leader looked at Xiao Chang coldly.
As if in response to the clan leader's words, shouts of killing could be heard outside. The bandits are coming. The bandits are coming.
Hearing the noise outside, the clan leader stared at Xiao Chang fiercely. You are indeed the bandit's spy.
Let me kill you first.
After the clan leader finished speaking, he took a bronze knife and rushed towards Xiao Chang.
You idiot! Xiao Chang was shocked by the other party's confusing operation.
Instead of attacking the bandits, he started to attack himself first. Xiao Chang didn't talk nonsense to him, and sent a flying sword through the opponent's heart.
You are a great witch, the clan leader died in anger. I don't even know your name. You died very quickly. Xiao Chang wiped the blood on the flying sword and called Xiaolong, can you eat this? Level, warrior, it tastes tasteless.
The sound of killing outside was loud, and bandits and aborigines were coming and going, fighting fiercely. The bandits all rode swift dragons and were very fast. They rushed to the source stone warehouse and hacked to death the guards.
Start putting it in the animal skin pocket.
More and more aborigines gathered, and the tribesmen who came back from quarrying stones in the mountains took weapons and began to resist the bandits.
If you don't surrender after seeing me, the Ghost King, do you want to die?
A man wearing a necklace with a human head yelled. He held a thick long knife in his hand and had a fierce look on his face. The flesh on his body was soaked in blood and trembled and twisted with his movements. Countless evil spirits surrounded him, and he looked like a man who had killed countless people. There are 4 patterns on the Ghost King's face, and he is obviously a 4th-level warrior. All the natives who came close to him were hacked to death by him. Slowly, more and more corpses appeared around him. The Ghost King, red-eyed, rushed towards the crowd further away. Boss, the things are packed, let's leave quickly.
Go away, I'll kill them first. The Ghost King yelled.
Boss, if you kill them all, who will help us mine the source stone?
Fuck you.
The Ghost King kicked away the person who blocked him. Xiao Chang hid on the roof of the stone house, watching the melee below with relish. The smell of blood permeated the air, mixed with a disgusting smell. It was the smell of human viscera, flesh and blood mixed with filth.
Issue a mission, exterminate the bandits.
Xiao Chang stood up and a machete appeared in his hand.
It's so dirty down there. I didn't want to take action at first. Since I have a mission, I will forcefully kill you.
Xiao Chang held a machete in his hand, kicked off the stone house, and shot his whole body into the air. Then he rushed towards the Ghost King at an incredible speed. The other party was not a vegetarian either. He blocked with the long knife in his hand and raised his kick to kick Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang quickly retracted his hands to block,
but followed the opponent's force and was bounced into the air. Where did the fourth-level warrior come from? The Ghost King wondered in his heart. Xiao Chang changed his body shape, held the knife in both hands, and struck at the Ghost King from top to bottom. But although the Ghost King is bulky, his strength is amazing. He saw the right opportunity and threw the machete at Xiao Chang while Xiao Chang was unable to dodge in the air. A proud smile appeared on the Ghost King's face. Although the opponent was also a fourth-level warrior, he was a rookie. This time, he could not avoid it. The smiling Ghost King's smile froze on his face. He saw Xiao Chang suddenly move sideways and hover in mid-air in an impossible way. Special dominoes? No, there is no such thing. The opponent is a great witch. The Ghost King's expression suddenly changed and he backed away crazily. Withdraw. At this moment, he thought that the other party might be a great witch sent by the Tiandu tribe. The Tiandu tribe actually sent a great witch to suppress the bandits. Now they were finished. Want to run? It's too late. The flying sword shot out and chopped off the Ghost King's head. His fat and heavy head hit the ground hard, and his body collapsed. The remaining bandits were frightened by the scene in front of them and ran outside without looking back. Xiao Chang did not chase because the sound of mission completion had already appeared in his mind. The mission is completed, and you will be rewarded with 1 point of strength and 1 point of agility. Xiao Chang checks his attributes. Power, 42 agility, 42 witch power, level 2 task coins, 21 skills, object control, full level, fireball, full level, master, I want this head. Xiaolon's voice appeared. Xiao Chang didn't waste any time, walked over and put the Ghost King's head into the storage space. Many people saw the scene where Xiao Chang killed the Ghost King just now, and they all knelt down and shouted loudly towards Xiao Chang. Xia Dai came to the rescue. That night, Xiao Chang was stayed and various delicacies were presented to him. If it weren't for your intervention, we wouldn't have enough origin stone to pay taxes this year. If the Tiandu tribe punishes us, we might all be captured as slaves, an old man said. Your clan leader is dead, don't you have anything to say? Xiao Chang said. If he dies, he will die. He is not from our tribe. He was sent from outside the Tiandu tribe to supervise our production of origin stones. After he dies for a while, another one will be sent. After the old man finished speaking, he brought up a jar. There was a buzzing sound inside, and it should be filled with liquid. Come and try our wine. Xiao Chang was shocked when he heard this. Unexpectedly, pottery has been invented here, and winemaking has been learned. Xiao Chang took a sip. It tasted slightly sour, about 2 degrees Celsius. He took another sip and asked, "What is this brewed with?" The old man poured another bowl for Xiao Chang and said, "This is brewed from Hongshan fruit. We produce a lot here." "Do you often have bandits here?" Xiao Chang asked. "Actually, those are ordinary people who can't survive. This area is all affiliated with the Tiandu tribe. He forced us to mine the source stone day and night and then hand it over. Speaking of which, we can be regarded as people from the Tiandu tribe, but not much better than a slave." The old man sighed. It turned out that the people here were so miserable. Xiao Chang then asked, "Why don't you leave here and stay away from the Tiandu tribe?" The old man chuckled and said, "There are no witches. Without witches, there would be no pattern warriors who could live in the wild forest without being eaten alive by wild beasts. As long as we have children who can become witches, they will be snatched away by the Tiandu tribe. The annual awakening ceremony also involves children from various small tribes going to Tiandu City to receive their awakening." Xiao Chang suddenly realized. He took another sip of wine, and then continued, "The Tiandu tribe really has you under control by doing this." "Are you a traveling witch?" the old man asked. "Yes." The old man looked at Xiao Chang, as if he was making a decision. He thought for a long time, finally sighed and gave up. In the evening, Xiao Chang stayed at the old man's house. It was just an ordinary shabby stone house with a roof made of wood and hay. The moonlight spilled in like water from the gap at the top. The inside of the house is illuminated by light and darkness. Xiao Chang looked at the moon and the sky in trance. I have been in this world for more than 2 years. There is no safe place to live. There are always various dangers and oppressions. Only by improving yourself and standing at the top of the world can you live well. The terrifying coercion of the snowy mountain forbidden area is still vivid in my mind. There are also the earth ghosts, creatures deep in the abyss. Those are all beings with peak strength. The current tribal alliance is still very fragile. Maybe some god passing by will trample him to pieces. I hope the tribal alliance will not be wiped out before I go back. Not thinking about anything else, Xiao Chang took out a source stone, an ordinary green stone, and used witchcraft to examine it, but found nothing unusual. The strange thing is that the magical power of witchcraft cannot penetrate the stone skin at all. Xiao Chang used both hands to crush the origin stone like an apple. With a bang, a huge crystal fell to the ground. It's purple crystal. I'm so lucky. Every single one I pick up will be in stock. Xiao Chang excitedly picked it up and checked it, and found that the purple crystal was larger than usual. The witchcraft flowing on it is very pure and can be much stronger than ordinary purple crystals. This is so unbelievable that purple crystals can be found in a stone. Without saying a word, Xiao Chang crushed all the pieces of origin stone given to him by the old man and examined them. The rest is completely empty, with nothing in it, just like an ordinary stone. Xiao Chang threw the gravel in his hand to the ground in disappointment. That was a gift package for newbies just now. After carefully examining the crystallized stone skin and the completely empty stone skin, I found that there was no difference at all. Some are green, some are red, and some even have hollow patterns on them, but when you open them, there is nothing inside. It seems that there should be a lot of profound knowledge here, and I won't be able to study it for a while. Xiao Chang lay down and prepared to sleep. He tossed and turned but couldn't sleep, so he called Xiaolong out. Pointing to the stone skin on the ground, he said, "Can you tell the difference between this and other stone skins?" The little dragon who had just finished eating the brain checked it obediently. He held his little head as if thinking, and his tail waggled back and forth. "I think they are all stones and cannot be eaten." Xiao Chang gave it a big fan and sent it back to the battle pet space. He shouldn't ask that little thing. Xiao Chang held the purple crystal in his hand and absorbed the witchcraft power inside. He was surprised to find that absorbing this one was equivalent to absorbing an ordinary 1.5, and it felt very useful for improving his strength. In the morning, strong winds blew through the sky, sweeping up the sky. Xiao Chang drank the red broth and hid in the house. There is crushed white water chestnut noodles in the broth, which gives it a fragrant and unique flavor. They bought the white diamond noodles by selling their excess source stones. "Uncle, is it often windy here? We have never seen such a big wind and sand there," Xiao Chang said while drinking. In the latter part of the dry season, wind and sand start to blow, but it gets better in the rainy season. "It will rain all the time here during the rainy season, and will the rain flood the earth?" Xiao Chang asked. The old man poured himself a bowl of broth from the casserole, turned around and sat at the wooden table. "It rains occasionally during the rainy season. How can it flood the earth? The rivers in the west will rise, but they won't be able to flood them," the old man said. Xiao Chang nodded. The climate in different regions varies greatly. It is estimated that it is hundreds of kilometers from the tribal alliance to here. Affected by various reasons such as monsoon temperature, the landforms and environment here are completely different from those of the tribal alliance. Xiao Chang took out the stone skin that he cut off yesterday, put it on the table, looked at the old man and asked, "I cut all the origin stones yesterday, and a purple crystal came out. What's the significance of this?" The old man chuckled and said, "There is a lot of knowledge here. You are lucky to have opened a purple crystal. If you are interested, you can follow the stone transport team and go to the outer city of Tiandu City to have a look." Xiao Chang discovered the specialness of the crystals in the source stone last night, and then he understood why the people here were powerful. If there were witches who could absorb a large amount of those crystals, it would not be difficult to level up. After asking the old man again, I found out that the value of so many origin stones as yesterday was more than one purple crystal. These are still ordinary stones, and the rare and exotic stones in the gambling stone shop are even more ridiculously expensive. It is said that the young masters of the top tribes, the nobles among strangers, and the royal family of Tendu often hang out in major gambling houses. They stay there all year round, hoping that one day the divine beast crystal will be released and it will soar into the sky. Tiandu City is unimaginably large, and its large population has given rise to a brilliant civilization. Many small tribes controlled by Tiandu City are scattered around, and the population slowly gathers, forming some small cities on the periphery, called outer cities. Qingshi Outer City is located in the south of Tiandu City and is also the outer city closest to Shaochang. Origin stones from outside the Snow Mountain Forbidden Area are continuously sent here. In addition to paying taxes to Tiandu City, the rest was sold to gambling houses in the city. Shaochang and the old man were having breakfast when two young people pushed the door open and came in. Third Master, our stone transport team is about to set off to get some power dominoes. The moment they saw Shaochang, they shut their mouths. The old man gave them both a hard look. He turned to Shaochang and said with a smile, "They are called Delunzi and Air Lunzi. They are going to Qingshi City today. You can go with them." "Benefactor, are you going to Bluestone City too?" "It's very prosperous there, and our stone transport team will be there today," Delunzi said. "The gambling house there is very lively. I heard that you can often see the royal family of Tiandu, and even people from overseas dynasties come here." Air Lunzi continued. "No way, how could the royal family of Tiandu come to Qingshi City?" "They would go to the big gambling house in Tiandu City," said the big fool. "You don't know this. Our Bluestone City is located next to the Snow Mountain Forbidden Area. The materials we receive are all good. Even those big shots want to try their luck," Air Lunzi replied. Shaochang captured the details of the conversation between the two people, and they mentioned the overseas dynasty. "I didn't expect that the royal family has already appeared here, and the system is really developed. I just don't know where they are talking about overseas. I haven't seen the sea for so long since I came here." "What do those royal families mean?" Shaochang asked. "It's just some people dressed very strangely. They said their place is not called a tribe, but called the Dakian dynasty." Shaochang nodded. "Compared to that, the people of the Black Mountain tribe are simply savages. You guys go take me with you when you set off, and I'll go see the prosperity of Qingshi City," Shaochang said to the two of them. "We'll leave in a moment and arrive in the evening." There were 20 people in the team transporting the source stones, and they all carried huge animal skin bags containing strange-shaped stones. There are green ones, reddish-brown ones and pure white ones, but most of them are green, and each one has something unusual. The turquoise stone has pinhole-like holes on the outside, like holes pierced by countless needles. The quarrymen were panting from exhaustion as they carried stones over mountains and ridges. There were no ferocious beasts on the road, as if it had been cleaned up. However, many herbivorous animals appeared. "Brother, we have walked this road many times, and all the powerful ferocious beasts have been eliminated," Delunzi said. "Then why are you so cautious? You all carry bronze knives and dominoes." Shaochang walked beside him leisurely. The big fool lifted up the heavy animal skin bag and said, "We are not guarding against wild beasts. The most dangerous people are actually people. Bandits can rush to our tribe and rob us, let alone this deserted road. Yes, little brother, I hope you can protect us along the way. Our Red Stone tribe will never forget you. You are a young man from a top tribe, right? You are already a great witch at a young age," Air Lunzi said. "The mountain road is rugged and it is difficult to carry heavy objects." Until the afternoon, a town made entirely of bluestone appeared in the distance. There is a mountain around, called Qingshi Mountain, from which people collected stones to build this town. Qingshi Town was the earliest outer city that appeared around the Tiandu tribe. Originium mines were first discovered in the Snow Mountain Forbidden Area, and a large number of people flocked to mine them. Slowly, people gathered together and become a town. The huge city wall is the first thing that comes into view, and the endless stone houses and wooden buildings are as far as the eye can see. The ancient buildings exude the atmosphere of vicissitudes of life. The street is paved with bluestone bricks, and it is very lively with people coming and going. There were armored warriors riding huge earth dragons, and there were guards with swords marching in formation. There are vendors who come to sell wild fruits on their backs, and there are also many miners who come to pay taxes like Delunzi and others. There were even murlocs and mountain giants walking the streets. Accompany the big fool and the others to pay taxes. Arriving in front of a magnificent house, the two-story wooden house is like a giant beast located in the most prosperous center. The miners who paid taxes stood in a long line, nodding and bowing, smiling, and presenting the source stones to the supervisor. You don't count this as the origin stone. What you got is a piece of broken stone. The steward picked at the animal skin bag with a wooden stick. Why doesn't it count? Look at this blue hole stone. This is not the standard blue hole stone. There are also these reddish-brown ones. The stone skin is layered layer by layer. Isn't it the standard 1,000-layer red? The miner said more and more. Excited, each one picked up his own stone and explained. The steward glanced at the defender impatiently and spat on the ground. What the hell, don't understand any rules. A clever man from behind quickly stepped forward, grabbed his companion, and then walked up to the steward and handed him a crystal from his sleeve. The person in charge's face was instantly filled with smiles, and he said with a smile, "Your tribe's source stone can be collected." Xiao Chang looked at the scene in front of him and shook his head. This kind of thing happens everywhere. What should you do, send it off too? Xiao Chang asked. What else can we do? These are the rules here. The big fool said. Xiao Chang stopped making any sound and walked towards the person in charge. The following is the tax for this month from the Red Stone tribe. The manager glanced at it and said coldly, unqualified. How do you know it's unqualified if you don't even look at it? I said if you are not qualified, you are not qualified. If you have the ability, go to Tianduching to pay taxes. The manager said impatiently. Xiao Chang narrowed his eyes and used the magic of controlling objects to manipulate a stone on the roof. What are you doing standing still? Get out of here. The manager said angrily when he saw Xiao Chang standing still. Bang, a dull voice sounded. A stone fell from the roof and hit the steward's head. The fragile skull was shattered by the stone. The back of his head caved in. He's dead. He's dead. There was a commotion in the crowd. After a while, a new manager came and hurriedly finished today's tax collection task. Xiao Chang, Delunzi, and Lunzi left the scene. Brother, let's go to Daytonpu and stay for one night. One white crystal and one house are enough for us to live in for 3 nights. The three of them crossed the street and came to a dilapidated house. The people around them were all wearing simple animal skins, most of them had dark skin, and many of them were miners. If you two have money, where would you like to spend it? Xiao Chang said, looking at the two of them. Then of course we should go to the blue and white house in Beicheng. The beauties in the blue and white house have thin breasts and thighs and soft voices. I heard that there are fishmen to enjoy, and there are also many beauties from the Yi tribe. The delicacies of the blue flower house are also unique. In addition to the legendary mythical beast meat, they can also get the meat of ferocious beasts. Many nobles from the top tribes will also go there to gamble on origin stones. It is estimated that the best origin stones in the entire Bluestone City are right there. Xiao Chang listened carefully and sighed that this place was really prosperous. Due to the nourishment of source stones and the sparse vegetation in the northern region, a developed cultural and economic level has developed here. This blue and white building is the essence of human civilization. As the saying goes, when you are full, you will think of lust. Most people here have enough to eat. I heard that Tiandu officials here sell a sorghum-like food called bailing. Obviously, this place has developed from hunting and gathering to the coexistence of farming and hunting. After Delunzi and the others came to Bluestone City to pay taxes and sell the excess origin stones, they needed to buy enough white water chestnuts to take back. Most of the Red Stone tribe's rations are bailing purchased from Bluestone City. Let's go to the Blue and White House to spend money today. Xiao Chang said boldly. Brother, that is a place where a lot of money is spent. We can't afford it. The money from selling the origin stones also bought white water chestnut noodles to take back. The big fool said. Don't worry, we won't have to spend a penny today, and we can still make money.
Xiao Chang said calmly.
You can't eat the overlord's meal. The blue and white building is owned by the Tiandu royal family. There are usually 5th-level soldiers stationed there.
Those who cause trouble will be beaten to death on the spot.
Heir Lunzi said.
Don't worry, I'm not going to eat the king's meal, I'm going to gamble on stones.
The elders warned us that we must not bet on stones. 9 out of 10 bets will result in loss.
Brother, if your tribe has money, don't mess around.
Unless you are a master of origin technique, you will definitely lose money. Heir Lunzi advised. It's okay, you two will lead the way.
Xiao Chang said. On the way to Qingshi City, Xiao Chang kept searching for items in the system, trying to find something that could detect the source stone, and finally found a piece of technological equipment called an energy detector.
It is a bracelet that can sense approaching high-energy objects.
1 mission coins were spent.
He tried Delingzi's stones, and sure enough, some had energy and some didn't.
Xiao Chang broke it into pieces and checked, and sure enough, there were crystals. Walking through the bustling streets, the three of them came to the most luxurious stone shop in Qingshi City Qinghua building. 2 huge luminous pearls are embedded on both sides of the door, emitting soft light. The wooden pillars at the base are carved with exotic animals.
The black plaque at the top is engraved with 3 large red characters.
Xiao Chang didn't know him.
Stop. Xiao Chang was stopped outside the blue and white building.
A guard-like man inside looked at Xiao Chang and others outside the door contemptuously. This is not a place to sell origin stones.
If you want to sell origin stones, go to the back, go to the street. We are here to gamble on stones.
Xiao Chang has been running around for several days, and his clothes are dirty. Delunzi and the others are also wearing tattered animal skins with traces of moving stones all over them.
Do you have any crystals?
The guard came out and looked at Xiao Chang and the others in confusion. Not everyone can enter our place.
Aren't these just crystals?
Xiao Chang took out 5 or 6 white crystals from his arms.
Pfft, a sneer came from behind. 5 or 6 white crystals dare to come to the blue and white building? You think this is a place for begging? You bumpkins like you can't even afford a better piece of bluestone. Who are you? You speak so harshly. The big fool looked back angrily.
I saw a young man wearing blue cloth approaching, with a bronze knife hanging on his waist and a black crystal inlaid on the back of the handle. A follower followed him and said with a look of disdain, "Miners come here to bet on stones, so you are not afraid of losing yourself.
You should go back to mining honestly. You are not allowed to come here. Hey, isn't this Prince One? Please come in quickly."
The guard stepped forward and saluted with an apologetic smile on his face. Prince Wine didn't say a word from beginning to end. He walked past Xiao Chang and looked at them coldly before going in.
The attendant followed through the door and turned around and said, "Why don't you leave? Do you think you are gifted? Are you a master of source magic? If you are not convinced, you can go in and play a few games. I think you should go back. It would be embarrassing to go in. You look down on others."
Seeing the other party enter, the big fool stamped his feet angrily.
"Don't you know that this person is a guest? They won't let us in." Heir Lunzi said. "I'm sorry, we have our own rules here. It's not a mess and anyone can get in."
The guard said impatiently, leaning on the door with one leg to support his body.
After Prince Wang entered, his smile dropped. "It's okay if we don't go to the blue and white building," the idiot said angrily.
The guarding man sneered and said, "You are indeed a bumpkin, you should go back to mining."
"How many crystals are needed to get in?"
Xiao said in a deep voice. "What we have here is source stone dug deep in the snow-capped mountains. Without 40 white crystals, you can't even think of stepping through this door." The guard folded his arms and looked at the few people with his chin. Xiao Chang took out 40 white crystals, waved them in front of him, and stepped in without saying a word. The big idiot said as he passed the door, "Just wait until we get the top crystal."
"That's it, let you see how powerful our miners are. Air Lunzi agreed. Begins after passing through the gate, the lights inside are brightly lit, with small stone lamps burning special lamp oil and filling the air with a refreshing fragrance. Several scantily clad Yi tribe women stood on both sides, twisting their waists and saying with a smile, "Dear guests, please come in." Walking further inside, there is an open-air courtyard with a pond dug in the middle. The water in the pond is clear, and several fishmen are swimming and dancing in it. Around the pond, several mahogany tables were filled with wine and food. The prince just now was eating the food and admiring the fishmen in the pond. When Prince Wang's subordinates saw Xiao Chang and the others, they were stunned, and then said with a joking face, "I didn't expect you guys to be able to come in. Mining is not easy. Don't throw all the crystallization accumulated by generations here. We will cry again when the time comes. But it's too late. Whether you're done or not, our little brother has his own abilities, you don't need to worry about it." Air Lunzi said. "You low-class mining man, I can't even tell you that you don't want to. I'm doing this for your own good. Miners should mine properly. If you want to try your luck here, I think you are wishful thinking," the servant said aggressively. Prince Wang frowned, glanced sideways at the retinue, and said, "Why are you talking so much to people like them? You won't be able to see them when you go to the second floor later." After saying that, Prince Wang stood up and walked to the second floor. The first floor of this blue and white building is the dining area. On the second floor and above, precious source stones are displayed for distinguished guests to appreciate and purchase. If someone selects the source stone, there will be a dedicated stone cutter responsible for cutting the stone. Xiao Chang walked towards the pond in the middle and carefully watched the fishman's performance. He stroked several ornamental stones placed around the pond. Suddenly his eyes narrowed and he took a closer look at one of the ordinary stones. He murmured to himself, "This dance has a very high artistic content." Then he turned around and sat at a wooden table and slapped the table. "Waiter, waiter, serve the best food and wine from your blue and white house." Xiao Chang said. "Brother, let's just eat whatever we want. We don't have to spend so much money," the big fool persuaded. Xiao Chang smiled and said nothing. "Can you afford it? If you dare to eat the king's meal here, you will be killed." The waiter looked at Xiao Chang and the others' poor appearance and looked down on them. "There's so much nonsense, call your manager." Xiao Chang waved. After a while, a fat man with a fat face ran over. When he saw Xiao Chang and the others, he immediately put away his smile and said to the waiter, "Why did you let such people in? Why do you want to eat them?" I don't know them either." Xiao Chang directly threw hundreds of crystals on the table. "Give me the best food, and give me that stone by the way." He pointed to an ordinary stone on the edge of the pond. "Brother, that's not the origin stone, it's just an ordinary stone for decoration," Air Lunzi whispered. There was laughter all around. "This miner must be crazy. He wants to buy an ornamental stone. Ha, it's so funny. You dare to come to Qinghua Tower even if you don't know a little bit of origin technique. It's so stupid. No, even a fool knows how to get crystals out of a source stone or a stone for viewing. If you can open the origin stone, I'll eat the stone skin." The fat man in charge saw a lot of smiles on Crystal's face. "Of course, you are a distinguished guest, so of course it's okay to give a stone. In this case, why not hurry up and serve the food?" Xiao Chang said loudly. "Yes, yes." Air Lingzi took the ordinary stone over with a wink and handed it to Xiao Chang. "This stone is gray in color and has nothing special about it. It doesn't look like the source stone at all." "Not necessarily. Look at him, he looks like a hill." "Bullshit, it's normal to watch a hill of stone statues." "Ah, that's what I said." Xiao Chang ignored their discussion and carefully felt the energy inside. There was quite a vibration from the energy detector, which was stronger than before. There must be some good crystals in it. "I heard that you have a stone-breaking master who helped to break this stone," Xiao Chang said. "It's just a piece of broken stone. Just cut it open and it'll be fine. It's just that a few miners are still showing off like this." I'm afraid they won't be able to get over it for a few years if they come over and have this meal. There was an old man sitting on the futon in the corner. He was a third-level warrior. He suddenly opened his eyes and said slowly, "You are a guest. I am here to unravel the stone." Ouch, Mr. Chin is about to take action. It's interesting. Mr. Chin wants to unwrap an ornamental stone. Mr. Chin placed the stone on the mat, bowed to it, and took out a delicate knife from the package. The moment he picked up the knife, his eyes became sharp. He moved the knife calmly, peeling off the stone skin one by one. In a few breaths, the stone shrank in size. As Mr. Chin drew his sword, everyone held their breath. He also became nervous. The remaining stones became smaller and smaller, and jeers began to appear around them. I'm just telling you, how can an ornamental stone crystallize? These miners must be crazy. They came to Tsinghua Building to buy an ornamental stone. They have been digging mines all their lives so they can have this luxury. I feel it's not worth it for them. Mr. Chin also shook his head slightly and stopped the knife in his hand. Xiao Chang looked around and said loudly to everyone, "Who dares to bet with me? If black crystals cannot be cut out, I will pay 50 white crystals. If they do, you will pay me 50 crystals. Are you crazy? Can black crystals be cut out of this broken stone? You're a miner, you have crystals to compensate you. I think you should go back to the mines. The blue and white building is not a place for you to grandstand. If you have a crystal, I will bet with you." Someone couldn't help but say. Xiao Chang smiled and took out a large bag of crystals from his arms, containing thousands of crystals. Everyone was shocked. A large area of white crystals covered the table. "I bet too. If you add me, I won't believe that the ornamental stones I see every day can cut off black crystals." Xiao Chang walked around the pond, looked at everyone and said, "If you want a bet, come over and see if you can cut out the black crystal, so as to avoid cheating." "Who would cheat with you? I'm going to take a look at this ornamental stone now." In the end, 7 or 8 people came forward to participate in the bet. Xiao Chang felt that there were a few people, and they were all here to give away crystals. Then he walked up to Mr. Chin, saluted him, and said, "Master, please use the knife. Then I will continue cutting." Mr. Chin nodded and entered a state of concentration again. As he slowly slashed, the stone skin peeled off little by little, and the last piece of stone skin fell off, exuding rich energy fluctuations. Mr. Chin quickened his movements, and a black crystal larger than ordinary crystals appeared in front of everyone. There are actually crystals in this stone. Impossible? This kind of thing can also produce black crystals? Such a big black crystal is not something that ordinary wild beasts can produce. This little brother has made a lot of money. Mr. Chin also looked puzzled. "I didn't expect that this kind of stone would crystallize." Xiao Chang took the crystal away, turned to look at everyone, and said, "How about you guys, hurry up and get the crystal." The second fool also stepped forward excitedly and said, "You guys were so mocking just now, get the crystal quickly, you are not trying to cheat, are you?" Several people's faces turned purple from holding back. They originally thought they would be fooled by a fool, but they were fooled by the fool. Hurry up and get the crystal. We are all respectable people. We won't cheat on this crystal. The second fool continued to mock. Someone couldn't bear it and took out the crystal and said, "You are just a blind cat who met a dead mouse. If you have the ability, go to the second floor to gamble on stones. There are good materials from the snow mountains there, but I'm afraid you can't afford it. With the crystallization of your contribution, I will definitely be able to afford it." Erluzi said reluctantly. You, the popular man, waved his sleeves and walked away. "Let's go to the second floor and have a look." Xiao Chang called to them and walked towards the second floor. Passing through the wooden steps, there are obviously fewer people upstairs than downstairs, and there are maids explaining every stone. Many people from downstairs also came up, wanting to see what tricks Xiao Chang and the others could come up with. Prince Wang was also looking at stones in one area. Most of the stones in that area were blue, with fine holes on them. This kind of stone is called blue hole stone, which is a relatively common stone. However, these are all from forbidden areas in the snowy mountains, so their value naturally rises.
Sir, those bumpkins are here too, Hu said in a low voice.
This kind of people just want to take a gamble and want to get rich overnight. There is a huge difference between mining and stone identification. You can't identify the source stone by digging for it every day.
You're right, they can only tell which ones are source stones.
This is something everyone can tell.
Xiao Chang also walked over and carefully touched each origin stone. Each source stone here requires at least hundreds of crystals.
Can you afford it? The servant mocked.
Our little brother, we just want a large amount of crystal, please stop yelling here.
Heir Lunzi said angrily.
Xiao Chang ignored their conversation and carefully selected 2 origin stones, which cost a total of 500 crystals. He didn't even call for the master of crystallization, and just started to split it. With a crash, 2 fist-sized purple crystals fell down.
That's the purple crystal. He lost money this time. An ordinary purple crystal is equivalent to 50 white crystals.
An ancient source stone like this is equivalent to 60 crystals, but it's still a loss. Xiao Chang also showed a puzzled expression. I clearly felt that the energy of these 2 crystals was not lower than before. Why did the one downstairs come out with purple crystals? It's purple gold crystal. This is not an ordinary purple crystal.
This is purple gold crystal produced by the ancient earth dragon beast.
It is very useful for improving witchcraft power.
Mr. Qin didn't know when he came up. Is this guy a master of source magic or a miner? This guy is so lucky.
I heard my witch say about this kind of crystal.
It is a crystal produced by some ancient beasts.
Although the color level is not high, it has a very good effect on improving witchcraft power.
If you have many of these crystals, you can pile them up in a short time.
Great witch. This little brother, on behalf of Qinghua House, I am willing to purchase these 2 crystals for 500 white crystals each.
Mr. Qin stepped forward and said.
We, Hong Shifang, are also willing to buy it, at 600 crystals each. An old man with a gray beard walked over with great energy.
This is the Qinghua building. It's not your turn to take action from Hong Shifang. Do you understand the rules? Mr. Qin frowned. What's wrong with breaking the rules? The one with the highest price gets it.
What? Are you going to use your power to bully others and forcefully buy and sell with this little brother? The old man with a white beard refused to give up. Xiao Chang wiped off the stone skin on the purple gold crystal and put it in his arms. Everyone, I don't plan to sell this crystal. This is a heterogeneous crystal that is effective against all witches. It would be a pity for your small tribe to use it.
Someone said. You better stop talking, these 2 crystals will not be sold.
Xiao Chang said firmly. With these alien crystals, it was too late for him to use them himself, let alone sell them to others. There is a huge gap between the Great Witch and the Yuan Witch. Xiao Chang felt that to upgrade himself to the Yuan Witch, he would need a large amount of high-level crystals. If you rely on yourself to hunt ferocious wild beasts, you don't know how long it will be until the year of the monkey and the month of the horse.
This gambling stone in Bluestone City is simply tailor-made for Xiao Chang.
Master, I want this crystal, Xiaolong's voice suddenly appeared. The image of Xiaolong shaking his head and swishing his tail appeared in Xiao Chang's mind.
Whatever you want, it's mine, just eat the brains.
Xiao Chang said through a voice message.
When I become stronger, I will slaughter the city for you to eat. Master is the best.
Brother, our Hong Shifang is willing to invite you to be our guest, and you will receive 200 crystals per month.
The white-bearded old man extended the invitation.
We at Qinghua House are also willing.
I appreciate your kindness.
I'm used to freedom, so I won't join you anymore, Xiao Chang said. Prince Wang, who had just mocked Xiao Chang, now had an ugly look on his face.
He's just a lucky country bumpkin. How can such a person know the origin technique? Aren't you convinced?
Our little brother must be a master of source magic. Ordinary stones can also produce crystals.
Heir Lunzi said.
The big idiot also followed up and said, that's right, you seem to know a lot, and you don't even buy a piece for a long time.
You are here just to envy others. Prince Wang was furious. He narrowed his eyes and said, which bumpkin from a small tribe dares to bark in front of me? He had long disliked Xiao Chang and the others, and planned to kill them when he got out. I think this young master must come from a wealthy family. He just said that I am lucky. Do you dare to take a gamble with me? Xiao Chang said. If you dare, let's each pick a stone. Whoever has the highest value will win the crystal that the other party has opened. Prince Wang said. Xiao Chang shook his head. When the prince's servant saw Xiao Chang shaking his head, he jumped up and down and said, Don't you dare? We, the prince, bet with you because we care about you. Miners, please go back to mining. Xiao Chang ignored the opponent's followers and said, One origin stone is too small. If you want to bet, bet on the big one. Let's each pick 3 origin stones. Each piece is worth no less than crystals. Whoever has the higher total value will win. Prince Wang was silent. Either he couldn't afford the little 1,000 crystals, or he felt that the other party was trying to trick him. The origin technique he had learned over the years could not be inferior to that of a small miner. Why, I don't dare anymore. The majestic prince is not even afraid of us miners. Erluzi mocked. Let's bet. Let's go to the 3rd floor. Mr. Wang snorted coldly and walked towards the 3rd floor. Seeing the excitement, everyone followed up to the 3rd floor. The layout of the 3rd floor is different from that of the 2nd floor. The decoration is simple and there are no superfluous things. There are only a dozen origin stones of different shapes placed in the middle. The origin stone here has more than 500 crystals. The cheapest one costs more than. The source stones here are all dug close to the forbidden area, and there may be more than just crystals in them. What else can be found in the source stone? Someone asked in confusion. That's not true. I heard that in a gambling shop in Tiandu, a divine stone was unlocked and a fairy appeared. This is too bizarre for you. Xiao Chang stepped forward and placed his hand on an origin stone to feel it carefully. The source stone is as tall as a person, with a human face carved on it. According to the name of the source stone, it is called a grimace stone. That little brother is interested in the grimace stone. This origin stone has been placed in the blue and white building for many years. Generally, when the ghost face is formed, it means that golden crystals will come out of it. Unfortunately, only half of the ghost face will come out. Xiao Chang hesitated for a while and then touched the next piece. Prince Wang was relatively familiar with this place. He looked around and walked toward a basketball-sized origin stone. This source stone was wrinkled and bright red, ready to drip with blood. It's the standard 1,000-layer red, it's quite big, and there will most likely be crystals inside. Just such a source stone, worth 500 white crystals. Young Master Wang chose the best mill-layer red. You acted on the safe side. This is a new stone that was delivered recently. I heard that it comes from the dead man's pit. Most of the miners who go there to dig for source stones will not survive more than 2 years. Those who go there are not crazy. If you die, you will die. Is there anyone still willing to go mining? Most of the people who go there are slaves, but there are also some who are too poor and crazy to try their luck in the death pit. Prince Wang looked at it carefully, smiled, and said confidently, I choose this origin stone. I'll unravel the stone. Mr. Qin stepped forward with a knife. He moved calmly, and soon the stone skin fell to the ground. A crystal glowing red appeared in front of everyone's eyes. See? Everyone gasped. The prince's original skills are so powerful that he actually solved the alien crystal. There are also red crystals, how come I haven't seen them before? Someone asked doubtfully. This is an ancient strange beast that can only emerge after death. It is a kind of different species between purple crystals and black crystals. It is very rare. This one alone is worth 1,000 white crystals. I've chosen and it's your turn. Prince Wang laughed. I don't have any choice but this grimace stone. Brother is so awesome. This grimace only appears halfway, why don't you try to pick another one? This grimace stone looks very big. If it can make all the grimaces appear, golden crystals will appear.
Unfortunately, only half of them appear now, so the risk is great. The second fool also said, "That's right, how about you change it, little brother?"
Do you also know origin technique? Xiao Chang asked. That's not true. I just listened to what they said. I won't change it, just this one.
Xiao Chang said loudly. Mr. Qin placed the grimace stone in the middle. He took out a small knife and carefully carved on the stone. You old man, he just opened the stone carefully, right?
Why are you treating him differently? Wang Gengzi said angrily.
This grimacing stone has been placed in the blue and white building for a long time.
I have thought about it for a long time.
It's just that this little brother bought it generously. Of course I have to treat it carefully. As he said, Mr. Qin's swordsmanship was like magic, and each sword could cut off a small layer of stone skin. Everyone also held their breath as he drew the sword.
No one noticed that a trace of black gas came out from above.
Mr. Qin was cutting the stone, and a trace of sweat flowed from his forehead.
Do you want to take a rest? Someone said.
No, I've been working on stones for so many years and I haven't had a break in the middle. After a while, the upper part of the stone was cut off.
Nothing at all.
When the remaining stones were cut, an invisible black energy floated out from the source stone and flowed out of the blue flower building.
Ha, miners are miners.
Don't think that you are lucky enough to get a few origin stones, just because you don't recognize your identity.
Prince Wang's retinue mocked.
Xiao Chang frowned and stepped forward to examine Sheepy carefully.
That's not right.
The results of the energy detector clearly show that this source stone has a lot of energy, but there is nothing when it is opened. Outside the blue and white building, black air drifted toward a beggar on the roadside and got in through his nose.
The way Xiao Chang carefully inspected Sheepy was like those who couldn't afford to gamble, lost everything, and couldn't accept the reality. I just bet a piece of origin stone, and it's like this. I think the mining mud monkey should go back to mining. Mining people are really not good at it. It's great to mine well. If you have to gamble on stones, it's better now. Hundreds of crystals are gone.
I see, some people can't accept the reality after losing too much, and may even commit suicide.
I don't think this guy's mental quality is good. Xiao Chang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he was very impatient as he listened to their chatter. It's so damn noisy. I'll choose these two pieces from the rest. Xiao Chang walked towards the remaining two source stones in an instant.
The two origin stones are the treasures of the blue and white house and are placed in the middle. These two pieces cost 3,000 white crystals.
Please take the money first. The attendant said as he brought the origin stone.
Xiao Chang really didn't have enough crystals. Most of the crystals he got from the tribal alliance were exchanged for mission coins. The rest are all the purple gold crystal I bought just now. The grimace stone just cost crystals.
It's really not enough now.
This is part of it, and the rest is mortgaged with this purple gold crystal. Xiao Chang took a picture of the crystal. The poor guy must be so anxious that he even used amethyst crystal as a mortgage. That's it, don't play if you can't afford it. If you use the purple gold crystal as a mortgage now, I'm afraid you'll have to mortgage yourself. If you finish playing today, I'm afraid you'll have to become a slave.
Stop now, I can forgive you, and you can leave. Prince Wang said grandly. It's better not to worry about me. I've chosen it. It's your turn.
Xiao Chang said coldly.
This is what you said.
Prince Wang flicked his sleeves and picked out two origin stones. The piece that the little brother picked is a magic weapon stone.
It is in the shape of a knife. I don't think he will lose. I think he is just blind. He just picks whichever one he sees is magical. Let's watch Mr. Qin's interpretation of the stone. Today is a feast for the eyes. That's right.
I can see so many of the top origin stones from the blue and white building today.
It's not a bad day.
Mr. Wang saluted Mr. Qin and said, "Please Mr. Qin, please open my origin stone first."
Wait a moment, and I want to see how that boy cries.
Mr. Qin looked at Xiao Chang as if he was asking. "Whatever, I'll open yours first," Xiao Chang said. Mr. Qin used his sword calmly, and soon he opened the source stone of Prince Wang. One of them was empty, but black crystals appeared on the other one. The black crystal was larger than usual. It was obviously formed by ancient wild beasts and was priceless. Overall, Prince Wang's crystals are worth a total of 2,500 white crystals. Although I made a mistake, the next step is up to you. Unless you can create a different black crystal, otherwise you will lose. But if you don't open anything, I'll really feel sorry for you. After all, everything that comes out belongs to me. Mr. Qin, hurry up and unravel the stone. Let me see what kind of crystal this person gave me. Prince Wang said confidently. Young master is really a master of the origin stone. Even these bumpkin from the countryside dare to challenge you. I think they are just here to deliver the origin stone. The servant looked proud. Damn, they're so annoying. Lunzi said. Xiao Chang walked around the source stone he selected again, with a solemn expression in his eyes. It wasn't that he thought he would lose, even though the piece of origin stone just now contained nothing. However, he stepped forward to check and found that energy was being lost from the stone skin, which meant that special energy was missing. Xiao Chang was not sure what was going on with this weird thing. It's just that the energy of these two source stones that I picked is a bit astonishing, too powerful. If it's still that kind of invisible thing, I don't know if something will happen. Of these two source stones, one looks like a knife, and the other looks like the moon. They are all extraordinary, especially the moon, whose energy is so powerful that even Xiao Chang is frightened. He felt the high-frequency vibration in the energy detector and said to Mr. Qin, "You should undo this knife stone first." Xiao Chang felt that this piece of origin stone had less energy, and hoped that the invisible energy would no longer appear. Okay, I will solve this source stone. Mr. Qin arranged the origin stones, bowed to them, and then pulled out the bronze sword. As Mr. Qin slashed his sword, a trace of evil aura emerged from it. Everyone around was shocked by this evil aura and their hair stood on end, and Prince Wang's face became solemn. Normal source stones will not have this kind of evil aura. As long as they are crystallized, there will definitely be a gentle aura inside. The crystallization full of witchcraft power is the aura of peace. It is not like this. Could there be something different inside? For many years, no one has been able to develop magical items. Did you really get hit by yourself today? The bronze knife in Mr. Qin's hand suddenly stopped, and he felt that it had cut something very hard. Then he changed the blade and started cutting from another place. Slowly, the origin stone in the shape of a knife became more and more obvious. People even think that this is a stone knife, not the source stone. Mr. Qin's face was solemn, and his knife hand even trembled slightly. As a master of stone interpretation, your greatest ideal is to produce the best crystals. And on top of the best crystals, there are various divine objects from ancient times, all of which can only be encountered but not sought. Mr. Qin had been unraveling stones in the Blue Flower Tower when he was young. He had been unraveling the origin stone all his life, and he had never experienced such evil spirits. He was very puzzled as to what could be so evil. Please ask Mr. Qin to continue unraveling the stone. Xiao Chang reminded him. Mr. Qin, who was stunned, quickly took the knife. As he drew the knife, the last bit of stone skin fell off, revealing the black material inside. Xiao Chang stepped forward, held the handle of the knife, and shook it hard. The stone skin fell off, revealing the true appearance inside. It turned out to be a bone knife. The black texture is delicate and smooth, and the evil aura that rises to the sky spreads around, seeming to show that he is different. Everyone was shocked. This turns out to be an ancient murder weapon. Look at the evil spirit and witchcraft flowing on it, it's an enchanted weapon. What? An ancient enchanted weapon. What level of weapon would that be? Oh my god, I can actually see ancient enchanted weapons. Looking at the concentration of this evil spirit, it's like an ancient magic sword. Xiao Chang held the bone knife in his hand, and at this moment he looked like a battle-hardened god of murder. His whole body was exuding an evil aura that reached the sky. It was as if he could chop everyone present into pieces with one strike of his sword. I will pay 3,000 crystals to buy it.
The old man with white beard stepped forward and said, "Our blue and white building has produced 4,000 crystals. And I will give this little brother, Hualuling, a % discount on future purchases at the blue and white building." A young man dressed in rich clothes came out and said, "Master, you are here." The people from Qinghua Tower said respectfully, "Your Qinghua building is so shameless now. Does it mean that everything produced by your Qinghua building will be bought, sold, and taken away by force?" said the old man with a white beard. "Which of your eyes saw us buying and selling by force?" The owner of Qinghua building looked evil. "If you don't buy and sell by force, why are you using dominoes to block this place?" said the old man with a white beard. "What? This place is blocked. I heard that the forces behind the Blue Flower Tower are the nobles of Tiandu. Their dominoes are afraid that even the Great Witch will not be able to break out." People commented, "You fart, we just sealed this place in advance to prevent the divine object from escaping." The owner of the blue and white building said calmly, "Stop fighting, I won't sell this thing." Xiao Chang said loudly, "Are you serious that you don't want to sell it? Which tribe are you from?" The blue and white building owner narrowed his eyes slightly. "Judging from his appearance, he is a 5th-level warrior." "I said I won't sell it, but you still want to snatch it away?" Xiao Chang ran out confidently, but he didn't believe that an old store like theirs would destroy its reputation for this knife. If he is robbed now, who else will trust them to buy the origin stone here in the future? "Okay, our blue and white building will never steal customers' things, and I hope that your Hong Shifang will not embarrass this little brother," said the owner of the blue and white building. "That's natural." After the white-bearded old man finished speaking, he looked at Xiao Chang and said with a friendly smile, "Even if I don't want to sell it, I would like to ask you to become a guest of our Hong Shifang in the future, and the salary will be increased by another %. "We'll talk about this later," Xiao Chang said. "Then let's cut the remaining moon-shaped origin stone." Mr. Qin held his bronze knife and trembled slightly. "No need, now that I have defeated the prince, there is no need to cut this piece of origin stone. I will take it back and cut it myself." Xiao Chang said, "It's such a pity that I can't see the moonstone untied with my own eyes." "That's right, little brother, please remove this source stone." "Brother, are you really confused about this origin stone?" Mr. Qin asked. "No, with this sword I won't lose anything today." After Xiao Chang finished speaking, he turned to Prince Wang, "Since we have lost, why don't you present the crystal?" Prince Wang's face was ashen and he stood motionless. Everyone looked at him, making him feel extremely embarrassed. "How are you so sure that ours is worth less than yours?" the servant said. The white-bearded old man stepped forward and said, "This ancient enchanted bone knife is a priceless treasure. It must be worth more than your 2 crystals. The dignified prince of the Langya tribe will not deny it, right?" Prince Wang breathed a long sigh of relief, glanced at Xiao Chang coldly, and said, "Give it to them." Building after Xiao Chang got the red alien crystal and the black crystal, he planned to leave the Qinghua building. The red alien species was eventually sold to Qinghua House and received more than 1,000 crystals. "I plan to keep it as capital and use it next time." Xiao Chang handed Di Lengzi and the others dozens of crystals and then said goodbye to them. It was getting late and the road was lit with lights. He walked alone on the street, glanced behind him from the corner of his eyes, and revealed a sneer. "This kind of bastard fish dares to rob me. They are really looking for death." On the surface, Xiao is just a 1st-level warrior, and the Great Witch's witchcraft power is hidden by the concealment necklace. Xiao Chang turned left and right into an alley. As they walked, a stone wall appeared in front of them. The sound of footsteps disappeared. Several 3rd-level warriors appeared behind them, and the outermost ones were the prince and his retinue. The prince is not a warrior, but an ordinary person. "Everyone is here." Xiao Chang turned around and smiled. The smile on his face was like the breeze in spring. "Why are you happy?" "What are you happy about when death is imminent?" the servant said sternly. "Hand over your belongings and give you a complete body." Prince Wang said. "You guys are really arrogant. I came out from the Blue Flower Tower and you guys came to plunder. Is there no one in this Bluestone City to care about you?" Xiao Chang said. In this Bluestone City, killing a little miner like you is like stepping on an ant. You talk so much nonsense when you are about to die, and you don't kneel down to beg for mercy. The servant said arrogantly. Xiao Chang carefully stroked the magic knife. The evil spirit on this knife was very strong, and he didn't know what it was used for. This knife must have killed countless people, and countless innocent souls were wrapped around it, creating an evil aura. Xiao Chang himself also killed many people, but he did not develop this kind of evil spirit. I don't know if it's because he is an ancient artifact. I don't know what the use of this knife is yet, so I'll give it a try with you. Xiao Chang held the hilt of the knife, his head suddenly felt hot, and his desire to kill became stronger. There was a buzz in his mind, and various strange thoughts appeared. He had a vague desire to kill everyone in the entire Bluestone City. Kill them all, let the dragon eat their bodies, and use the source stones to improve yourself. What are you kidding about? You're going to die today. Go up quickly and get the young master's things back. Xiao Chang clenched the magic knife and rushed towards the opponent like a bolt of lightning. Ah! Several of the fighting warriors were unable to dodge, and Xiao Chang slashed their arms. The blood was instantly absorbed by the magic knife, and half of the man's blood was lost. He turned pale, felt dizzy, and fell to the ground with trembling lips. He is not a first-class warrior, someone shouted. I only know now, it's too late. Xiao Chang swung his magic knife, and everyone he encountered fell to the ground with excessive blood loss. Some of the wounds were so deep that they were almost sucked into mummies, with bulging eyes and a terrifying appearance. The prince was already frightened to the point of despair. He was supported by his servants and fled tremblingly. He no longer had the grace of a handsome prince. Master, hurry up, the god of death is rushing out. Prince Wang glanced back. Xiao Chang was holding the magic knife next to a pile of horrible-looking corpses. He looked at him with cold eyes as if he were a corpse. Prince Wang trembled for a while, his legs and feet bent and trembled uncontrollably. He resisted not sitting on the ground, his legs seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and he moved forward little by little. Don't kill me. I am the son of the leader of the Langya tribe. If you dare to kill me, my father will not let you go, Prince Wang said as he moved. Young master, run quickly, I will fight with him. I held a bronze sword, the blade trembling. Don't get excited, you two. It will be fine in a while. You will be a little breathless at first, and then you will feel a little dizzy. This process is very fast, don't panic. Xiao Chang walked over little by little, holding the knife. You are probably possessed by the evil spirit on this knife. Please, don't kill me, just throw him away. Prince Wang said tremblingly. Come one by one. Xiao Chang stopped talking nonsense, walked up to him, and gently stabbed him twice. He deliberately let the knife stay in the opponent's body for a while, and when he pulled it out, the opponent did not bleed. Apparently it was sucked dry by the magic knife. By the way, you will feel a little cold. It's okay. It won't be cold after you fall asleep. Xiao Chang suddenly thought of it and said to the two people who were lying dead on the ground. Seeing that they were all dead, Xiao Chang took the magic knife back into the storage space, and a trace of clarity appeared in his eyes. I seem to be affected by this evil spirit just now, but it doesn't matter, it affects them or not, they all must die. This knife is quite magical, and it actually affected me. But this magic sword is extremely sharp, better than a bronze sword, and it can absorb human blood and kill enemies quickly. From now on, I will call you a blood-drinking sword. The only disadvantage is that it can affect people's sanity and make them bloodthirsty and violent. Xiaolong, do you want to eat these people? Xiao Chang said in his heart. Yes, although the level is so low, I'm hungry. Xiao Chang smiled and released Xiaolong from the battle pet space. After not seeing each other for a few days, the little dragon grew bigger, as big as a husky. It could no longer get into people's brains and eat them. Its big mouth opened and opened a person's skull without any pause. It was like licking yogurt, licking it one bite at a time. While Xiaolong was eating yogurt, Xiao Chang went to get Prince Wang's money bag, which contained more than 200 crystals. This wave of effort is not in vain. There are many bronze knives that I want to take away, but there is not enough space, so I can only spend another 5 mission coins to increase the storage space several times. Xiao Chang changed his image and walked out of the alley. He has completely lost his original appearance and is now a Leaf Tribe woman in her 20s. With long legs, a small face and pointed ears, he looks like an elf. No one can tell when I look like this. Now if you have a bow and arrow, it will really match the identity of an elf. Xiao Chang didn't look for any bows and arrows, but took out a Gauss sniper rifle. His current image is that of a sweet beauty with a petite figure. The sniper rifle is as tall as her, and she holds the huge sniper rifle in her hand, giving it a unique sense of beauty. Xiao Chang took to the streets and attracted the attention of the crowd, who all exclaimed where the beauty came from. A group of people gathered around and drooled when they saw Xiao Chang. I couldn't help but step forward and said, "This beauty from the Yi tribe, would you like to have a meal with me? Go, go, go. If you dare to approach such a beautiful woman, only we, Mr. Wang Wan, are qualified." A burly man in his 30s came forward. "Ha, this little beauty really loves me deeply. Are you willing to spend the evening with me?" Wang Wan was tall and looked at Xiao Chang condescendingly, almost drooling. "My lord, the new family is lost. I would like to ask how to get to the Langya tribe." Xiao Chang said delicately. "Why are you going to the Langya tribe?" "I'm here to find my little brother Wang Ji. We are all from the Langya tribe. The Langya tribe is across a river to the east." Wang Wen said. "Oh. But it's Mr. Wang who went to Qinghua Tower today to bet against his younger brother." Xiao Chang said softly. "Exactly, have you met my little brother? Then we are really destined, come and spend the night with me." Wang Wen said and started to catch Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang dodged deftly. "It turns out that you are also from the Langya tribe. Of course Mr. Wang has seen it before. The body is lying in the alley over there." Xiao Chang wiped his lips and smiled softly. "What?" The sound of a sharp blade being stabbed into the body was heard. Wang Wen looked at the black ancient sword on his chest in disbelief. You, Wang Wen pointed at Xiao Chang and slowly fell down. Dead Xiao Chang withdrew the blood-drinking knife. There was not a drop of blood on it. She summoned the flying sword and instantly eliminated the crowd of people watching. Here was a long slope. The human head rolled down the long slope. Bloodstains stained the stone tiles on the ground. Many corpses fell softly on the ground and were piled on top of each other. Xiao Chang held the Gauss sniper rifle and shot into the sky. The direction was exactly where the Langya tribe was. After flying for about 3 hours, Xiao Chang appeared in the sky above the Langya tribe. He used his witchcraft power to carefully feel the situation underneath. In an instant, the Great Witch of Langya opened his eyes and looked towards the sky. Where does this Great Witch come from, so ignorant of the rules? The wolf-toothed witch soared into the air and rushed towards Xiao Chang. When he saw Xiao Chang's appearance, there was a hint of lust in his eyes. "Are you the Great Witch of the Yi tribe?" asked the Great Witch of Langya. "That's right, where is your Langya Yuansha?" Xiao Chang asked. "Excuse me. This tribe started its business on the Rock Mountain. I am the only Great Witch and there is no Yuan Witch," said the Great Witch Langya. "That'll be easier." Xiao Chang chuckled. "What do you mean?" The Wolf Fawn Great Witch felt something was wrong with what the other party said. Xiao Chang ignored him, raised his sniper rifle, pointed it at the Wolf Fawn Witch, and fired. Bang! The wolf-toothed witch exploded into pieces in the sky. "The Great Witch has been killed, let's fight him." "Ah, Great Witch, you died so miserably. Avenge the Great Witch. Can you fly? How can you take revenge?" There was a cry of killing from the Langya tribe below. Xiao Chang flew over, picked up the money bag, waited twice, and threw it into the storage space. He did not fall, but hovered in the air. The sniper rifle in his hand took away the lives below one shot at a time. At first, they organized people to throw spears into the air, but found that they could not hit the opponent at all. Xiao Chang even toyed with the opponent, flying around in the air to lure the opponent into shooting. The leader of Langya was a 5th-level warrior. At this time, his eyes were splitting, and he watched helplessly as his great witch was shattered into pieces. His heart was bleeding. From now on, even if the murderer was killed, their Langya tribe would only be reduced to a subordinate tribe of Tiandu. Without the witches, the tribe would be finished. The remaining witch apprentices will never be able to achieve success. The large tribes around are hungry wolves. If he heard that their great witch had died, he would definitely not let them go. Damn it! Leader Langya shouted to the sky while holding an enchanted knife. If you have the ability, come down and challenge me. Xiao Chang also noticed this man, who looked like a leader. Xiao Chang smiled and shot him. The leader's alarm sounded loudly, and he pushed his body to the extreme, barely avoiding a vital position, but his left arm was shot and exploded into powder. The leader covered his shoulders and stared at Xiao Chang in the sky, as if his hatred was about to turn into a sharp sword and shoot at Xiao Chang. We, the Wolf Fong tribe, have offended you, so we want to kill them all like this. If the person who offended you is killed, please leave us a way to survive. The Wolf Fong leader shouted. If killing me can make you calm down, please let my people go, the leader of Langya said righteously. Xiao Chang said nothing and fired all the bullets from the sniper rifle. The leader of the Wolf Fong tribe was shattered by steel bullets. Xiao Chang turned his gun and shot at everyone else. Whether children, women, old people, or soldiers, they all turned into dead souls under Xiao Chang's gun. Go to hell, my little dragon is hungry. Xiao Chang muttered to himself. I don't know how much time passed, but the entire Langya tribe station was covered with a layer of minced meat. Blood and meat were mixed together and stuck to the ground. The smell of blood spread for dozens of miles. Xiao Chang put away his sniper rifle and fell down. Every step he took, a lot of flesh and blood stuck to his feet. He found a lot of source stones and crystals at Langya's station, and he put them all into the storage space. Just the crystals are worth tens of thousands. This place is like a purgatory on earth, with broken limbs, broken arms, human heads and legs, piled on top of each other in a mess. All this was caused by him, Xiao Chang. But he didn't feel uneasy at all. If he were an ordinary person, he would have been killed by the prince in the alley long ago. Only when the body smells bad will it be discovered and thrown out into the wild to be eaten by scavenging beasts. If their tribe offends them, they should have the consciousness to disappear. This world is originally a place where the weak eat the strong. While walking, a sound came from the stone house. Who? Xiao Chang fired his sword and shattered the stone wall. A child emerged from inside. He looked to be about 5 or 6 years old. He lowered his head tremblingly, and his face was distorted by panic. Tears flowed down patter. My mother is dead, my father is dead too. They are all dead. Uncle, are you here to save me? There is a devil in the sky, hide in quickly. Xiao Chang looked at the child carefully, wondering whether what he did was wrong. Is there anything wrong with this? I didn't have any adventures. I might have died on the first day of hunting, or died of thirst in the scorching dry season. Only by becoming stronger can you live longer. This world is full of dangers. Getting stronger is the most important thing. Xiao Chang no longer hesitated, the flying sword passed by, and the child's head flew into the air. The blood spilled, adding a touch of bright red to the earth. Xiao Chang went down and inspected all the places carefully. If he found anyone alive, he would kill him immediately. It's just that the Wolfang station is too big, so someone must have escaped. But he didn't care, because no one knew him the way he looked now. He is now a Petite tribe beauty, and even if he thinks about it, he can't think of him Xiao Chang. He collected all the crystals and then released the little dragon to eat freely. When Xiaolong came out of the battle pet space, he was like a fish entering the sea, running around freely and happily. It seemed to be naturally suited to such a bloody place. To her, these things were equivalent to appetite everywhere. After a while, its belly will become round. Master, there are so many high-level warriors here. I feel like I'm going to fall asleep again this time. Go ahead and sleep, I hope you can get better when you wake up. One day later, people discovered that the Langya tribe had been wiped out overnight. There were rumors that a petite beauty did it, and some said it was the devil. The scene was extremely bloody. Some people suspect that a mythical beast broke into their tribe and killed everyone. No one knew who did it, and people were panicked for a while. The Langya tribe was killed and blood flowed like a river, causing great shock. Although he does not belong to the affiliated tribe of Tiandu tribe, he still survives under the protection of Tiandu tribe. A large part of the annual tax revenue is handed over to the Tiandu tribe. They were slaughtered overnight, which caused outrage among the higher-ups. And let the word out, the murderer will be brought to justice within 3 days. At this time, Xiao Chang had already fled. He felt that he was not a murderous person, and now he was just taking revenge. The Tiandu tribe is rich in source stones, and has also spawned the stone gambling industry. The foundation of all this requires social stability. Without a stable social environment, business is nonsense. Everyone has gone to rob it, and who can still do business well? Therefore, a thunderous force was launched above, and the person responsible for the massacre must be caught. A Yuan shaman who was good at divination led the pterosaur team to investigate the incident. Xiao Chang didn't know this. One day later, he came to Lingzi's tribe again, only to learn that this place was called the Red Stone tribe. The Tiandu tribe sent another clan leader to strictly abide by the above instructions. Question all suspicious persons. After Xiao Chang sent over 5 white crystals, the clan leader allowed him to live here permanently. When individual interests conflict with collective interests, individual interests must be the most important, and this has always been the case at home and abroad. Xiao Chang lay on the bed shaking his head, looking at the property panel in the system, and couldn't help but raise his mouth. Happiness blossomed in my heart. His current attributes: power, 42 agility, 42 witch power, level 2 task coins, 41 skills, object control, full level, fireball, full level. Xiao Chang murmured in his heart, it would be better to make money faster through robbery, but this cannot be done for a long time. This move must have attracted the attention of the Tiandu tribe. If you make any move, you will easily be targeted. Obscene development is the way to go. Moreover, killing people indiscriminately goes against their original intention. It is not good to kill the entire family at every turn. If there is any punishment from heaven, I am afraid that I will be struck to death by thunder. I definitely can't kill them randomly if I don't have any grudge against myself. I am still a good and reasonable young man. Xiao Chang touched the Gauss sniper rifle in his hand and hesitated whether to assassinate King Tiandu. After some thought, he gave up. He is just a great witch, and has not yet reached the point of being lawless. There may be something unreasonable about the strange power in this world. Suddenly, he thought of the mysterious creatures in the snow-capped mountains, and his swollen heart instantly dissipated. I am still very weak, so I must not be arrogant, insignificant. The little dragon has fallen into a deep sleep. I don't know how long it will take for him to wake up. It shouldn't be bad if he eats people randomly like this. Next, going to the city and gambling on stones is the right way. Xiao Chang thought about throwing up a red mountain fruit and throwing it into his mouth. The sour taste was unique. It tastes a bit like hawthorn, but juicier than hawthorn. As he was lying down, a round and beautiful woman came in through the door. Perhaps due to the strong wind and sand here, the woman's skin was red and dry, but this did not affect her beauty at all. The woman came in with her breasts exposed and sat unceremoniously beside Xiao Chang's bed. Abba asked me to come and sleep with you. You are so candid. Xiao Chang has a black line on his head. At this time, he had no interest in these things. He would kill at least women like this if not 100. He has lost count of how many people he has killed. Xiao Chang's eyes suddenly became sharp, and an invisible murderous aura filled the air all around. Go out. As soon as the surrounding atmosphere dropped to freezing point, the beautiful woman fled in panic like a frightened deer. The Red Stone tribe must be asking for something from me. With these methods, as more and more people are killed, my character seems to have changed. Xiao Chang lowered his head and didn't know what he was thinking. It was night at this time, the wind and sand outside had stopped, and the full moon was bright in the sky. The bright moonlight sprinkled on the ground, hazy and unreal.
The scattered stone houses were silent under the moonlight.
But silence is not the main theme tonight.
The Tiandu tribe is the leader of the top tribes, and its reputation is not in vain.
Led by Tiandu City, there are countless affiliated tribes and subordinate towns scattered around.
From the south to the Snow Mountain Forbidden Area, there are many medium-sized tribes that rely on the Tiandu tribe. With such a large size, Bluestone City is just a small city for him. Under the full moon, a team of masters appeared in the sky. The old man stood out of thin air and flew at the front. He was obviously the leader of the pterosaur team behind. He held something like a compass in his hand, and the pointer pointed to the Red Stone tribe. My Qiankuan disc shows that the man is in front, speed up, the old man said to the dragon knight behind him.
Yes.
The pterodactyl knight wears black armor, holds a bone knife in his hand, and has a determined look in his eyes. Their murderous aura made people shudder. They were obviously elite soldiers who had killed countless people and crawled out from among the dead. The city lord of Qingshi City flew up on his mount to greet him. He felt uneasy, fearing that the other party would blame him for his incompetence in doing things. He shouted from a distance, "The villain doesn't know that the adults are coming." The old man glanced contemptuously at the flying city lord, flicked his sleeves, and a strong wind blew away the city lord.
Is such a small person worthy of talking to me?
In the old man's heart, there is no difference between these people from the outer city and slaves. For the sake of the life and death of a bunch of slaves, you deserve to be damned if you let me come to a place where birds don't shit.
You are right.
The origin stones that these slaves pay tribute every year are junk.
Only our honorary knights who go deep into the forbidden areas of the snowy mountains can dig out source stones of good quality.
Sir, look at the position of my honorary knights. The leader, the knight captain, flew very close to the old man. Work hard. As your abilities improve, you will definitely be indispensable in the future. The old man said calmly. After hearing this, the captain's eyes darkened, and after some struggle, a flattering look appeared on his face, and he smiled and said, "I just found a batch of top-quality origin stones when I returned to my hometown, and I don't have any use for them. I will send this souvenir to your house."
Go ahead.
Ha, I don't want it if it's too expensive.
Just a souvenir.
After this mission, I'll go to the deputy priest to practice. The old man said casually. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across the captain's face. Yes, everything is up to you. The team was very fast and galloped in the direction of Xiaochang. Xiaochang, who was lying in the stone house, knew nothing about the coming danger. Yuan Wu is the top combat force in the world, possessing some weird and unpredictable abilities. It seems that there is only one level difference from Grand Wizard to Yuan Wizard, but in fact the gap in between is like a chasm. The name of the Yuan witch who came was Maze, and he was one of the few witches who was good at divination. He is also one of the top figures among the upper echelons of the Tiandu tribe. The knight captain who followed also reached level 6. With such powerful strength, even a medium-sized tribe can be destroyed in an instant. Yuan Wu Maze, dressed in cloth, was moving quickly against the strong wind. The pterosaur under the night team waved its huge flesh wings to stir up the surrounding air. A group of people were as powerful as a rainbow, blowing towards the Red Stone tribe like a strong wind. At the same time, Xiaochang was lying on the bed, playing with the moon-shaped origin stone.
He felt uneasy and had a vague premonition.
The energy in this stone is about twice that of the blood-drinking knife.
Moreover, there was an ominous aura, not an evil aura.
He had never seen this kind of aura before, so he really didn't know what it was.
No matter how you drive it, you will know. Can a dead object be blown up?
Xiaochang thought for a while and decided to fire him.
There were no strong people in this small tribe.
When he massacred the Langya tribe, his appearance changed into the beauty of the Yi tribe.
No one would be able to find out about him.
If you hold the teleportation stone in your hand, at worst, you can just run away. This should be safe. He placed the moon-shaped origin stone on the table, took a knife and took a deep breath. Then he followed the example of a master who worked on the stone and bowed to the origin stone. I hope nothing evil comes out. Xiaochang raised his knife and struck it in the middle of the source stone. He didn't have the leisure to cut it open bit by bit,
and presumably the contents inside wouldn't be hurt by an ordinary knife. The knife went down halfway and couldn't move any further. This texture doesn't look like crystal. Could it be that it's still a weapon? Xiao Chang was so impatient that he used both hands to pull open the stone skin with one hand. As he moved, the stone skin broke into small pieces and fell to the side. The stone was broken bit by bit, revealing the contents inside. With its black appearance, is it also a weapon made of bone? A cold aura quickly spread out from the origin stone. It smells so evil, it doesn't feel like a good thing. No matter what, just open them all and take a look. Xiao Chang stopped being cautious in his movements and slapped hard, causing the originium skin attached to it to fall off. A black skull rolled to the ground. The skull is very small, about the size of a child. Pure black, smooth and delicate on top, even a little shiny when the moonlight shines on it. When I touch it with my hand, I feel nothing but coldness all over my body. That's it? It's a dead head, and it still exudes energy. It can be used as a refrigerator in the cabinet. As long as it's not crystallized, it's of little use to me. It's a pity. Xiao Chang felt that he had lost a lot of money. He bought a piece of trash for a few hundred crystals. He grabbed the skull and lay on the bed again. Feeling a little thirsty, he took out a bottle of Coke from his arms. Suddenly, powerful witchcraft swept across the entire Red Stone tribe. A trembling force of heaven and earth sealed this place. Xiao Chang's expression changed drastically, and he sat up from the bed suddenly. Happy water was thrown to the ground by him, and he rushed out of the stone house with an ugly expression. There seems to be a blue water curtain on the sky, emitting beautiful light in the night sky. It was upside down like a big bowl over the Red Stone tribe. Oops, I was still discovered. It has obviously changed its appearance and left no clues. This top tribe has some power that I can't imagine. Xiao Chang took out the teleportation stone and looked calmly into the sky. Maize, the Yuanwu of the Tiandu tribe, used his dominoes as soon as he arrived and sealed the place. He divined the location of the murderer, but could not divine who it was. Simply seal this place and massacre them all. When the people of the Red Stone tribe saw something strange in the sky, they all ran out. Seeing this wonder, they all exclaimed in amazement. They had never seen anything like this before. The sky shimmered with blue light, like an aurora, illuminating the entire tribe. They didn't realize the danger was coming, and pointed to the sky happily. Only the old man frowned, a little worried. The second fool found Xiao Chang and said, "Brother, what's going on in the sky? She's so beautiful." Xiao Chang glanced at him, then looked at Yuan Wu standing out of thin air in the distance, and sighed. The people here are probably in bad luck. But so what, the local rulers are brutal. You fool, you guys, run away. There's still a way to survive if you get out. The second idiot was stunned. Why would someone come to kill them if they were so good? Xiao Chang said no more and flew directly into the sky. He was the one who brought it to him. The people here are kind to me. If I can handle it, there is no need to let them die. When Mei saw someone flying towards him, he laughed loudly and said, "Boy, you should be the one who did it. There is a big witch in such a small place, so you are right." Then he lowered his head and said to the pterodactyl knight, "I will deal with this guy, and you go and kill the others, so as not to get the wrong target. My divination cannot determine which person it is. Sir, please be careful." A group of knights roared and flew to the ground. The brutal massacre began below, and neither Xiao Chang nor Maize looked down. "Tell me, why did you massacre the Langya tribe?" "It depends on the owner to beat the dog. As a vassal of the Tiandu tribe, outsiders like you are not the ones to kill at will." "Which tribe are you from?" Maize instinctively asked Xiao. They are considered to be members of other top tribes. Because Xiao Chang looks too young, only the top tribes can cultivate such a young great wizard. There are many small tribes that cannot produce a great witch for several generations, but once one appears, he will quickly unite the surrounding small tribes and be promoted to a medium-sized tribe. The tribes with Yuanwu are called large tribes, and the ones above are the top tribes. In the eyes of the Tiandu tribe, the medium-sized tribes are just chickens and dogs. And large tribes, that is something that must be eliminated. Once a large tribe is discovered, all the top tribes send people to give up all hatred and join forces to kill it. All existences that may become top tribes will be strangled in the cradle. Generally, their tribesmen will be wiped out and their primitive witches will be included. Therefore, outside, Yuanwu is the sky, an invincible existence, and the opponents he can encounter are also Yuanwu from other tribes. These people are all making up, and each of them has a great reputation. Tell me, you are the apprentice of that Yuan witch. If you can prove it, I can spare your life, but don't even think about leaving. You can become a witch slave in Tiandu and live until you die. What do you want? To die or to live? I want to fuck your mother, you old cunt. Xiao Chang yelled, then quickly backed away. He flipped his hands over and already had the Gauss sniper rifle in his hand. He just shot it without thinking. Maze looked at Xiao Chang's operation in confusion. He didn't understand how Xiao Chang took out such a big stick. And there was an object flying towards him quickly. Humph. Boy, you're done. I'm going to let you taste what life is worse than death. Maze waved his sleeves, and an invisible light shield appeared in front of him. The bullet with huge kinetic energy was shot on it, causing ripples. It didn't cause any harm to Maze. Sure enough, Yuanwu cannot be dealt with now. Xiao Chang took back his sniper rifle. Back quickly. Even if you use the teleportation stone, you can't be discovered by the opponent. This ability is too incredible. You have to teleport him away directly when he can't see him. The Tiandu tribe came to trouble me several times, and I will remember this grudge. When Maze saw Xiao Chang running away, he smiled contemptuously. The ceiling dominoes made by the ancestral witch can only be escaped by beings at the level of the ancestral witch. The other party is a small, powerful witch who is just trying to fight against a trapped beast. Xiao Chang sneered inwardly when he saw that the other party was looking at him from a distance and not pursuing him. After he hides in the house, he holds the teleportation stone. What can this little seal do to me? Let me go. The teleportation was activated, but Xiao Chang still stayed in place. His eyes widened and his expression turned ugly. Let's go, what's going on with the system? It doesn't work now. The transmission exceeds the maximum range and cannot be transmitted. A mechanical voice sounded in my mind. Hold. Xiao Chang's face turned pale. Just for a moment, he immediately opened the system. There are 41 mission coins in it, which is the key to breaking the game. A dazzling array of items appeared in front of him, and some debris passed directly by. Quickly find things that increase your strength. The Linglong pill that improves strength and agility, and 100,000 mission coins, can increase the strength and agility of high-level warriors by 10 points. No. It's okay to eat one pill of this thing, but it will become less and less effective after that. The strength of a warrior alone is not enough to fight against Yuanwu. Look at witchcraft. Divination, small thunder and lightning, water control. None of them work. He scrolled down quickly, and suddenly his eyes lit up. The system's built-in skills, 100,000 mission coins can repair a dying host. 50 mission coins, can be reborn, not perfect. It really doesn't work, I have to rebirth, and the mission coins are not enough. Xiao Chang pushed his magic power to the extreme and flew close to the ground. The house of the leader of the Red Stone tribe arrived in an instant. The clan leader huddled in the corner in fear, trembling. He didn't recognize the people in the sky. Judging by their clothing, they were high-ranking members of the Tiandu tribe. But he didn't understand why these people wanted to massacre here. What was the difference between this and the previous massacre of the Langya tribe? Why do our own people kill our own people? People outside kill people on sight, leaving no room for mercy. Bang! The wall collapsed, and a man with messy hair and blood-red eyes rushed over. Where is the crystal? The other party was trembling and couldn't say a word. Xiao Chang asked, knowing that he was talking nonsense. The flying sword passed by, and the head of the clan leader fell to the ground. I quickly searched the place and found more than 1,000 crystals. Damn, what a poor guy. Xiao Chang directly exchanged it for mission coins without saying anything. His current attributes: power, 42 agility, 42 witch power, level 2 task coins, 44 skills, object control, full level, fireball, full level, still short of. Xiao Chang rushed into each house and took away the crystals inside. Most of the people inside were slaughtered by the pterodactyl knights, their bodies were messy and they died with their eyes open. After rushing into a room, he was stunned. The plump and big-breasted girl was lying on the ground with her clothes gone. There was a hole in his chest, but the internal organs inside were still warm. Looking at the ceiling, as if falling asleep. Human life is like a piece of grass, so let's die. Xiao Chang closed her eyes with a complicated heart. In the sky, Maze looked down with interest. He didn't quite understand Xiao Chang's confusing behavior. Why would someone want to crystallize when they are almost dead? It's not too late to kill him after all the irrelevant people are killed. Go to hell and be a rich man after death? Interesting. After Xiao Chang collected all the remaining crystals, he only got crystals, and now he was still short of mission coins. No solution anymore. I will fight with them and live my whole life again just to be free and unrestrained, but I won't necessarily lose. Xiao Chang flew into the air and stepped on the flying sword. Why didn't you run away? Where did the arrogance go? Kneel down, kowtow to me, and leave your body intact. Xiao Chang narrowed his eyes, took out the blood-drinking knife, and slashed at the opponent desperately. Ancient magic sword? You still have such a good treasure. Now it is mine. Soul-eating thunder. Maze unleashed his witchcraft power, and a black thunder and lightning struck Xiao Chang. The lightning was so fast that Xiao Chang couldn't react at all. I was beaten all over. The whole body was charred and black, and he was about to fall. Huge pain filled the whole body. Compared with the pain in the body, the pain in the soul or the spirit was even more unbearable. He had never experienced this kind of extreme torture, and he wished he could kill himself on the spot. I was caught by you, I agree. If I am allowed to survive, I will repay the Tiandu tribe 10 times or 100 times. Xiao Chang clenched his gums and stared at the other person with blood-red eyes. There were dozens of dragon knights flying behind Maze, and the huge sense of oppression made Xiao Chang feel desperate. Suddenly, the black skull was about to move and trembled in the storage space. Xiao Chang quickly took it out. Something strange happened suddenly. The surrounding souls were like streams of cold wind, gathering towards the skull. This process is controlled by Xiao Chang. The skull's energy surged rapidly, and it felt like it was about to reach a critical value. It shook faster and faster. Maze saw this thing from a distance, and the smile on his face froze. He hurriedly shouted, "Stop him quickly, this is a soul-exploding skeleton, the most vicious war weapon in ancient times. It will explode after absorbing enough souls. It's hard to say how powerful this thing is, even if it's a high-level weapon, I can't handle it. Captain Knight, kill that boy quickly." After speaking, Maze ran away. He didn't dare to bet on the power of this soul-blasting skeleton. He could leave the seal, but these knights couldn't. If the seal was lifted, the skeleton would have exploded during this period. Killing that kid would be the most correct choice. I hope these knights will not die all. Xiao Chang saw the panic on the other side and smiled. He had heard clearly just now that this thing would explode, even Yuan Wu was afraid of it. Go to hell. Xiao Chang manipulated the skull to accelerate the absorption of souls. At the same time, they flew towards each other. The knight captain was so frightened by this scene that he didn't dare to move forward, and then ordered his men, "You all get up here." The flying sword roared. Xiao Chang's charred arm tightly held the blood-drinking knife, his eyes were wild. He threw the black skull into the air. Not far away, in an open space, there was a very ordinary stall. The animal skins on the ground were all in tatters, but the items on them were extraordinary. At least that's how it seems to Xiao Chang. Take 2 quick steps and come to the booth. There were a few unknown pieces of dried meat on top, as well as some animal bones. There was a snare drum placed on the other side, and Xiao Chang squatted down to check it carefully. The drum's skin is smooth and delicate, and feels very special, as if it is made of human skin. How do you sell this thing? Xiao Chang played with the drum. The stall owner is a thin old man with drooped eyelids and an expressionless face. After waiting for a moment, Xiao Chang said again, asleep? How do you sell this thing? Not for sale. Xiao Chang frowned and carefully looked at the person in front of him. The other person looks very old, already beyond the average lifespan of ordinary people, and his eyes are very big, unlike people here. He wore ragged animal skins and his hair was a little whiter. If you don't sell it on the stall, what is this thing used for? Xiao Chang then asked. Those who are destined to use it will definitely use it. The old man replied. Death to the Riddler. Xiao Chang said in his heart. He could vaguely feel some special energy on it, but he wasn't sure what it was. I am still very weak and not suitable for causing trouble, so I should stay calm and collected. Xiao Chang comforted himself, and then wandered to look at other stalls. Every place has its own customs, and the most popular foods sold here are shelled creatures. Some look like crabs, some look like scorpions, and even more are weird things. There are many people selling origin stones. Xiao Chang checked and found that most of them are not high in energy. In order not to attract attention, Xiao Chang bought a few pieces and made some small money. In the market center, there were long lines of people. They are all buying sweet sticks, a specialty of the underground city, a food that looks like sugar cane. This plant relies on the light of the moonstone to grow and can only survive in underground cities. The root of the sweet stalk can be ground into powder, which is usually cooked and eaten. The sticks above are eaten directly, and they have a faint sweet taste. In the chaotic sea where food is scarce, this is the main food that people rely on to survive. Another street that is as lively as the market is called Mercenary Street. This is the housing rental area, and the dungeon will issue some collection tasks here. People from small tribes are hired to hunt some ferocious beasts, and most of them go to some restricted areas to mine. Xiao Chang wandered here with the crowd. The crowd was bustling and discussing something together. Have you heard? The Snow Mountain restricted area is recruiting people again. Didn't we just recruit a group of people some time ago? Why are we lacking people again? Someone asked. Everyone is dead. 10 crystals will be paid for 1 life. 3 people from our tribe died there. So dangerous? The forbidden area seems to be in chaos again. A batch of bloody origin stones were brought back a few days ago. They were all piled up with human lives. I heard that when they were dug out, a lot of unclean things were brought out. Do you know that the Tiandu tribe has been causing trouble recently? Many people have died in Qingshi City. Xiao Chang's eyes lit up when he heard the Tiandu tribe, knowing that he had not been reincarnated far away. This place should still be near the Tiandu tribe, and we can only go home if we can determine the direction. I don't know what happened to the tribal alliance, or even how much time has passed. A well-dressed middle-aged man walked from a distance. He looked very rich. He stood on the high platform and cleared his throat. The Colosseum is recruiting dead men. Who would be willing to sign up if they crystallize once every 10 times?